When the game mod becomes a key to traverse realms, a formidable army from history descends upon a foreign world. Luo Yan, accompanied by his private server Ming Dynasty Legion, crashes into the continent rife with conflict between swords and sorcery. Yet, the drums of war have already echoed ominously in the shadows, as orcs roar and surge forth from the night. His sole reliance lies in that army, which should not exist in this world, the Eastern Battalion, with data enhanced to its utmost limits. The world remains oblivious. A new art of warfare has emerged. Survival or conquest. War has fully arrived. Chapter 1. First steps into a new world. Luo Yan's fingers hovered above the mouse, the screen's dim glow reflecting the excitement in his eyes. On the monitor, the documents within the data folder of Medieval 2, Total War were being edited. Luo Yan dedicated 3 sleepless nights to extracting his favorite units from the Ming Expedition mod. The Guan Ning Iron Cavalry, clad in 3 layers of cotton armor, wielding elongated sabers and 3-barreled guns. The ingenious artillery unit, capable of unleashing a barrage of rockets from 300 meters away. And the heavily armored infantry, advancing steadily like a moving fortress, along with the shock infantry. All set. He sighed with relief, leaning back in his chair, stretching, his bones cracking in a symphony of sound. The instant noodles on the desk had long been devoured, leaving behind a greasy circle of residue, with several sheets of draft paper scattered around, covered in numbers. Outside the window, the city's neon lights filtered through the curtain seams, intertwining with the screen's glow, casting mottled shadows in the room. As a seasoned enthusiast of the Total War series, Luo Yan had played countless mods, but this time, implanting Ming units into a medieval backdrop, coupled with his own modifications, ignited a fervent anticipation within him, as if he were about to command a time-traveling army to sweep across the battlefield. After saving all the documents, he launched the game, quickly entering the startup screen, watching the progress bar ascend slowly, his heart racing in tandem. On the loading screen, beside the original medieval knight design, a familiar red hue materialized, the color of the Guan Ning Iron Cavalry's capes, resembling a flickering flame. At the moment the progress bar reached its end, a blinding light erupted at the center of the screen. This light was not mere white but a searing golden red, as if a miniature sun had exploded within the monitor. Instinctively, Luo Yan raised his hand to shield his eyes, only to feel a searing pain in his palm, followed by an irresistible, immense force surging from the screen, yanking him forward. The table and chairs screeched in protest, objects scattered in the air, spinning and shattering into countless specks of light. He attempted to scream, but his throat felt constricted, producing only muffled whimpers. In his ears, the howling wind and a peculiar, echoing roar resembling the battle cries of thousands of soldiers enveloped him, his consciousness fading rapidly under the dual assault of blinding light and overwhelming force, ultimately plunging into darkness. Time passed, and slowly, Luo Yan awakened amidst a chilling sensation. The biting cold seeped through his thin nightwear, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Struggling to open his eyes, he was met not with the familiar ceiling but with a vast, deep night sky. The night was exceptionally clear, unmarred by urban light pollution, countless stars embedded in the indigo canvas like shattered diamonds, a crescent moon casting a gentle silver glow. Illuminating the ground beneath him, a desolate expanse mixed with gravel and dry grass, the soil a peculiar dark brown, hard and cold beneath his feet. Where am I? Luo Yan struggled to sit up, a sharp pain coursing through his head as if struck by a heavy hammer. He surveyed his surroundings, his heart sinking. Not far off stood a colossal city with unmistakably Eastern architecture. The towering city walls, constructed from dark stone, reached over 10 yards high, with battlements lining the parapets, a tattered red flag fluttering above, devoid of any emblem, just a dull crimson, rustling in the night breeze. Beneath the walls lay a broad moat, the water as dark as ink, faintly revealing the undercurrents flowing beneath. The city gates, crafted from robust timber and encased in iron, stood closed yet emanated an indomitable aura. This was undeniably the Damingway city he had configured for the initial stronghold in the game. The height of the walls and the width of the moat matched his modified parameters precisely. Impossible, Luo Yan murmured, pinching himself hard, the sharp sensation affirming that this was no dream. He sprang to his feet, stumbling towards the city, yet he was captivated by the sight outside its walls. In the space between the city walls and the moat, an army stood in perfect formation. It was his modified initial full-strength unit. At the forefront, a squad of Emperor's guards, comprising 18 cavalrymen, clad in bright yellow fabric armor containing hidden iron plates, weighing over 90 pounds. Their helmets resembling wine cups, equipped with integrated arm guards protecting from shoulder to hand. Armed with 3-barreled guns, they had quivers and long spears on either side of their saddles, bows slung across their backs, and knives and hammers at their waists. Behind them stood 8 squads of heavy infantry, each consisting of 225 men, donned in red cotton armor, their helmets obscuring most of their faces, revealing only pairs of steady, sharp eyes. 4 of the squads gripped lengthy pikes, their tips glinting ominously in the moonlight, their spearheads firmly planted in the ground, forming a dense forest of weaponry, while their left hands held tower shields for protection. These were the Imperial Guards. The other 4 squads wielded broadswords, exuding an aura of lethal intent. These were the shock infantry. Behind the heavy infantry were 3 squads of sharpshooters and 2 squads of flintlock gunners, each comprising 225 men. They wore lightweight cotton armor, crafted from 7 pounds of cotton, most lacking iron inserts, save for some iron plates embedded in the chest, made by sewing cotton between layers of cloth, soaked, compacted, and dried. This armor was lightweight and warm, cost-effective, and offered reasonable protection against firearms. The sharpshooters wielded composite recurve bows, with knives, hammers, and quivers at their waists, in addition to carrying 3 pouches of arrows and a spare bow. The flintlock gunners bore flintlock rifles, with knives, hammers, and ammunition at their waists, and powder stored on their backs. On either side were 3 squads of Guanning Iron Cavalry and 3 squads of Rocket Cavalry, each with 48 members. The Guanning Iron Cavalry sat astride majestic warhorses, similarly armored, exposing only their eyes, their gear akin to the Emperor's guards but adorned in purple flowers. The Rocket Cavalry donned lightweight cotton armor, agile in movement, with their steeds also clad in cotton armor. They wielded composite recurve bows to launch rocket assaults against foes, with a spare bow and close combat weapons of knives and hammers. At the rear were 2 squads of red-coated artillerymen and 2 squads of divine artillerymen. The artillery crews wore lightweight cotton armor, with knives and hammers at their waists, stationed by their cannons, each cannon manned by 10 soldiers, totaling 480 men and 48 cannons. In the distance, figures could be seen atop the city walls, though their details remained obscured. The entire army stood in solemn silence, exuding a chilling aura of impending slaughter. They were as he had designed in the game, utterly obedient to commands, tireless, and devoid of fear. Luo Yin stepped forward to the front of the army, where a captain of the Emperor's Guard, who appeared to be a commander, dismounted and took a step forward, kneeling on one knee with a deep and resonant voice, "My lord, the entire army is assembled and awaits your orders." The voice, imbued with a metallic quality, resonated clearly in Luo Yan's ears. He was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the imposing soldier before him, nearly 2 meters tall and clad in heavy armor, at a loss for words. Characters that had only existed within the confines of game data now stood alive before him, bowing in fealty. "Rise," he finally managed to say after a prolonged silence, his tone laced with a barely perceptible tremor. Taking a deep breath, he compelled himself to regain his composure. The blinding light, the transference, the fortresses and armies from the game. All these clues coalesced into an absurd, yet undeniable reality. He had traversed into an unfamiliar world, bearing with him the meticulously modified de Ming Jun Tuan and the initial city. He looked up at the city, where the plaque above the city gate bore the bold characters Yongning, a name he had chosen for the starting city, signifying everlasting peace. Yet the scene before him offered no semblance of tranquility. The wind across the wasteland carried a faint scent of blood, and from the darkness in the distance, there seemed to emerge a faint sound of growls. The sound was not akin to that of humans, but rather resembled the roars of some beast, imbued with a disconcerting aura of intelligence. What manner of place is this? Luo Yin furrowed his brow, casting his gaze further into the shadows. He sensed that this world was fraught with peril, and his Yongning city and the Deming Jun Tuan were his only bastions of hope at that moment. At that instant, a soldier on a swift steed galloped in from the direction of the city gate, arriving before Luo Yin and similarly kneeling on one knee. "My lord, the sentinels atop the city tower have spotted a multitude of unidentified creatures approaching from the northwest, approximately 10 miles away, numbering around 1,000 and moving at great speed." "Unidentified creatures?" Luo Yin's heart tightened. "Can you discern what they are?" "Reporting to my lord, the night is too dark. We can only make out their rough outline. They appear hunched and swift, seemingly, bearing claws and fangs." The messenger's voice trembled slightly. Images flickered through Luo Yan's mind, reminiscent of ghouls from Warcraft 3 and orcs from the Lord of the Rings. Could it be that beings which existed solely in the realm of fantasy were indeed real in this world? Alert the entire army, Luo Yin commanded decisively. Though he lacked genuine battlefield command experience, years of strategy gaming had instilled in him a habit of calm analysis. Heavy infantry to the front, form a spear formation, and secure the bridge over the moat. The Guanning Iron Cavalry and Rocket Cavalry will ambush on either flank. Once the enemy enters the spear formation's range, they shall strike from the sides. Archers and flintlock gunners ascend the city walls and employ covering fire, prioritizing the enemies at the forefront. Understood. The commanders responded in unison, their voices echoing through the night. The orders were swiftly relayed, and the once orderly ranks of the army sprang into action. The heavy infantry marched steadily toward the drawbridge over the moat, their long spears interlocking to form an impenetrable barrier, akin to a wall forged of steel. The Guanning Iron Cavalry and Rocket Cavalry galloped along the shadows flanking the city walls, their hooves barely making a sound as they vanished into the darkness, preparing for ambush. The archers and flintlock gunners moved swiftly, ascending the stairs along the inner side of the wall, soon occupying advantageous firing positions atop the battlements. The flintlock gunners steadied their weapons on the parapets, aiming toward the darkness in the northwest, their fingers poised on the triggers, expressions solemn. The archers prepared their arrows, ready to draw and release at a moment's notice. Luo Yin stood atop the city gate, gripping the cold stone of the parapet, his gaze fixed intently upon the darkness to the northwest. The night breeze tousled his hair, bringing with it an increasingly pungent scent of blood and a nauseating stench of decay. The distant growls grew ever closer, clearer, filled with a frenzied bloodlust that sent chills down his spine. "They're coming," a sentinel shouted. Following the sentinel's gaze, Luo Yin beheld countless hunched figures racing toward them from the darkness. They moved with a speed akin to phantoms across the wasteland, the moonlight occasionally illuminating their grayish skin, grotesque faces, sharp claws, and fangs. They were clad in tattered animal hides, wielding crude axes and spears. They resembled the orcs from the Lord of the Rings, yet were even more grotesque and ferocious than described in the text. "It is the Beastmen." Luo Yan's heart sank heavily. Over 10,000 Beastmen posed a monumental challenge for Yongning City, which had only just established itself and was still acclimating to this world. At the forefront of the Beastmen's ranks stood several exceptionally large figures that stood out prominently. They towered over their fellow Beastmen, their muscles coiling, adorned in heavy iron armor, wielding enormous warhammers, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Clearly, these were the leaders and elite warriors among the Beastmen. "Archers and flintlock gunners, prepare to fire," Luo Yin commanded loudly. The soldiers atop the battlements immediately adjusted their stances, aiming at the foremost Beastmen. "Fire!" With Luo Yan's command, hundreds of arrows and lead balls rained down upon the Beastmen like a torrential downpour. The arrows sliced through the night air with a sharp whistle, instantly penetrating the bodies of the front ranks of Beastmen. Those Beastmen fell with anguished cries, their bodies pierced, blood gushing forth and staining the ground beneath them. Yet the sheer number of Beastmen was overwhelming. As the front ranks fell, the rear ranks surged forward, undeterred, their bloodlust only heightened by the sight of blood, hastening their charge. Soon, the Beastmen reached the drawbridge. The drawbridge had long been raised. They could not cross the moat directly, but could only swim across, desperately battering the chains of the drawbridge or attempting to scale the steep walls of the city. "Heavy infantry, hold the bridge," Luo Yin commanded once more. The heavy infantry at the bridge remained steadfast, their long spears poised against the Beastmen, trying to lower the drawbridge. As soon as any Beastman drew near, the spears would strike like venomous serpents, tossing them into the moat below. The water was dark, and those Beastmen who fell into the river quickly ceased to make a sound, whether drowned or consumed by some lurking terror in the depths. Chapter 2. A victorious first battle. Seeing this, the leader of the Beastmen roared in fury, swinging his massive war hammer toward the chains of the drawbridge. Clang! A tremendous sound echoed, the iron chains vibrating violently, sparks flying. The leader's strength was immense. After several blows, visible cracks began to form in the chains. "This is bad." Luo Yan's heart raced with alarm. Should the drawbridge be severed, the Beastmen would be able to charge across, rendering the spear formation's advantage utterly meaningless. Guanning Iron Cavalry, Rocket Cavalry, charge. With Luo Yan's command, the Guanning Iron Cavalry, concealed in the shadows along the city walls, surged forth. They were like two red whirlwinds, racing along the edge of the moat, swiftly encircling the beastman's flank. "Kill!" the knights shouted, first unleashing a trio of shots from their three-barreled guns, slaying hundreds of beastmen, and then, as they closed in, their sabers sliced through the air, cleaving toward the beastmen's ranks. The Zamadeo, razor-sharp and lethal, coupled with the charge of the warhorse, effortlessly cleaved the bodies of the orcs in two. In an instant, chaos erupted within the orc ranks, with anguished cries resounding throughout. The previously frenzied orcs, caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, turned to resist, yet their weapons proved futile against the heavily armored Guan Ning cavalry, who slaughtered them with impunity. Observing this, the orc leader bellowed in fury, abandoning the attack on the drawbridge, and charged towards the Guan Ning cavalry. His warhammer wielded immense power, and a knight, unable to evade in time, was struck head-on, obliterated along with his steed into a gruesome pulp, blood and shattered bones splattering the ground. Seeking death, a captain of the Guan Ning cavalry, witnessing the carnage, felt a surge of rage. He urged his steed forward, wielding his Zamadeo with all his might, aiming for the orc leader's head. The orc leader reacted with remarkable speed, raising his warhammer to block. The clash echoed with a resounding thud as the captain's Zamadeo was deflected, sending shockwaves through his arm. Seizing the opportunity, the orc leader delivered a fierce kick, toppling the warhorse and sending the captain crashing to the ground. Before he could rise, the orc leader's hammer crushed his skull. "Captain!" The surrounding knights roared in fury, charging towards the orc leader. Yet the orc leader's strength was overwhelming, his warhammer striking with ferocity, claiming a life with each swing. Though the Guan Ning cavalry fought valiantly, they gradually found themselves at a disadvantage against such sheer power. On the city ramparts, Luo Yin watched anxiously. He knew that this stalemate could not continue. The orc leader must be eliminated swiftly. "Archers, aim for that towering orc," Luo Yin commanded, pointing at the orc leader. The soldiers immediately adjusted their targets, hundreds of arrows poised to strike the orc leader. "Fire!" The arrows surged forth like a dense swarm of bees, homing in on the orc leader. With a furious roar, the orc leader raised his warhammer, wildly swinging it to deflect most of the arrows, yet a few managed to penetrate the gaps in his armor, finding their mark upon his body. The orc leader let out a pained howl, staggering briefly, his rage intensifying. He abandoned the pursuit of the Guan Ning cavalry and turned towards the city walls, seemingly intent on scaling them to personally slay Luo Yin. "Block his path," Luo Yin shouted. Several Guan Ning cavalrymen understood the command, spurring their steeds to charge at the orc leader from the side. The orc leader stumbled from the impact, furiously turning to strike down one of the knights with a single hammer blow. However, in that moment of distraction, more arrows rained down upon him, striking vital areas such as his neck and eyes. With a piercing scream, the orc leader's massive form collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Seeing their leader fall, the remaining orcs were instantly engulfed by panic, their momentum dissipating. "Press the advantage." Luo Yin seized the opportunity, issuing orders with authority. The archers atop the walls continued their relentless assault, reaping the lives of the orcs. The Guan Ning cavalry surged forward, tearing through the orc ranks like a tiger among sheep, wreaking havoc. The heavily armored infantry abandoned their pike formation, brandishing short blades as they charged across the drawbridge, engaging the orcs in close combat. Having already lost their will to fight, the orcs quickly crumbled under the triple onslaught of the Ming forces, scattering in all directions. "Spare no one," Luo Yin commanded, fully aware that mercy towards enemies in this perilous world was tantamount to cruelty towards oneself. The soldiers of the Ming Legion immediately set off in pursuit, the cries of the orcs and the clash of weapons echoing across the plains. It was not until dawn that the battle finally came to a close. The plains lay strewn with orc corpses, rivers of blood flowing, the stench of decay mingling with the metallic scent of blood, repugnant to behold. The Ming Legion had also paid a heavy price, with dozens of heavily armored infantry, several Guan Ning cavalry, and a few unfortunate archers lost, while the wounded numbered in the hundreds. The soldiers began to clear the battlefield, gathering the orc weapons and supplies, tending to their injured comrades. Luo Yin stood atop the city walls, observing the scene before him, his heart a tumultuous mix of emotions. This was no game. There were no chances to reload. Each fallen soldier was a precious life lost. "My lord, the battlefield has been cleared. We have slain 9,073 orcs and captured 27, collecting over 10,000 weapons and various supplies. Our forces suffered 87 deaths and 156 injuries." A messenger approached Luo Yin, respectfully delivering the report. Luo Yin nodded, his voice hoarse. Ensure the fallen soldiers are given proper burials. Tend to the wounded swiftly. The captured orcs must be closely guarded. I will interrogate them personally. Understood, the messenger replied, turning to depart. As dawn broke, the sun rose from the east, casting golden rays upon the walls of Yongning City, enveloping the recently battle-scarred fortress in a warm glow. The stench of blood on the plains was somewhat dispersed by the morning breeze, and in the distance, the undulating mountains could be seen, their hues a strange shade of dark blue, as if tainted by some malevolent force. Luo Yin inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. He understood that this battle was merely the beginning. In this unfamiliar and perilous world, he and his Ming Legion had a long journey ahead. He must swiftly adapt to this realm, enhance his strength, secure Yongning City, and perhaps carve out a domain of his own within this world. He turned and descended from the city walls, making his way towards the Lord's Mansion. The Lord's Mansion, located at the heart of Yongning City, was a structure modeled after the grand palaces of the Da Ming dynasty, serving as his temporary abode in this world. He needed to gather information about this realm quickly and formulate his next plan. Upon reaching the entrance of the Lord's Mansion, a sapper hurriedly approached, excitement evident on his face. My lord, while clearing the battlefield, we discovered a peculiar token on the orc leader. As he spoke, the sapper presented a black token. The token was roughly the size of a palm, made of an unknown material, its surface etched with strange patterns resembling either script or a form of totem. The edges of the token were adorned with several dark red gemstones, emanating a faint, sinister aura. Luo Yin was unfamiliar with this artifact and intended to use it during the interrogation of the orcs. However, the immediate challenge was the language barrier. Nonetheless, he resolved to make the attempt. The orcs were confined in a dungeon, and with the guard's guidance, Luo Yin entered, only to discover the language barrier was insurmountable. The Orcish tongue manifested as meaningless roars to him. Reluctantly, he withdrew, instructing the soldiers to keep a vigilant watch over the imprisoned orcs before leaving the dungeon and returning to the Lord's Mansion. Once inside the mansion, Luo Yin received a system notification, revealing that as long as he remained within the Lord's Mansion, he could access the city building interface and observe a 3D strategic map of the city within a 10-mile radius. Luo Yin first opened the building interface, observing that it mirrored his earlier setup, a fully constructed city. The walls were of epic quality, with barracks, blacksmiths, farmlands, academies, workshops, markets, and roads all at maximum level. However, there were restrictions on recruiting soldiers. Currently, he could enlist 1 squad of Imperial Guards, 18 men. 4 squads of heavy infantry, each with 225 men. 4 squads of breakthrough infantry, each with 225 men. 2 squads of flintlock gunners, each with 225 men. 3 squads of sharpshooters, 225 men per squad. 2 squads of artillery gunners, 120 men per squad, 12 artillery pieces. 2 squads of red-clad gunners, 120 men per squad, 12 red artillery pieces. 3 squads of rocket cavalry, 48 men per squad. 3 squads of Guanning iron cavalry, 48 men per squad. In total, there are 24 squads and 3,693 individuals. Additionally, in Yongning City, there are over 1,000 commoners, primarily relying on these civilians for construction and labor. These civilians will expand according to a fixed growth rate until reaching the population limit. If the limit has not been reached, they can be manufactured through the biological manufacturing chamber in the Lord's Mansion, while soldiers can be produced through the biological manufacturing chamber in the barracks. At the same time, Luo Yin has gained proficiency in languages, equipped with a special translation pendant capable of automatically translating languages and scripts into Chinese characters. Moreover, it can also translate Luo Yin's language into one that the other party can understand. Thus, Luo Yin decided to interrogate the orc captives once more. The dungeon of Yongning City is cold and damp. Beads of water condense on the dark stone walls, their dripping echoing through the empty corridors, intermingled with the heavy breathing and low growls of the orc captives. Dressed in cotton attire found in the Lord's Mansion, Luo Yin, with a confiscated orc short knife at his waist, descends the steep stone steps, flanked by 2 heavily armored soldiers. The humid air is laden with the stench of orc sweat, the metallic scent of blood, and the musty aroma characteristic of dungeons, inducing nausea. My lord, the captives are held here, a total of 27, disarmed and secured with reinforced iron chains. The sergeant in charge of guarding the dungeon kneels on one knee, his voice resonating heavily in the enclosed space. Luo Yin nods, his gaze sweeping over the cells on either side. Behind the iron bars, the orcs, with their grayish skin, are shackled to the stone walls by heavy chains, their twisted faces contorted with rage, exposing their tusks as they emit threatening low growls towards Luo Yin and his entourage. Most bear injuries, some still oozing blood from arrow wounds, yet they remain restless, violently shaking their chains in a desperate attempt to break free. "Bring out the first one," Luo Yin commands, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. The two heavily armored soldiers immediately step forward, opening the iron door of a cell, disregarding the orc's frenzied struggles, and drag it to the central torture rack, securing it firmly with iron shackles. The orc stands less than 1.6 meters tall, its frame hunched, yet its arms are extraordinarily muscular, claws scraping harshly against the stone floor as it continues to howl in an unintelligible tongue. Luo Yin approaches the torture rack, looking down at the orc, and retrieves the black token confiscated from the orc leader, raising it before the orc's eyes. "Do you recognize this?" The orc's murky eyes fixate on the token, producing a series of muffled sounds from its throat, yet it continues to emit meaningless roars. The messenger by Luo Yan's side has prepared paper and pen, and upon witnessing this, whispers, "My lord, the language of these orcs is crude. They seem to possess only basic vocabulary for communication, making complex inquiries impossible." "Then we shall resort to torture," Luo Yan states, his tone unwavering. The sergeant steps forward, wielding a wooden club wrapped in iron, and brings it down forcefully upon the orc's knee. With a sharp crack, the orc emits a piercing scream, its knee twisting at an unnatural angle. Yet it continues to glare at Luo Yin with fury, its howls growing more violent, providing no useful information. "I shall ask once more." Luo Yin leans closer, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Where do you hail from? What is this continent? How many more of your kind exist? What is the purpose of this token?" With each question, he signals the sergeant to intensify the torture. The sounds of the club striking, bones fracturing, and the orc's agonized screams intertwine, thickening the oppressive atmosphere in the dungeon. No matter the torment inflicted, the orc offers nothing but roars and curses, its eyes reflecting only savagery and bloodlust, seemingly oblivious to its predicament and the token's significance. Furrowing his brow, Luo Yin gestures for the orc to be removed and orders the next one to be brought forth. After interrogating 7 or 8 orcs, the situation remains unchanged. These orcs appear to be mere cannon fodder, knowing only to obey orders and charge into battle, entirely unaware of the tribal situation, the continent's dynamics, or the token's origins. In their understanding, there exists only slaughter, plunder, and blind obedience to their leader. One of the interrogated orcs even attempted to bite Luo Yin during questioning, only to have its arm severed by a nearby soldier, writhing in agony on the torture rack before ultimately losing consciousness. Luo Yin stands still, observing the orcs on the rack, some unconscious, others still howling, his expression gradually turning icy. He had hoped to extract useful information from these captives, even scattered hints that could expedite his understanding of this unfamiliar world. However, it appears these inferior orcs hold no value. Keeping them would only squander resources and manpower, possibly even pose a security risk. "My lord, shall we continue with the remaining interrogations?" The messenger cautiously inquires, sensing Luo Yan's displeasure. Luo Yan shakes his head, casting a glance at the orcs still shouting in their cells, and solemnly declares, "No need. These creatures know nothing but slaughter. They are of no use." He turns and strides toward the dungeon exit, not pausing for a moment, his voice echoing down the corridor. "Notify the others. All orc captives are to be executed, their bodies dragged outside the city for incineration, without exception." "Understood." The sergeant and soldiers reply in unison, their tone devoid of hesitation. They harbor deep-seated hatred for these orcs who have harmed their comrades, and upon receiving orders, they spring into action. Soon, the dungeon is filled with the orcs' final screams and the sounds of weapon strikes, yet Luo Yin does not look back. In this brutal world of the survival of the fittest, mercy only serves as a fatal weakness. Since these orcs cannot provide any value, their blood must be offered to honor the soldiers who sacrificed their lives in last night's battle. And to ensure that this newly arrived army from Ming comprehends the harsh survival laws of this world, either kill or be killed. Upon exiting the dungeon, the sunlight bathes him, dispelling some of the chill. Luo Yin clutches the black token tightly. The dark red gem upon it seems to warm slightly under the sunlight. If the orcs are unaware, he must seek other clues. The secrets of this world and the origins of this token must ultimately be unveiled by him, step by step. Chapter 3. Preliminary exploration. The morning mist over Yongning City had yet to dissipate, and the dark green city walls emanated a chilling rigidity in the hazy dawn light. Luo Yin stood atop the watchtower of the Lord's Manor, his fingertips unconsciously caressing the black token seized from the Orc chieftain. The token's strange patterns shimmered in the fog, reminiscent of the world's enigmatic and perilous attitude towards him. The scene from the previous night, where he interrogated the Orc captives, lingered vividly in his mind. The echoes of their howls and the scent of blood seemed to hang in the air. Those creatures with grayish-blue skin, driven solely by the instinct to kill and blind obedience to their leader, were utterly ignorant of the continent's dynamics and the origins of the token, ultimately becoming mere sacrificial offerings to establish the authority of Yongning City. While executing captives was easy, unraveling the mystery proved arduous. He must proactively venture beyond the wasteland, seeking other intelligent factions to grasp the rules and structure of this land. Fortunately, Yongning City was a realm he had personally configured, though sparsely populated. It boasted a wealth of resources, amassing a fortune of 100,000 gold coins, which had materialized as silver and gold upon his arrival in this foreign world. Turning around, Luo Yan's gaze swept over the three individuals bowing in readiness below. These were newly appointed diplomats. In this world of assimilation, he could only recruit 3, and they could only be replaced upon death. Xinyan, take the 2 others and set off immediately to explore the surroundings, Luo Yan commanded, his voice steady and resolute. Your primary task is to seek out other civilized races, city-states, or settlements, utilizing the diplomat's linguistic skills to establish communication, thereby clarifying the distribution of power, racial composition, and any information related to this black token. He gestured towards the satchel on the nearby table. Inside were silks, silver fragments as diplomatic gifts, along with provisions, water flasks, and a short crossbow for self-defense. Remember, maintain a humble demeanor, but do not lose our dignified authority. Engage in mutual exchange with friendly factions, and retreat immediately from hostile ones. I seek intelligence, not futile sacrifices. Shun Yin accepted the token with both hands and knelt on one knee. I shall not disgrace my mission. Within 3 days, I will surely return with leads. At the hour of the day, 3 teams set forth from the eastern, southern, and western gates, gradually exploring along the fringes of the wasteland. Luo Yin remained in the Lord's Manor, fully aware that whether Shun Yin brought back tidings of peace or war, formidable military strength was the foundation of survival. Fortuitously, Shun Yan's party, exploring to the west, made significant discoveries by the afternoon of the 4th day after their departure. During their journey spanning nearly 200 miles, they encountered several migrating orc bands, centaurs, wolfmen, and goblins, yet all managed to evade them. By this time, they had exited the desolate expanse of the wasteland, revealing an expansive river valley ahead. The water was crystal clear, with dense and unfamiliar shrubs lining the banks, the air infused with a damp mist and a subtle fragrance of flora. After following the river valley for about half an hour, a city built against the mountains suddenly came into view. This city contrasted sharply with Yongning City. Instead of the dark stone walls, it featured double-layered defenses constructed from massive logs, the outer layer towering 3 zhang high, pointed at the top and entangled with thorny vines. The inner layer consisted of low earth walls equipped with several catapults, their dark stone projectiles glinting ominously. Above the city flew a blue flag, embroidered with a soaring eagle, its claws gripping a spear, exuding a formidable presence. At the city gate, several soldiers clad in leather armor stood guard, brandishing long spears. They were tall, with golden hair and blue eyes, their faces stern, adorned with simple beast tooth embellishments on the sheaths of their short swords. Unmistakably a race entirely distinct from the Daming and the Orcs. My lord, there must be an intelligent race residing here. I shall conceal myself with Li Kuei. You proceed alone to negotiate, a scout whispered, swiftly pulling his companion into the nearby woods. Shun Yin adjusted his attire, placing the silks and silver fragments into his bosom, and walked slowly towards the city gate. As he approached within 100 steps, 2 guards crossed their spears to obstruct his path, their voices filled with vigilance as they issued a series of obscure inquiries. Shun Yan's heart tightened, just as he was about to attempt communication through gestures. A clear notification resounded in his mind. The diplomat's talent has been activated, language comprehension in effect. In the next moment, the guard's inquiries transformed into comprehensible words. Halt. This is the territory of Eagle's Nest City. Outsiders must state their intentions, or they will be killed without mercy. When he opened his mouth to respond, The Mandarin he had prepared transformed into a language the guards could understand. I am Shun Yan, envoy of Yongning City, sent by my lord to visit your city lord. Bearing humble gifts and no ill intent, merely seeking mutual understanding and knowledge of this continent. The guards exchanged astonished glances, evidently surprised that this unusually dressed outsider could speak fluent local language. One placed a hand on the hilt of his short sword while the other turned to hastily report into the city. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a middle-aged man clad in silver-scaled armor, with a long sword at his waist, approached briskly, followed by 4 attendants. His countenance was stern, his gaze sharp, and he scrutinized Shun Yin intently. This was Kindle, the Lord of Eagle's Nest City. Yongning City? I have never heard of this name. Kindle spoke in a deep voice. The northwestern wasteland has always been a domain for orcs. Why have you established a city-state there? We are a migrating group. Our homeland has suffered disaster, and after wandering, we established Yongning City on the fringes of the wasteland, Shun Yin replied earnestly, presenting the silks with both hands. We have been isolated from the world and know nothing of this continent. Hearing that there is a human settlement here, I have come to seek your guidance. Should the Lord be willing to share any information, my lord will surely reward you handsomely. Kindle accepted the silks, his fingers brushing over the delicate fabric, a material rarely found in Eagle's Nest City, evidently a valuable gift. He pondered for a moment before gesturing. Come with me into the city, but you must abide by our city rules and not wander about freely. Shun Yin expressed his gratitude and followed Kindle into the city. The sights within were lively and orderly, with streets paved in smooth stone slabs, flanked by wooden houses topped with thatch or animal hides. In the marketplace, vendors called out their wares, showcasing a plethora of goods, furs, ores, grains, and some red fruits and metallic utensils that Shun Yin had never seen before. Most passers-by had golden hair and blue eyes, clad in coarse garments, bowing respectfully as they saw Kindle, while occasionally, curious children peered at Shun Yin, only to be gently reprimanded by their parents. Upon entering the Lord's manor, Kindle invited Shun Yin to take a seat and ordered tea to be served. The tea carried a peculiar fragrance, initially bitter but sweet upon the palate. After some pleasantries, Shun Yin took the initiative to express his purpose, earnestly requesting Kindle to enlighten him about the continent. Kindle lifted his teacup and spoke slowly. This continent is named Ilea, stretching tens of thousands of miles from east to west and north to south, inhabited by numerous races with a complex web of powers. Currently, the 5 major forces dominate the continent, while the rest are either small tribes dependent on them or neutral city-states. Eagle's Nest City is one of those neutral city-states. A chill ran through Shun Yan's heart as he promptly retrieved the paper and pen he had brought with him, as instructed by Luo Yin for recording intelligence. Thanks to the diplomat's unique ability, the characters he inscribed on the paper transformed into a script comprehensible to Kindle, and vice versa, facilitating seamless communication. First, there is the Holy Light Alliance located in the western part of the continent, Kindle continued, his tone imbued with a hint of awe. This is the mainstream human force, composed of 7 kingdoms, with the Holy Light Church as its spiritual core. They believe in the power of the Holy Light, asserting that it can purify all evil. The Archbishop of the Church is said to possess powers akin to that of the divine. The capital of the Alliance, Holy Light City, is the most magnificent city on the continent, with walls built of white jade, soaring over 20 zhang high, and at its pinnacle, the Holy Light Cathedral houses a colossal crystal of holy light, visible even from 100 miles away. The military of the Holy Light Alliance is well equipped, with most soldiers clad in armor blessed by the Holy Light, wielding enchanted swords and shields. The Knight Orders, especially, exhibit astonishing combat prowess. For instance, the Silverhand Knights, mounted on heavily armored steeds, can easily breach enemy formations during a charge. However, within their ranks, unity is not absolute. The 7 kingdoms often find themselves at odds over territory and resources, yet they are temporarily bound together due to the looming threat of the northern Frostfang orcs. Shun Yin swiftly documented this information. Secondly, the northern Frostfang orc tribe comes into play. Upon mentioning the orcs, Kindle's tone grew grave. These are the very Orcish forces you encountered in the northwestern wasteland, comprised of numerous tribes, united under the strongest orc king who reigns from the snow-capped mountains and frozen grounds of the north. Orcs, who revere brute strength and are bloodthirsty warriors. Each tribe boasts its totem, with wolves, bears, and wild boars being the most common. They engage not in agriculture, but survive through plunder, descending southward in the late winter and early spring when food runs scarce, leaving devastation in their wake. However, internal strife among the orcs is profound. as tribes frequently clash over territory and prey. The orc band you encountered was likely the vanguard of the Bloodclaw tribe, whose totem is the bloodied claw, known for their brutality. As for the black medallion you mentioned, I have never seen an orc leader wield such a token. Their symbols of authority are typically made from beast bones, fangs, or confiscated weaponry. Although Shun Yin felt a tinge of disappointment, he diligently noted the name Bloodclaw tribe, for it may pose a direct threat to Yongning City in the future. The third force is the Eastern Eternal Elven Kingdom. Kindle's tone softened somewhat as he spoke of the elves, the most ancient race on the continent, residing in the eternal forest of the East, where ancient trees soar and magical energies are so dense they condense into mist. Elves are tall and beautiful, with lifespans extending for centuries, adept in archery and nature magic. Their archers can strike targets with precision from kilometers away, while druids can summon vines to ensnare foes and even communicate with beasts. Elves are proud, preferring not to engage with outsiders, safeguarding the ancient secrets and magical relics of their forest. Their city-states are built atop colossal trees, constructed from vines and wood, harmoniously integrated with nature. Though their armies are few in number, their combat prowess is formidable, especially in jungle warfare. However, they have long-standing animosities with the dwarves of the south, frequently clashing along the borders due to ancient grievances. The fourth power is the Iron Peak dwarven city-states of the south. Kindle chuckled lightly. The dwarves inhabit the Iron Peak Mountains, stout and robust, naturally gifted in mining and forging the finest armor, weapons, and catapults on the continent, most of which are crafted by their skilled hands. Their city-states are nestled within the mountains, constructed from massive rocks and steel, easily defensible but challenging to assault. With veins of minerals and forges scattered throughout, shrouded in a perpetual haze. Dwarves are hardy and fond of ale, valuing honor. Once they deem you a friend, they will go to great lengths to assist you. Yet, if you are an enemy, they will wield their sharpest axes and most powerful cannons to make you pay dearly. The dwarven army primarily consists of heavily armored infantry and artillery, their ironclad foot soldiers donned in armor thick enough to withstand arrows and conventional firearms, while their catapults can hurl massive boulders capable of demolishing walls. However, they are stubborn. Once they have made a decision, it is as if 9 oxen could not pull them back. The final force is the Shadow Council, residing in the southernmost reaches of the continent. Upon mentioning this name, Kindle lowered his voice, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. This is a mysterious and malevolent organization composed of necromancers, dark sorcerers, and various fallen beings, dwelling within the southern deserts. There, the yellow sands swirl, with only oases and rivers harboring scattered tribes, while countless souls lie buried beneath the sands, making them the common enemy of the entire continent. The Shadow Council venerates dark magic, reveling in the plunder of souls and the study of forbidden spells. Their minions are widespread, some masquerading as merchants, others lurking within the city-states of other factions, sowing chaos and bloodshed. They can summon armies of the undead, corrupt living beings with black magic, and even transform the deceased into emotionless zombies and skeletons. The Holy Light Alliance has organized numerous military campaigns against them, yet they have suffered heavy losses due to the treacherous desert environment and the peculiarities of dark magic, returning empty-handed. Apart from these 5 major forces, there are many neutral factions on the continent. Kindle added that, for instance, our Eagle's Nest City, which thrives on the fertile lands along the river valley, engages in trade with nearby small tribes to survive. There are also nomadic tribes on the plains, migrating on swift steeds, living by plunder and grazing. And the wood elf tribes in the forest, who are not affiliated with the Eternal Elven Kingdom and lead primitive hunting lives. Coastal pirate city-states survive by raiding merchant ships at sea, their movements unpredictable. It is said that there are nations and tribes to the east of the Eternal Elves, but I know little of them. As for the sea-dwelling tribes, they generally do not venture onto land and remain indifferent to surface affairs, typically only responding if provoked. Otherwise, they do not interfere with shipping and fishing activities. By the way, the continent is currently in unrest. Kindle seemed to recall something, stating that the activities of the Shadow Council have become increasingly frequent, with rumors suggesting they seek an ancient dark artifact capable of awakening a slumbering demonic army buried beneath the earth. Meanwhile, tensions between the Holy Light Alliance and the Orc tribes are escalating, with both sides amassing troops, making a great conflict seemingly inevitable. Your Yongning City is situated in the northwestern wasteland, precisely along the Orc's path of descent, which may result in dire circumstances in the future. Xinyan's heart tightened, and he hastily inquired whether there were any rumors regarding the Black Medallion, which is etched with strange patterns and adorned with red gemstones along its edges. Kendall pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I have never seen or heard of such a medallion. It might be a token of the Shadow Council, as they favor items imbued with malevolent energy. Alternatively, it could be a secret symbol of a lesser faction, too obscure to have gained widespread recognition. Although Shun Yin did not obtain any leads on the medallion, he had grasped the fundamental structure of the continent, deeming this journey fruitful. He expressed his gratitude to Kendall and, on behalf of Luo Yin, extended an invitation for Kendall to visit Yongning City in the future to share resources. Kendall readily accepted, and they agreed to maintain communication and mutual support. That evening, Shun Yin bid farewell to Kendall, armed with a wealth of information, and reunited with 2 scouts to hasten back to Yongning City through the night. The following morning, as Shun Yin presented the document containing information about the continent's factions to Luo Yin, he found Luo Yin atop the city's battlements, observing the soldiers' drills. Luo Yin took the document, quickly scanning it, his brow furrowing at times and relaxing at others. The 5 major factions, the Holy Light Alliance, Frostfang Orcs, Eternal Elves, Iron Peak Dwarves, and the Shadow Council, are fragmented, with neutral city-states struggling to survive, and Yongning City is perilously situated on the northwest frontier, threatened by the Orcs. This world bears resemblance to one akin to Warcraft 3, yet, the true potency of magic remains uncertain. If it merely reflects the portrayal in Warcraft 3, Yongning City may still have a fighting chance, but should it unleash devastating cataclysms, then there would be no hope. Nevertheless, judging by the Orcs' behavior, this appears to be a low magic realm, not reaching the levels of Warcraft. Ah, the continent of Iria, Luo Yin murmured softly, his eyes devoid of fear, igniting a blazing resolve within him. He passed the document to his loyal guard behind him, commanding, "Sound the order to gather all officers in the council chamber." He gazed into the distance, the morning light cascading over the walls of Yongning City, casting a golden hue. Despite the myriad dangers of this world, it is also rife with opportunities. With the Daming army at his command and this intelligence as a reference, Luo Yin believed he could carve out a realm belonging to Daming on this foreign continent. Chapter 4. The Wasteland Beast Annihilation. Luo Yin stood atop the Arrow Tower of Yongning City, his gaze sweeping across the boundless northwestern wasteland beyond the walls. The autumn wind swept through the sands, producing a mournful sound, reminiscent of the hidden roars of beasts lurking deep within the wasteland. For 3 days, all scouts dispatched had returned, bringing with them detailed intelligence about the land. There were a total of 17 orc tribes scattered across the wasteland, with the most formidable among them being the Chasing Wind clan, Centaurs, the Blackrock clan, Warrats, and the Bloodhoof Minotaurs, while the others comprised smaller groups mixed with wild boar men, fox-faced demons, and giant lizard men. The orc tribes, known for their savage habits of devouring raw flesh and drinking blood, posed the greatest threat to the vicinity of Yongning City as they plundered trading caravans and scattered human settlements throughout the year. Further afield, 3 neutral human city-states, Haishi City, Fengling Fort, and Ingchao City, stand firm, adopting a watchful stance towards the disputes in this desolate land. Yongning City has become our stronghold since our arrival. I tested the option of relocation, but found it lacking. Luo Yin turned to the officers standing behind him, his voice grave. Clad in dark iron scale armor, with a sword at his waist that gleamed coldly, his gaze was sharp as an eagle-ass. As long as the orcs remain, we will be burdened. Without the allegiance of the neutral city-states, we lack the manpower to cultivate and develop the land. Today, I have summoned you to establish a strategy for extermination. First, we shall eliminate the orcs, and then we shall turn our attention to the city-states. The commanders under his command responded with a resounding agreement. A commander with tiger-like eyes stepped forward. It was Qin Feng, the leader of the Fire Arrow Cavalry. My lord, our upgraded fire arrows can reach a distance of 300 paces, with rapid ignition and a wide explosion range. Against the crude camps of the orc tribes, they will ignite like dry grass in a wildfire. Zhao Yu, the commander of the Guanning Iron Cavalry, also stepped forward, his voice booming. Our Guanning Iron Cavalry consists of elite warriors, armored and ready. When we charge, we advance like an unyielding wall, easily sweeping away the remnants of the enemy. Luo Yin nodded, pointing to the map of the desolate land laid out on the table. Divide the troops into 3 groups, each commanding 1 squad of Fire Arrow Cavalry and 1 squad of Guanning Iron Cavalry. Qin Feng will lead the first group to assault the Western Chasing Wind clan and surrounding smaller tribes. Zhao Yu will lead the second group northward to clear the Haiyan clan and the dwelling of the wild boar men. I will personally lead the third group eastward to eliminate the Bloodhoof Minotaurs and the fox-faced demons, as well as the giant lizardmen tribe. Remember, The fire arrows will strike first, followed by the cavalry charge. We must achieve a swift victory with 0 casualties. With the military order given, the 3 armies immediately prepared themselves. Before dawn the next day, the 3 expeditionary forces set out, treading upon the morning frost towards their respective targets. The first group, led by Qin Feng, arrived at the western plains of the Chasing Wind clan. All fire arrow cavalry, form ranks. Qin Feng reined in his horse and waved his flag. 48 fire arrow cavalrymen quickly arranged themselves into 3 horizontal lines, their steeds standing firm as mountains. The knights skillfully drew the fire arrows from their backs, the shafts wrapped in oil-soaked cloth, with explosive powder bags affixed to the tips, ready to be ignited and launched by their strong bows. Target: the Valley Gate barricade, fire at will. At Qin Feng's command, all 48 arrows ignited simultaneously, the dark red flames tracing arcs in the early light, falling like meteors upon the Chasing Wind clan. The sentinels of the clan let out piercing howls, attempting to wield their weapons in defense, but were far too late. The arrows struck the barricade in a torrential downpour, the explosive powder bags detonating instantly, igniting the oil-soaked cloth into a fierce blaze, consuming the thick timbers with crackling sounds. The sentinels of the Qin Wolf clan hiding behind the barricade had no time to evade. Those directly hit were instantly transformed into fireballs, rolling on the ground in agony, while those spared the direct impact were tossed aside by the blast or fled in panic from the encroaching flames. In just 3 volleys, the Chasing Wind clan's defenses were reduced to a sea of fire, the entrance completely breached. A cold smile crept across Qin Feng's lips as he waved his flag again. Guanning Iron Cavalry, charge! The Guanning Iron Cavalry, already poised for action, surged forth like thunder, the sound of their armor clashing echoing through the air as their hooves kicked up clouds of dust. Armed with long spears and sabers, they moved as a cohesive unit, resembling a moving wall of steel as they crushed into the chaotic Chasing Wind clan. The remaining centaurs attempted to resist, but were utterly unable to withstand the cavalry's charge. Their spears pierced through chests, sabers severed limbs, and the centaurs' once proud strength and bone blades were rendered as ineffective as rotting wood against the heavy iron armor. The chieftain of the Chasing Wind clan, towering above the ordinary centaurs, burst forth from his tent, leading several hundred elite warriors in a counterattack. He was larger than the typical centaur, with brown fur, wielding a battle axe crafted from the bones of a giant bear, stained with dried blood. "Humans, you seek death," the centaur chieftain roared, swinging his axe at the foremost iron cavalry knight. The knight showed no fear, sidestepping the axe with ease, thrusting his spear forward, accurately piercing the chieftain's throat. The fierce light in the chieftain's eyes dimmed instantly, and his massive frame collapsed to the ground. The Chasing Wind clan, now leaderless, disintegrated in chaos, fleeing in all directions across the plains, only to be intercepted again by the pursuing fire arrow cavalry. The arrows fell like raindrops, picking off the fleeing orcs one by one, as flames spread across the wilderness, illuminating the tragic demise of the Chasing Wind clan. Having cleared the Chasing Wind clan, Qin Feng pressed on without pause, leading his forces to the surrounding smaller orc tribes. These tribes mostly resided in caves or makeshift tents, lacking any defensive capabilities. The fire arrow cavalry needed only a single volley to turn their camps into infernos, and the Guanning Iron Cavalry charged in afterward, slaughtering the panic-stricken orcs without mercy. From the Chasing Wind clan to Hafeng Cave, and then to the fox-faced demon settlement by the Crescent Spring. All 6 orc tribes in the western plains were eradicated within 3 days, with not a single human soldier sustaining injuries throughout the entire campaign. Zhao Yu's second group headed north, targeting the Haiyan clan settlement in Haiyan City. This was not a true city, but rather a fortress constructed from massive black stones by the orcs, with walls towering 30 feet high and 2 feet thick, topped with sharp stone spikes. Standing atop the walls were the Haiyan clan's wolfmen, armed with crossbows laced with potent poison. "My lord has commanded against strongholds. We shall first employ fire arrows to breach their defenses." Observing the layout of Haiyan City, Zhao Yu solemnly issued orders: "Fire arrow cavalry. Aim for the densely packed orcs atop the walls and fire freely." The fire arrow cavalry drew their bows and ignited their arrows, launching them toward the walls of Haiyan City. The wolfmen immediately retaliated with crossbow bolts, but their range was merely 100 paces, far too short to reach the fire arrow cavalry. The impact of the arrows was tremendous, and the intense heat from the explosions was unbearable for the wolfmen. Many orcs were struck, their skin charred black, their agonized screams echoing as they fell from the walls. Some arrows landed in the crevices of the stones, the flames spreading along the gaps, While they could not destroy the hard rock, they rendered it difficult for the orcs to maintain their footing atop the walls. Continue firing. Suppress the enemies on the walls. Zhao Yu commanded repeatedly. The arrows fell like a relentless rain of fire upon Haiyan City's walls, and the number of wolfmen dwindled, their defensive formation collapsing. The moment had come. A glint of determination flashed in Zhao Yu's eyes as he drew his saber. Guanning Iron Cavalry, charge with me. Break down the city gates. The knights of the Guanning Iron Cavalry retrieved the battering rams hung beside their saddles, tools specially designed for breaching orc fortifications. Constructed of sturdy jujube wood and wrapped in thick iron, the knights spurred their steeds towards the gates of Haiyan City. The sound of thundering hooves filled the air as the battering rams struck the massive stone gates with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the gates shook violently, the cracks in the stones widening instantly. Once more, Zhao Yu roared, leading the knights in another charge. With another powerful impact, the gates of Haiyan City collapsed, sending dust swirling into the air. The Guanning Iron Cavalry surged into the city like a tide, engaging in close combat with the wolfmen of the Haiyan clan. The poisonous arrows of the clan could not penetrate the cavalry's padded armor, while their spears and sabers easily pierced through the bodies of the orcs. The chieftain of the Haiyan clan, Haishi, wielded a massive crossbow, roaring as he aimed at Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu, undeterred, picked up his three-barreled gun, ignited the fuse, and aimed at Haishi. 3 shots rang true, striking Haishi in the chest, arm, and thigh, momentarily halting his movements. The fierce glint in Haishi's eyes faded, and he fell to the ground with a thud. With their chieftain lost, the Haiyan clan's orcs entirely lost the will to resist, fleeing towards the city's outskirts. Zhao Yu led the Iron Cavalry in relentless pursuit, while the Fire Arrow Cavalry formed ranks outside the city, picking off the fleeing orcs. After the eradication of Haiyansheng, Zhao Yu led his troops to engage with other orc tribes in the northern wastelands, specifically the Wild Boar Men's mire encampments and the Lizard Men's cave dwellings. The defenses of these tribes were far inferior to those of Haiyansheng. Following a barrage of rocket fire, the Iron Cavalry charged forth, swiftly clearing each encampment. The northern battlefield lasted 5 days, during which 7 orc tribes were completely annihilated, with the Guanning Iron Cavalry and Rocket Cavalry suffering no casualties. Ro Yin personally led the 3rd group eastward, targeting the Bloodhoof Tauren's grassland camp. The Bloodhoof Tauren were the largest orc race on the plains, towering up to 3 meters tall, covered in thick brown fur, with bovine heads and sharply curved horns. Their robust limbs resembled pillars, creating a thunderous sound as they trod the ground. Renowned for their charging prowess and immense strength, they were among the most formidable orc tribes. The Bloodhoof Tauren's thick hides and collective charging strategies demanded utmost caution. Ro Yin stood atop a high ridge, surveying the distant camp of the Tauren. The camp had no defensive fortifications, with thousands of Tauren either seated or lying down, wielding massive stone axes or spiked clubs, their vigilance palpable. My lord, perhaps we should first use rockets for widespread coverage fire to disrupt their formation? Suggested the adjutant beside him. Ro Yin shook his head, stating that the sheer number of Tauren scattered across the plains rendered rocket coverage ineffective. He commanded that the rocket cavalry split into 2 flanking teams to focus on striking their leaders and elite warriors, while the Guanning Iron Cavalry remained poised to charge once their formation was in disarray. Upon receiving the military orders, the rocket cavalry swiftly maneuvered to the left and right flanks of the Tauren camp. Upon reaching their designated positions, they ignited their rockets simultaneously, launching them toward the core of the Tauren encampment. The chieftain, Bloodhorn, was resting atop a massive stone in the center of the camp when he beheld the swarm of rockets approaching. With an enraged roar, he shouted, "Humans are attacking. Arm yourselves and slay them." Thousands of Tauren rose simultaneously, brandishing their weapons and charging toward the incoming rockets. Their advance resembled a surging tide, shaking the very earth beneath them. However, the rocket cavalry did not engage them directly, but rather shot while retreating, utilizing the speed of their steeds to maintain distance. Rockets rained down among the Tauren, and though they did not inflict mass casualties, they successfully disrupted their charging formation. Many Tauren were struck by rockets, suffering painful but superficial wounds that slowed their advance. Seeing this, Ro Yin's eyes gleamed with determination as he commanded, "Guanning Iron Cavalry, charge." The Iron Cavalry, poised and waiting, surged forth like arrows released from a bow, crashing into the disordered Tauren formation. Their speed was astonishing, and they penetrated deep into the heart of the Tauren camp. Spears pierced through their chests, while sabers severed their horns, and the heavy iron armor deflected any counterattacks. Although the Tauren were immensely strong, they were utterly ineffective against the agile cavalry, as they attempted to swing their weapons at the knights. They were toppled by the charging horses, and any attempts to pursue were futile against the steed's swiftness. Bloodhorn, in a fit of rage, brandished his massive stone axe and charged at Ro Yen. His horns were stained with blood, and his eyes glinted with ferocity. Ro Yen quickly retreated and fired his flintlock at Bloodhorn. With a sharp crack, one of Bloodhorn's horns was shattered by the lead shot. In agony, he let out a deafening roar, swinging his stone axe toward Ro Yan's head. Ro Yen deftly evaded on horseback and ignited his three-barreled gun, firing 3 close-range lead shots that struck Bloodhorn's chest and shattered his heart. Bloodhorn's colossal form staggered before crashing to the ground, the ferocity in his eyes extinguished. With their chieftain slain, the Tauren's formation collapsed entirely, scattering in panic into the depths of the grasslands. Ro Yen led the cavalry and the rocket cavalry in relentless pursuit, as rockets continued to rain down upon the fleeing Tauren, while the cavalry systematically slew any who dared resist. After a day and a night of relentless chase, the Bloodhoof Tauren tribe was completely eradicated. With the Tauren tribe dealt with, Ro Yen then directed his forces to confront the eastern wasteland tribes of the Fox-faced Demons and the Lizard Men. The Fox-faced Demons excelled in stealth and ambush, yet under the illumination of rocket fire, their concealment tactics were rendered futile, leading to their systematic extermination by the rocket cavalry. The Lizard Men, dwelling within the swamps, moved sluggishly, although the Guanning Iron Cavalry found it challenging to charge through the mire. The rockets easily struck the Lizard Men in the water, incinerating or shooting them down within a span of 7 days. For Orc tribes in the eastern battlefield were entirely cleansed, with the army sustaining 0 casualties. After the 3 expeditionary forces completed their designated objectives, they regrouped as per the prearranged plan on the plains north of Yongning City. At this juncture, a month had elapsed. In total, this cleansing operation resulted in the annihilation of 17 Orc tribes, with over 20,000 Orcs slain and more than 3,000 elderly and weak Orcs captured, effectively eliminating the Orc threat from the northwestern wastelands. Ro Yan's forces, through the long-range suppression of the rocket cavalry and the fierce charges of the Guanning Iron Cavalry, achieved this remarkable feat without incurring any casualties, marking a miraculous triumph in the annals of warfare. Standing atop the highest point of the wasteland, Ro Yen gazed down upon the land stained with blood, his heart filled with profound reflections. Once, this land had been a haven for Orc savagery, a place where humans dared not tread. Now, the Orcs had been vanquished, and this vast wasteland would become the new territory of Yongning City. He issued orders to construct watchtowers across the wasteland. Let us build a tower every 30 miles, standing 5 zhang tall, equipped with telescopes and signal beacons on top, while the tower's bases shall house archers and messengers. Once these watchtowers are completed, we shall expand the strategic map of the Lord's residence by dozens of times, enabling us to monitor every movement across the plains in real time. The generals responded enthusiastically, promptly organizing soldiers and captives to commence the construction of the watchtowers. Soldiers felled great trees and crafted bricks, while captives transported materials and excavated foundations. The wasteland buzzed with fervor as towering watchtowers rose like steel giants, standing sentinel over the expansive terrain. Upon the completion of the watchtowers, Ro Yen ascended to the highest tower, raising his telescope to survey the distance. Every corner of the northwestern wasteland lay vividly before his eyes, with the outlines of the neutral city-states, Haishi City, Fengling Fort, and Ingchao City, barely discernible on the horizon. The rocket cavalry and Guanning Iron Cavalry patrolled the plains like a moving steel bulwark, guarding this newly conquered territory. With the Orcs eliminated, the next step was to conquer the neutral city-states and expand the population. Ro Yen tightened his grip on the fire gun, his eyes shimmering with resolute determination. The future of Yongning City would, without a doubt, radiate the most brilliant light upon this very wasteland. As the autumn winds swept across the plains, they billowed Ro Yan's battle cloak and fluttered the flags atop the watchtowers. The banners snapped in the breeze, heralding the dawn of a new era. In the northwestern wasteland, the Orc presence had been entirely eradicated, leaving only the forces of Yongning City patrolling, alongside burgeoning villages and cultivated fields, and watchtowers standing like loyal sentinels, safeguarding the peace of the land. Ro Yen, the Lord of Yongning City, stood at the forefront of this transformative epic, leading his people toward broader horizons. Chapter 5. Seeking alliances. The bronze horn of the watchtower resounded in the morning light, its echoes sweeping across the recently subdued northwestern wasteland, startling flocks of birds into flight. Ro Yen stood atop the highest watchtower, his telescope slowly scanning the distant contours of Haishi City's black walls, the silver spires of Fengling Fort, and the sharp cliffs of Yingqiao City, all clearly visible against the skyline. Below him, watchtowers stood every 30 miles like iron markers, bringing the vast expanse of the wasteland into the purview of Yongning City. The patrolling rocket cavalry and Guanning iron cavalry trod upon the morning dew, their hooves echoing across the wilderness, while over 30,000 orc captives, shackled in chains, toiled under the watchful eye of soldiers, cultivating the once sourcish ruins, now rising with the smoke of human settlements. My lord, all matters in the wasteland have been arranged. Vice General Zhao Yu ascended to the pinnacle of the tower, the frost upon his armor yet to dissipate. He held in his hands a roster, having completed the reorganization of the captives, dispatching the able-bodied to various reclamation areas while the elderly and weak were gathered for supervision. The lookout tower's communication system had been fine-tuned, enabling the transmission of signals across the entire city within a day. The grain reserves were ample enough to sustain for half a year, and the ammunition for rockets and firearms had also been replenished. Luo Yin lowered his telescope, his gaze settling upon 3 blank alliance documents beside the roster, his fingertips gently tracing the design of the tiger seal of Yongning City. The orcs had been vanquished, and the wasteland was now arable. However, the foundations of Yongning City remained tenuous, with an insufficient populace to quickly colonize this land solely on our own. He spoke solemnly, emphasizing the greater threat posed by the Orc Empire to the north, which was ever poised to descend upon us. Only through uniting the cities of Haishi, Fengling, and Yingqiao, sharing resources, and collaboratively constructing a defense could we truly safeguard our foundation. Zhao Yu frowned. My lord, the last time we sought to establish contact, we dispatched an envoy, only to be rebuffed by Haishi City, hastily dismissed by Fengling Fortress, while only Yingqiao City granted an audience, yet firmly refused our overture. Despite our recent conquest of 17 orc tribes, these western city-states, being small and sparsely populated, are unlikely to heed us. This is a different time, Luo Yin countered, a glint of sharpness in his eyes. Previously, our forces were meager, and they regarded us as a transient faction. Now that we have eradicated the major threat from the wasteland, we are perceived as valuable allies. This time, we must present 3 offerings: the skulls of the orc chieftains as tokens, the maps detailing the reclamation of the wasteland, and the exquisite silk and porcelain of Yongning City. He paused, his gaze falling upon a middle-aged man in a green brocade robe, exuding an air of refinement, Shen Yin, who would serve as the envoy to Yingqiao City. Stepping forward, Shen Yin bowed in acquiescence. I shall obey. He had recently become acquainted with the lord of Yingqiao City, Kindle, who had enlightened him on the dynamics of the continent, the lurking threat of the orcs, and the intricacies of the various city-states. Luo Yin patted his shoulder. You share a rapport with Kindle. He trusts you enough to divulge the state of the continent. During this mission, you must demonstrate our sincerity while making it clear that a partnership is one of mutual benefit, not subservience. Should he broach the terms of the alliance, respond candidly, but do not compromise our bottom line. My lord, rest assured, I comprehend. Shenyan nodded. 3 days later, 3 diplomatic delegations set forth. The envoy to Haishi City was the diplomat Zhou Yan. To Fengling Fortress went the seasoned diplomat Su Wenyun, while Shen Yan, accompanied by attendants and gifts, embarked on the path to Yingqiao City. Haishi City lay nestled at the foot of the Haishi Mountain, west of the wasteland, constructed entirely of immense black basalt. Its towering walls stood 5 zhang high and 3 zhang thick, adorned with Western-style crossbows and catapults, the city gates forged from solid iron, embellished with a fierce lion's head emblem. This was a purely military city-state. Its lord, Gareth, had once been a knight commander in the west, who, upon retirement, seized control of Haishi Mountain, becoming a regional overlord thanks to its formidable terrain and elite troops. Gareth held a belief that power equated to truth, harboring an ingrained disdain for all non-human entities. As Zhou Yan and his party arrived at the gates of Haishi City, the gates swung open. The guards, clad in black iron armor and wielding spears, scrutinized them with cold eyes. Zhou Yan, dressed in a green brocade robe, with his attendants carrying the orc skull tokens and the silk and porcelain, appeared out of place amidst the golden-haired, blue-eyed guards of Haishi City. Who goes there? Barked the captain of the guards, stepping forward, his spear aimed directly at Zhou Yan. You, Eastern barbarian, have no business here. Zhou Yan remained unperturbed, calmly producing the token from Luo Yan, a bronze medallion engraved with tiger stripes, along with a document sealed with the Great Seal of Yongning City. I am Zhou Yan, envoy from Yongning City, sent by Lord Luo Yan to meet with Lord Gareth to discuss an alliance against the orcs. Here is our invitation, along with a modest gift. I hope the Lord will graciously accept. The guard captain glanced at the medallion, then at the exquisitely wrapped silk and porcelain, a flicker of greed crossing his gaze. Yet he maintained his arrogance. An alliance? Do you think your wooden house-dwelling Easterners are worthy? Wait here, I shall inform him. If the Lord refuses to meet, you will leave immediately. Zhou Yin and his party waited outside the city gates for 3 full hours, from the dawn's light until the sun stood high in the sky. During this time, residents of Haishi City passed by, pointing and whispering, "Look, beggars from the east. They say they live like beasts, no different from the orcs." The Lord would never meet with such people. The derogatory remarks pierced their ears, and while the attendants glared in anger, Zhou Yin restrained them. He understood that in a place like Haishi City, where power was revered, patience and strength were the only passports to acceptance. At last, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from within the gates as Lord Gareth himself emerged, flanked by his guard. In his 60s, he was a towering figure. Despite his graying hair, his gaze remained sharp as an eagle. Clad in a red cloak adorned with iron armor, his sword's hilt was set with a massive ruby. He scanned Zhou Yan's party, pausing momentarily on the orc skull tokens before fixing his icy gaze on Zhou Yan. "Luo Yan sent you. What is it?" "I have no interest in wasting time with Easterners." Zhou Yin bowed respectfully, his movements composed yet assured. "Lord Gareth, I have long admired your renown. I come on behalf of Lord Luo Yan of Yongning City to propose an alliance. 3 months ago, we eradicated 17 orc tribes in the northwest wasteland, slaying over 20,000 orcs and completely neutralizing the threat they posed to the western side of Haishi City. Here are the skulls of the 3 orc chieftains, the Khan of the Chasing Wind clan, the leader of the Hyen clan, and the leader of the Bloodhorn Minotaurs, all slain by our forces." At once, the attendants opened a wooden box, revealing the gruesome orc skulls. The remnants of a rocket still lodged in the skull of the Centaur Khan, puncture wounds from a 3-eyed gun on the chest of the Hyen leader, and shattered horns from the Bloodhorn Minotaur attested to the brutality of the battles fought. The guards of Haishi City displayed expressions of astonishment, and even Gareth's brow furrowed slightly. Though he dismissed Yongning City, he recognized the ferocity of these 3 orc tribes and understood that their complete extermination was no mere stroke of luck. Yet, the threat from the orcs in the north remains. Zhou Yin continued. "Yongning City is willing to ally with Haishi City. We can offer detailed maps of the wasteland and intelligence on orc movements, as well as provide assistance should Haishi City come under attack. In return, we hope Haishi City can supply some provisions and craftsmen to aid us in our reclamation efforts and establish a joint defense line along the border. Should signs of an orc tide arise, we can signal each other and stand united against the threat." Gareth, after listening, scoffed derisively and stepped forward, delivering a kick to the wooden box containing the Minotaur skull. The box collapsed with a thud, and the skull tumbled to the ground, dust-covered. He contemptuously remarked, "You cleared the orcs by mere luck. Those savages were never a match for Haishi City. An alliance? Haishi City is strong and well-supplied, with natural defenses. Why should we collaborate with you Eastern barbarians?" Zhou Yan's expression darkened as he retrieved the skull from the ground, his tone intensifying. "My lord, you are mistaken. The orcs are not a disorganized rabble. Our victory was achieved through superior equipment. Though Haishi City boasts natural defenses, should the orcs circumvent northward and launch a rear assault, even your forces may not emerge unscathed. An alliance is one of mutual benefit, not subjugation." "Mutual benefit?" Gareth sneered. "You merely seek to use the pretense of an alliance to extort provisions and craftsmen from Haishi City to bolster your own power. I am well aware of Luo Yan's intentions." He gestured to the guards. "We have no need for your pitiful offerings. Throw them out. If they dare set foot in Haishi City again, deal with them as you see fit." The guards moved forward, roughly shoving Zhou Yin and his party. As Zhou Yin watched Gareth's resolute back, a chill washed over him. He called out, "Lord Gareth, remember the truth of mutual dependence. When the orc tide rises again, Yongning City may perhaps survive on its own, but Haishi City, silence." Gareth turned back, his eyes flashing with malice. "Speak further, and I shall have you executed on the spot." Zhou Yin, feeling helpless, could only be escorted out of Haishi City along with his retinue. At the moment he stepped through the city gates, he cast a lingering glance back at the impregnable black fortress, silently lamenting, "Arrogance and prejudice are more difficult to shake than the orcs themselves." In stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere of Haishi City, Fengling Fortress is nestled on the plains to the south of the wilderness, exuding an air of bustling commerce. Surrounding the city are not towering walls, but a clear moat where merchant ships come and go. The buildings within are primarily constructed of white stone, adorned with red-tiled roofs, and the streets are lined with shops, taverns, and warehouses, filled with the fragrant mingling of spices, wine, and grains. The lord of the city, Isolde, hails not from nobility, but rose to prominence through maritime trade, ultimately taking control of Fengling Fortress. His guiding principle is, there are no eternal allies, only eternal interests. When Su Wenyan and his party arrived at Fengling Fortress, they were met with a warm reception. Isolde's steward had been awaiting them at the dock of the moat, wearing a professional smile as he personally ushered them into the city. Unlike the disdain shown by Haishi City, the residents of Fengling Fortress were filled with curiosity regarding the silk and porcelain from Yongning City, with many merchants trailing behind them, quietly inquiring about prices. Mr. Su, the Lord has been expecting you in the castle's reception hall, the steward said with a smile while leading the way. Upon hearing that Yongning City has purged the orcs from the wilderness, the Lord is quite impressed and also very interested in your city's products. Su Wenyan was aware that Isolde's enthusiasm was not born of goodwill, but rather aimed at the gifts and potential profits they brought. He responded with a smile. Thank you for your efforts, steward. My lord, General Luo Yan, greatly admires Lord Isolde's commercial acumen and has entrusted me to bring a modest gift as a token of our esteem. The castle of Fengling Fortress was not a military stronghold, but resembled a luxurious estate. The reception hall was filled with rare treasures from various lands. Oil paintings adorned the walls, exquisite glassware was displayed on tables, and shelves in the corners showcased tea and spices from the east. Lord Isolde sat at the head of the table, a man around 40, slightly plump, dressed in a silk robe embroidered with gold thread, adorned with multiple gemstone rings on his fingers. He wore a gentle smile, yet his eyes betrayed a shrewd calculation. Mr. Su, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Isolde rose to greet him warmly. General Luo Yan is truly remarkable, having single-handedly cleared 17 clans of orcs. Such an achievement is indeed commendable. Your lordship is too kind. My master merely sought to protect humanity by eliminating threats, Su Wenyan replied, bowing respectfully. Signaling his retinue to present the gifts, 10 bolts of fine silk and 20 pieces of uniformly glazed porcelain. Isolde's gaze fell upon the silk and porcelain, a glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes as he stroked the smooth fabric, exclaiming, "This is truly exquisite silk, surpassing even the quality I procure from the southern city-states. The porcelain is also remarkably fine. It will fetch a good price here in Fengling Fortress." Seeing this, Su Wenyan directly broached the subject. Lord Isolde, I have come to discuss the matter of an alliance with Fengling Fortress. With the orcs cleared from the wilderness, the trade routes to the west are now open, allowing your merchant caravans to pass safely through the wilderness without the fear of orc raids. That is indeed good news, Isolde nodded, pouring himself a glass of wine. Mr. Su, please speak plainly. What specific benefits would this alliance bring to Fengling Fortress? I am a businessman, and I like to keep accounts. There are 3 advantages. Su Wenyan replied calmly. Firstly, the safety of trade routes. With the orcs eliminated, the western routes are completely clear, allowing your goods to reach the western territories, with profits likely to increase by at least 30%. Secondly, resource sharing. The wilderness controlled by Yongning City is rich in furs, ores, and arable land. We can exchange our resources. You provide wine, spices, and craftsmen, and we offer furs, ores, and grain, creating a mutually beneficial trade. Thirdly, security assurance. Should we ally, the rocket cavalry of Yongning City can assist in protecting the caravans of Fengling Fortress. In the event of an encounter with remaining orc factions or bandits, we can provide immediate support, while our watchtowers can supply intelligence and early warnings of danger. Isolde took a sip of wine, pondering for a moment before slowly responding. I understand the benefits you speak of, Mr. Su. However, an alliance also entails responsibilities, does it not? If we ally, Fengling Fortress would need to provide provisions and craftsmen to Yongning City, and also send troops to assist in times of orc invasions. These all come at a cost. I wish to know, can General Luo Yan offer me a clear commitment? For instance, regarding the distribution of tolls on trade routes? Or the mining rights for ores in Yongning City? Su Wenyan felt a heaviness in his heart. Indeed, Isolde's warmth concealed a stark demand for profit. He replied calmly, Your lordship, an alliance is a partnership of equals, not a subservience. The tolls from trade routes would remain with Fengling Fortress. We only seek safe passage for our caravans. The mining rights belong to Yongning City, but we can supply or to your city at a favorable price. As for provisions and craftsmen, they would not be provided gratuitously, but exchanged in trade for the provisions and craftsmen you supply, using silk, porcelain, or furs as equivalents. Equivalent exchange? Isolde chuckled, shaking his head. Mr. Su, You are rather naive. Provisions and craftsmen are necessities, while silk and porcelain are merely luxuries. The value of the two cannot be compared. His tone shifted to a more frigid demeanor. To be honest, I have already reached a trade agreement with the southern city-states, which can provide me with cheaper provisions and craftsmen and can also absorb the goods I have on hand. As for the western trade routes, although the orcs have been wiped out, there still remain bandits and unknown dangers in the wilderness. The investment and return are not proportional. I see no reason to undertake the risks of an alliance for a mere 30% profit. Su Wenyin quickly interjected, Your Lordship, bandits and remnants of orcs are nothing like the orc tribes. The patrols of Yongning City are more than capable of ensuring the safety of the trade routes. Furthermore, the southern city-states are far away, making transportation costs high. Collaborating with Yongning City offers far superior value. Value? Isolde scoffed. Mr. Su, I have been in trade for decades. I know very well what value means. Though Yongning City has cleared the orcs, its foundation remains unstable. Who can guarantee that you will be able to maintain your position in the long term? Should you be overthrown by another force one day, would not Fengling Fortress suffer the same fate? He stood up, his tone resolute. I cannot agree to an alliance. However, I am indeed interested in your silk and porcelain. We can establish a trade relationship where you supply the goods, and we handle sales, splitting the profits 70-30, with me taking 70 and you 30. If you agree, we can sign the contract now. If not, consider today's visit as a mere courtesy. Su Wenyin felt a cold laugh rising within him. A 70-30 split was nothing short of extortion. He understood that continuing the discussion was futile. Isolde was solely focused on profit, lacking the foresight of mutual dependence. He rose slowly, his tone calm. Thank you for your kind offer, Your Lordship. I must report back to my master before making any decisions regarding trade. Since you are not inclined toward an alliance, I shall not press the matter further. However, I hope you remember that safety is always the greatest profit along trade routes. If misfortune should befall them in the future, Yongning City may not be able to provide timely assistance. Do not trouble yourself over that, Mr. Su. Isolde waved his hand dismissively. Steward, see Mr. Su out of the city. As Su Wenyin stepped out of Fengling Fortress, he turned to glance back at the bustling city. Reflecting inwardly, when profit becomes the sole creed, fear is replaced by recklessness. Such a city, seemingly prosperous, is indeed fragile and vulnerable. Chapter 6. A fruitless return. When Shun Yin and his party arrived at the gates of Yingqiao City, they did not encounter the contempt and difficulties faced in Haishi City, nor the overt flattery of Fengling Fortress. The gate guards, clad in silver armor and carrying longbows, stood in neat formation, their sharp gazes courteous yet vigilant. When Shun Yin announced his name, a glimmer of recognition crossed the eyes of the captain, who respectfully said, Mr. Shun, the Lord has instructed that upon your arrival, you may go directly with me to the Lord's residence without the need for announcement. Shun Yin felt a stir within. It appeared that Kindle indeed remembered him. A dear acquaintance he had only recently met. He nodded in gratitude, instructing his attendants to wait outside the city while he followed the captain of the guards into the city with a box containing the skull token of the orc chief, a map for frontier colonization, and exquisite silk porcelain. As he passed through the city gates, the prosperity and order of Yingqiao City unfolded before him. The streets were paved with smooth bluestone slabs, flanked by tall and tidy stone houses, their roofs adorned with deep gray tiles. And vibrant autumn chrysanthemums and geraniums graced the window sills. Pedestrians flowed continuously, most clad in neat linen or silk garments, their expressions serene and composed. In stark contrast to the somber aftermath of the battle in Yongning City, the tension in Haishi City, and the restlessness of Fengling Fortress. Here, the people exuded a sense of assured contentment in their livelihoods. The rhythmic clang of forging echoed from the blacksmith's shop, vibrant and powerful. The silver shop's display case showcased exquisite jewelry, shimmering with a gentle luster under the sun. The rich aroma of freshly baked bread wafted from the bakery, while the tavern resonated with the melodious strumming of a lute. Occasionally, patrolling soldiers passed by, their steps steady as they nodded kindly at pedestrians, devoid of any hostility. Mr. Shun, this is your second visit to Yingqiao City, is it not? The captain of the guards inquired with a smile, a hint of pride in his tone. Our Lord has been devoted to improving the lives of the citizens, dredging rivers, cultivating farmland, and supporting workshops, which has led to the present scene. Shinyan nodded, his gaze sweeping over the workshops lining the streets, particularly the sizable blacksmiths displaying weapons, sturdy armor, and intricate agricultural tools, gears, and mechanical parts, whose forging techniques surpassed anything he had previously witnessed in other city-states. Indeed, it was a prosperous and orderly city, with the fertile valley undoubtedly the foundation of Yingqiao City. You speak truly, Mr. Shun, the captain continued with growing enthusiasm. We call this river Yingqi River. Its waters nourish the lands on both sides, allowing us to produce plump wheat and wine that is highly sought after in the southern city-states. Furthermore, our blacksmiths possess top-tier skills throughout the West, crafting not only weapons and armor, but also water wheels, windmills, and even the clock tower of the Lord's Manor, with the timekeeping gears crafted by local artisans, ensuring punctuality without fail. As they spoke, the group arrived at the Lord's Manor, where no heavy guards were stationed at the entrance. Only two elderly servants with white hair bowed in welcome, and upon seeing Shun Yan, greeted him with smiles, saying, "Mr. Shun, the Lord is awaiting you in his study." Following the servants into the manor, Shun Yan traversed a courtyard adorned with pines and cypresses, passing a stone fountain that gushed water, and arrived at the study on the second floor. The moment he opened the door, a faint scent of ink and the aroma of books enveloped him. The room was spacious and bright, with bookshelves lining the walls, filled with a plethora of texts, including Western military strategies and historical tomes, alongside a few rare volumes from the East. A large oak desk occupied a prominent position by the window, covered with a detailed map of Yingqiao City, accompanied by a quill and an ink bottle. On the low table beside the desk, 2 wine cups and a jug of warm fruit wine were already arranged. A man clad in a deep blue velvet robe stood at the window, his back to the door, gazing out at the scenic valley. Upon hearing footsteps, he slowly turned, revealing himself to be Kindle, the lord of Yingqiao City. "Shun Yan, it is a pleasure to see you again," Kindle greeted in a low and gentle voice, his gaze falling upon the ornate box in Shun Yan's hand, a flicker of amusement appearing in his eyes. "It seems your visit is not merely for the sake of an old friend." Shun Yan approached, his initial trepidation dissipating upon meeting Kindle's calm gaze. He smiled and nodded. "Lord Kindle, it has been several days since we last met, and you remain as impressive as ever. I have come to express my gratitude for your previous insights regarding the situation on the continent, which provided Yongning City with a clearer understanding of the surrounding circumstances. Additionally, I carry an important matter from my lord, Luo Yan, to discuss with you." He placed the ornate box on the low table and retrieved a bottle of fine Eastern rice wine. "This is a specialty of Yongning City, rich in flavor and distinct from Western wines, and I brought it to share with you." A warm light flickered in Kindle's eyes as he stepped forward to accept the bottle, caressing its porcelain surface. "You were quite thoughtful during our last encounter. Your tales of the East were utterly fascinating, and today, to savor an exquisite Eastern wine is indeed a delightful occasion." He gestured for Shun Yan to take a seat, personally pouring wine for both of them. "Lord Luo Yan has eradicated 17 tribes of orcs, a feat that has already spread throughout the city-states. Achieving this with fewer than 3,000 men against over 20,000 orcs, without sustaining any casualties, is truly admirable. Indeed, my lord is a man of great talent, and his soldiers are all elite," Shun Yan acknowledged, accepting the wine cup and feeling the warmth of the liquid. "However, without your previous disclosures regarding the distribution and habits of the orc tribes, Yongning City could not have formulated such a precise cleansing strategy. We are deeply grateful for your kindness." The two sat facing each other, reminiscing about their previous encounter on the plains, discussing the changes in the western city-states, and the hardships faced by Yongning City in establishing itself on the frontier. Kindle listened intently, occasionally inquiring about the customs and governance of Yongning City, to which Shun Yan responded candidly, their conversation flowing without any barriers, reminiscent of longtime friends rather than envoys from separate city-states. "The prosperity of Yingqiao City today surely stems from your diligent governance," Shun Yan remarked, setting down his wine cup and surveying the map in the study, gradually steering the conversation towards the main topic. "Last time, you mentioned that Yingqiao City is grounded in the natural defenses of Yingzue Cliff and the fertile valley of Yingxi River, which forms the basis of its existence. Having seen it today, it truly lives up to its reputation." Kindle smiled, rising to approach the map, his finger resting on the location of Yingxi River Valley, his voice imbued with a subtle pride. "Yingqiao City owes its current state not to warfare, but to the gifts of this land and the diligence of its people. Observe this Yingxi River, originating from the snow-capped mountains of Yingzue Cliff, with its abundant and clear waters. It not only irrigates the farmland on both banks, but also provides ample water for the city-state." He traced his finger across the marked agricultural areas on the map. "We have dredged the river, constructed over 10 water wheels, which serve both irrigation and milling purposes. The soil along the valley is the most fertile black earth. We have implemented crop rotation, planting wheat and barley in spring, and vegetables and grapes in autumn. Each harvest yields enough grain to sustain the entire city. With surplus for export, the wine made from our grapes, rich in flavor, is a prized delicacy among Western nobility, and this alone generates substantial income for the city-state. Shen Yin followed his finger's path, observing how the Yingxi River appeared as a silver ribbon winding beneath Yingxiao City, with extensive annotations indicating farmlands, villages, and vineyards. A clear testament to its agricultural prosperity. No wonder Yingxiao City is so affluent. Such fertile land and water resources are indeed rare in the surrounding plains. Not only that, Kindle continued, his tone calm, yet brimming with confidence. You likely noticed the blacksmith shops upon entering the city. The craftsmanship of Yingxiao City's blacksmiths has preserved the ancient techniques of the Western Empire. In recent years, I have invited several master blacksmiths from the southern city-states to improve our furnaces and forging methods. Today, our blacksmiths are capable of creating not only the strongest armor and sharpest swords, but also precision mechanical parts. He approached the desk, picking up a small gear and handing it to Shen Yin. Take a look at this. It is a transmission gear for a water wheel, forged from fine iron, with precise interlocking and durability far surpassing traditional wooden gears. Our blacksmiths not only produce weapons and farming tools for the city-state, but also accept orders from southern city-states to manufacture mechanical parts and exquisite ironware, which is another significant source of revenue for the city-state. Shen Yin grasped the gear, feeling its weight and smooth surface, the teeth meticulously aligned. A palpable testament to the exquisite craftsmanship. He inwardly marveled at the advanced level of Yingxiao City's handicrafts, realizing why Kindle felt confident in maintaining neutrality. The flourishing handicraft industry has indeed fostered the prosperity of commerce. Kindle retracted his gaze and resumed his seat. The city of Yingxiao lies at a crucial crossroads, connecting the northern wastelands, the southern city-states, the eastern coastline, and the western Haishi city. Each day, merchants from various locales arrive, bringing spices, silks, and jewels to trade for our grains, wines, and ironware. The central market within the city remains perpetually bustling, lined with shops, where the populace sustains a decent livelihood through farming, labor, and commerce. How many citizens does Yingxiao have now? Shen Yin inquired. Nearly 500,000, Kindle replied, his tone calm, yet exuding a sense of control over the situation. Among them, 200,000 reside within the city, while 300,000 inhabit the surrounding villages and estates. In the realm of Western city-states, this qualifies as a populous nation. We implement light taxation, allowing our citizens to farm and trade with minimal burdens. There are over 10 schools where children of suitable age can attend for free to learn literacy and arithmetic. Additionally, 3 hospitals employ skilled physicians to treat the populace's ailments, providing free herbal remedies. Throughout these years, Yingxiao has never faced famine and rarely encountered warfare. The people live in peace and contentment, accustomed to this tranquil and stable existence. He paused, casting his eyes towards the farmers laboring in the valley below, his voice imbued with warmth. They rise with the sun and rest at dusk, enjoying a glass of wine or a song at the tavern in their leisure time. Though life is not extravagant, it is sufficiently stable. As the lord of the city, my greatest duty is to safeguard this stability, preventing them from being embroiled in needless conflicts. Shen Yin listened quietly, already grasping that the prosperity and stability of Yingxiao were Kindle's strongest reasons for rejecting alliances. 500,000 people, developed agriculture, handicrafts, and commerce, a comprehensive system for public welfare, combined with the natural defenses of Yingzhou Cliff, were enough for them to thrive independently on this continent. Yet he did not forget his mission. After a moment of silence, Shen Yin retrieved a document sealed with the great emblem of Yongning City from a brocade box and presented it to Kindle with both hands. Lord Kindle, I appreciate your candidness. I have come on behalf of Lord Luo Yin, not only to pay respects to an old friend, but, more importantly, to propose an alliance between Yingxiao and Yongning City. The smile on Kindle's face gradually faded. He did not immediately take the document, but instead regarded Shen Yin with a calm gaze, his eyes profound, devoid of arrogance or greed, merely reflecting a clarity born from experience. You are aware that although the 17 tribes of orcs have been eradicated, the Northern Orc Empire continually covets the fertile lands of the south. Their military strength is formidable, and their armaments are well equipped. Should they descend upon us, no single city-state could withstand their advance. Shen Yan's tone was earnest as he spoke slowly. While Yongning City possesses 3,000 elite troops and commendable firepower with rockets and firearms, our population is below 10,000, and our foundation is shallow. Cultivating the land requires a substantial workforce and skilled artisans. Conversely, Yingxiao is abundant in population, resources, and craftsmanship, with ample provisions. Should we ally? Yongning City can offer strategic insights and long-range artillery support, sharing intelligence regarding the Orc Empire. Yingqiao can supply provisions, artisans, and manpower, assisting us in fortifying our defenses. We would exchange resources to build a robust border defense, enabling us to repel any resurgence of Orc threats together, thus ensuring lasting peace. He emphasized, this alliance would be entirely equitable. Yongning City would never become subordinate to Yingqiao, nor would we interfere in your internal affairs. What we seek is merely mutual assurance for our citizens and for the tranquility of humanity on this continent. Kendall remained silent for a long while. The room filled only with the sound of the wind outside and the distant clanging from a blacksmith's forge. He slowly picked up the document from the table, flipping through a few pages. The terms were clear and explicit, confirming Shun Yan's assertion of an equal partnership, devoid of any clauses for subjugation or control. Yet after reading, he gently placed the document back on the table and shook his head. Shun Yan, I comprehend Lord Luo Yan's concerns and recognize your sincerity. However, Yingqiao does not require an alliance. Shun Yan felt a sinking sensation within him, about to argue further when Kendall raised a hand to halt him. Allow me to finish. Kendall continued. Yingqiao occupies the strategic heights of Yingzhou Cliff, and the Silver Stream Valley is abundant in resources. Our food supply is sufficient for self-sustainment, even capable of export. Our blacksmiths can produce ample weapons and armor to protect the city-state. Nearly 500,000 citizens have grown accustomed to a peaceful life. They do not yearn for war, nor wish to be drawn into conflicts. Neutrality has been the principle we have upheld for decades. And it is this very neutrality that has shielded us from many wars, allowing us to focus on the betterment of our people, resulting in today's prosperity. His gaze settled on Shun Yan, his tone sincere. I am not oblivious to the threat posed by the Orc Empire. However, Yingqiao's defenses are sufficient to confront any invading foe. The steep and difficult terrain of Yingzhou Cliff, coupled with our formidable walls equipped with crossbows and catapults, provides us with long-range and powerful artillery. Our archers can shoot accurately up to 200 paces, capable of suppressing any enemy forces attempting to breach the city. Furthermore, should the Orc Empire advance southward, they must first traverse the wasteland where Yongning City is located. Your defenses serve as a natural barrier to Yingqiao. But if Yongning City's defenses are breached, Yingqiao will also find itself in peril. Shun Yan exclaimed urgently. The military strength of the Orc Empire far surpasses that of the 17 tribes combined, and it is impossible for us to withstand them alone. If we were to be defeated and the wasteland falls, Yingqiao would be directly exposed to the onslaught of Orc forces. By then, organizing a defense would likely be too late. I understand your concerns, yet such worries are insufficient to compel me to abandon the traditions upheld by Yingqiao for decades. Kendall gently shook his head. The populace has grown accustomed to peace. They are unwilling to face the risks that an alliance might bring for a threat that has yet to materialize. Moreover, unlike Haishi City or Fengling Fortress, we have no ambitions for expansion, nor do we require alliances to gain benefits. We simply wish to safeguard this valley, protect our people, and live peacefully. He paused, his tone softening. However, this does not mean we will become adversaries of Yongning City. Lord Luo Yan has eliminated the major threat posed by the orcs, and for that, Yingqiao is profoundly grateful. We can maintain a cordial relationship. If you require provisions or ironware, we can trade at fair prices. Should you encounter incursions from remnants of the orc tribes, we can also provide intelligence support. But an alliance is simply not an option. Shun Yan regarded Kendall's calm, yet resolute expression, realizing that further persuasion would be futile. Kendall was neither blinded by arrogance like Gale's nor consumed by greed like Isolde. His rejection stemmed from Yingqiao's strength and the populace's yearning for peace, rooted in a deeply ingrained philosophy of neutrality. This serene refusal was far more difficult to counter than the crude expulsion from Haishi City or the utilitarian calculations of Fengling Fortress. I understand, Shun Yan said slowly, putting away the alliance document, feeling a profound sense of disappointment, yet gaining a deeper understanding of Kendall. I shall relay your sentiments accurately to Lord Luo Yan. Kendall nodded, a gentle smile returning to his face. Regardless of the alliance, we remain friends. The gates of Yingqiao will always be open to you. He gestured for Shun Yan to savor the rice wine, deeming it a worthwhile visit. Shun Yan raised his cup and drank deeply. The wine was rich and sweet, yet it could not mask the bitterness in his heart. The next day, accompanied by his attendants, Shun Yan set forth on the journey back to Yongning City. Before his departure, Kendall sent numerous specialties from Yingqiao, including exquisite ironware, rich wines, and bountiful grains, as a gesture of goodwill, fulfilling the promise of friendly relations. Standing beneath Yingzhou Cliff, Shun Yan glanced back at the city bathed in the morning light, feeling a swell of emotions. The prosperity and tranquility of Yingqiao were enviable, but also destined to render it insular and conservative. This neutrality serves as a shield for the livelihood of its citizens in times of peace. Yet, should calamity truly strike, it may transform into a fatal shackle. The journey back to Yongning City was silent, and Shun Yin returned with unfruitful news. As Shun Yin entered the city lord's mansion and conveyed the alliance document along with Kindle's response to Luo Yin, he found Luo Yin standing before the map, awaiting the final news. After listening to Shun Yan's account, he remained silent for a long time, his fingertips repeatedly caressing the mark of Yingqiao City on the map. Zhou Yin, Su Wenin, and Shun Yin, the three envoys, had all returned empty-handed. The arrogance of Haishi City, the greed of Fengling Fortress, and the neutrality of Yingqiao City loomed like three mountains, obstructing the path of the Yongning City alliance. It was unexpected, yet within reason. After a prolonged silence, Luo Yin finally spoke, his tone devoid of discernible emotion, yet his gaze deepened with intensity. The Western city-states, whether arrogant, profit-driven, or mired in tradition, could ultimately not be relied upon. He turned away, his eyes sweeping over the commanders standing solemnly beneath the tent, his voice suddenly rising with a determined fervor. If the alliance fails, we shall rely on ourselves. But first, we will conquer Haishi City. After all, I have yet to test the might of the Hongi Cannon and the Shinjigan. Chapter 7. The conquest of Haishi. The winds of the wasteland forever carried the coarse grit, swirling over the withered reeds, producing a wailing howl across the heavens and the earth. Luo Yin reined in his magnificent steed, the black horse, its sleek form adorned with a dark cloak that fluttered in the wind, with golden embroidery glinting coldly in the light. His gaze traversed the undulating hills, landing upon the distant grim edifice of Haishi City, resembling a stubborn stone embedded at the edge of the wasteland. With its towering walls and fierce garrison, it had long served as a barometer for the surrounding city-states and tribes. My lord, the vanguard has reached the Black Wind Pass, 100 miles from Haishi City. The Hongi cannons are being set up, and the Shinjigun has been deployed. The troops are prepared for battle, reported the captain of the Imperial Guard, his voice steady as iron. Luo Yin nodded slowly, his palm caressing the dragon-shaped jade pendant at his waist, warmed by his body heat. This expedition was one he intended to win. The lord of Haishi City, Gers, prided himself as a paladin, relying on his elite human infantry and cavalry, often looking down upon the other tribes of the wasteland. When Luo Yin sought an alliance, Gers had spoken arrogantly. Since Gers disregarded decorum, Luo Yin would have to provide him with a lesson in respect. Orders were issued. Before sunset, the camp must be established at the foot of Haishi City. Luo Yan's voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable authority, informing his soldiers that the provisions and armaments stored in Haishi City would serve as rewards for this battle. Those who fought valiantly would be rewarded with gold and titles. Understood. The captain of the Imperial Guard clasped his fists in acknowledgement, turned his steed, drew forth the command flag, and waved it towards the army behind. The sound of the horn echoed across the wasteland, long and resonant, piercing through the howling winds. The great army behind Luo Yin unfurled like a massive black dragon upon the barren land, the formation orderly and the momentum overwhelming. At the forefront stood 2 battalions of Hongi cannons, 24 in total, their sleek black bodies aimed skyward. Each cannon required 8 soldiers to maneuver, the barrels etched with fierce beast motifs, as if ready to devour any obstruction. Following closely were the Imperial Guards, Luo Yan's personal protectors, and the core of the army, each meticulously chosen, capable of facing 1,000 foes. On either side of the Imperial Guard were 4 heavy infantry battalions, divided into the Imperial Formation and the Breaching Formation. Resembling moving walls, their steps steady enough to tremble the ground beneath. Behind the heavy infantry were 2 battalions of Guanning cavalry, flanked by 2 sharpshooter teams, followed by 2 rocket cavalry units, and at the rear, 2 Shinjigun battalions, advancing in an orderly manner. The military formation consistently maintained a tight defensive posture, with scouts dispatched to remain vigilant against potential ambushes. As dusk descended, the army finally arrived at the foot of Haishi City. The city walls of Haishi rose to 3 zhang, constructed entirely of massive black stones, crowned with battlements where the guards stood ready, bows drawn. The gates were formidable ironclad wooden doors, studded with iron nails, and before them lay a moat more than a zhang wide, the murky water concealing unfathomable depths. Luo Yin led the generals to the front lines, gazing up at the city walls. There, upon the gate tower, stood a commander clad in silver armor, wielding a warhammer. He was tall, with a resolute countenance, his eyes betraying a hint of arrogance and disdain. He was none other than Gers, the lord of Haishi City. The silver armor glimmered coldly in the setting sun, adorned with jewels, and the paladin insignia emblazoned upon his chest was particularly striking. The warhammer in his grasp emanating a faint golden glow, rumored to be imbued with holy light, rendering it immensely powerful. Luo Yan, you possess considerable audacity to dare lead your forces against Haishi City. Gers's voice resonated through the horn atop the gate tower, booming with authority. Our city walls are impregnable, our provisions ample, and my soldiers are all valiant warriors. If you know what is good for you, withdraw at once. Otherwise, I shall ensure your complete annihilation. With no return, Luo Yan scoffed, urging his horse forward a few steps, and declared loudly, Gers, your arrogance is boundless. You show us no respect. Today, I shall raze Haishi City to the ground, and you will pay the price for your actions. Arrogance. Gers laughed heartily, his eyes filled with derision. In this wasteland, strength is the only truth. The soldiers of Haishi City are all battle-hardened warriors, especially my Paladin Guard and Knight Brigade, unmatched in the world. Do you think with this rabble you can breach my Haishi City? It is a foolish dream. As Gers finished speaking, the guards atop the gate tower erupted into laughter, brandishing their weapons in a show of defiance against Luo Yan's army. Luo Yan's expression remained unchanged, yet anger ignited within him. He understood that against a proud foe like Gers, only overwhelming power would compel submission. Signal the Hongi cannons, aim at the walls of Haishi City, and fire. Understood. The order was given. The 24 Hongi cannons simultaneously adjusted their angles, their barrels trained on the walls of Haishi City. The gunners swiftly loaded gunpowder and shells, igniting the fuses. The fuses crackled, emitting sparks, and with a command, the gunners yanked the cannon ropes. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening roars reverberated across the heavens and earth, as 24 cannonballs soared like meteors towards the walls of Haishi City, accompanied by the sound of air being ripped apart. Upon impact, the massive black stones shattered, dust and debris billowing, the walls trembling violently as if on the verge of collapse. Simultaneously, the soldiers atop the walls suffered devastating injuries from the explosions. Gers's expression shifted drastically. Fortunately, he had activated his holy shield in time. He had not anticipated the formidable power of Luo Yan's cannons. He had believed the walls of Haishi City to be indestructible, capable of withstanding any assault, yet cracks began to form under the bombardment of the Hongi cannons. Furthermore, even with the protection of his sacred aura, many of the soldiers on the walls perished. Quickly, strengthen our defenses. Archers, shoot those gunners. Gers commanded sharply, while contemplating whether to activate Resurrection. The archers atop the walls immediately knocked their arrows, launching a barrage of projectiles towards the gunners of the Hongi cannons. However, the cannons were positioned on a mound 500 meters away from Haishi City, rendering the archers unable to reach them. Gers slapped his forehead. I have been caught off guard. At this distance, they cannot be hit. Paladin Guard and Knights, follow me out of the city to engage the enemy. Gers led his 3,000 elite troops out of the city. As his sacred aura's coverage extended roughly 400 meters, perfectly enveloping them all in protective armor. The Hongi cannons continued their relentless bombardment, each shell striking the walls. The cracks widening. Massive stones tumbled from the walls, crashing into the moat and sending up huge splashes of water. The breach in the walls expanded from an initial small hole to a gap large enough to accommodate dozens of men side by side. Watching the walls crumble, Gers's heart raced with anxiety. He knew that if this continued, the walls would inevitably collapse, allowing Luo Yan's forces to surge through. This cannot go on. Accelerate the army. Gareth clenched his teeth, resolutely deciding to accelerate the march and obliterate the red-clad artillery of Luo Yan. Holy Paladin Guard, follow me to strike the enemy artillery. Silver Knight Brigade, maneuver from the flank and disrupt the enemy formation. The Holy Paladin Guard, 2,000 strong, donned gleaming silver armor, wielding great swords and shields. The Silver Knight Brigade, consisting of 1,000 knights mounted on majestic warhorses, also clad in armor. They were Gareth's elite retinue and the finest infantry of Haishi City. Empowered by the Holy Light, exhibiting formidable combat prowess, Gareth led the Holy Paladin Guard towards the red artillery, wielding his holy hammer, which radiated a golden aura. Meanwhile, the Silver Knight Brigade maneuvered to flank, aiming to assault Luo Yan's heavy infantry formation. Excellent. A glint of anticipation flashed in Luo Yan's eyes. He had anticipated Gareth's sortie. Artillery Battalion, engage. Rocket Cavalry, provide support. The soldiers of the Artillery Battalion swiftly prepared their divine cannons, targeting the advancing Holy Paladin Guard. As the paladins entered the range of the firearms, the commander issued the order, and 24 divine cannons unleashed a volley, propelling 576 rockets in a split second. Boom, boom, boom. The rockets fell like rain, whistling towards the holy paladin guard. Although they wore heavy armor, the might of the rockets was immense. The shockwave could penetrate their defenses, striking the soldiers' bodies. The foremost paladins were hurled to the ground, their silver armor stained with blood, and the once orderly formation descended into chaos. With a furious shout, Gareth swung his holy hammer, deflecting the incoming rockets, striving to lead the remaining paladins onward. Yet the artillery battalion continued to fire, the lead projectiles falling like rain, inflicting heavy casualties upon the holy paladin guard, rendering them incapable of approaching the red artillery. Simultaneously, the Silver Knight Brigade charged towards the heavy infantry formation but was intercepted by the waiting rocket cavalry. The cavalry immediately released their rockets, each wrapped in gunpowder, which exploded upon impact, creating a sea of fire. The warhorses of the Silver Knight Brigade panicked, neighing and scattering in all directions, while the knights were thrown to the ground, engulfed in flames, their cries echoing in despair. Seeing this, the Iron Cavalry of Guan Ning launched a charge, employing the three-barreled artillery to unleash a rapid volley, followed by their polearms, crashing into the disordered Silver Knight Brigade, each strike claiming multiple lives. Meanwhile, the sharpshooters in the rear continuously fired, accurately targeting those Silver Knights attempting to break free. Gareth, witnessing his soldiers fall one after another, was filled with shock and fury. He had never anticipated the immense strength of Luo Yan's forces. The firepower of the artillery battalion and the rockets of the rocket cavalry far exceeded his expectations. His Holy Paladin Guard and Silver Knight Brigade were utterly overwhelmed before Luo Yan's army. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Gareth had no choice but to command a withdrawal, leading the remnants of the Holy Paladin Guard in a hasty flight towards the city gates. However, Luo Yan had already sealed off their escape. Imperial Heavy Infantry. Block the gates. Break through Heavy Infantry. Cleanse the remaining enemies. The Imperial Heavy Infantry promptly formed a shield wall with their massive shields, sealing off the gates of Haishi City and preventing the retreating Holy Paladin Guard from re-entering. The breakthrough Heavy Infantry, wielding great swords and throwing axes, charged at the remaining Holy Paladin Guard and Silver Knight Brigade, like tigers among sheep, ruthlessly reaping lives. Gareth gazed at the tightly shut city gates, despair enveloping his heart. He attempted to cleave through the shield wall with his holy hammer, but the enormous shields of the Imperial Heavy Infantry were remarkably sturdy. Although the holy sword was sharp, it was insufficient to breach them in a short time. Just then, the sharpshooters had him in their sights, and several arrows were loosed towards him. Gareth swung his holy hammer, deflecting most of the arrows, but one pierced his left shoulder, penetrating the silver armor, blood gushing forth. He grunted, his body swaying, nearly falling from his mount. "My lord." The remaining Holy Paladin Guard hurried around him, attempting to shield Gareth. At this moment, Luo Yan spurred his mount forward, brandishing a three-barreled gun, its muzzle flickering with flame. "Gareth, today shall be your demise." 3 lead projectiles shot forth with blinding speed, akin to lightning, aimed directly at Gareth. Enduring the pain, Gareth wielded his holy hammer in defense. The lead projectiles collided with the holy hammer, sparks flying amidst the resounding clinks. Despite Gareth's valor, his injured shoulder hampered his performance. The sharpshooter's arrows were precise and powerful, while Luo Yan took the opportunity to reload his three-barreled gun. Over time, Gareth began to tire, revealing a flaw in his defense. Seizing the moment, Luo Yan fired again, and the 3 projectiles pierced Gareth's chest. Gareth's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Luo Yan, blood surging from his mouth as his body gradually collapsed, the holy hammer slipping from his grasp, its golden glow dimming. With Gareth's death, the remaining Holy Paladin Guard and Silver Knight Brigade lost all will to fight, casting down their weapons in surrender. The soldiers stationed atop the city walls, witnessing this, were paralyzed with fear. Some fled the city, while others opened the gates to surrender to Luo Yan's army. Luo Yan led his forces into Haishi City, where the terrified citizens had already hidden in their homes, too frightened to venture outside. He issued orders forbidding his soldiers from pillaging or killing, instructing them to treat the populace kindly, while dispatching individuals to assess the city as provisions, armaments, and wealth. Upon review, it was determined that the supplies hoarded in Haishi City could sustain the army for 3 years, with an abundance of weapons and a substantial cache of gold and silver treasures. Luo Yan distributed these provisions and armaments among his soldiers, reserving a portion of the riches as rewards, while transporting another portion back to the wilderness to bolster production. In this battle, Luo Yan's forces sustained no casualties, decisively conquering Haishi City, leaving all surrounding city-states and tribes in shock. As news spread, the previously hesitant human settlements hastened to send envoys to Luo Yan, expressing their fealty and willingness to heed his commands. Standing atop the city gates of Haishi City, Luo Yan surveyed the stronghold below and the distant wilderness, his heart swelling with ambition. The winds of the wilderness still blew, but this time, they carried not only the coarse grit of the desolate lands, but also the essence of a rising sovereign. Days later, Luo Yan led his triumphant army homeward, laden with the spoils of Haishi City and the documents of allegiance from surrounding tribes, embarking on the journey back to Yongning City. Behind him, the black walls of Haishi City, bathed in the glow of the setting sun, appeared as stepping stones along his path to kingship. While those once considered foes had now become followers of his grand unification, Luo Yan understood that the road ahead remained long, fraught with further challenges and obstacles. Yet he possessed unwavering confidence that, with this elite army and his own wisdom, he could surely bring peace to the wilderness, establishing a unified and powerful kingdom, liberating the people of the wilderness from the ravages of war, and allowing them to lead stable and happy lives. And it all commenced with the breathtaking battle of Haishi City. Chapter 8. The submission of Feng Ling. The winds of the wilderness never fail to transmit news, acting as invisible messengers, carrying the dust of Haishi City's collapse across the parched grasslands and craggy hills. In just 3 days, the tidings of Luo Yan's casualty-free conquest of Haishi City and the death of Paladin Gareth reached every city-state and tribe in the vicinity. The grit within the winds no longer bore solely the desolation of the wilderness, but was intertwined with the scent of rust from bronze cannons shattering rocks, signaling a tremor of fear among all powers. Luo Yan's era had undeniably arrived. At this moment, within the main hall of the Lord's Mansion in Feng Ling Fortress, copper bells gently swayed in the breeze, producing delicate sounds that did little to alleviate the heavy atmosphere. Isolde sat at the head, his fingers unconsciously caressing the emerald inlaid on the armrest, a gem procured at a high price from a southern city-state, warmed by his touch. Yet his brow furrowed in deep concern, his gaze fixated on the bluestone floor, as if envisioning the moment when the indomitable black walls of Haishi City collapsed. He donned a resplendent robe embroidered with silver-threaded clouds, his complexion pale, and his neatly trimmed beard lending him an air of delicate fragility. Yet, beneath the surface lay the calculating gaze of a merchant and the vigilance of a politician. Before him knelt a scout, covered in dust, gasping for breath. This was the very individual dispatched 3 days prior to gather intelligence on the direction of Haishi City. At this moment, his armor still bore the black fragments of the city walls, and his face was etched with the remnants of terror. Repeat once more, how was Haishi City breached? Is Gareth's Holy Knight Brigade truly so feeble? Isolde's voice, though not raised, trembled slightly, revealing an uncharacteristic vulnerability. He did not doubt the scout's words. Rather, the outcome had exceeded his expectations, shattering his understanding of the power dynamics of the wasteland. In Isolde's perception, Gareth's Holy Knight Brigade represented the pinnacle of the human forces in the wasteland. 1,000 knights blessed with holy light, clad in silver armor and wielding holy warhammers, capable of withstanding even tribes of orcs that outnumbered them significantly. Furthermore, the towering city walls of Haishi, constructed from massive basalt blocks, rose to heights of 50 feet and boasted a thickness of 30 feet, fortified with crossbows and catapults, rendering them virtually impregnable. Gareth himself was proficient in both holy shield spells and resurrection. Even with the unconventional forces of fire arrow cavalry and divine machine battalions under Luo Yan, a protracted and fierce battle was anticipated. How could it result in total annihilation and the fall of the city? The scout, prostrate upon the ground, spoke with a voice tinged with the terror of survival. My lord, I witnessed with my own eyes that Luo Yan's army possessed 24 massive bronze cannons that unleashed thunderous roars, arrayed in a line, aimed squarely at the walls of Haishi City. The cannon fire shook the very earth, each projectile capable of shattering large sections of the wall. In less than half an hour, the northern gate of Haishi City was breached, creating a gaping hole several feet wide. Lord Gareth led the Holy Knight Brigade out to counterattack, aiming to destroy those cannons, but they were intercepted by Luo Yan's forces armed with explosives. The power of those iron tubes was immense, able to pierce through silver armor. The Holy Knights fell like wheat before the scythe, their holy war hammers never even reaching their foes before their armor was breached. In the end, Lord Gareth himself charged forth, only to be pierced through the chest by a projectile launched from Luo Yan's apparatus. The Holy Knight Brigade was left leaderless, either perishing in battle or scattering in disarray. Upon witnessing their lord's demise and the breach of the walls, the defenders of Haishi City fled in panic, while Luo Yan's forces seized the entire city without suffering a single casualty. Fire-spewing iron tubes, bronze cannons, Isolde muttered, repeating these two phrases, his fingertips caressing an emerald until it gleamed with a radiant light. He had long heard rumors that Luo Yan's army was unlike traditional tribes, even bringing back luxuries such as silk and porcelain from the east, along with uniquely powerful weaponry. Yet, he had never imagined that their combat prowess could be so terrifying as to conquer Haishi City without a single loss. This indicated that Luo Yan's strength, equipment, and tactics had far surpassed any force in the wasteland. The fall of Haishi City was not merely the demise of a neighboring entity for Isolde. It was a stark and unambiguous warning. Recently, Luo Yan had dispatched 3 teams to initiate alliances with 3 city-states, only to have Gareth arrogantly insult and dismiss his diplomatic envoys, while Isolde himself had also forced the envoys away. Yet now, Gareth had been defeated utterly and disgracefully. Would the next to fall be Fonling Fortress? He rose and approached the window, throwing open the intricately carved wooden casement, gazing northward, where Haishi City lay, perhaps still shrouded in the remnants of smoke. The wind swept through the window frame, causing the copper bells beneath the eaves to chime sweetly. Yet it sent an icy chill through Isolde. The strength of Fonling Fortress lay in trade, not in military might. The garrison within consisted of merely 2,000 light-armored soldiers, primarily tasked with maintaining order and protecting merchant caravans, utterly incapable of contending with Luo Yan's heavy infantry, iron cavalry, and divine machine battalions. Should war erupt, Fonling Fortress's gray brick walls would likely crumble before the red-robed cannons in less than half an hour, reducing the bustling shops, accumulated goods, and throngs of merchants to ashes. Luo Yan harbors immense ambition and wields ruthless tactics. Isolde's advisor, the elderly Steward Arnold, murmured from behind him, having accompanied Isolde for over 20 years. Arnold understood his temperament well. He appeared affable, yet was profoundly committed to autonomy and self-interest, never easily subservient to others. However, the current circumstances dictated that obstinacy would only lead to a repetition of Haishi City's fate. Haishi City had obstructed Luo Yan's path and was uprooted without mercy. Now, few forces remained in the wasteland capable of opposing him, and Fonling Fortress would find it difficult to remain unscathed. Isolde remained silent for a considerable time, his gaze complex as he observed the merchant vessels traversing the river valley outside, laden with his wealth and foundational assets. I have had dealings with Luo Yan. He began slowly, a hint of concern in his tone. However, following the recent diplomatic incidents, I am uncertain how he might perceive my overtures. Now that he has grown powerful, if I were to extend an olive branch, would he view it as a facade for alliance, concealing ulterior motives? Might he take the opportunity to impose harsh conditions and encroach upon Fonling Fortress's interests? This was Isolde's foremost concern. Throughout his life, he had navigated the intricacies of human interaction, having engaged in trade for over 20 years. He understood the delicate balance of appearing submissive. If one appeared too weak, they would be looked down upon and taken advantage of. If not sufficiently deferential, they would be seen as provocative, inviting disaster. The challenge lay in articulating a sense of allegiance while retaining the core interests of Fonling Fortress, particularly its trading privileges. You speak wisely, my lord, Arnold nodded, his tone calm yet earnest. Thus, the matter of dispatching an envoy requires meticulous planning. The envoy must be articulate and astute, capable of grasping your intentions, while simultaneously conveying an attitude of previous ignorance and a willingness to sincerely submit. Furthermore, we must cleverly present our demands to safeguard trade and retain a degree of administrative autonomy. Additionally, a substantial gift should accompany the envoy to demonstrate our sincerity, ensuring Luo Yan understands we do not come empty-handed, but with intentions of mutual benefit. Isolde pondered for a moment, a sense of determination gradually filling his eyes. He realized that any retreat or hesitation at this juncture could lead to catastrophic consequences. The gift is manageable, he stated. Prepare that batch of rubies transported from the Western Territories, along with 50,000 pounds of grain. The rubies are likely to appeal to Luo Yan's tastes, while the grain will fulfill his needs for expansion. This offering will sufficiently convey our sincerity. Send Blair as the envoy. Blair was the diplomatic chief of Fonling Fortress, frequently traversing between various city-states and tribes, known for his eloquence and keen insight into human behavior. More importantly, he was fiercely loyal to Isolde, able to accurately convey his intentions while possessing the adaptability necessary to navigate complex situations. He had repeatedly resolved trade disputes between Foamling Fortress and neighboring tribes. Blair is indeed a suitable choice, Arnold agreed, but we must advise him to temper his brilliance upon meeting Luo Yan. He should listen more than speak. First, gauging Luo Yan's attitude before subtly introducing our conditions. Particularly, he must adhere to this principle of obedience. He should not directly oppose, but rather agree initially. Later, justifying our need for flexibility in trade to create room for negotiation. After all, the foundation of Foamling Fortress lies in trade routes. If we are hamstrung at every turn, even if we preserve the city-state, it would equate to losing everything. Isolde nodded, moving to the desk to pen a letter. The missive was crafted with utmost humility, beginning with an earnest acknowledgement of his previous ignorance and short-sightedness that led to offenses against Lord Luo Yan. He praised Luo Yan's conquest of Haishi City, the eradication of threats from the wasteland, and his awe-inspiring stature as the rightful sovereign of the region. Finally, he implored Luo Yan to overlook past grievances and extend the hand of alliance, offering Foamling Fortress as a loyal vassal, committed to safeguarding the peace of the wasteland. Each word had been meticulously considered, striving to convey loyalty without appearing overly subservient, lest he be underestimated by Luo Yan. Upon completing the letter, he allowed the ink to dry, folded it, and handed it to Arnold. You shall personally deliver this to Blair's residence, present the letter to him, and ensure he is well informed of the details we have discussed. Convey to him that this mission concerns the very life and death of Fengling Bao. Success is the only option. Failure is not permissible. Should Luo Yan propose stringent conditions, one may acquiesce verbally, but it is imperative to first establish the intent of an alliance, with subsequent matters to be deliberated at a later time. Understood, my subordinate replied. Arnold accepted the letter, bowing as he took his leave, his steps steady, yet unable to conceal the gravity that weighed upon his heart. The hall fell silent once more as Isolde approached the table, picking up a western red ruby to scrutinize in the light. The gem was crystal clear, refracting a spectrum of colors. Yet it could not penetrate the uncertainties that clouded his mind. He understood that Blair's journey was akin to treading upon a razor's edge, where every step required utmost caution. Luo Yan was a man of profound thoughts and inscrutable methods, possessing the decisiveness of a military strategist and the cunning of a politician. Extracting benefits from him while safeguarding one's own interests was no simple task. All he could do was await Luo Yan's response, hoping for a satisfactory outcome from this trial that would determine the fate of Fengling Bao. He moved to the window, gazing northward, silently calculating. If Luo Yan agreed to the alliance, Fengling Bao would be obliged to heed his command, yet at least its survival would be assured, and trade routes would be safeguarded. Conversely, if Luo Yan refused or imposed excessively harsh conditions, they would have to seek alternative paths, perhaps uniting with the southern city-states. Though he dared not dwell further on that thought, only hoping that Blair would bring good news. Meanwhile, upon his arrival in Yongning City, the message of Fengling Bao's envoy seeking an audience reached Luo Yan's office. Within the brightly lit chamber, a vast map of the wilderness adorned the wall, marked in various colors to denote the locations, troop strengths, and spheres of influence of different city-states and tribes. Luo Yan, clad in dark attire, without any weapons at his waist, leaned over the map, his finger resting on the location of Fengling Bao, tracing the lines that represented trade routes, an essential passage connecting the wilderness with the southern territories. Master, the envoy from Fengling Bao requests an audience, stating there are urgent matters to discuss, and has brought substantial gifts, reported the captain of the Imperial Guard as he entered the tent. He had just returned from patrolling the battlements of Haishi City, the frost of his armor still lingering, a hint of fatigue on his face, yet his gaze remained sharp. Luo Yan lifted his head, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Oh? Isolde is indeed well-informed and swift in action. He set down the charcoal pencil, straightened himself, and took his seat at the head of the table, his fingers gently tapping the surface. From previous diplomatic exchanges, he understood that this individual was a quintessential merchant lord, shrewd, pragmatic, and exceedingly focused on profit. Now that Haishi City had just fallen, Isolde was eager to send an envoy, and his motives were transparent. It was not merely a congratulatory gesture, but rather a bid for self-preservation and an appeal for alliance. The envoy, named Blair, was the diplomatic representative of Fengling Bao, Qinhui added, stating that Isolde felt remorseful for previous offenses and had sent Blair to offer apologies and seek an alliance, expressing Fengling Bao's willingness to submit and follow orders. Submit and follow orders? A cold smile crept upon Luo Yan's lips, for Isolde's submission was likely conditional. He was all too familiar with the mindset of such individuals. What they termed as allegiance was merely a temporary measure, and should circumstances shift or their interests be threatened, betrayal could follow at any moment. The fall of Haishi City had indeed instilled fear in surrounding powers, yet such subjugation born of trepidation was often unstable. To truly bring Fenglingbao under his control, he must first discern Isolde's limits while ensuring that the reins of the alliance rested firmly in his own hands. "Master, shall we meet him?" Qin Yue inquired. Fully aware of Luo Yan's dissatisfaction with Isolde and concerned that this alliance might harbor hidden dangers. "Why not?" Luo Yan resumed his scrutiny of the map, his finger tracing the distance between Fenglingbao and Haishi City. Fenglingbao, situated in a river valley, served as a commercial hub in the southeastern wilderness. Controlling it would equate to mastering a vital trade route between the wilderness and the south, significantly aiding in the procurement of supplies and resources for their future endeavors. Moreover, Fenglingbao boasted a wealth of craftsmen and merchants, precisely what Yongning City lacked. Isolde had come knocking on their door. Such an opportunity could not be squandered. However, Luo Yan understood that accepting Fenglingbao into the alliance was not without its risks. Isolde had established deep roots in Fenglingbao over the years, and many merchants and nobles were intertwined with his interests. Without thorough control, it was inevitable that they could become a liability in the future. Therefore, the crux of the meeting with Blair lay not in whether to agree to the alliance, but in how to negotiate and assert his absolute dominance, while also addressing Isolde's core interests, ensuring that he willingly yielded rather than merely feigning allegiance. Summon Blair to enter. Luo Yan straightened, taking his seat at the head of the table, restoring an air of authority to his tone, instructing that the gifts be left outside the tent. "What I, Luo Yan, desire is not these external trinkets, but genuine goodwill." If he lacks the courage to be forthright, then the matter of alliance need not be discussed further. "As you command," the captain acquiesced, his respect for Luo Yan growing. For the master consistently made the most astute judgments between interests, neither swayed by emotions nor neglecting potential risks. Moments later, a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe, exuding a demeanor of humility, entered the grand tent. He was Blair, the envoy from Fenglingbao. Upon entering, he refrained from hastily speaking and instead deeply bowed to Luo Yan, displaying utmost respect, almost bending at the waist. "I, Blair, diplomatic representative of Fenglingbao, pay my respects to Master Luo Yan. My Lord Isolde is deeply remorseful for his past short-sightedness and any disrespect shown towards you, and has sent me as a humble servant to offer apologies. I sincerely hope for your forgiveness." Blair's tone was earnest, his gaze lowered to the ground, devoid of any arrogance, clearly having prepared thoroughly. Understanding that only humility would garner favor in Luo Yan's presence, he deliberately slowed his speech, each word imbued with caution. Fearful of inciting the wrath of this newly crowned sovereign of the wilderness who had just toppled Haishi City, Luo Yan sat composed at the head of the table, calmly observing Blair without rising or gesturing for him to take a seat, merely stating, "Isolde feels remorseful?" His voice was not loud, yet it carried an invisible pressure, akin to the biting winds of the wilderness, bearing down on Blair. By recalling past grievances, he aimed to instill a sense of trepidation in Blair, making him aware that his past grudges were not forgotten, thus probing the sincerity of Isolde's current submission. Should Blair attempt to argue or speak ambiguously, it would indicate that Isolde's allegiance was insincere, necessitating a re-evaluation of the alliance. A tightening sensation gripped Blair's heart, recognizing that Luo Yan was indeed testing him. A scenario he had dreaded on this journey. He steadied himself, maintaining his respectful posture, and replied slowly, "Your Excellency is astute. The misunderstandings of the past were due to my lord's momentary folly, misled by treacherous individuals, leading to actions detrimental to your interests. Subsequently, upon uncovering the truth, the Lord punished those instigators severely, feeling deep regret for the lack of opportunity to apologize to you. In light of the recent conquest of Haishi City, your might is unparalleled, achieving victory without casualties, not only eliminating the threats of the wilderness, but also allowing the Lord to clearly perceive the prevailing tides of the times. Unification of the wilderness is an inevitable trend, and only by following you can peace be secured for our land and its people from the ravages of war. Hence, the Lord has resolved to send me, a humble servant, to implore you to overlook past grievances and accept Fenglingbao." He artfully attributed the previous diplomatic failure to misunderstandings and deceit, acknowledging the error while refraining from placing Isolde in a position of deliberate animosity. He also took care to praise Luo Yan, elevating his stature and implying that Isolde's submission was a response to the prevailing circumstances rather than mere fear. This discourse not only provided Luo Yin with an avenue for concession, but also preserved a modicum of dignity for Isolde. Chapter 9. Seeking a confederation, the carriage jolted along the bumpy dirt road, its wheels grinding over the withered grass stems, stirring up clouds of dust. Blair sat upright within the carriage, his fingertips gripping tightly onto the brief letter pinned by Luo Yin. The edges of the paper were dampened by the sweat of his palm, yet it remained smooth and unwrinkled. He closed his eyes in contemplation, replaying the final moments of his meeting with Luo Yin at the Yongning City Government Office, ensuring that no detail escaped his memory. After listening to Blair's carefully articulated defense, Luo Yin exhibited neither joy nor anger on his face. Instead, he fell into a brief silence before inscribing his response. The characters on the letter were forceful, the tone neither gentle nor overly harsh, conveying three core stipulations. First, past grievances would be set aside, and the request for alliance from Fengling Bao would be accepted. Second, upon the establishment of the alliance, Fengling Bao would be required to pay 30% of its annual trade profits to Yongning City as tribute, while also opening all trade routes and permitting officials under Luo Yan's command to oversee them. Third, Isolde must personally journey to Yongning City to sign the alliance agreement in person, demonstrating good faith. These three conditions were both anticipated and somewhat beyond Blair's expectations. While the tribute of 30% would diminish the wealth of Fengling Bao, it was a fortunate compromise compared to the risk of annihilation. The opening of trade routes and acceptance of oversight implied a reduction in the autonomy of Fengling Bao, yet it also promised military protection from Luo Yin, making it a tolerable trade-off. However, the requirement for Isolde to personally visit Yongning City to sign the agreement was undoubtedly a test of the Lord's dignity, simultaneously underscoring Luo Yan's seriousness regarding this alliance. What he desired was for Isolde to bow his head in person, in absolute submission and control. "My lord, we are approaching the outer gate of Fengling Bao." The coachman's voice interrupted Blair's reverie. Blair opened his eyes, lifting the carriage curtain to gaze outside. The gray-blue city walls of Fengling Bao shimmered coldly in the evening sun, and upon seeing his carriage, the guards promptly granted passage with respect. The carriage glided slowly into the city, where the streets remained bustling with life. Trading caravans, shouting vendors, and playing children painted a scene of prosperity, as if the fall of Haishi City had not significantly impacted this place. Yet, Blair was acutely aware of the underlying anxiety and trepidation hidden beneath this guise of prosperity, and the news he bore would determine whether this vibrancy could endure. The carriage proceeded directly to the Lord's manor, where Isolde was already waiting at the entrance. Dressed in a brocade robe embroidered with silver thread, his previously composed demeanor was now replaced with palpable anxiety. As the carriage halted, he hastily approached, his voice subtly trembling. "Blair, what is the situation? Did Luo Yin agree?" Blair quickly disembarked, bowing respectfully to Isolde, his tone reverent yet weary. "My lord, I have fulfilled my mission. Lord Luo Yin has indeed consented to the alliance." "Consented?" A flicker of wild joy flashed in Isolde's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by caution. What conditions did he impose? Blair, unwilling to delay, relayed Luo Yan's three demands in detail, presenting the brief letter as well. Isolde took the letter, skimming through it rapidly, his fingers whitening with pressure. Upon reading the requirement to personally travel to Yongning City to sign the agreement, his brow furrowed deeply, and his expression darkened. "He wants me to go to Yongning City? Luo Yin is deliberately humiliating me. As the Lord of Fengling Bao, he had always received homage within his own territory, yet now he was to visit a mere upstart of a few years. This imbalance weighed heavily on his heart. Nevertheless, he recognized that Luo Yin possessed ample power to make such a demand. The tragic fate of Haishi City loomed as a cautionary tale, leaving him no room for refusal. Old Steward Arnold approached Isolde, quietly advising, "My lord, at this juncture, pride is of little consequence. Lord Luo Yan's insistence on your personal visit serves not only to test your sincerity, but also to publicly affirm his dominance. Should you acquiesce, it would not only alleviate his doubts, but also solidify the alliance. The survival of Fengling Bao far outweighs momentary pride." Isolde remained silent for a considerable time, his gaze sweeping over the familiar surroundings of the manor, then glancing toward the bustling streets of the city, his internal struggle gradually subsiding. Taking a deep breath, he clenched the letter in his hand, resolutely stating, "You are right. Survival is paramount. Prepare my belongings. I shall personally journey to Yongning City in 3 days." 3 days later, Isolde, accompanied by Blair and several loyal attendants, boarded the carriage bound for Yongning City. Traveling northward, the scenery contrasted sharply with that of Fengling Bao. The closer they approached Yongning City, the the more they felt the pervasive influence of Luo Yan's power. Roads had been freshly repaired, with relay stations and watchtowers established along the way. Most merchants traveling this route carried passage documents issued by Luo Yan's command. And even the villages by the roadside appeared more orderly than others, with villagers displaying respect rather than fear. All of this underscored for Isurda that Luo Yan's ascent was no mere coincidence. He possessed not only formidable military might, but also the capability to govern his territory. Such an adversary was better allied with than opposed. After a 5-day journey, Isurda and his party finally arrived at Yongning City. Unlike the dark rock walls of Haishi City, the walls of Yongning City, though not as towering or thick, were remarkably well-structured, adorned with watchtowers and artillery emplacements, and soldiers patrolled with vigor, equipped with fine arms. At the city gate, Luo Yin did not personally greet them, but dispatched his diplomat Shun Yin and the captain of the guards, Qin Yu, to await their arrival. Lord Isurda, welcome after your arduous journey. Shun Yin stepped forward, his tone calm, yet imbued with an invisible authority. The Lord has prepared a banquet at the government office to honor your arrival. Isurda suppressed his discomfort, nodding slightly. Thank you, Mr. Shun. The group passed through the city gate and entered Yongning City. The scene within took Isurda by surprise. The streets were clean and orderly, lined with shops. While not as bustling as Fengling Bao, the city exuded a vibrant energy. What astonished him further was the presence of not only commoners, craftsmen, and merchants, but also a number of slaves dressed in coarse clothing. Though their faces bore signs of fatigue, they did not appear mistreated. He even observed some slaves purchasing food with their meager earnings after completing their labor. Luo Yin is surprisingly lenient towards his slaves, Isurda remarked softly to Arnold. Arnold's eyes gleamed with subtle admiration. Understanding how to win hearts is essential for achieving great undertakings. Lord Luo Yan's approach, while seeming benevolent, is indeed astute. If these slaves can truly pledge their loyalty, they will provide a continuous source of labor. Isurda inwardly nodded, deepening his understanding of Luo Yan. Within the government office, the banquet was already prepared. Luo Yan, clad in dark, gold-embroidered attire, sat at the head of the table. Upon Isurda's entrance, he merely raised a hand slightly. His tone indifferent. Lord Isurda, please be seated. There were no excessive pleasantries or deliberate challenges. Luo Yan's demeanor was both aloof and commanding. Isurda suppressed his emotions as he took a seat at the guest table, inadvertently surveying the furnishings of the government office. Lacking the opulence of Fengling Bao's lordly residence, it nonetheless radiated simplicity and authority. The walls were adorned with detailed maps of the wilderness, clearly marked, even including some remote settlements, revealing Luo Yan's ambition and plans for this land. During the banquet, the two spoke little of the alliance, occasionally discussing the situation in the wilderness and the customs of various regions. Luo Yan's sparse words were incisive, demonstrating a profound understanding of the wilderness that left Isurda inwardly astonished. He gradually comprehended that this young lord before him possessed not only military talent, but also a strategic vision far beyond the ordinary. The following day, the signing ceremony for the alliance agreement took place in the main hall of the government office. On the table lay a vast scroll of sheepskin, meticulously inscribed with the terms of the alliance. In addition to the 3 previously mentioned demands, it also included numerous details on military cooperation, resource sharing, and the appointment and dismissal of officials. Luo Yin and Yi Suaerde each inscribed their names on the agreement. And when their signatures appeared side by side on the parchment, everyone in the hall understood that the landscape of the wasteland would be irrevocably transformed. Yongning Chung and Fengling Bao, 2 city-states that had previously been at odds, officially forged an alliance, creating a formidable force capable of instilling awe across the realms. After the signing ceremony concluded, Suaerde prepared to return to Fengling Bao. Before his departure, Luo Yin summoned him privately and said with a serious tone, Suaerde, now that the alliance is established, I shall place my trust in you for once. I will appoint dedicated personnel to oversee the trade of Fengling Bao. You need only adhere to the agreement and govern your territory well, and you shall undoubtedly reap the rewards in due course. However, should I discover any treachery on your part, colluding with external enemies, the fate of He Shicheng shall serve as a stark warning to you. Rest assured, Mr. Luo Yin, Suaerde replied with a bow. I understand the gravity of this matter and will honor the agreement without any ulterior motives. As he watched Suaerde depart, Qin Yu approached Luo Yin and inquired, My lord, do you truly trust him? Luo Yin curled his lips into a cold smile. Trust? In this wasteland, only strength commands respect. I have granted him a path to survival, yet I have also shackled him. If he possesses any wisdom, he will not seek his own demise. Qin Yu nodded, refraining from further comment, for he understood that Luo Yan had already devised his own plans. The news of the alliance's formation spread like wildfire across the wasteland. Those estates and settlements that had been hesitant began dispatching envoys to Yongning to express their fealty, hoping to align themselves with this newly forged powerful alliance. Luo Yan welcomed all, incorporating these estates and settlements under his banner, thereby gradually extending his sphere of influence. Simultaneously, Luo Yan initiated the process of cataloging the alliance's population and resources. He convened Xin Yin and Qin Yu at the government office to hold a meeting regarding territorial governance. In the main hall of the office, a massive map of the wasteland hung on the wall, while a table below was strewn with numerous bamboo slips and ledgers detailing the population, food supplies, and military provisions of each city. "My lord," Shun Yin reported steadily while holding a bamboo slip. "After our assessment, the alliance currently governs 3 main cities along with dozens of villages and settlements, totaling approximately 650,000 inhabitants. Yongning, being your birthplace, presents the clearest situation. The resident population exceeds 5,300, with 3,693 being soldiers and the remainder artisans, all exhibiting extremely high loyalty. Additionally, there are over 40,000 slaves primarily engaged in iron mining, farming, and city wall repairs, residing in the outer city. Originally, Yongning only had one city wall, but after defeating the orc tribes, Luo Yan relocated the captives outside the city and constructed an outer wall around Yongning. Gradually, other refugees and civilians began to inhabit the outer city, prompting the establishment of a lord's office there to serve as an external administrative office, prohibiting outsiders from entering the inner city of Yongning. Luo Yan nodded slightly, his fingertip gently tapping the location of Yongning. Yongning is the foundation. The management of the slaves must be further strengthened. Those who perform exceptionally well may be promoted at my discretion, allowing them to see hope, thereby making them truly useful to me. Yes, Shun Yin acknowledged, continuing his report. The situation in Heishicheng is relatively complex. The resident population exceeds 107,000, comprised of original Heishicheng inhabitants, migrating refugees, and our appointed officials. The noble factions of the original Heishicheng have been thoroughly intimidated into submission, and the military has primarily been restructured from the former city defense forces. However, some stubborn factions remain active in secret and require further investigation. The surrounding villages and settlements boast a combined population of about 150,000. These villagers primarily sustain themselves through farming and hunting, making them an essential food supply base for the alliance. However, due to their scattered distribution, management proves challenging, and certain areas have previously suffered from orc invasions, leaving the populace unsettled. I suggest establishing 3 garrisons around Heishicheng, deploying troops and officials to maintain order and provide reassurance. Upon hearing this, Luo Yan pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Approved. The forging workshops in Heishicheng are of utmost importance. We must increase investment and expand their scale to swiftly enhance the quantity and quality of military supplies. Food reserves must also keep pace. Next year's farming plans need to be prepared in advance. The garrison troops will still be drawn from the original Heishicheng defense forces. We simply lack sufficient personnel. My lord is wise, Shun Yin continued. Finally, regarding Fenglingbao, the resident population there is approximately 150,000, predominantly artisans and merchants, who are relatively affluent. Isua Erd has operated in the region for many years, establishing deep roots. Although we have signed an alliance agreement, we must remain vigilant. The surrounding villages and settlements total around 200,000. Xinyan added, these settlements are closely linked to Fenglingbao, primarily supplying various raw materials. Focusing on animal husbandry and agriculture, they now serve as vital sources of materials for the alliance. However, Fenglingbao is located on the border, facing significant defensive pressure. Isua Erd has already transferred certain defensive duties of the passes to us, as per the agreement. We subsequently need to deploy troops to collaborate with Fenglingbao's garrison for joint defense. I recommend recruiting soldiers from Heishicheng for this purpose. Luo Yan listened intently, gaining a clearer understanding of the alliance's strength. A population of 650,000 seems substantial. Yet when distributed across the 3 main cities and the vast surrounding areas, it appears somewhat insufficient. Particularly concerning is the military aspect. The alliance's total troop count currently falls short of 20,000. tasked not only with defending the three main cities, but also with safeguarding the borders and appeasing various villages and settlements, resulting in a precarious situation. 650,000 is still too few. Luo Yin spoke slowly, a hint of concern in his voice. It is said that the Odric City-State Alliance in the Eastern Wasteland boasts a population exceeding 2 million, with military forces surpassing 100,000. The gap between us remains vast. If we wish to firmly establish ourselves in this wasteland, even to contend with Odric, we must further expand our territory and increase our population base. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu furrowed his brow and remarked, "My lord, most of the surrounding estates and settlements have already pledged allegiance. If we wish to continue expanding, we must either conquer the cities of Shiwei Air to the south or vie for territory with the Odric City-State Alliance to the east. However, the Shiwei Air city-states are fiercely independent and familiar with the hilly terrain, making conquest exceedingly difficult. The Odric faction is powerful and reportedly backed by high elves, and we currently lack the strength to confront them directly." "What you say is entirely true," Xinyan concurred. "Forcibly expanding our territory would only lead to increased losses, detrimental to the stability and development of the alliance. Our primary task now is to consolidate existing resources, enhance territorial governance, and strengthen our own power. Simultaneously, we must seek new allies to bolster our strength." "Allies?" Luo Yan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he focused on the location of Ing Chaocheng on the map. "Are you referring to Kindle of Ing Chaocheng?" "Precisely," Xinyan nodded. "Kindle has managed Ing Chaocheng for many years, possessing substantial strength. The resident population there is approximately 200,000, with an additional 300,000 in the surrounding area. If we can incorporate Ing Chaocheng into our alliance, our total population will surpass 1 million, and our military strength will significantly increase. More importantly, Ing Chaocheng has a thriving trade, maintaining connections with various factions, which could provide us with greater resources and intelligence." Luo Yin had long heard of Kindle. This individual was known for his caution and maintained a neutral stance. If he could be persuaded to join the alliance, it would greatly benefit its development. However, convincing him to join the alliance would not be an easy task. Luo Yin mused. "Previously, when He Shicheng had not fallen, you ventured to Ing Chaocheng to probe for the possibility of an alliance, but he politely declined. Now that our power has grown, he may reconsider, but he could also become more wary." "What you say is indeed correct," Xinyan replied. "We must ensure he understands that allying with us is far more advantageous than remaining neutral." Luo Yin nodded slightly, turning his gaze to Shun Yin, and spoke with unwavering resolve. "Xinyan, I still wish for you to undertake the mission to Ing Chaocheng, persuading Kindle to join the alliance, and even discussing the establishment of a confederation." "A confederation?" In Shun Yan's eyes, a flicker of surprise passed, soon followed by a realization of Luo Yan's profound intent. An alliance merely represented a loose coalition, whereas a confederation of states would bind the city-states more closely together, forging a unified political entity, undoubtedly a significant step towards achieving unity in the wasteland. "Indeed," Luo Yin remarked, "a simple alliance is insufficient to create genuine synergy. Only by establishing a confederation or even a federal state, clearly defining the rights and obligations of each city-state, and unifying foreign policy, military, and finances, can we truly stand united to confront external threats and ensure long-term development. Should Ingqiao City join us, we could form a powerful nation centered around Yongning City, Haishi City, Fengling Fortress, and Ingqiao City." Shun Yin felt a surge of fervor within him, acutely aware of the weight of this matter. If successful, it would not only fulfill Luo Yan's grand ambitions, but also secure his own place in history. He bowed deeply, his tone resolute. "Rest assured, my lord, I shall not fail in my mission. I am confident that I can persuade Kindle during my visit to Ingqiao City and facilitate the formation of the Confederation." "Excellent." Luo Yin expressed his satisfaction with Shun Yan's confidence. "I will ensure that generous gifts are prepared for you, including exquisite weapons produced in Haishi City and rare gems from Fengling Fortress. These items should appeal to Kindle." "Your consideration is thorough, my lord," Shun Yin replied. "However, gifts are merely a means to approach him. The crux lies in articulating the benefits of the Confederation to Kindle. For instance, the elimination of tariffs between city-states would open trade routes, inevitably leading to greater prosperity for Ingqiao City's commerce. Militarily, we would establish a joint defense to collectively resist the threat of the orcs, ensuring the safety of Ingqiao City. Politically, Ingqiao City would enjoy equal standing with the other three city-states, participating in the Confederation's decision-making. Moreover, Luo Yin added, "You must subtly convey that should he decline to join, Once the northern orcs descend to plunder, and we are unable to provide assistance, Ingchao City shall bear the brunt of the attack. The orcs are notoriously savage and domineering. If Ingchao City falls, it would surely be reduced to ashes, and he would find it difficult to protect himself. I understand, Xinyan nodded. I will strike the right balance, demonstrating our sincerity while clarifying the stakes, enabling Kindle to make an astute choice. In the following days, Xinyan diligently prepared for his diplomatic mission. He selected several capable aides, including scouts familiar with Ingchao City's circumstances, officials well-versed in commerce, and highly skilled guards. Simultaneously, he meticulously studied the history of Ingchao City, as well as Kindle's character and preferences, crafting a detailed negotiation strategy. Chapter 10. The Confederation of Ingchao. Xinyan's carriage halted on the official road leading to Ingchao City. He lifted the curtain of the carriage and gazed at the imposing city, a serious expression crossing his face. The thoroughfare bustled with a continuous stream of merchant caravans, transporting weapons from the southern city-states, grains and textiles from the eastern plains, as well as furs and ores from the depths of the wasteland. The guards at the city gate donned standard armor, brandishing long spears, their sharp gazes scanning every individual entering or exiting, their demeanor solemn and vigilant. Mr. Shun, the Lord of Ingchao City requests your presence. A scout clad in light armor approached the carriage swiftly, bowing respectfully. He was an informant stationed near Ingchao City by Luo Yan, who had already notified them of Xinyan's arrival. Xinyan nodded, adjusted his azure robe, and, accompanied by 2 guards and a commerce-savvy assistant, followed the scout towards the city gate. Passers-by, both merchants and pedestrians, cast curious glances at their group, with whispers echoing around them. Clearly, the arrival of the envoy from Luo Yan's alliance had already stirred considerable excitement in Ingchao City. Navigating through several streets with the scout, they arrived at the Lord's manor located in the city center. Mr. Shun, the Lord is waiting in the main hall, the scout announced before bowing and retreating. Taking a deep breath, Xinyan straightened his attire and stepped into the main hall. The room was somewhat dim, filled with a faint scent of sandalwood. Kindle sat regally at the head of the table, clad in a deep blue brocade robe embroidered with golden eagle patterns at the collar and cuffs, a jeweled, curved dagger at his waist. His countenance was resolute, with a sharply defined jawline and deep-set eyes reminiscent of a hawk, exuding a timeless composure and keen insight. Flanking him were several advisors and generals in official attire, their scrutinizing gazes fixed upon Xinyan. Under the command of Lord Luo Yan, I am Xinyan. Here to pay my respects to Lord Kindle, Xinyan announced as he stepped forward, bowing deeply with an air of respectful poise. Kindle raised a hand slightly. His tone measured. Mr. Xun has traveled a long way. Please take a seat. After expressing his gratitude, Xinyan seated himself in the guest area. A servant presented warm tea, and as Xinyan took a sip, he discreetly surveyed the assembly. He understood that this negotiation was critical, not only determining whether Ingchao City would join the alliance, but also influencing the advancement of Luo Yan's plan to establish a confederation. Mr. Shin has come, I presume, regarding the matter of the alliance? Kindle broke the silence with a deep, commanding voice. Indeed, Xinyan set down his teacup, his tone earnest. Lord Kindle, the current unrest in the wasteland, with the northern orcs poised to strike and the ambitions of the eastern Aedralic city-state alliance, necessitates that we band together for mutual protection. My lord, Luo Yan, fully recognizes the strength of Ingchao City and your farsightedness, which is why he has dispatched me to humbly request your lordship's inclusion in the alliance to collectively safeguard the tranquility of the wasteland. At this, Kindle's lips curled into a faint smile, yet his gaze sharpened. Mr. Shan, during your previous visit, I made it clear that Ingchao City maintains a stance of neutrality and does not engage in the disputes among factions. Now, with Lord Luo Yan having conquered Haishi City and secured Fengling Fortress, his power has expanded significantly, and it seems he wishes for Ingchao City to submit to him. Wouldn't that be somewhat presumptuous? The atmosphere in the hall grew tense, the advisors and generals flanking Kindle displaying increasingly hostile expressions. Yet, Xinyan remained composed. He understood that Kindle's reaction was anticipated, and persuading this astute lord would require ample sincerity and strength. My lord, you have misunderstood, Xinyan began, his tone calm yet earnest. My lord does not seek for Ingchao City to submit, but rather to form an equitable alliance. Upon the establishment of the alliance, each city-state would retain a degree of autonomy, maintaining its own army and administrative system, while major matters such as diplomacy, military defense, and fiscal coordination would be collectively discussed and decided. This approach would not only consolidate our resources to confront external threats, but also respect the traditions and interests of each city-state, achieving a mutually beneficial outcome. Mutual benefit? Kindle scoffed. Perhaps you could enlighten me on what advantages Ingqiao City would gain from this alliance? There are 3 benefits, Shunyan stated with poise. First, the advantages of trade. Once the alliance is formed, tariffs between city-states would be abolished, facilitating trade routes. Ingqiao City, positioned at a strategic crossroads, boasts a flourishing commerce. Consequently, iron from Yongning City, weapons from Haishi City, and silk and porcelain from Fengling Fortress would all pass through Ingqiao City to reach various destinations. While Ingqiao City's specialties would also find easier access to other city-states, significantly increasing your lordship's wealth. A flicker of intrigue crossed Kindle's eyes. The prospect of tariff elimination and open trade routes would undoubtedly enhance Ingqiao City's commerce. Second, military protection, Shunyan continued. The northern orc tribes are restless and might descend at any moment. The eastern Aedralic city-state alliance possesses formidable strength and covets the wasteland. Although Ingqiao City is situated in a defensible position, it cannot stand alone. With the alliance established, we would form a joint defense force. And should we face an external invasion, all armies would provide mutual support. My lord's elite forces, including the Divine Machine Camp and the Rocket Cavalry, possess formidable combat capabilities, sufficient to deter any foe, thereby ensuring Ingqiao City's absolute security. At the mention of Luo Yan's troops, the expressions of those in the hall shifted slightly. The news of the effortless conquest of Haishi City with 0 casualties had long reached them. The novel weaponry and formidable combat strength under Luo Yan's command instilled a sense of trepidation in everyone. If they could secure such military protection, Ingqiao City could indeed withstand numerous risks. Furthermore, there was the matter of political standing. Shunyan fixed his gaze upon Kindle and spoke with unwavering conviction, stating that upon the establishment of the alliance, a confederate council would be formed, granting equal voting rights to each city-state. The Lord would stand alongside my master, Lord Isolde, as a core decision-maker of the Confederation, jointly steering the future of the wasteland. This would not only elevate Ingqiao City's status, but also ensure that the Lord's renown spread throughout the continent. Kindle fell silent. Each of Shunyan's 3 points struck at the heart of the matter, rendering him unable to refuse. Yet, doubts lingered in his mind. Luo Yan's power was too overwhelming. Once he joined the alliance, would he not be gradually consumed, ultimately losing control over Ingqiao City? Mr. Shin speaks eloquently. Kindle's tone softened somewhat, yet still bore a hint of caution. However, I have heard that Lord Luo Yan employs ruthless tactics. Gareth of Haishi City and Isolde of Fengling Fortress were both forcibly subdued by him. If I were to join the alliance, would I not tread the same path as they? My lord, you are overthinking, Shunyan replied with a slight smile. Lord Gareth met his downfall due to his inability to recognize the changing times, rejecting the alliance, and even insulting my master's envoy. Lord Isolde chose to submit because he discerned the situation and understood that the alliance was the only path forward. My master is known for his clarity in grievances. He will treat genuine allies with sincerity, while showing no mercy to those who betray their oaths. Shunyan paused, shifting his tone to one that carried a subtle warning. My lord, currently in the wasteland, there are but few forces capable of contending with Lord Luo Yan. Should Ingqiao City refuse to join the alliance, should the northern orcs descend or the Audrich City-State alliance invade, Ingqiao City will find itself isolated and defenseless. The orcs are notoriously savage, leaving destruction in their wake. The Audrich alliance harbors grand ambitions, and should they seize Ingqiao City, your lordship's status and wealth may very well vanish. These words struck Kindle like a heavy hammer, as he recognized the truth in Shunyan's assertions. In chaotic times, there is no eternal neutrality, only perpetual interests. If one cannot ally with a powerful force, they will inevitably be eliminated by the tides of time. The rise of Luo Yan is an unstoppable trend. Rather than resist to the bitter end, it is more prudent to follow the current and join the alliance, securing a brighter future for Ingqiao City. After a lengthy silence, Kindle surveyed the advisors and generals within the hall, seeing their faces mostly adorned with expressions of agreement. He finally reached a decision. Taking a deep breath, he spoke with conviction. Mr. Shun, you speak the truth. In the current tumult of the wasteland, only the alliance can ensure our self-preservation. I, Kindle, on behalf of Ingqiao City, agree to join Lord Luo Yan's alliance. A look of astonishment spread across the faces of all present, followed swiftly by congratulations directed towards Kindle. The weight that had burdened Shunyan's heart finally lifted. He stood and bowed deeply to Kindle, expressing, "Your lordship is truly wise, a blessing for the wasteland. I, on behalf of my master, extend our gratitude for your trust and support. Mr. Shun need not be overly courteous. Kindle waved a hand, his tone considerably softened. However, I still have some thoughts regarding the specific terms of the alliance that I wish to discuss directly with Lord Luo Yin. Of course, Shen Yin replied. My master is also eager to meet with your lordship. Once I return to report, arrangements will be made for you to travel to Yongning City to sign the alliance agreement and discuss the specifics of establishing the confederation. Kindle nodded, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. Excellent. Mr. Shun, you must rest well in Yingqiao City today. Tomorrow, I shall host a banquet in your honor. In the following days, as Shun Yin remained in Yingqiao City, he engaged in numerous in-depth discussions with Kindle and his advisors regarding the specific terms of the alliance, the formation of the Confederate Council, and military defense deployments, reaching a preliminary consensus. Kindle held Shun Yan's intelligence and eloquence in high regard, and their interactions were exceedingly harmonious. Before departing, Kindle personally escorted Shun Yin to the city gate, presenting him with a substantial document. Mr. Shun, this contains my specific suggestions regarding the alliance and the Confederate nation. I kindly ask you to relay it to Lord Luo Yin. I hope our alliance will truly bring peace and prosperity to the wasteland. Rest assured, my lord, I shall convey your thoughts faithfully. Shun Yin replied solemnly as he accepted the document. I will await your lordship's arrival in Yongning City, and I believe that with our combined efforts, the Confederate nation will be successfully established, ushering in a brighter future for the wasteland. Kindle nodded, watching Shun Yan's carriage slowly depart from Yingqiao Cliff, filled with myriad thoughts. He understood that he had made the right choice. The fate of Yingqiao City would now be inexorably linked with the alliance under Luo Yin. As Shun Yan's carriage sped back towards Yongning City, he sat within, perusing the document Kindle had entrusted to him. The document contained numerous practical suggestions regarding the political system, military structure, and financial distribution of the Confederate nation, reflecting his earnestness towards the alliance. Shun Yin was filled with anticipation, recognizing that Yingqiao City's inclusion would not only significantly enhance the alliance's strength, but also lay a solid foundation for the establishment of the Confederate nation. Should Luo Yin and Kindle reach a consensus, a formidable Confederate state would soon rise in this wasteland. The carriage traveled north, traversing the withered grasslands and rugged hills. Racing towards Yongning City, Shun Yin leaned back in the carriage, eyes closed in contemplation, already envisioning the grand blueprint for the Confederate nation's establishment. He believed that under Luo Yin's leadership and the collective efforts of the city-states, this war-torn wasteland would ultimately witness the dawn of peace and prosperity. Meanwhile, within Yongning City, Luo Yin stood by the window of his official residence, gazing at the distant sky. He had received the news from Shun Yin regarding Kindle's agreement to join the alliance, and a smile of satisfaction graced his face. My lord, Mr. Shun has lived up to expectations and successfully persuaded Lord Kindle. Qin Yu approached Luo Yin, speaking with excitement. Now, with Yongning City, Fengling Fortress, and Yingqiao City on the verge of forming an alliance, our influence will cover a significant portion of the wasteland. With a total population surpassing 1 million and military strength exceeding 30,000, sufficient to contend with the Aldrich City-State Alliance. Luo Yin nodded slightly, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. This is merely the first step. Once Kindle arrives, and we sign the alliance agreement to formally establish the Confederate nation, we must begin integrating resources and enhancing our strength, gradually unifying the entire wasteland. My lord is indeed wise. Qin Yu exclaimed. I have prepared for Lord Kindle's arrival as per your instructions, and the banquet within the residence is also ready, awaiting Mr. Shun and Lord Kindle. Luo Yin nodded, his gaze returning to the horizon. He understood that the establishment of the Confederate nation was not an endpoint, but a new beginning. In this land where the weak are devoured by the strong, only by continuously growing stronger can one secure their territory and protect their people. He was prepared to embrace the forthcoming challenges and opportunities, heralding the dawn of his era. Days later, Shun Yan's carriage finally reached Yongning City. Luo Yin personally led Shun Yin, Qin Yu, and other officials to welcome Kindle at the city gate. As Kindle's carriage came to a halt and the lord of Yingqiao City alighted, Luo Yin stepped forward with a warm smile. Lord Kindle, welcome to Yongning City after your arduous journey. Kindle gazed at the young yet imposing lord before him, silently admiring his presence. He bowed respectfully, replying, Lord Luo Yin, you are too kind. It is an honor for Kindle to meet you. The two exchanged smiles and walked side by side into Yongning City. Sunlight cascaded upon them, as if bestowing a golden halo upon the two lords who decided the fate of the wasteland. Within the government hall, a sumptuous banquet had long been prepared. Luo Yin and Kindle occupied the seats of honor, while Shun Yin, Qin Yu, Isolde, and numerous officials sat on either side. Amidst the merriment, laughter and conversation thrived, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Luo Yin and Kindle engaged in profound discussions regarding the specific affairs of the Confederation, largely expressing agreement with Kindle's proposals. The following day, the signing ceremony of the alliance agreement took place in the Grand Hall of the government building. For large parchments were spread out on the table, meticulously detailing the terms of the Confederation. Luo Yin, Isolde, and Kindle each inscribed their names upon the parchments. As the final stroke was made, everyone in the hall rose in unison, exclaiming with exuberance, "Long live the Confederation! Long live Lord Luo Yin! Long live Lord Kindle! Long live Lord Isolde!" The deafening cheers reverberated throughout the entire city of Yongning. In that moment, the history of the wasteland was rewritten, and a powerful confederation, centered around Yongning, Windchime Fortress. An Eagle's Nest city was officially established. Luo Yin stood before the table, gazing at the vast map of the wasteland hanging on the wall, his eyes brimming with hope for the future. He understood that a new journey had commenced, although the path ahead was fraught with thorns. He was confident in leading the people of the Confederation towards a glorious era of their own. Chapter 11. The Great Xia Confederation. A brand new confederation, the Great Xia, was born amidst the expectations of the populace. This was not a mere coincidence, but a collective endeavor forged by the cities of Yongning, Haishi, Windchime Fortress, and Eagle's Nest, along with all future allied city-states, based on principles of voluntariness, equality, and mutual benefit, bound by bloodlines and contracts, creating a community of shared destiny. Luo Yin, with his remarkable talents and benevolence, was unanimously elected by the lords of the cities to become the co-sovereign of the Xia Confederation, honored with the title of Emperor, overseeing the entirety of the Confederation and ensuring its persistence and stability. Isolde, renowned for the wealth and prestige of Windchime Fortress, was conferred the title of Duke of Windchime, becoming the guardian of Windchime Fortress. Kindle, recognized for the formidable defenses and military prowess of Eagle's Nest City, was appointed as Duke of Eagle's Nest, forever safeguarding Eagle's Nest. The cities of Yongning and Haishi, as the initial core territories of the Confederation, were directly governed by the co-sovereign emperor, serving as the political and economic foundation of the Confederation, to ensure the long-term peace and stability of the Xia Confederation, and to clarify the rights and obligations of each city-state in relation to the co-sovereign, lords, and their subjects. Regulations governing the operations of the Confederation were established. After deliberations among Luo Yin, Kindle, and Isolde, the Charter of the Xia Confederation was formulated, establishing the core system of the Confederation. Any city-state joining the Xia Confederation would have its lord conferred the title of Duke, enjoying legal authority within their territory, but must adhere to the lawful commands of the co-sovereign emperor, fulfilling obligations such as tax payments and defense cooperation. The charter served as the supreme guideline of the Xia Confederation, superseding the internal laws of each city-state and all members of the Confederation. From the emperor and dukes to commoners and slaves were bound to obey it, with violations subject to accountability. The Xia Confederation operated under a system of co-sovereign governance and autonomous dukedoms, ensuring the unity and cohesion of the Confederation while respecting the historical traditions and regional characteristics of each city-state, achieving a dynamic balance between centralization and decentralization. The co-sovereign emperor served as the head of state, the supreme military commander, and the highest judicial arbiter of the Xia Confederation, his position sacred and inviolable. Inheriting through a hereditary system, with the firstborn son given priority in succession, and in the absence of a legitimate heir, the longest-serving member of the royal family or a duke would be jointly elected, provided they were of royal lineage. The core powers and responsibilities of the emperor included the exercise of confederation sovereignty, representing the Xia Confederation in making treaties, declaring war, negotiating peace, receiving foreign envoys, and establishing the Confederation's diplomatic stance, the authority to confer titles and recognize new city-state lords as dukes, and the power to revoke titles and territories in cases of charter violations or betrayal of the Confederation. The military command included the establishment of a central standing army, comprising no less than 20 of the total garrison of each city-state, with generals directly appointed by the emperor, stationed in key strategic locations such as Yongning and Haishi, responsible for the overall defense of the Confederation, border protection, and quelling internal rebellions, the authority to summon garrisons from each city-state during wartime, with unconditional compliance required from the dukes, who could not delay or refuse orders. Legislative and judicial powers involved presiding over the formulation of basic laws at the Confederation level, ensuring no conflict with internal laws of the city-states, establishing the Supreme Court of the Confederation, personally or through appointed justices, to adjudicate major cases involving disputes among dukes, treason, and threats to the security of the Confederation, with final judgments being conclusive. Taxation and treasury management included establishing a unified tax standard, requiring each city-state to contribute 30% of their revenues to the treasury, with the treasury managed by financial officials appointed by the emperor. The revenues primarily utilized for the standing army's expenses, public infrastructure, royal expenditures, disaster relief for afflicted city-states, and foreign diplomatic endeavors, with substantial expenditures requiring notification to the dukes. Though the emperor retained ultimate decision-making authority, personnel appointments involved the emperor appointing central officials directly accountable to him, assisting in managing Confederation matters. The authority to review and approve officials from each city-state's dukes, with recommendations for dismissal of incompetent or unlawful officials. While the emperor's power was supreme, it must adhere to the provisions of this charter, refraining from arbitrary interference in the daily governance of the city-states. In cases of power abuse detrimental to the interests of the Confederation or the legitimate rights of the dukes could jointly propose impeachment to the Royal Family Conference. And with the agreement of more than 3/4 of the dukes and 2/3 of the royal family, a council could be formed to assume the emperor's powers until a new emperor ascended. All lords of city-states joining the Xia Confederation were conferred the title of duke. With hereditary titles, the rules of succession established by the dukes themselves, but subject to the emperor's record-keeping and approval. Dukes served as the supreme rulers of their territories, enjoying extensive autonomy, with core powers and responsibilities including territorial autonomy, local military and political management, and fiscal authority. Dukes had absolute control over land, population, and resources within their territories, empowered to formulate internal governance laws based on their city-state's history, geography, and customs, provided such laws did not conflict with the charter of the Xia Confederation or the lawful commands of the emperor. They could establish local military forces, maintain public order, border defense, and disaster response, appointing officials within their territory, barring those requiring the emperor's approval. Dukes retained 70% of all revenues from their territories for infrastructure development, local military expenses, official salaries, and public welfare, while ensuring timely payment of 30% to the Confederation treasury, with penalties for late payments and potential reductions in autonomy. Dukes were obligated to obey the emperor's lawful commands, particularly in wartime military conscription and collaborative public affairs, maintain stability and order within their territories, ensuring the basic rights of their subjects, refraining from tyranny, attend regular convocation of the Duke's Council to discuss and decide on significant Confederation matters, and report annually to the Central Confederation on territorial governance, financial status, and population changes, submitting to the emperor's oversight and verification. Should a duke violate the charter, refuse to execute lawful commands, collude with foreign enemies, or commit treason, the emperor held the authority to issue warnings, reduce autonomy, confiscate portions of territory, up to the revocation of the duke's title and seizure of all lands, with severe cases subject to capital punishment by the Supreme Court of the Confederation. Dukes were prohibited from waging wars against one another. Territorial disputes or conflicts of interest required submission to the emperor or the Supreme Court for resolution, with unauthorized warfare deemed a violation of the charter and subject to collective sanctions. However, they could engage in foreign wars, bearing the consequences. Yongning and Haishi, as the core territories of the Xia Confederation, were directly governed by the co-sovereign emperor, without the title of duke, managed by appointed city guardians responsible for daily governance. The status of these two cities was superior to that of other allied city-states, serving as the political, economic, and military center of the Confederation. Yongning City is designated as the capital of the Xia Confederation, housing the emperor's palace and serving as the central hub for the Confederation's institutions. It stands as the cultural and ceremonial epicenter, tasked with upholding the core values and etiquette of the Confederation. All financial revenues are directed into the national treasury. Under the emperor's unified control, the city guard is primarily responsible for maintaining urban security, municipal construction, and royal logistics. Haishi City is home to the largest armaments workshop, granary, and military training camp in the Confederation, serving as one of the main bases for the Central Standing Army. The city guard, appointed by the emperor, is also a military commander, overseeing troop training, equipment manufacturing, and resource allocation. It is mandated that 50% of its financial revenues be contributed to the national treasury, while the remaining 50% is allocated for local military and industrial development. The citizens of the two cities enjoy the most favorable treatment within the Confederation. including tax reductions and priority participation in public service selection. However, they are also required to undertake additional obligations, such as military service and participation in the construction of the capital. The legislative framework of the Xia Confederation is divided into the Confederation-level charter and basic law, and the city-state-level local laws, each distinctly defined, yet mutually reinforcing to maintain the order and stability of the Confederation. The Confederation Charter, the fundamental law of the Xia Confederation, is collaboratively established by the Emperor, Duke Fengling, and Duke Yingqiao, possessing the highest legal authority. Amendments to the charter require proposals from the Emperor or over two-thirds of the dukes, necessitating a Grand Council meeting where a three-quarters majority or the Emperor's consent, along with the agreement of over two-thirds of the dukes, is needed for approval. The content of any amendments must not contravene the core principles upon which the Confederation was founded. The basic law of the Confederation is primarily led by the Emperor and jointly formulated with the dukes, encompassing significant matters such as taxation, military, judiciary, diplomacy, duke regulations, and management of Confederation officials. The formulation of the basic law necessitates a Grand Council meeting where a majority of dukes must agree, or the Emperor must secure the consent of over one-third of the dukes, followed by the Emperor's signature for promulgation. Amendments may be proposed by the Emperor or over one-third of the dukes, requiring the approval of a majority of dukes or the Emperor's consent along with over one-third of the dukes' agreement, with the Emperor's signature required for enforcement. Local laws of the city-states are crafted by the dukes according to the specific circumstances of their city-states, addressing daily governance issues such as public security, civil disputes, agriculture, trade, handicrafts, and folk customs. Local laws must be reported to the central authority of the Confederation for record-keeping. Should the Emperor find any conflict with the charter or basic law, he possesses the authority to direct the duke to amend it, with a 30-day deadline for compliance. Failure to amend within this time frame grants the Emperor the right to revoke the law. The legislative process involves 4 distinct stages: proposal, deliberation, voting, and promulgation with record-keeping. Proposals for the basic law belong to the Emperor and the dukes, while proposals for local laws rest with the dukes and internal deliberative bodies of the city-states. During deliberation, after the proposal of the basic law is submitted, a Grand Council meeting is convened where dukes may discuss, debate, and propose amendments. The Emperor may revise the proposal based on the discussions. Voting requires a majority agreement from the dukes for the basic law to pass. Matters involving charter amendments, the addition of new city-states, or the impeachment of the Emperor necessitate a higher threshold of agreement. Upon successful voting, the Emperor signs the basic law for promulgation, distributing it to each city-state for public notice. Local laws, after being signed by the duke, are submitted for central record-keeping and publicly announced within the city-state to ensure awareness among its citizens. The principles of legal applicability dictate that the charter and basic law are relevant to all territories and citizens of the Xia Confederation, while local laws apply solely to the respective city-state's territory and citizens. In instances of conflict between local laws and the charter or basic law, the latter takes precedence. Interpretation of the charter and basic law lies with the Emperor and the Supreme Court of the Confederation. In cases of inconsistent interpretations, the Emperor's interpretation prevails, provided it aligns with the spirit of the charter. The interpretation of local laws is the purview of the dukes. Should citizens contest an interpretation, they may appeal to the Supreme Court for a final ruling. Military strength is the cornerstone of the Xia Confederation's existence, establishing a military framework led by the Central Standing Army with auxiliary support from city-state garrisons. The Central Standing Army comprises no less than 20 of the total city-state garrison numbers, with specific troop levels adjusted by the Emperor in accordance with territorial expansions and external threats recorded by the Grand Council. The army is divided into infantry, cavalry, archers, and engineers, with cavalry and engineers prioritized for superior equipment. The forces are primarily stationed in Yongning, Haishi, and strategic border locations, ensuring protection of core areas and deterrence along the periphery. The highest commander, a general appointed directly by the Emperor, oversees military training, deployment, and operations, being accountable to the Emperor. All officers at various levels are nominated by the general and appointed by the Emperor, subject to term limits and evaluations every 5 years. Those failing assessments may be dismissed. City-state garrisons are formed according to local size, population, and defense needs, without a standardized limit on troop numbers. Although their composition and equipment must be reported to the central authority without concealment or unauthorized expansion, they are stationed within the city-state's fortifications and surrounding strategic locations. entrusted with maintaining public order, border defense, and disaster response. The Duke serves as the highest commander, capable of appointing local military leaders responsible for training and daily management. In times of conflict, they must comply with the unified command of the Emperor and the Grand Marshal of the Confederation, with leaders either temporarily appointed by the central authority or retaining their positions under unified command. The Xia Confederation employs a dual system of compulsory and voluntary military service, mandating that all male citizens aged 16 to 60 fulfill military obligations. The service duration for ordinary citizens is 3 years, during which the military provides food, lodging, clothing, and a modest stipend. Upon completion, individuals may opt for discharge or transition to voluntary service. Recruitment is conducted annually by each city-state, proportionate to population, prioritizing physically fit individuals with clean criminal records. Citizens of Yongning and Haishi are given priority for the Central Standing Army, while others are prioritized for local garrisons. Exemptions are available for noble offspring and officials' children who may pay a specified amount of food or wealth to reduce their service term. Individuals with disabilities or severe illnesses may also be exempted upon official assessment. Families with only one son may defer service until their parents reach 60 years of age. Voluntary service requires a minimum commitment of 5 years, with the option for lifetime service. During this time, the pay is triple that of compulsory soldiers, along with superior equipment and benefits, and those achieving military merit may receive titles, land, or financial rewards. Recruitment conditions allow those who have completed compulsory service with commendable performance to transition to voluntary service. Citizens aged 18 to 30, physically fit, and possessing special skills may directly enlist as volunteers after passing assessments. The Central Standing Army engages in regular, intensive training, with daily sessions lasting no less than 6 hours, covering formations, combat, archery, horsemanship, and tactical coordination. A large-scale military exercise is conducted annually, inviting dukes to observe and evaluate training outcomes. City-state garrisons adhere to a schedule of regular training, with daily sessions of no less than 4 hours, focusing on city defense, public safety, and basic combat skills. They must undergo training evaluations by the central authority every 6 months. Those failing must increase training duration until they achieve satisfactory results. Equipment for the Central Standing Army is uniformly supplied by the Confederation, with the armaments workshop in Haishi prioritized for the production of weapons, armor, and horses, ensuring high quality and adequate supplies. The equipment for city-state garrisons is primarily produced locally or procured from the central authority, which retains oversight over the quality of garrison equipment, prohibiting the manufacture or use of substandard materials. In wartime, the central authority may allocate superior equipment to city-state garrisons. Declaration of war and mobilization. The Emperor holds the authority to declare war on external forces on behalf of the Confederation, with the requirement to notify the various Grand Dukes. Following the declaration of war, the Confederation enters a state of war, fully mobilizing the Central Standing Army, with garrisons in each city-state required to assemble within 15 days. Adhering to the unified deployment of the Emperor or the Grand Marshal. Command of operations. During wartime, a command center for the Confederation is established, with the Emperor serving as the supreme commander and the Grand Marshal as the deputy commander. The Grand Dukes of each city-state become members of the command center, participating in strategic decision-making. Specific military orders are issued by the command center, and generals at all levels must execute them strictly, refraining from independent actions. Logistical support. Wartime logistics are jointly managed by the Central Confederation and the individual city-states. The Confederation Treasury allocates funding to support the logistics of the Central Standing Army, while each city-state is responsible for the logistics of its own garrison and must supply a portion of food and materials to the Central Confederation. A wartime logistics corridor is established, protected by the military to ensure smooth transportation of supplies. Post-war settlement. After the conclusion of the war, the participating military forces undergo reorganization and commendation, with bereaved families of fallen soldiers receiving compensation. War spoils are distributed uniformly, with the Central Confederation receiving 50% and the remaining 50% allocated to the participating city-states based on their contribution. The taxation system of the Xiaolian Bong includes a unified confederation tax and local city-state taxes. 30% of the unified tax is submitted to the Treasury, while 70% remains with the city-states. Local taxes are entirely managed by the city-states. The unified taxes comprise land tax, population tax, resource tax, and trade tax. Land tax, categorized into 3 grades based on fertility. High-grade land incurs an annual grain payment of 3 sheng per mu, medium-grade land 2 sheng, and low-grade land one-shot. Landowners are the primary taxpayers, while landless farmers may pay rent to landlords, who then handle the tax payments. Population tax. Citizens aged 16 to 60 are required to pay 100 annually. Nobles and officials may receive a 50% exemption, while disabled individuals and elderly persons may qualify for reductions upon assessment. Resource tax, levied on extractors of minerals, timber, and fisheries within the territory, requiring a 10% payment based on the quantity extracted. Trade tax, imposed on inter-city-state trade and external trade, amounting to 5% of the goods value. Internal trade within city-states is exempt from the Confederation trade tax, but may be subject to local trade taxes. Local city-state taxes. Each Grand Duke formulates taxes based on their city-state's circumstances, with 30% of the revenue submitted to the Treasury and the remainder retained for local use. Chapter 12. Aedeliki. The foundation of the Xiaobong Lian has been firmly established, yet remaining in a corner is not a long-term strategy. Luoyan, clad in lightweight cotton armor, traced the edge of the sand table with his fingertips, his voice deep and resolute. There are strong adversaries in all directions, yet opportunities abound. Before I march my forces, I must comprehend every inch of territory, every weakness of power. Behind him, four figures clad in black emerged like sculptures entwined with shadows. Silently stepping forward, they concealed themselves in the dim corners of the council chamber, their features obscured by dark hoods, with only their piercing eyes resembling cold stars, exuding a lethal sharpness. These were the assassins recruited by Luo Yan from the inn in Yongning City, adept in stealth, disguise, and interrogation. Particularly skilled in gathering intelligence silently in dire circumstances, capable of beheading in the unseen and uncovering secrets amidst chaos. To the east lies the Aedeliki City-State Alliance. To the south, the cities of Xiwir. To the north, the Orc and Half-Orc tribes. And to the west, the nomadic tribes of the grasslands. Luo Yan's gaze swept across the four assassins like a hawk. Each of you shall infiltrate your respective territories, investigating their troop deployments, resource reserves, internal conflicts, and the temperaments of their leaders. 3 months hence, in the council chamber of Yongning City, I expect to see intelligence that can determine the outcome of war. As his words faded, the four assassins bowed in unison, their movements synchronized as if they were a single entity, then vanished silently into the shadows of the council chamber. Stirring not a whisper of wind, their silhouettes would venture forth to the four corners of the Xiaobong Lian to unveil the veils of those mysterious powers. The assassin heading east bore the codename Ingchua, disguising himself as a spice merchant, burdened with a heavy pack, the aroma of fragrant spices mingling with coarse cloth. Resembling an ordinary trader, he traversed the trade routes of the eastern Xiaobong Lian, progressing eastward, where the terrain gradually flattened. The barren land and gravel of the Confederation's border were replaced by expansive farmlands and orchards, with the roads transforming from pothole-ridden dirt paths to broad avenues paved with bluestone, glistening with a gentle sheen after the rain. The villages along the way featured houses constructed of white stone, their roofs adorned with red clay tiles, reflecting a warm crimson glow under the sun, exuding an air of refinement and order. This was the domain of the Aedeliki City-State Alliance. Aedeliki, meaning the gift of the elves, comprises 6 core city-states: Island, Walyualian, Kaiting, Meliur, Sulanding, and Karawalia. These 6 city-states are distributed along the eastern coastal plains and inland hills, no more than 100 miles apart, interconnected by developed waterways and solid land routes, forming a tightly knit network of influence, allowing for swift circulation of resources and information. Ingchue quickly discerned the uniqueness of Aedeliki, not only in its orderly urban layout, but also in the pervasive elven signature that permeated the air. The streetlights along the roadside were powered by eternal flames of elven magic, requiring no oil, burning day and night, casting a soft silver-blue glow. The irrigation systems in the fields bore the elegance of elven craftsmanship, guiding water flow with rune-etched stones, nourishing every inch of land with precision. Even the copper ornaments worn by ordinary citizens were inscribed with simplified elven runes, said to bring peace, yet were, in truth, marks of vassalage passed down through generations. Among the 6 city-states, Island stands as the core of the alliance, positioned beside the bay along the eastern coast, bustling with merchant ships and towering masts, serving as both the political center and the largest port. When Ingchue infiltrated Island, he coincided with the city-state's Laurel Festival, commemorating the first arrival of the High Elves in Aedeliki, marking it as the grandest celebration of the realm. In the central square of the city, people donned long robes embroidered with laurel patterns, holding intricately woven garlands. dancing and singing around a towering elven statue. The statue, sculpted from a single block of white jade, soared over Zhang, depicting a high elf clad in silver armor, wielding a scepter adorned with sapphires, with a handsome yet aloof visage. Its gaze seemingly piercing through the millennia, overseeing the devout yet diminutive humans below. Yingxue blended into the crowd, feigning the role of a merchant eager to purchase festival ornaments. From whom he learned, through a white-bearded elder priest, that this statue was erected to commemorate the High Elves' rescue during the Year of the Falling Stars. 300 years ago, the ancestors of Aedeliki lived a primitive life, suddenly besieged by monsters from the deep sea, clad in impenetrable armor and spewing venom, laying waste to farmlands and reducing villages to ruins. Just as the ancestors faced extinction, it was the High Elves from the eastern forests who intervened, sealing the monsters' lairs with powerful magic, subsequently becoming the protectors of Aedeliki. Since then, the High Elves established the Moonshadow City within the inland forests of Aedeliki, its walls constructed from moonlight stones that shimmer at night, resembling a fairyland. Though the elves do not directly intervene in the daily governance of the city-states, they possess supreme authority. Every 3 years, the lords of the 6 city-states must personally journey to Moonshadow City to pay homage, receive blessings from the elves, and report on governance, receiving directives. Any hint of defiance may result in the withdrawal of magical support or even the risk of being deposed. Yingxue lay in wait near the lord's mansion in Iceland, disguised as a gardener, frequently witnessing the entrance and exit of high elven envoys clad in silver robes. Their tall figures moved gracefully, with an air of arrogance, barely acknowledging the approaching city-state lords with a nod, their expressions bearing an inherent superiority. While the lords showed them utmost reverence, bowing deeply, even hesitant to meet their gaze, as if standing before divinities rather than mere mortals. The military might of Aedeliki manifests in a model of city-state guards supported by elves. Each city-state boasts its own guard, numbering between 3,000 and 5,000. The soldiers are well-equipped, their helmets adorned with laurel leaves symbolizing glory, wielding finely crafted steel spears and shields encrusted with gemstones. Among these jewels, some are magical stones bestowed by the elves, capable of enhancing defense or casting faint protective spells. The training of the guards is exceedingly rigorous. Every morning, they drill in the parade ground, excelling in formations, especially in the plains, where they can swiftly arrange themselves into tight phalanxes, repelling enemy charges like an impregnable wall. The High Elves provide magical support, with the elf mages of Yuancheng regularly imparting basic spells to the officers of the city-state's guard and sending a select few elven archers to join the allied forces. The precision of the elven archers' arrows is unparalleled, capable of igniting flames or conjuring frost upon impact, far surpassing ordinary bowmen. Inkei once discreetly observed a guard drill and witnessed an elven archer draw back his bow, releasing an arrow that pierced through 3 thick wooden shields and ignited the grass target behind it, causing a wave of cheers among the city soldiers. Their eyes filled with awe. However, Yingxue's professional instincts prevented him from being deceived by this superficial display of strength. He keenly sensed the internal rifts within Aedeliki, the most glaring of which was the burgeoning anti-elf sentiment silently spreading among the younger generation. This was not merely sporadic grumbling, but had coalesced into an organized resistance. Yingxue's initial discovery occurred in Sualandon. Located in the central region of Aedeliki, Sualandon is renowned for its craftsmanship, with many of its youth engaged in ironworking, leather crafting, and sculpting, fostering a more vibrant ideology. He took refuge in a small tavern near a blacksmith shop, a hub for local gossip where various social classes mingled, making it easy to glean secrets. One evening, a group of young men clad in simple attire, youthful yet resolute, gathered in a corner, their voices hushed yet charged with indignation. Inkei feigned drunkenness, leaning over from the adjacent table to catch fragments of their conversation, which included phrases like elven oppression of freedom. After the young men dispersed, he stealthily followed them through narrow alleys, watching as they entered an abandoned textile workshop. In the following days, Inkei returned to the tavern, sometimes pretending to organize his belongings, other times engaging the bartender in idle chatter, gradually uncovering the identities of the young men. The leader, named Liao, was the son of a blacksmith in Sualandon, whose father was a reputed craftsman skilled in forging runic weapons. However, after being discovered for secretly using elven-controlled magical ores to craft tools for ordinary villagers, he suffered the loss of his hands as punishment and could never forge again. Liao witnessed his father's despair, planting seeds of hatred towards the elves in his heart. The others had their own grievances. A girl named Ayla hailed from a village on the outskirts of Kyrdun, where a drought last year left them with no harvest. The villagers' pleas for help to Iceland were rejected, and their prayers to the elves of Yuang-Chung yielded only cold indifference. Her brother ultimately perished during their escape. A boy named Kai, whose father was a soldier in the city guard, lost him in a border skirmish when the elven mages deemed the situation unworthy of magical aid, resulting in his father's death and mutilation at the hands of monsters, and a young man named Tom, whose uncle, a scholar researching elven history and questioning the legitimacy of elven rule, was executed as a heretic. These young individuals, burdened by their traumas, united through a shared hatred. Inkei resolved to delve deeper into this clandestine organization. He spent 2 days disguising himself as a discontented wandering blacksmith, gradually earning Liao and the others' trust with his exceptional forging skills. He learned that the organization was called Dawn Society, symbolizing the desire to shatter the long night imposed by the elves and welcome the dawn of humanity. Established 6 months prior, it began with just Liao and 4 others, but had expanded to over 30 members, encompassing the city-states of Sualandon, Kyrdun, and Valorian, primarily comprising young individuals around 20, including blacksmiths, farmers, apprentices, and even a few ordinary soldiers from the city guard. The headquarters of the Dawn Society was located within the abandoned textile workshop. Inkei accompanied Liao inside once. Observing that the interior had been tidied up, the floor was swept clean, and corners were stacked with wood and tools, while a small room was partitioned with wooden planks. The dim chamber lacked light, save for a modified elven magical lamp casting a faint red glow, both illuminating and remaining inconspicuous. On the wall hung a map of Aedeliki, marked with charcoal to indicate the position of Yuang-Chung, routes of elven messengers, and the defensive layouts of the various city-state lords' residences. Scattered across the table were several flyers, akin to those Inkei had previously glimpsed, inscribed in hasty yet powerful handwriting. Aedeliki belongs to humanity, not as a mere appendage of the elves. Lifespan does not equate to superiority. Break free from the shackles of the elves and seize your own destiny. Liao informed Inkei that they gathered in secret weekly, sometimes in the workshop and at other times in the surrounding forests, with sentinels posted to guard against detection by elven messengers or the city guard. During these meetings, they circulated secretly copied anti-elf literature, shared intelligence on elven activities, and engaged in rudimentary combat training. Lacking fine weaponry, they relied on wooden sticks and iron bars, with members who had served in the guard teaching basic combat techniques and stealth methods. "We are still weak and cannot confront the elves head-on," Liao remarked, stroking a rusted short sword on the table, his gaze resolute. "But we will gradually grow stronger, uniting all discontented with the elves. One day, we shall make those lofty elves realize that humanity is not merely their pawns." Inkei observed that while the structure of the Dawn Society was rudimentary, it adhered to strict discipline. They were divided into 3 groups. The intelligence group, responsible for gathering information on the elves and the city-state lords, comprised mainly of quick-witted, observant youths who would pose as vendors or apprentices to glean news from areas frequented by elven messengers. The liaison group, tasked with relaying messages between the city-states, mainly consisting of farmers or wanderers familiar with the terrain, who used coded signals to discreetly deliver flyers and intelligence, and the action group, responsible for executing small-scale operations, such as sabotaging elven magical installations or posting anti-elf flyers, led by Kai. In the second week after Inkei joined the Dawn Society, the action group planned a mission to sabotage the elven magical streetlights in the center of Sualandon. These lamps were symbols of elven rule, burning day and night, allowing elven messengers to easily patrol the streets at night. The operation was set for the deep hours of the night, with Kai leading 4 members of the action group, armed with hammers and damp cloths, stealthily infiltrating the city center. Inkei accompanied them under the pretense of wanting to contribute to the organization. The streets were eerily silent, illuminated only by the silvery blue glow of the magical streetlights. Kai signaled for the group to disperse, each responsible for a lamp, while he kept watch near the elven messenger's residence. Inkei followed a young man named Matt to a streetlight. Matt took a deep breath, raised his hammer, wrapped the head in a damp cloth, and struck the base of the lamp's runestone, the core that powered the magical flame. A dull thud rang out as the runestone cracked, the silvery blue flame dimming almost instantly, extinguishing within seconds. The 2 dared not linger, swiftly moving to the next lamp. As they struck the 4th lamp, distant shouts from elven messengers echoed, accompanied by light footsteps. "Not good. We've been discovered." Kai hissed, "Retreat. Follow the planned route." The crowd immediately scattered, fleeing frantically towards the forest beyond the city. Inkei intentionally lagged behind, feigning a state of panic and witnessed two elven messengers in silver-white robes pursuing them. Their staves gripped tightly, with faint blue magical orbs coalescing at their fingertips. One member of the action team, lagging slightly, was struck in the back by an elven magical orb, letting out a cry before collapsing, lifeless, on the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the others escaped back to the abandoned workshop. Inside the secret chamber, the atmosphere was heavy. Kai slammed his fist against the wall, his eyes reddened with emotion. "It is my negligence that has brought this upon us," he lamented, as Tai Mu Ai La shed silent tears. Tom clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in anger. "These elves are nothing short of demons." After a prolonged silence, Leo spoke slowly. "Sacrifice is inevitable. Tai Mu's death will awaken us further. We must no longer act impulsively. We need to be more cautious and discreet." He gazed at the others, his eyes filled with sorrow, yet more so with an indomitable spirit. "As long as we remain, the dawn of Odelic will not fade, and our resistance shall not cease." Inkay observed these young souls, silently marveling at their naivety and perhaps their limited power. Yet their resolve to resist oppression burned fiercely like a star's spark, capable of igniting a wildfire given the right opportunity. Beyond the dawn of Odelic, Inkay discerned that this anti-elf sentiment was spreading across other city-states as well. In the Valerian city-state, he overheard miners lamenting the elves' monopoly over magical ores. Within Valorian's iron and copper mines, small quantities of magical ores were intermixed. These ores could enchant weapons and were immensely valuable, yet were strictly controlled by the elves. The miners labored tirelessly, surrendering all they extracted to the elven messengers, unable to keep even a shard for themselves. Some young miners secretly formed the Miners' Soul Society, clandestinely hoarding a small amount of magical ore, attempting to decipher the elves' enchanting techniques, and planning to one day transport the ores to other city-states in exchange for food and weapons. In the Kyarden city-state, the drought-induced famine had escalated the populace's dissatisfaction with the elves to a breaking point. Young farmers congregated in the fields, expressing their grievances over the elves' indifference. While their crops withered and their families faced starvation, the elves of Moonshadow City continued to live in opulence, oblivious to human suffering. A few young individuals took the initiative to organize the Farmers' Alliance, refusing to pay grain tributes to the elves and even attempting to storm the residences of the elven messengers to seize stored food. Although they were ultimately suppressed by the city-state's guards, the seeds of rebellion had already been sown, and an increasing number of youths joined their ranks, secretly disseminating anti-elf ideologies. Inkay also discovered that these anti-elf organizations, scattered across various city-states, despite their differing names, shared clandestine connections. They communicated through the liaison group of the Dawn of Odelic, exchanging messages, sharing experiences, and even trading resources. Leo informed Inkay that they were planning to unite all anti-elf organizations to launch a large-scale operation on the upcoming Star Festival, the most revered holiday among the elves. The elves of Moonshadow City would conduct grand ceremonies, and the elven messengers from the various city-states would return to Moonshadow City, rendering their power within the city-state at its weakest. Their plan was to simultaneously post flyers in all city-states, sabotage elven magical facilities, and even attempt to abduct the lords of the city-states traveling to Moonshadow City for pilgrimage, coercing them to rebel against the elves. "We have already established contact with the Miners' Soul Society of Valerian and the Farmers' Alliance of Kyarden, both of whom have agreed to join our plan," Leo whispered, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "If this operation succeeds, it will reveal to all Odelicians that the elves are not invincible, and we too can seize our own destiny." Inkay silently absorbed this information, committing it to memory. The resistance of these youths, seemingly insignificant, struck precisely at Odelica's Achilles heel. The stronghold built upon the elves' protection had been eroded by internal discord and dissatisfaction, leaving it riddled with vulnerabilities. In terms of resources, Odelic was indeed blessed. Yet the uneven distribution of these resources exacerbated internal strife. The coastal regions of Iselin and Muriel dominated the fishing industry and maritime trade, able to procure spices, silks, and precious metals from overseas. Living in prosperity, the inland Valerian boasted rich iron and copper mines, serving as the Alliance's weapons manufacturing hub, yet had to pay exorbitant tariffs to Iselin to transport iron goods overseas. Kyarden and Kalia produced grains and fruits, sustaining the Alliance's food supply, but received no aid during disasters. More critically, the elves of Moonshadow City controlled the mining technology and enchanting processes for magical ores, essential for enhancing weapons and armor, yet strictly regulated, allowing only a limited amount of ore to flow into the city-states for military use, with strict prohibitions on private trade. This led to considerable discontent among the city-state's craftsmen, who yearned to craft exquisite items from magical ores for greater wealth, but could only gaze longingly at the elves' prohibitions. Many craftsmen thus secretly allied with anti-elf organizations, hoping to alter their circumstances through rebellion. 3 months of covert operations passed swiftly. Ink's pouch, once filled with spices, was now brimming with meticulously recorded intelligence. He had committed to memory all of Odelica's intricacies, the locations and defenses of the 6 city-states, the quantity and training of the guards, the elven deployments and magical vulnerabilities, the distribution of resources across city-states, and most importantly, the anti-elf organizations that spread like wildfire. Their members, agendas, plans, and the determination capable of shaking the elven dominion were all firmly lodged in his mind. On a moonless and windy night, Ink donned his night attire, evading the city-state's patrols as he quietly departed from Iceland. He retraced his steps westward, where the cobblestone path gradually gave way to dirt roads. The red-tiled roofs of homes replaced by mud huts on the plains, and the scent of elven magic faded, giving way to the earthy aroma of the Summer Alliance's wilderness. Chapter 13. Zywir State the Assassin, codenamed Night Falcon, treaded steadily along the mountain path in the southern region of the Summer Alliance. Clad in faded, coarse garments, he bore a heavy blacksmith's toolbox on his shoulder, its iron anvil and hammer clanking within, echoing his current state of calm resolve. Concealed within the toolbox's compartments were parchment, charcoal, and fine silver needles, tools for recording intelligence and transmitting messages. Unlike the orderly, grid-like layouts and unified legal systems of the eastern Odelic city-states, the southern region of Zywir appeared to have been whimsically crafted by the creator, its complex terrain daunting to behold. The towering Iron Spine Mountains loomed in the midst, their peaks sharply carved, perpetually shrouded in mist, with only a few narrow paths carved into the mountainsides, barely wide enough for a single person to pass sideways. Nestled between the mountains lay the vast Silver Moon River Valley Plain, its fertile black soil nurturing sprawling fields of wheat and orchards. 2 main tributaries meandered like the lifeblood of the earth, nourishing the creatures along their banks. Over 20 city-states, scattered like stars across the landscape, were separated by mountains and rivers, yet intertwined through water sources and land, embroiled in centuries of conflict and entanglement. Night Falcon's first stop was the Valley Fortress. Located at the edge of the Iron Spine Mountains, this small city-state occupied a narrow valley, its walls constructed from irregular gray stones, rising no higher than 3 meters. Marred by the ravages of wind and rain, with several repaired cracks visible, the city gate was rudimentary, fashioned from planks of solid wood and reinforced with thin sheets of iron, appearing easily breachable. He successfully entered the city-state under the guise of a passing blacksmith seeking work. Within the city, the buildings were low and dilapidated, predominantly made of mud walls and thatched roofs, with narrow streets riddled with potholes, the mud after rain often reaching ankle-deep. He took refuge in an abandoned stable, working during the day at a local blacksmith shop, and by night, under the cover of darkness. He quietly observed the movements of this small city. The lord of Valley Fortress was a middle-aged man named Gray, slight of build, yet with sharp eyes, as if perpetually calculating something. His territory is barren. Apart from a few barely arable terraced fields in the valley, there are hardly any other resources. The only lifeline is a perennial spring at the end of the valley and a small collection of herbs gathered from the Iron Spine Mountains. Adjacent to the Shigu Valley Fort is the slightly more powerful Haesong Fort, which occupies the valley's exit and controls the sole trade route between Shigu Valley Fort and the outside world. The lord of Haesong Fort, Locke, is a burly man with a face full of flesh, rumored to have been a pirate in his youth, known for his ruthless and domineering demeanor. He is fully aware that the lifeblood of Shigu Valley Fort lies in his hands, and thus he has gradually raised the toll on passage from an initial 10% of goods to a staggering 30%. Occasionally even allowing his guards to seize herbs and food being transported by the villagers of Shigu Valley Fort. On the 5th day of Night Falcon's infiltration into Shigu Valley Fort, he witnessed a conflict unfold. That morning, several villagers were pushing carts laden with herbs, preparing to sell them at the market down the mountain. Upon reaching the checkpoint of Haesong Fort, they were intercepted by a few guards clad in leather armor, wielding wooden clubs. Pay 30% of your goods or leave half your money behind. Otherwise, you shall not pass, declared the lead guard, tilting his head arrogantly. The villagers appeared distressed, and the elder among them pleaded, "Sir, this year's herb yield is poor. We depend on these to trade for food to survive the winter. Could you perhaps collect a lesser toll? Let's talk." The soldier retorted impatiently, kicking the cart, causing herbs to scatter across the ground. Who dares defy Lord Locke's rules? Keep talking, and I'll smash your cart. The commotion attracted the attention of Shigu Valley Ford's guards, a dozen soldiers in coarse clothing. Armed with stone axes and short knives, rushed to the scene, and tensions escalated immediately. You have gone too far, shouted the captain of Shigu Valley Ford's guards. We are merely passing through. Why do you oppress us so? Oppress? What of it? The Haesung Fort soldiers scoffed. If you have the ability, then do not cross our territory. Before the words finished, a wooden club struck one of Shigu Valley Fort soldiers, and chaos ensued as both sides engaged in a fierce scuffle. Rocks flew, cries of pain mingled with curses, creating an utterly chaotic scene. Lord Grey arrived upon hearing the news, but merely stood at a distance, his face ashen, refraining from ordering a full-scale retaliation from his guards. Night Falcon, hidden nearby in a blacksmith shop, observed everything, realizing that Shigu Valley Fort was too weak to confront Haesung Fort directly and could only silently endure the bullying. Leaving Shigu Valley Fort, Night Falcon traveled east along the Inu River Valley towards the largest city-state in the Shiver region, the mighty Giant Stone City. If Shigu Valley Fort is a dilapidated village, then Giant Stone City is a true stronghold. It occupies the core of the Inu River Valley plain. Its walls constructed from enormous dark blue-black stones, towering several dozen meters high, thick and imposing, adorned with arrow towers and watchtowers. At the city gate stands a gigantic catapult, exuding a formidable aura. Inside the city, the streets are broad and well-maintained, flanked by rows of stone houses, some even boasting 2 or 3 stories. The market is bustling with people, the voices of vendors ringing out, showcasing an abundance of luxurious goods such as gold, silver, silk, and spices, reflecting great wealth. The Lord of Giant Stone City, Kareem, is the most powerful figure among the city-states of Shiver. Tall and imposing, he dons gem-encrusted armor and wields a sharp longsword. Acting decisively with grand ambitions, Night Falcon secured stable employment at a blacksmith shop in Giant Stone City, located near the temple at the city center, thriving with business. Not only does it craft weapons and armor for the city's guards, but it also fulfills orders from surrounding city-states. Here, he gains insight into the undercurrents of conflict between the city-states. Giant Stone City has risen to prominence in Shiver not only due to its fertile lands and convenient transportation, but also because it controls the upstream of the 2 main streams of the Inu River Valley. Water is the most precious resource in the Shiver region, especially during dry seasons, as the availability of sufficient irrigation directly impacts the city-state's grain harvest and the lives of its people. Lord Kareem is keenly aware of this and uses water sources as leverage to dominate other city-states. Each spring, under the pretext of repairing irrigation and offering sacrifices to the river deity, he reduces water supply to downstream city-states, coercing them into paying higher tributes. Last year, during a drought, Lord Kareem drastically cut the water supply to Haesung Fort and Hongshire Town by half. The old blacksmith, while working the bellows, lamented to Night Falcon, Locke. The Lord of Haesung Fort was outraged and sent envoys to negotiate, but the guards of Lord Kareem repelled them, threatening that those unwilling to submit would die of thirst. With no alternative, Locke had no choice but to pay double the grain and or to restore normal water supply. The old craftsman sighed. None of the city-states in Shiver can truly unite as one. The strong bully the weak, and over time, animosities deepen. Night Falcon listened intently, rhythmically striking the glowing iron with his hammer, sparks flying. He observed that the guards of Giant Stone City were well-equipped, clad in full metal armor, armed with standard longswords and shields, and even equipped with crossbows at their waists, displaying disciplined training. In stark contrast, the guards of Shigu Valley Fort and Haesung Fort he had previously encountered resembled a disorganized rabble. This disparity in strength further exacerbated the inequality among the city-states, rendering conflicts more brutal. During his time in Giant Stone City, Night Falcon witnessed a fierce struggle for the right to perform sacrifices. The temple in Giant Stone City is the largest and most magnificent in the Shiver region, dedicated to Mars, the god of war. The high priest, Augustine, holds the highest status among all priests in Shiver and is said to converse directly with the war deity. Although Lord Kareem wields immense power, he must still temper his ambitions in Augustine's presence, as the priest's divinations directly influence public sentiment. However, Kareem is not content to be constrained by the priest. Night Falcon discovered that he was secretly contacting several discontented junior priests, seeking opportunities to undermine Augustine's authority. Augustine is overly conservative. Once, while crafting a sword for the captain of Kareem's guards, Night Falcon overheard a conversation between him and a confidant. Last time, I proposed uniting several city-states to seize the fertile black soil plains downstream. but he insisted the war god disapproved, thwarting the plan. If this continues, when will Giant Stone City be able to unify Shiver? The confidant replied quietly, rest assured, my lord, I have found a way to discredit Augustine. He accepted bribes from Hongshire Town and lied during his divination for their lord. Once this information is revealed, the populace will lose trust in him, and you will be able to elevate your own candidate as the high priest. Night Falcon's heart stirred as he silently committed this information to memory. He understood that such internal power struggles could prove far deadlier than wars between city-states. Should the appropriate moment arise, Giant Stone City could descend into chaos. Departing Giant Stone City, Night Falcon journeyed to Hongshire Town, situated in the midstream of the Inu River Valley. This city-state is of a size between Giant Stone City and Shigu Valley Fort, its walls constructed from red rock, hence the name Hongshire Town. The Lord of Hongshire Town, Arnold, appears mild-mannered but harbors deep cunning. While his territory lacks abundant resources, its strategic location is critical, serving as a vital passage from Giant Stone City to the southern city-states, making Hongshire Town a focal point of contention among various factions. Upon Night Falcon's arrival in Hongshire Town, he found it embroiled in a conflict with Haesong Fort over the rights to a stream. This stream, known as Hongshire Stream, originates from the Iron Spine Mountains, flowing through both Hongshire Town and Haesong Fort, serving as a crucial irrigation source for both. In previous years, the two sides managed to coexist peacefully, distributing water in accordance with agreed ratios. However, this year, with the rainy season delayed and water levels drastically low, tensions erupted. By the time Night Falcon reached the banks of Hongshire Stream, soldiers from both sides were already locked in a standoff. The soldiers of Hongshire Town were clad in leather armor, wielding long swords and shields, numbering around 200. On the other hand, the soldiers of Haesong Fortress predominantly brandished wooden clubs and stone axes, fewer in number, yet each wearing a fierce expression. Lord Arnold and Lord Locke were both present in person, standing at the front of their respective ranks. Locke, the Hongshire River has been the lifeblood of our Hongshire Town since time immemorial. What right do you have to seize it? Arnold's countenance was stern, his tone laced with inquiry. Locke burst into laughter, his face betraying disdain. Since time immemorial? The rules of this world have always been dictated by the strong. The water level of the river has diminished. We of Haesong Fortress require more water, and you of Hongshire Town must yield. Not a chance, Arnold bellowed. Today, let it be known, should anyone dare to cross a single step over the river, they shall not escape my wrath. As soon as his words fell, a soldier from Haesong Fortress, suddenly agitated, charged out of the ranks, swinging his stone axe at the soldiers of Hongshire Town. Kill! Someone shouted, and an immediate melee ensued. The soldiers of Hongshire Town, better equipped, initially gained the upper hand, yet the soldiers of Haesong Fortress fought fiercely, undeterred by death. Among them were several devout warriors of the god of war, who, having consumed their sacrificial wine, shouted fervent prayers for divine protection, recklessly charging at the enemy. Undaunted, even when struck multiple times, Yi Huan concealed himself in the nearby woods, calmly observing the unfolding battle. He noted that, despite their bravery, the soldiers on both sides lacked effective command, engaging in disorganized skirmishes, with some even quarreling over friendly fire. To his surprise, several neighboring city-states, such as Shigu Fortress and Qingyanjai, had sent observers to watch from a distance, yet none were willing to intervene. After all, in Xiwir, it was customary to remain uninvolved, watching others fight while one reaped the benefits of their discord. This was deemed the wisest choice. The conflict raged on for an entire day, and as the sun set, both sides, having suffered heavy casualties, withdrew. The banks of the Hongshire River were strewn with bodies. The crystal-clear waters stained crimson, and the air was thick with the scent of blood and smoke. Lord Arnold gazed upon the corpses of his soldiers, his face pale, his eyes filled with fury and helplessness. Meanwhile, Lord Locke stood on the opposite bank, a cruel smile playing upon his lips. Though Haesong Fortress had also incurred losses, they had at least temporarily secured the upstream waters. That night, Yi Huan took residence in an inn in Hongshire Town. He overheard hushed conversations from the adjacent room. It was Lord Arnold and his advisor. Locke has grown too arrogant. Our losses are severe. We must devise a means of retaliation. Arnold's voice seethed with suppressed anger. After a moment of contemplation, the advisor replied, My lord, given the strength of Hongshire Town alone, it will be difficult to defeat Haesong Fortress. Instead, we should ally ourselves with other oppressed city-states, like Shigu Fortress and Qingyanjai, to confront Locke together. Arnold shook his head. Those small city-states are timid and fearful. They may not dare to cooperate with us. Then we must seek assistance from Jushire City, the advisor suggested, Lord Karim has long sought to expand his influence. We can offer our submission and tribute, requesting his military aid. Arnold fell silent. Submitting to Jushur City would mean Hongshire Town would lose its independence, falling under Karim's control. Yet, at this moment, it seemed there were no better options. Yi Huan meticulously recorded all of this on parchment, his understanding of Xiweyer's city-states becoming increasingly clear. They were akin to a pack of wild dogs fighting over bones, filled with hatred and scheming, with no eternal allies, only perpetual self-interest. With a little incitement, they could easily turn upon one another. In the subsequent month, Yi Huan visited numerous city-states, including Qingyanzhai, Fengyu City, and Luoshi Fortress. At each location, he observed the scars of conflict between the city-states. Qingyanzhai and Luoshi Fortress engaged in perpetual strife over the ownership of a mine, even resorting to sending spies to sabotage each other's operations. Fengyu City, leveraging its maritime expertise, monopolized southern sea trade, forbidding other city-states from engaging in maritime commerce. Any ships or goods found violating this edict were seized. He also discovered that Lok of Haesong Fortress was secretly contacting Shigu Fortress, Qingyanzhai, and several other minor city-states, attempting to form an anti-Jushur City alliance. Karim has exploited us for too long. Disguised as a merchant, Yi Huan infiltrated a clandestine meeting in Haesong Fortress and heard Lok address the other lords. I control the water source and can arbitrarily raise the tribute. Should we show any disobedience, we will be suppressed. Rather than waiting for doom, we should unite and overthrow his rule, redistributing land and resources. Lord Grey of Shigu Fortress appeared hesitant. Lord Lok, Jushur City is powerful. Can we truly defeat him together? Of course, Lok assured. While Jushur City is formidable, it is rife with internal strife. Karim and the High Priest are at odds, and although the guard appears elite, they lack real combat experience. If we unite and strike while they are unprepared, we can seize Jushur City, and then we shall all share in his wealth and lands. The other lords exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with greed, and they eagerly expressed their willingness to join the alliance. Yi Huan committed this information to memory while discreetly monitoring the movements of Jushur City. He noticed that Lord Karim seemed to have caught wind of Lok's conspiracy, beginning to bolster defenses and reaching out to several loyal city-states, such as Bailing City and Xiongning Fortress, preparing for potential rebellion. The situation in Xiweyer resembled a powder keg poised to explode. All it required was a spark to ignite widespread chaos. Yi Huan was prepared to be that spark. During the final days of his infiltration in Xiweyer, Yi Huan arrived at Bailing City, located deep within the Iron Spine Mountains, renowned for its high-quality iron ore and valiant soldiers, being Jushur City's most loyal ally. The Lord of Bailing City, Wolf, was Karim's cousin, and their relationship was close. The guards of Bailing City frequently trained alongside those of Jushur City. While working in the blacksmith shop, Yi Huan unexpectedly learned of a significant piece of information. Lord Karim planned to hold a grand sacrificial ceremony in a month, inviting the lords and priests of all city-states in Xiweyer to attend in Jushur City. It was said that the purpose of this ritual was to beseech the gods for favorable weather in Xiweyer, but in reality, Karim sought to use this opportunity to showcase the strength of Jushur City and intimidate those harboring ill intentions while also gauging the attitudes of the various city-states. Lord Karim had already sensed Lok's clandestine outreach to other city-states. The blacksmith shop owner informed Yi Huan. This sacrificial ceremony is intended to send a warning to Lok. If any lord dares to disrespect or fails to attend, he will have just cause to retaliate. Yi Huan's heart leapt. This was the opportunity he had awaited. At the sacrificial ceremony, all key figures from the city-states would gather, and should chaos erupt, it could deliver a devastating blow to Xiweyer. He began to meticulously plan his course of action. First, he would reveal the plans of the Haesong Fortress alliance to Karim, provoking early conflict between Jushur City and the alliance. Then, at the sacrificial ceremony, he would incite chaos, sowing discord among the city-states to turn them against one another. Finally, amidst the turmoil, he would gather further intelligence and perhaps even seize the opportunity to assassinate key figures, effectively dismantling the power of Xiweyer. One morning, Yi Huan bid farewell to the old blacksmith who had taken him in. The old man handed him a handcrafted dagger, saying, "Young man, this place is too chaotic. Leave soon and find a stable place to live." Yi Huan accepted the dagger, nodding, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He shouldered a toolkit filled with intelligence and quietly departed from Bailing City, heading towards the direction of the Xiaobang Alliance. Within the toolkit lay parchments detailing every lord, priest, military strength, resources, fortifications, and the conflicts and alliance plans between the city-states. He knew a storm was brewing that would engulf Xiwei, and he, Yi Huan, would be the unseen architect behind the tempest. The centuries-old enmity and strife among the city-states of Xiwei shall ultimately find resolution in his hands, whether through unification or annihilation. The mountain paths are rugged, shrouded in morning mist, as the silhouette of the night falcon gradually vanishes into the haze, leaving behind a trail of varying depths of footprints, reminiscent of the hidden years and the impending storm of bloodshed. Chapter 14. Northern Orcs. The assassin, codenamed Songlong, hunches his back and stumbles into the desolate expanse of the Northern Confederation. Disguised as a lost half-orc hunter, he is clad in tattered grayish-brown animal hides, caked with dirt and dried blood. A grotesque scar stretches from the corner of his left eye to his jaw, adding an air of wildness and disarray. On his back rests a bow crafted from the sinews of a massive bear, with a quiver containing a dozen arrows tipped with beast bone. A rusty hunting knife hangs from his waist. These are both his tools of disguise and his means of defense. The moment he steps onto the barren land, a fierce wind rushes at him like a ravenous wolf, whipping up the dust and withered grass, striking his face with painful ferocity. Scanning his surroundings, he sees no signs of life. Beneath his feet lies cracked earth, with sparse yellowed grass shivering in the wind, and in the distance, exposed black rocks lay scattered like the bones of a colossal beast. Here, there are no exquisite courtyards or orderly streets of the eastern city-states, nor the mountains, rivers, and scattered fortresses of the southern realms. Only endless desolation and the violent forces of nature, alongside the primal and bloody rules of survival that lurk beneath this barren land. Songlong's objective is to infiltrate the orc and half-orc tribes hidden within this wasteland, to ascertain their distribution, power, and vulnerabilities. He understands that these beings, born and raised in the wild, pose the greatest threat to the Northern Confederation. They lurk like hungry wolves, poised to descend southward at any moment, ready to rend human defenses with their fangs and claws. On his first day of concealment, Songlong is drawn by a thunderous roar. Following the sound, he hides behind a rock and catches sight of a relatively flat clearing where hundreds of towering orcs have gathered. This is the camp of the Bloodfang tribe. The orcs of Bloodfang have deep green skin, their faces lined with wrinkles, and their mouths reveal sharp fangs. Their gaze is fierce like that of wolves, their muscular arms marked with the scars of battle. At this moment, they form a massive circle, in the center of which two orcs grapple barehanded, engaged in a chieftain election ritual. To the left stands an orc named Jeluo, exceptionally brawny, towering over 2 meters, with arms thicker than an average orc's thigh. He once single-handedly slain a full-grown wild rhino. To the right is an orc named Kalong. Though slightly shorter, he is remarkably agile, his eyes glinting with a cruel intensity. It is said he has torn open a wild wolf's throat with his bare hands during a hunt. As they clash, their blows land with palpable force, the dull thuds echoing across the wasteland. Jeluo delivers a heavy punch to Kalong's chest. Kalong grunts, hurtling backward to the ground, spewing a mouthful of dark blood. Yet he quickly rises, his eyes devoid of fear, instead reflecting a more vicious demeanor as he lunges at Jeluo, sinking his sharp fangs into Jeluo's shoulder. With a pained howl, Jeluo seizes Kalong by the hair and slams him to the ground, then raises his massive foot to stomp down on Kalong's chest. Kalong struggles to resist, but is firmly pinned down by Jeluo, emitting a growl of defiance. A glint of cruelty flashes in Jeluo's eyes as he lowers his head and bites through Kalong's throat with his own fangs. Blood spurts forth, staining Jeluo's lips red as he lifts Kalong's lifeless body and roars at the surrounding tribe members. Jeluo! Jeluo! The orcs erupt in thunderous cheers, encircling Jeluo, lifting him high above their heads, tossing him into the air, and catching him with care. Women bring forth wooden bowls filled with beast blood and present them to Jeluo, who drinks deeply, a satisfied yet fierce smile gracing his face. This primal and bloody election wholly embodies the Orcish principle of might. Only the strongest and most ferocious orc is deemed worthy to lead the tribe and wield dominion over all. Songlong silently observes the spectacle, his fingers unconsciously stroking the hunting knife at his waist. He understands that in such a tribe, any sign of weakness renders one a target for bullying. To survive and even acquire intelligence, one must exhibit sufficient strength. Departing from the Bloodfang tribe's camp, Songlong continues his journey northward. Days later, he discovers a half-orc encampment nestled in the Gobi near the edge of the wasteland. In stark contrast to the Bloodfang tribe's scale, this camp, belonging to the Huizhao tribe, is particularly rudimentary. Mere dozens of dilapidated animal skin tents haphazardly erected among the rocks, their surfaces patched, and some even revealing gaping holes. barely shielding against the savage winds of the wasteland. The half-orcs are slightly shorter than pure-blooded orcs, their skin typically a light brown or tawny hue, and their fangs less pronounced. Though their ears remain pointed, their features are considerably softer. They are the mixed descendants of orcs and humans or other humanoid beings, inheriting some strength and wildness from their Orcish lineage but lacking the formidable physique of full-blooded orcs, thus remaining at a disadvantage in the harsh laws of survival that govern the wasteland. Songlong, posing as a lost half-orc hunter whose provisions have run dry, seeks refuge with the Huizhao tribe. The tribe's chieftain, an elderly half-orc named Lao Hui, has graying hair, a face etched with wrinkles, and a leg that is evidently impaired due to an old injury. Lao Hui is fairly kind, providing Songlong with a piece of tough beast meat and a small pouch of water, allowing him to stay in an empty tent on the camp's periphery. During his time with the Huizhao tribe, Songlong witnesses firsthand the oppression and suffering endured by the half-orcs. Each morning, before dawn, the adult half-orcs rise. The men, armed with rudimentary tools, venture deep into the wasteland to scavenge the remains of prey discarded by the orc tribes, or, at great peril, dig for scarce hardy tubers in the gobi. The women remain in the camp, processing animal hides, repairing tents, or foraging for edible wild grasses for the tribe's children. Songlong notices that the children of the tribe are mostly emaciated, clad in tattered animal skins that offer little protection against the cold of the wasteland. Their eyes lack the innocence typical of childhood, replaced instead by a premature wariness and vigilance. On one occasion, a half-orc child of about 5 or 6, driven by insatiable hunger, stealthily slips outside the camp to gather bones discarded by the Bloodfang tribe. However, he is discovered by a patrolling Bloodfang orc. Without hesitation, the orc kicks the child to the ground, viciously trampling on his arm. The child emits a heart-wrenching cry, yet dares not resist. Lao Hui, hearing the cries, rushes over, kneeling on the ground and repeatedly bowing to the orc in a plea for mercy. "Please, sir, spare the child. He is merely too hungry and did not intend to offend." The orc casts a disdainful glance at Lao Hui, spitting in his face, and retorts, "You lowly half-breed do not deserve to touch the possessions of our Bloodfang tribe. If I see any of your kind near our camp again, I will have you all slaughtered and turned into food." With that, he delivers another brutal kick to the child before swaggering away. Lao Hui cradles the injured child, silent tears streaming down his face, his gaze filled with pain and humiliation. The surrounding half-orcs lower their heads, none daring to speak. They understand that resistance equates to death. From afar, the scent of roasting meat and the laughter of orcs from the Bloodfang camp contrast sharply with the desolation of the Huizhao tribe. Songlong hides within the tent, observing all, as a complex array of emotions stirs within him. He initially came seeking intelligence, yet unexpectedly bore witness to such a brutal tableau of survival. Having lurked within the Huizhao tribe for over 10 days, Songlong gradually grasped the plight of the half-orc tribes, which were perpetually oppressed by the pure-blooded orcs, a grim reality that had become commonplace across the wasteland. Beyond the Huizhao tribe, other half-orc tribes such as the Duan tribe and the Hepai tribe also languished under the shadow of their Orcish counterparts. The orc tribes not only seized the food and resources painstakingly gathered by the half-orcs, but also compelled them to labor in constructing encampments, transporting game, and even serving as cannon fodder in battles. Last winter, an unprecedented heavy snowfall blanketed the wasteland, leading to a near extinction of game. One night, Lao Hui sat by the campfire, recounting the tribulations of the half-orcs to Songlong. "Our food supplies were quickly depleted, and the children are on the brink of starvation. I took a few young men to the Shuya tribe in hopes of borrowing some food. Even mere animal bones would suffice. Yet, not only did they refuse us, but they also beat our men, declaring that we lowly half-breeds deserved to perish." His voice trembled, tears spilling from his eyes as he continued, "That winter, we lost over a dozen tribesmen to starvation, including 5 children." The surrounding half-orcs fell into a profound silence, the flickering firelight illuminating their faces marred by sorrow and fury. Songlong noted that several young half-orcs clenched their fists tightly, an indignant glimmer flashing in their eyes, a suppressed rage akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Upon departing the Huizhao tribe, Songlong traversed the wasteland, visiting more orc and half-orc tribes. He discovered that the conflicts among the orc tribes were far more frequent and brutal than he had anticipated. These tribes lacked fixed territories, adhering to a nomadic lifestyle dictated by the availability of water and grass. Whenever the territories of 2 tribes overlapped, or when vying for a fertile pasture or a bountiful oasis, fierce conflicts would erupt. Half a month later, near a pasture known as Hongqiaotan, He witnessed a vast tribal war unfold between the Shuya tribe and the Tai tribe, both vying for control over this prime grazing land. Hongqiaotan was a rare and bountiful pasture in the wasteland, with particularly lush grass and a perennial spring, making it an ideal location for herding livestock and hunting. The Shuya tribe aimed to seize this pasture to expand their influence, while the Tai tribe regarded it as their own territory, unwilling to cede ground. On the day the war erupted, the sky was ominously overcast, and a tempestuous wind whipped up dust, heralding impending calamity. The Shuya tribe deployed over 500 warriors, while the Tai tribe mustered more than 400, positioning themselves on the Hongqiaotan. The orcs of the Tai tribe were mainly of deep brown skin, adept at riding the wild donkeys of the wasteland, their warriors brandishing stone axes and spears while mounted, projecting an intimidating presence. "Galo, you coward! How dare you covet the territory of our Tai tribe? Today, you shall pay the price," bellowed Haishi, the chieftain of the Tai tribe, astride an exceptionally large wild donkey, wielding a massive stone axe as he shouted towards the Shuya tribe. Galo, positioned at the front of his ranks, grinned menacingly. "Haishi, why should such a prime place as Hongqiaotan be monopolized by your Tai tribe? Today, either you vacate Hongqiaotan, or you shall all perish here." Before his words could settle, Galo surged forward, akin to a frenzied beast, swinging his metallic battle axe, a treasure exchanged from human traders, exceedingly sharp. The warriors of the Shuya tribe followed suit, unleashing thunderous roars as they charged towards the Tai ranks. Haishi, undeterred, shouted, "Kill." The cavalry of the Tai tribe urged their wild donkeys forward, spears at the ready. Meeting the oncoming Shuya warriors, chaos erupted across Hongqiaotan. The clashing of metal and stone, the roars of orcs, and the cries of the wounded melded into a cacophony that echoed throughout the heavens. A warrior of the Shuya tribe was pierced through the chest by a Tai spear. In his final moments of defiance, he clung to his assailant, sinking his fangs into the enemy's throat. A Tai cavalryman fell from his donkey, swiftly surrounded and beaten to death by several Shuya warriors. Blood and corpses littered the wasteland, staining the red grass beneath, while injured orcs lay moaning in agony. Yet none came to their aid. In this life-and-death struggle, each person focused solely on their own survival. Song Lang concealed himself among the distant rocks, observing the battle with a cool demeanor. He discerned that while the orcs exhibited formidable combat prowess, they lacked any semblance of strategy. They merely relied on instinct and courage, charging in mass into battle, each fighting solo. There were no formations, no cooperation, and often victory was determined by sheer numbers or individual strength. This war persisted throughout the day, and as the sun set, the tide of battle became evident. The Shuya tribe, bolstered by their numerical superiority and Galo's sharp metallic axe, ultimately vanquished the Tai tribe. Chieftain Haishi was cleaved in two by Galo, and the Tai warriors suffered devastating losses. Those who remained, seeing the inevitable defeat, discarded their weapons and fled in disarray. The warriors of the Shuya tribe erupted in victorious cheers, storming into the Tai encampment to seize their prey, furs, livestock, and even abducting the women and children as slaves. A Shuya warrior seized a young girl from the Tai tribe, hoisting her aloft as he laughed maniacally, inquiring of his kin, "Shall we roast this little one, or save her as a plaything for our tribe's young?" The surrounding orcs burst into uproarious laughter, their eyes glinting with cruelty and apathy. Song Lang regarded this scene with an untroubled heart. He understood that this was the law of the wasteland, survival of the fittest. Yet, he also keenly recognized a fatal flaw beneath the orc tribe's might. They lacked unified organization and command, knowing only to attack one another without a long-term strategy. Their production capabilities were woefully low, devoid of agriculture or handicrafts, relying solely on hunting and plunder for sustenance. In times of disaster, famine would soon follow. Although the warriors were fierce, they were devoid of discipline and tactics, rendering their combat effectiveness limited. Beyond these vulnerabilities, Song Lang discerned a latent thread of resentment simmering within the half-orc tribes towards the pure-blooded orcs. During his visit to the Duan tribe, he encountered a young half-orc named Rui Zhao. Tall and robust, Rui Zhao's eyes sparkled with a rebellious light. He confided in Song Lang that his father had once been a warrior of the Duan tribe, yet perished tragically at the hands of the orcs during a battle where the Shuya tribe forced them to act as cannon fodder. "Those pure-blooded orcs do not regard us as human," Rui Zhao's fists clenched, knuckles whitening with exertion. "They make us toil for them, compel us to fight their battles, yet provide us with insufficient food and kill our kin at will. I have had enough of this existence." A glint of determination flickered in Rui Zhao's eyes. I have already contacted several young men from the Huizhao and Hepai tribes. We must unite to resist the oppression of those pure-blooded orcs. We shall show them that we half-orcs are not to be trifled with. Song Lang felt a stirring within, subtly probing. Your strength pales in comparison to the pure-blooded orcs. To rebel would be akin to throwing eggs against a stone. Rui Zhao scoffed derisively. Although we may not match them individually, the sheer number of half-orc tribes is formidable. If we can unite, we shall forge an undeniable force. Moreover, the orc tribes are rife with internal conflicts. They cannot possibly unite against us. We can begin by targeting the weaker orc tribes, seizing their weapons and food to bolster our strength, and then gradually take our revenge on the larger tribes that oppress us. Song Lang listened in silence, refraining from further inquiry. He recognized that Rui Zhao's sentiments were not unique. During his visits to several half-orc tribes, an increasing number of young individuals began to express their dissatisfaction with the oppression imposed by the orcs. The seeds of rebellion had already taken root in their hearts. Given a suitable opportunity, these seeds would burst forth, igniting a struggle that would sweep across the wasteland. In the final month of his covert operations, Song Lang encountered a small-scale orc invasion. An orc tribe known as the Duanren tribe, having suffered from prolonged drought, faced a severe famine due to a significant decline in prey. In a desperate bid for survival, the chieftain of the Duanren tribe led over 200 warriors southward to raid a border village in the northern region of the Xiabanglian. Song Lang stealthily followed in their wake. Witnessing the entire ordeal, the orcs of the Duanren tribe surged into the village like famished wolves, setting fire to the villagers' homes, slaughtering those who resisted, and seizing their stored food and livestock. The anguished cries of the villagers, along with the wails of women and children, echoed throughout the village. Yet the orcs remained devoid of compassion, continuing their frenzied plunder. However, their victory was short-lived. The border forces of the Xiabanglians swiftly arrived, comprised of human soldiers clad in metal armor and equipped with standardized weaponry. They were well-trained and employed disciplined tactics, forming a precise formation. They used shields to withstand the orc charge and retaliated with spears and arrows. Although the warriors of the Duanren tribe fought valiantly, they were soon overwhelmed by the organized human army. Lacking effective defense and knowledge of evading arrows, they fell one by one into pools of blood. Ultimately, the casualties among the Duanren warriors exceeded half, forcing the survivors to abandon their plundered goods and flee back to the wasteland. This defeat further validated Song Lang's assessment that while orc tribes may be fierce, they lacked organization and tactics, rendering them vulnerable against well-trained regular armies. 3 months of covert observation passed in the blink of an eye. Song Lang traversed most of the northern wasteland, meticulously charting the distribution of various tribes, their spheres of influence, chieftains' names, troop strengths, as well as the conflicts and weaknesses among the tribes on a hide map. He clearly marked which orc tribes harbored deep-seated enmities, and which half-orc tribes were secretly communicating, preparing to resist the oppression of the orcs. One morning, Song Lang bid farewell to the Duanren tribe that had sheltered him. Rui Zhao accompanied him to the camp's entrance and, with unwavering determination, stated, "Before long, we shall rise up in rebellion. The wasteland will witness a transformation." Song Lang nodded silently, turning to step into the vast wasteland, heading towards the Xiabanglian. His silhouette gradually blurred amidst the swirling sands whipped up by the fierce winds. Yet, he understood that the intelligence he brought back would play a crucial role in the Xiabanglians' response to the threats looming over the northern wasteland. Chapter 15. The Western barbarians, the assassin codenamed Gulam, hunched over with a crooked back, led a gaunt, chestnut-colored old horse along the western border of the Xiabanglian. Gradually stepping into the boundless grasslands, he assumed the alias Yawanki, claiming to be a down-and-out horse trainer from the Xiabanglians' borders who had lost everything in a gamble and was thus compelled to cross into the grasslands, hoping to survive by utilizing his horse training skills among the barbarian tribes. Clad in faded, coarse cotton garments caked with dust and grass clippings, he had intentionally smeared his face with dark grease to obscure his sharp features, leaving only his eyes, which occasionally gleamed with a keen light beneath his lowered eyelids. Reminiscent of a lurking wolf on the prairie, ever vigilant of his surroundings. This disguise conformed to the logic of the grassland's acceptance of wandering outsiders, allowing him to seamlessly navigate among various tribes and gather intelligence potent enough to alter the power dynamics. The moment he set foot on the grasslands, the scenery before him starkly contrasted with that of the Xiabanglian. The desolation of the northern wasteland, the refinement of the eastern city-states, and the complexity of the southern mountains were replaced by an expansive and hazy green. The grass carpet stretched from his feet to the horizon, and as the wind swept through, It stirred rippling waves akin to those of the sea. Herds of cattle and sheep, resembling pearls scattered upon a green tapestry, grazed leisurely on the grass. In the distance, white felt tents dotted the landscape like mushrooms after rain, with tendrils of smoke rising gently into the air, accompanied by the occasional shouts of herders and the bleating of livestock, creating an ostensibly tranquil and harmonious scene. Yet, Gulong understood that beneath this tranquility lay the wildest force, the prairie barbarians, a nomadic people raised on horseback, who revered curved blades and bows, and whose very essence was steeped in the art of plunder. The prairie barbarians were not a singular tribe, but rather a loose confederation comprising several large tribes and dozens of smaller ones, with the Jinjiang tribe, Haiki tribe, and Ingyu tribe wielding the most considerable influence. They had no fixed abodes, following the water and grass, with horses serving as their most vital companions, both a means of transportation and instruments of war. Merely half a day after Gulong entered the grasslands, he heard a thunderous sound of galloping hooves. He quickly concealed himself behind a dirt slope, watching as a cavalry unit from the Jinjiang tribe thundered past. Clad in lightweight tanned leather armor adorned with beast fangs, the riders wore hats decorated with eagle feathers, and their steeds were magnificent, robust creatures that kicked up clouds of dust as they galloped. The curved blades in their hands gleamed coldly in the sunlight, and their bullhorn bows were poised for action, arrows neatly arranged in their quivers. The entire unit moved with the swiftness of the wind, exuding a suffocating aura of intimidation. Gulong's first destination was the Jinjiang tribe, the most powerful in the grasslands. Leading his gaunt horse, he feigned exhaustion as he approached the outskirts of the Jinjiang tribe's camp. The camp was devoid of walls, consisting only of simple enclosures made from a mixture of cattle and sheep dung and earth. A few barbarian cavalrymen, armed with curved blades and clad in leather armor, patrolled the perimeter, their vigilant steeds scanning the surroundings. Upon spotting Gulong, a cavalryman named Waluogia rode forward, pointing his blade at Gulong's chest with a fierce tone. "Who are you? What brings you to my Jinjiang tribe? Step closer, and I shall sever your legs." Gulong quickly bowed his head, adopting a submissive demeanor, and respectfully replied, "My lord, I am Yawanki, a horse trainer from the east. I lost everything there in a gamble and am now desperate to find food in the grasslands. I possess decent skills in taming horses, capable of breaking even the wildest stallions, and I hope to serve the tribe." As he spoke, he discreetly retrieved a small piece of salt from his pocket. In the salt-deficient grasslands, salt was an exceedingly precious commodity, even more sought after than hides. Waluogia's eyes glimmered with greed upon seeing the salt. He took it, weighed it in his hand, and tucked it into his clothing, his tone softening. "A horse trainer? Just in time. The tribe has recently captured a few wild horses that no one has been able to tame, and 2 of our tribesmen have already been injured. Follow me. If you truly have the skills, you may stay. If not, you shall be fed to the prairie wolves." As he followed Waluogia into the camp, Gulong truly grasped the scale of the Jinjiang tribe. Hundreds of white felt tents were neatly arranged, with the largest, a golden tent, situated at the camp center, serving as the dwelling of the tribe's Khan. The top of the tent was adorned with large turquoise stones that sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. Within the camp, armed barbarian warriors were ubiquitous, donned in lightweight leather armor, with curved blades and bows at their waists, striding with their heads held high, exuding an innate arrogance. Women busied themselves between the tents, some tanning hides, others crafting horse gear from bones, while some prepared fermented mare's milk by the campfire, filling the air with the robust and primal scents of mare's milk, roasted meat, and animal hides. Gulong was led to a stable on the camp's edge, where 3 wild horses, their coats mottled and restless, were tethered. Their manes stood erect, and they kicked against the enclosure, clearly captured not long ago and still untamed. An elderly herdsman named Boris, responsible for managing the stable, pointed to the horses and said to Gulong, "These 3 are descendants of the wild horse kings from the northern foothills. They are fiercely temperamental and have already injured several tribesmen who attempted to tame them. Should you manage to tame them within 3 days, the Khan will reward you with sustenance and a tent. Failure to do so will result in a grim fate, being dragged away to feed the wolves." The lone wolf remained silent, approaching the stable with quiet observation of the spirited horses. Rather than rushing in, he took to sharing portions of his food with them daily, communicating in a gentle tone to gradually dispel their hostility. By the 3rd day, as he neared the stable once more, one of the black horses ceased its restless kicking against the fence and approached him, nuzzling his palm with its muzzle. The lone wolf recognized that the moment had arrived. He mounted the horse, which initially reared and neighed violently, attempting to throw him off. However, The lone wolf firmly grasped the reins, adjusting his body in harmony with the horse's movements, as if they were one. Ultimately, the black horse exhausted its energy and obediently complied with the lone wolf's commands, completing a lap around the camp with a markedly gentler demeanor. This scene was witnessed by Vladimir, the eldest prince of the Xinjiang tribe, who was the firstborn of the late Khan Vasily. Known for his steadiness and valor in battle, he garnered the support of the elder warriors within the tribe. A flicker of admiration crossed Vladimir's eyes, leading him to decide to retain the lone wolf by his side to tend to his warhorses. The lone wolf felt a surge of joy within. This was precisely what he desired, to remain close to the prince, gaining access to more pivotal information and perhaps even the opportunity to partake in the tribe's military endeavors. Not long after settling in the Xinjiang tribe, the lone wolf encountered a significant event, the passing of the venerable Khan Vasily. Vasily was acknowledged as a hero across the steppes, having led the Xinjiang tribe to numerous victories against surrounding factions in his youth, expanding their influence to the heart of the grasslands and securing the most fertile pastures and vital water sources. His demise plunged the entire Xinjiang tribe into turmoil, as the succession of the Khanate posed a formidable dilemma. The late Khan had two sons, the elder Vladimir and the younger Igor. Igor, impetuous and ambitious, surrounded himself with a cadre of young warriors eager to amass wealth through warfare. They were dissatisfied with Vladimir's cautious demeanor, believing that only through aggressive expansion could the Xinjiang tribe become the undisputed sovereign of the steppes. According to the tribal traditions, the succession of the Khanate involved both hereditary principles and the right to challenge through combat. If any member of the tribe deemed the hereditary successor incapable, they could issue a challenge. Victory in one-on-one combat would grant them the title of Khan. Igor, harboring resentment towards his brother, deemed Vladimir too weak to lead the Xinjiang tribe towards greater strength, and thus immediately challenged him. The day of the duel was set for 3 days hence, to take place on an open expanse of grassland at the center of the camp. On that day, the entire Xinjiang tribe gathered, with even leaders from nearby smaller tribes arriving to witness this decisive battle for the future of the Xinjiang tribe. The lone wolf mingled with the crowd, observing closely this bloody contest for power. Both Vladimir and Igor rode their cherished warhorses, clad in full animal hide armor adorned with beast bones, wielding the tribe's ancestral curved sabers. Vladimir's saber, a legacy from the late Khan, bore intricate wolf head engravings and was said to have tasted the blood of countless foes. Igor's was forged by the Heike tribe, incredibly sharp, its scabbard embellished with red tassels. The two faced off on the grassland, their gazes rife with animosity, and the air was thick with tension, as if even the wind had stilled. With a command from Gregory, the oldest priest of the tribe, the duel commenced. Igor launched the first attack, charging towards Vladimir like an arrow released from a bow, his saber slicing through the air towards Vladimir's chest with ferocity. Unperturbed, Vladimir sidestepped the oncoming strike, countering with a swift blow aimed at Igor's horse's hindquarters. Igor quickly tightened the reins, causing his horse to rear up, narrowly evading the attack. The two men raced across the grassland, their sabers clashing, creating sparks that illuminated the air with the harsh sounds of metal on metal, echoing throughout the expanse. Vladimir, seasoned and defensive, executed each attack with composure and precision, while Igor, leveraging his youth, moved swiftly and fiercely, akin to a ravenous wolf in search of Vladimir's vulnerabilities. Members of the surrounding tribes shouted loudly, cheering for their favored prince, while mare's milk was poured into the air, creating a fervent atmosphere. After half an hour of intense combat, both were exhausted, their leather armor showing signs of wear, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. Eager for victory, Igor, in a moment of desperation, revealed a flaw in his defense as he turned to swing his saber. An opening appeared at his waist. Seizing this rare opportunity, Vladimir pressed his legs tightly against his horse's flank, urging it into a sudden acceleration. His saber struck like lightning, precisely cleaving towards Igor's neck. With a sickening sound, blood gushed forth, staining the grass beneath, and Igor's head tumbled to the ground, his eyes wide with lingering disbelief and resentment. Vladimir raised the bloodied saber high, releasing a long howl towards the heavens, resonating with the authority of a prairie wolf. The members of the tribe erupted in jubilant cheers, surrounding him as they doused him with mare's milk, chanting, Khan, Khan Vladimir. Accepting the golden scepter symbolizing the Khanate from priest Gregory, he elevated it triumphantly, his eyes shimmering with the ambition to rule the steppes. The lone wolf observed this scene, mentally noting that while the Xinjiang tribe had completed the transition of power, Igor's followers would undoubtedly harbor resentment, and this bloody duel had sown the seeds of division within the tribe. Upon becoming the new Khan, Vladimir, in a bid to solidify his position and satisfy the tribe's yearning for wealth, resolved to orchestrate a large-scale raid targeting the western border village of Qingshi within the Xiaobang alliance. Qingshi, adjacent to the grasslands, housed ample supplies of grain and ironware, serving as a crucial resource hub at the western frontier. As Vladimir's horse trainer, the lone wolf accompanied the raiding party, affording him a close-up view of the operational dynamics of tribal raids and the intricate web of intertribal interests. He discerned that the lives of the nomads were inextricably intertwined with warfare. From a young age, they grew up on horseback, learning to ride, shoot, and engage in saber combat early on, resulting in nearly every adult becoming an adept cavalryman. In the tribe, with the exception of the elderly and infirm, all were warriors, tending to herds and hunting, rallying as an army during times of conflict to raid. The raiding party boasted over 300 cavalrymen. In addition to 200 from the Xinjiang tribe, Vladimir summoned forces from two neighboring smaller tribes, the Baiyang and Huilang tribes, promising that the spoils would be distributed according to the number of troops deployed. Prior to departure, Vladimir stood atop a platform, boldly addressing the cavalry. In the eastern village lie boundless grain, sharp ironware, and gentle women. Follow me to reclaim these treasures. Let the people of the Xiaobang alliance know that the curved sabers of the grasslands are not to be trifled with. The cavalry erupted in fervent shouts, brandishing their sabers, their eyes gleaming with greed. The raiding party moved swiftly, operating under the cover of night, and within 2 days, they arrived near Qingshi village. Seizing the opportunity to inspect the warhorses, the lone wolf discreetly observed the members of the other tribes. The warriors of the Baiyang tribe were poorly equipped, mostly wielding stone axes and bone-tipped arrows, their eyes reflecting a hint of trepidation. The Huilang tribe's warriors were somewhat more formidable, yet fewer in number, only about 30. And they clearly held a deep reverence for the Xinjiang tribe, adhering strictly to Vladimir's commands. At dawn, before the light broke, a thin mist enveloped the grasslands, presenting the perfect opportunity for a surprise attack. With Vladimir's command, the cry of charge echoed throughout the camp. The barbarian horsemen surged into the village like ravenous wolves, the thunderous sound of hooves shattering the morning tranquility. The villagers, caught completely off guard, were awakened from their slumber by piercing screams and cries echoing through the night. The barbarian cavalry swung their curved sabers, mercilessly slaughtering the villagers who dared to resist, setting homes ablaze, and seizing grain, livestock, and women. A lone wolf concealed himself beneath an ancient tree at the village's edge, observing the chaos with a detached gaze. The raiders acted without any semblance of strategy, driven solely by instinct. Once they acquired their plunder, they hastily stuffed it into their satchels, jostling each other for a mere sack of grain or a sheep, utterly lacking any awareness of coordinated combat. A cavalryman from the Xinjiang tribe managed to seize a large barrel filled with grain, preparing to hoist it onto his steed. However, a warrior from the Baiyang tribe, having witnessed this, rushed over, eager to claim his share. That barrel of grain should belong to us. We contributed too. The Xinjiang cavalryman kicked him to the ground, furiously rebuking, "You worthless fool. If it weren't for our Xinjiang tribe leading the charge, would you have gotten anything at all? Get out of my way, or I will end you." The Baiyang cavalryman, cowed by the threat, could only rise in indignation and seek other spoils. Within an hour, the entire village lay in ruins, stripped bare. Vladimir commanded a retreat, and the barbarian cavalry, laden with their ill-gotten gains, galloped swiftly towards the vast steppe. By the time the border guards of the Xiaobang alliance arrived, they encountered nothing but desolation and scattered corpses, with the barbarian raiders long vanished. On the return journey, tensions within the ranks erupted. Mikhail, the leader of the Baiyang tribe, confronted Vladimir, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Khan Vladimir, our Baiyang tribe received a mere pittance of the grain and iron from this raid. It is unjust. With 50 men deployed, we deserve a larger share." Vladimir scoffed derisively. "Mikhail, your Baiyang warriors are as timid as sheep on the battlefield, merely trailing behind to pick up scraps. Count yourself fortunate to receive anything at all, and dare not speak to me of fairness." Mikhail's face flushed with anger, but he dared not confront Vladimir directly, retreating in resentment. The lone wolf, overhearing Mikhail whisper to a confidant, noted, "The Xinjiang tribe is excessively domineering. I will remember this grievance. One day, they shall pay for their arrogance." The lone wolf's thoughts stirred, recognizing that the discontent among the smaller tribes could be an exploitable fissure. The law of the steppe dictated that the weak were devoured by the strong. During their journey back, Boris, noticing the lone wolf's silence, Initiated conversation. We lack the fortifications of city-states, and our food supplies are meager. The resources on the steppe are finite. To survive and strengthen our tribe, we must seize what we need with our horses and curved sabers. The Xiaobong people to the east possess granaries, iron tools, and everything we lack. Their possessions rightfully belong to the stronger among us. Boris's tone carried a wild sense of entitlement, echoing the consensus among all barbarians that plunder was not a crime, but a necessary means of survival. The lone wolf listened intently, refraining from rebuttal, instead seizing the opportunity to inquire, do the other major tribes on the steppe, such as the Haiki and Inyu tribes, frequently raid the east as well? What is their relationship with our Jinjiang tribe? Boris sneered, spitting dismissively. Those Haiki ruffians are only good for forging iron. Their curved sabers are sharp, but their territory lacks quality pastures, and their livestock is woefully scarce. They rely on plunder and trade with us. As for the Inyu tribe, they are situated at the edge of the desert, enduring perpetual drought. They can't even sustain themselves and are merely skilled archers with little else to offer. However, they are not without guile, frequently eyeing our pastures and water sources and pilfering from us when they can. Boris's words confirmed the lone wolf's suspicions. The barbarian alliance appeared united, yet was rife with internal conflicts. The steppe tribes were not a singular entity, but a loose coalition of several large and numerous smaller tribes. The Jinjiang tribe, with its formidable strength, held the position of leadership, yet the other tribes did not genuinely submit, only appearing to comply under duress. Particularly, the Haiki and Inyu tribes harbored resentment towards the Jinjiang tribe for monopolizing the most fertile pastures and water sources, leading to continual friction during raids. The Khan of the Haiki tribe, Svyatoslav, was a towering figure with a volatile temperament, marked by a scar that stretched from his eye to his chin, a remnant of a youthful battle with a steppe bear. The Haiki tribe excelled in ironworking, renowned for their razor-sharp sabers and arrows, yet their territory, situated in the hilly western part of the steppe, lacked quality grazing lands, compelling them to frequently resort to plunder or trade for sustenance. The Khan of the Inyu tribe, Yevgeny, was a taciturn yet exceptionally accurate marksman, reputed to strike a wolf's eye from 100 meters while galloping on horseback. The Inyu tribe's harsh living conditions near the desert left them relatively weak, forcing them to navigate between the Jinjiang and Haiki tribes. Shortly after returning to the Jinjiang tribe, the lone wolf witnessed a fierce conflict arising from a dispute over spoils between the Jinjiang and Haiki tribes. The incident stemmed from both tribes intending to organize a coalition to raid the Xiaobong town of Liushi. The Jinjiang raiding party was led by Vladimir's brother, Semyon, while the Haikis was commanded by Svyatoslav's son, Andrei. On the eve of their departure, a verbal dispute escalated into armed conflict over the right to plunder. Subsequently, the Haiki tribe unilaterally withdrew their forces from the coalition, significantly weakening it and ultimately forcing a retreat from their planned assault. The coalition was but a disjointed assembly, each harboring their own agendas. An eagle-feathered cavalryman privately complained to the lone wolf, the Jinjiang tribe desires to dominate the steppe, the Haiki tribe seeks to seize resources, while we of the Inyu tribe merely wish to survive. Such an alliance is bound to crumble when faced with a true adversary. In the final days of his time in the steppe, the lone wolf encountered a small-scale civil conflict among the tribes. The Inyu tribe, suffering from drought-induced livestock deaths, sought assistance from the Jinjiang tribe, only to be rebuffed. Desperate, the Inyu tribe turned to the Haiki tribe, who agreed to provide aid only if they submitted. Reluctant to yield, war erupted between the two tribes. The lone wolf observed from a distant hillside as the Inyu cavalry repelled the Haikis' assaults with their precise archery, yet ultimately succumbed to their numerical and material disadvantages. The Khan of the Inyu tribe was slain, and their territory fell into the hands of the Haiki tribe, with the surviving members scattering in flight. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The lone wolf meticulously documented the distribution of tribes, troop deployments, internal conflicts, combat characteristics, and vulnerabilities on animal hide. Leading his emaciated horse, he embarked on the journey back to the Xiaobong alliance. The winds of the steppe continued to howl, and the curved sabers atop the steeds remained sharp. Yet the lone wolf understood that these seemingly formidable barbarians had already sown the seeds of their own destruction through internal strife and inadequate production capabilities. Chapter 16. The Council of Yongning. The silhouette of Yongning City gradually settled into the evening twilight, the dome of the council hall soaring high above, its beams adorned with the totem of the Xiaobong alliance casting mottled shadows in the flickering candlelight. The air was thick with a faint aroma of pine resin and leather, amalgamating into a unique scent of political intrigue. Luo Yin donned his lightweight cotton armor, its edges embroidered with intricate flame patterns, though lacking the weight of heavy armor. It exuded a sharpness honed by years of battle. He stood before a massive sand table, which accurately depicted the realm's territories using fine sand, clay, and gravel, the eastern forests, the southern mountains, the northern wastelands, and the western steppes, with every pass, river, and city-state distinctly marked. His fingertips hovered above the sand table, as if measuring the distance of the land, or weighing the influence of the surrounding powers. His gaze was profound like a cold pool, revealing little emotion, save for the occasional glint of ambition that flickered within. Although the doors of the council chamber remained closed, the air seemed to stir with an invisible force for a brief moment. The four assassins, Inkei, Yeshun, Songlong, and Gulong, emerged silently from the shadows like tendrils of vine. Clad in dark, form-fitting attire that absorbed light, their footsteps were inaudible, the only sound being the faint clinking of their short blades against their waist accessories. They arranged themselves in a fan-shaped formation, executing their movements in unison, each producing a neatly folded parchment and a hand-drawn map, offering them with both hands and bowing in readiness. The parchment bore creases along its edges, a testament to its repeated examination, inscribed with fine and clear charcoal notes, while the map detailed the distribution of various factions, resource points, and hidden passages. Core intelligence painstakingly gathered. Inkei spoke first, his voice deliberately subdued, deep and clear, devoid of any tremor yet precisely conveying each piece of information. Your Majesty, in the east lies Aedeliki, an alliance formed by 6 city-states: Islan, Valorian, Kyrden, Miriel, Sulending, and Kalia. This alliance is led by the city-state of Islan, under the protection of the Elven race. The elves not only provide them with exquisite magical equipment, but have also dispatched several high-ranking mages to each city-state to assist in constructing defensive formations. The forces of Aedeliki are well-equipped, with soldiers often armed with alloy weapons forged by the elves and armor embedded with magical gems. They excel in formation battles, with infantry, cavalry, and mages collaborating seamlessly, particularly in open plains where their tactical prowess is unparalleled. Their magical support is also a significant advantage. High-ranking mages can unleash vast areas of attack and defensive spells, while lower-tier mages enhance statuses and heal the wounded, greatly enhancing the army's combat effectiveness during warfare. He paused, lightly tapping his fingertip on the map marked with Aedeliki, continuing, however, beneath the facade of a powerful alliance, internal contradictions have grown too sharp to reconcile. Furthermore, the divide between humans and elves continues to deepen. The elves, viewing themselves as superior, consider humans to be ignorant and greedy. Although they provide protection to Aedeliki, they maintain an air of dominance, meddling in the affairs of human city-states, and even disposing of human officials at will. The younger generation of human nobles and soldiers is deeply dissatisfied with this, questioning the legitimacy of elven rule, asserting that Aedeliki belongs to humans, and should not be subject to the whims of outsiders. Within Islan, numerous young nobles have begun to convene in secret, discussing ways to rid themselves of elven control, though they have yet to dare take action due to the formidable strength of the elves. These contradictions present ample opportunities for manipulation. Yeshun, with an upright posture and a rugged outline beneath his mask, spoke with a voice slightly louder than Inkjuez, yet equally steady. Your Majesty, to the south lies Zyweir, characterized by its complex terrain of mountains and valleys, where over 20 city-states are scattered. The larger ones occupy fertile plains, while the smaller ones cling to steep mountains. These city-states are united by their shared worship of the gods, collectively honoring the Mother of Earth and the God of War. Each year, a grand sacrificial ceremony is held in the central city-state of Jushur City, presided over by the High Priest of Jushur City. The soldiers of Zyweir are fiercely devoted, believing that dying in battle allows them to ascend to the divine realm. Thus they fight with unparalleled valor and fearlessness. Moreover, due to the challenging terrain, which features numerous strongholds and perilous paths, it is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Should outsiders rashly intrude, they risk being caught in a pincer movement. He shifted his tone, laced with a hint of disdain. However, the bonds of faith ultimately pale in comparison to the entanglements of interest. These city-states appear united, yet they fight their own battles, with resource distribution highly unequal. Even when a coalition is formed against external invaders, it remains loose and lacks unified command. Each city-state's army only follows the orders of its own lord, fighting independently, and may even turn on each other for the spoils of war. Such fissures can be thoroughly exploited for decisive victories. Songlong, the most imposing of the four, displayed a multitude of scars on his arms, his voice rugged and hoarse. reminiscent of howling wolves in the wind. Your Majesty, to the north lies the gathering ground of the Beastman and Half-Beastman tribes, with dozens of tribes scattered across the vast wilderness. The Beastmen possess innate strength, excelling in close combat, while the Half-Beastmen inherit some of the Beastmen's power alongside a modicum of human wisdom, granting them greater agility. They do not engage in agriculture, relying solely on hunting and plundering to survive. When prey in the wilderness dwindles, they invade our borders to seize food, iron tools, and captives. He struck his palm heavily with a fist, a glint of fierceness flashing in his eyes. Yet this disparate group is ultimately disorganized. The Beastman tribes frequently engage in conflict over hunting grounds, water sources, and slaves, forming alliances today only to turn against each other tomorrow. More critically, the animosity between the Beastmen and Half-Beastmen has reached a breaking point. The Beastmen, considering themselves purebred, regard the Half-Beastmen as impure hybrids, oppressing them during resource distribution. Where the Half-Beastmen receive only the most inferior portions. In battle, they are used as vanguards, serving as cannon fodder. Half-Beastmen slaves within the tribes endure inhumane treatment, often being beaten or killed. Long-standing oppression has pushed the Half-Beastmen to their limits. According to our infiltrators, several strong Half-Beastmen tribes, such as the Huizhao and Duanqi tribes, have secretly contacted other Half-Beastmen tribes, planning to unite against the Beastmen's rule. The leader of the Huizhao tribe, Rui Zhao, is both brave and cunning, earning the respect of all Half-Beastmen tribes, and is pivotal to this rebellion. We could discreetly support the Half-Beastmen, providing them with weapons to incite their uprising, triggering internal strife among the Beastmen. Gulong, the leanest of the four, emanated an indescribable chill, his voice low enough to almost meld with the shadows. Your Majesty. To the west, the nomadic tribes of the grasslands engage in constant skirmishes among themselves, yet they can unite for the sake of plunder, with the most formidable being the Jinzhan and Haiki tribes. Their cavalry is exceedingly elite, with horses of superior breed, known for their speed and endurance. Their riders excel in rapid raids, often striking our border villages and retreating swiftly, making pursuit difficult. He traced the location of the grasslands on the map with his fingertip, his tone frosty. However, the fatal weakness of the grassland tribes lies in their internal divisions and resource scarcity. The tribes are perpetually embroiled in conflict over the lush pastures, scarce iron tools, and food, preventing any single tribe from truly unifying the grasslands. The Jinzhan and Haiki tribes are bitter enemies, having forged a deep-seated enmity a century ago over a pasture dispute. While they superficially maintain an alliance, they secretly sabotage each other, leading to constant conflict. Their production capabilities are also limited. They cannot forge quality iron tools and are not adept at agriculture, relying instead on hunting and trade for sustenance. Should external supplies be cut off, chaos would ensue internally. We can first incite discord between the Jinzhan and Haiki tribes, prompting them to engage in full-scale war. And when they are mutually weakened, we can further divide and conquer the other tribes, delivering a crushing blow. As the four assassins concluded their reports, a brief silence enveloped the council chamber, broken only by the crackling of candlelight reverberating in the vast hall. Luo Yin slowly turned, accepting the parchments and maps from their hands, examining them meticulously. He scrutinized each detail, pausing occasionally to lightly tap key phrases on the parchment. At other times, he would spread the map along the edge of the sand table, comparing it with the territories depicted, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, as if he could penetrate the paper and discern the hidden fissures and crises within the surrounding powers. Upon reading the intelligence on Aedeliki, Luo Yin lingered, his fingertip repeatedly caressing the mark of Iceland. The elven protection, exquisite equipment, and tight formations were indeed formidable advantages. Yet the internal trade disputes and racial divides presented vulnerabilities that could prove fatal. A subtle, barely perceptible smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, and a glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes, as if he had already sketched a blueprint in his mind that could stir the very winds of fate. After thoroughly reviewing the 4 pieces of intelligence, Luo Yin neatly placed them to the side of the sand table, clasping his hands behind his back as he cast another glance at the sand table, a microcosm of the territories from all directions. His fingertips began at the eastern region of Aedeliki, slowly gliding over the southern expanse of Zyweir, the northern wasteland, and the western plains. With each point he touched, his tone grew more resolute, his voice deep and powerful, resonating with authority in the council chamber. The arrogance of the elves has led them to underestimate the wrath of humanity. The fissures within the city-states have rendered the alliance nothing more than a scattered assembly. The savagery of the orcs has plunged them into a vortex of infighting. The disarray among the barbarians has prevented them from coalescing into a true force. The powers from all quarters may seem formidable, yet each harbors its own vulnerabilities. Our task is to seize upon these weaknesses, to strike decisively, and to induce their collapse from within. He abruptly turned, his gaze sweeping over Inkay, Yeshun, Songlong, and Gulong, his eyes radiating an undeniable authority akin to a king issuing a decree. Inkay, your mission is of utmost importance. Aedeliki possesses the deepest ties to the elves and boasts the finest equipment. If we can disrupt its internal cohesion, we can sever the elves' influence in the east. You are to infiltrate Aedeliki once more, with the primary objective of connecting with the young human nobles who oppose elven rule. Though they harbor discontent, they lack the courage and resources. You must discreetly provide them with support, financial aid, intelligence, and even a modest supply of weapons. Identify the core figures among them. Perhaps the young lord of Valerian City, or the rebellious nobles within Aisling City, and reveal to them the elf schemes, such as their patronage of Aedeliki being a mere guise for plundering human resources, using humanity as pawns against external threats. At the same time, sow discord between Aisling and other city-states. You may fabricate evidence to convince other city-states that the declining prices of their or trade result from Aisling's collusion with the elves. Further, spread rumors that the Lord of Aisling plans to raise port fees to fill the elves' military coffers. When human animosity towards the elves and suspicion among the city-states reach a boiling point, they will spontaneously rise in rebellion. Remember, it is essential that they perceive this uprising as their own volition, not as manipulation from external forces. Inkay bowed in acknowledgement. I understand, and will ensure Aedeliki descends into chaos. Yes, Hun. Luo Yan's gaze shifted to him, his tone softened yet still commanding. In the southern region of Zyweir, the focus lies in exploiting the grievances of smaller city-states against the larger ones. You must immediately contact the Lord of Haesong Fortress and convey our position. The Xiaobong Alliance can provide military assistance to help them overthrow the rule of Jushur City. Upon success, we will recognize Haesong Fortress's independence and offer fertile land as compensation. However, the condition is that they must instigate the rebellion without waiting for the other smaller city-states to fully prepare. The more hasty, the more it will catch Jushur City off guard. Simultaneously, you must inform the High Priest of Jushur City about the impending rebellion in Haesong Fortress, spreading word that he has uncovered their conspiracy and plans to send troops to suppress it, thereby pressuring Haesong Fortress to act swiftly. Once Haesong Fortress mobilizes, other smaller city-states will undoubtedly respond, while the larger ones will shift blame in their struggle for dominance, exposing the flaws of a loosely united alliance. You need only navigate this turmoil, ensuring they remain in constant conflict and unable to mount an effective resistance. Yes, Hun nodded. I will obey, and ensure Zyweir is engulfed in strife. Next, Luo Yin turned his attention to Songlong. Songlong, the half-orcs in the northern region are key to leveraging the orc tribes. You are to venture into the wasteland and locate the Grey Claw tribe's Reijiao, directly revealing our identity to them, offering substantial weaponry assistance, curved blades, spears, bows and arrows, whatever they require, we can supply in abundance. However, there is but one stipulation. They must swiftly initiate their rebellion against the orcs. You may inform Reijiao that the orc tribes are conspiring to enslave all half-orcs, ensuring they can never rise again, thus igniting their fighting spirit. Additionally, incite discord between the half-orc tribes and the orc tribes by creating the illusion of orcs slaughtering half-orc slaves, stoking their hatred. Once the half-orcs rise in rebellion, other oppressed half-orc tribes will surely join in, and the orc tribes will be compelled to divert a significant portion of their forces to quell the uprising, intensifying their internal strife. We need only sit back and watch the chaos unfold, waiting for them to exhaust each other. Songlong grinned, a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. I relish such provocations. I will ensure the wasteland runs red with blood. Finally, Luo Yan's gaze settled on Gulong. Gulong. In the western plains, the crux lies in instigating discord between the Golden Tent tribe and the Black Flag tribe. You are to infiltrate the plains, disguising yourself as a herdsman from the Golden Tent tribe, secretly creating disturbances, such as raiding the Black Flag tribe's pastures and slaying their herdsmen, leaving behind evidence implicating the Golden Tent tribe. Furthermore, forge a letter purportedly from the leader of the Golden Tent tribe to the Silver Saddle tribe, claiming an alliance to annihilate the Black Flag tribe and divide their pastures. Deliver this letter into the hands of the Black Flag tribe's leader while simultaneously spreading rumors that the Golden Tent tribe is secretly amassing forces, preparing to launch a surprise attack. Given the long-standing enmity between the Black Flag and Golden Tent tribes, upon learning this, they will undoubtedly be consumed by rage and strike first. Once they engage in battle, other tribes will either be drawn into the conflict or observe from a distance, leading to the inevitable disintegration of the Plains Alliance. We need only strike at the critical moment, severing their supply of iron and food, causing them to exhaust their strength in warfare. Gulong bowed. I understand, and will ensure the barbarian tribes of the plains turn upon one another. At once, the four assassins responded in unison, their voices harmonizing with absolute obedience. They bowed once more, prepared to retreat and merge into the shadows of the council chamber. Wait. Luo Yin suddenly interjected, his tone growing more somber. The four assassins halted, turning back to await his further words. Luo Yan's gaze swept over them, emphasizing each word. Remember, your mission is not one of slaughter, but of igniting the beacon of rebellion. Do not expose your identities lightly, nor should you provoke large-scale massacres, for such actions would only unify the four powers against a common foe. Your task is to sow discord, to exacerbate tensions, to incite them to harbor resentment from within, descending into turmoil. Slaughter is merely a means, not an end. When the four powers are embroiled in chaos, too preoccupied to fend off external threats, it shall be the day the Xiaobong Alliance marches forth to expand its territory. His voice, though not loud, carried a weight that resonated deeply, as if he could already envision the day when the armies of the Xiaobong Alliance, like tigers descending from the mountains, would sweep across the land, incorporating the eastern woodlands, southern mountains, northern wasteland, and western plains into their dominion. A flicker of understanding passed through the eyes of the four assassins as they bowed once more. We shall remember your majesty's teachings. This time, they did not linger, their forms dissolving like ink into darkness, vanishing within moments into the shadows of the council chamber, as if they had never existed. The chamber doors remained firmly closed. The candlelight continued to flicker, yet in the absence of the four presences, it felt increasingly desolate and silent. Only Luo Yin remained, standing before the sand table. He slowly advanced, placing his fingertips once more upon the position of Aedeliki, his eyes glimmering with ambition and resolve. The six-city alliance of Aedeliki, under the elves' protection, appeared invincible. Yet, if we could seize upon the fissures of trade disputes and racial divides, we could induce this seemingly formidable fortress to crumble from within. He could almost envision the moment in Aisling City, when human nobles would rise in rebellion against elven rule. Valerian, Kyrden, Miriel, Sulending, and Corellia would seize the opportunity to turn against Aisling. The elves, ensnared in the turmoil of war, would be unable to shield Aedeliki any longer. As his gaze shifted southward, he contemplated the rebellion at Heizongbao, the suppression in Jushishing, and the relentless aggressions between city-states, foreseeing that Zywir would inevitably descend into ceaseless turmoil. To the north, the resistance of the half-orcs and the oppression of the orcs had turned the wasteland into a river of blood, leaving no one to descend and invade. In the west, the fierce conflict between the Jinzhuang tribe and the Heike tribe had caused the Prairie Alliance to disintegrate, with elite cavalry exhausting their strength in mutual slaughter. A confident smile curled at Luoyan's lips. He understood that such a grand design could not be realized overnight. It required time, patience, and meticulous planning and execution. Yet, he possessed an abundance of patience and confidence. The four assassins he had meticulously trained were top-tier experts in stealth, reconnaissance, and sowing discord, and he was certain they would execute their mission flawlessly. He picked up a dossier on Aedeliki, meticulously reviewing it once more. The document listed the names of young nobles from Iceland, recorded the economic predicaments of other city-states, and detailed the routines of the elven mages stationed in the area. Each detail could prove pivotal in unseating Aedeliki. Chapter 17. The change of the Star Festival. The night was as dark as ink, enveloping the city-state of Sulending in the central region of Aedeliki. The figure of Ingxue glided like a bat through the night, silently landing atop the roof of an abandoned textile workshop in the south of the city. Having just arrived from the Zybanglian, he had skillfully evaded the patrols among the various city-states of Aedeliki and the hidden elven sentinels, appearing travel-worn yet possessing a piercing gaze. After 3 months of lurking, the final act was approaching, and Sulending was at the heart of this storm. He gently lifted a broken tile on the roof, and muffled yet excited voices drifted up from below. Inside the workshop, flickering red light illuminated the faces of the members of the Dawn Society, who were gathered, each reflecting a mix of tension and anticipation as they polished makeshift weapons, wooden sticks, iron spikes, sharpened farming tools, and a few secretly crafted short swords glimmering with a cold sheen, forged from fragments of magical or secretly provided by the Miners' Guild. Though not as refined as elven weapons, they still bore a degree of lethality. Ingxue leaped down from the roof, landing with barely a whisper. The guard at the door, "Mate," immediately raised his wooden stick in alertness, but relaxed upon recognizing Ingxue, lowering his voice. "You finally returned. Liao and the others are all waiting for you." Ingxue nodded and followed Mate into the secret chamber. Liao stood before a map, tracing the locations of the 6 major city-states with his fingertip. Upon seeing Ingxue enter, a glimmer of joy crossed his eyes as he hurried forward. "Ingxue, how did your inquiries in Iceland fare? Are the elven envoys indeed returning to Yuancheng for the Star Festival?" The news was indeed accurate. Ingxue removed his hood, revealing the face of an ordinary merchant. Yet his eyes conveyed an uncharacteristic steadiness. The elven envoys from Iceland had departed that very afternoon, accompanied by only a small retinue of guards. Other envoys from different city-states would also set out before nightfall, and on the day of the Star Festival. The elven presence within the city-states would dwindle to just 2 or 3 low-tier mages and a handful of archers, marking the weakest moment for defense. His words instantly ignited the atmosphere in the secret chamber. Ayla clenched her short knife tightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Wonderful. Our plan is foolproof now." Liao raised his hand to calm the group, signaling for silence. "Do not let your guard down. Though the elves have withdrawn their main forces, the city-states' guards remain, especially those of Iceland and Myliaur, which are numerous and well-equipped. We must proceed according to our original plan, each fulfilling our roles without any mistakes." Ingxue's gaze swept over the detailed action plan on the table, densely packed with writing, yet clearly organized. On the day of the Star Festival at noon, the anti-elf organizations across the 6 major city-states would act simultaneously. The Dawn Society in Sulanding would be responsible for sabotaging the elven magical facilities in the city center and burning the residences of the elven envoys. The Miners' Guild in Walyualion would raid the ore warehouses to seize magical ores and destroy elven enchanting workshops. The Farmers' Alliance in Kiding would lead farmers to storm the Lord's manor, forcing the Lord to cease tribute to the elves, while the liaison groups from Iceland, Myliaur, and Carolia would disseminate flyers and spread rumors about the elves abandoning humanity, inciting public sentiment. All preparations had been completed. Liao's voice trembled slightly, reflecting both tension and exhilaration. The Miners' Guild had coordinated with the workers at the mines, and the Farmers' Alliance had gathered over 200 farmers. Messages had also arrived from the liaison groups of the other city-states. Everything was ready, awaiting the morrow of the Star Festival. Ingxue felt a stirring in his heart. Initially there to gather intelligence, he had witnessed the struggles and resistance of these young individuals during his time of lurking, feeling their yearning for freedom. Perhaps participating in this action would provide a clearer insight into the true fragility of Adelici's foundation. He spoke solemnly. "I will join you in this endeavor. I am familiar with the defenses of Iceland and have some understanding of the weaknesses in elven magic. I may be of assistance." A glimmer of gratitude flashed in Liao's eyes. "Excellent. With you, we are more assured. You shall join the action team and work with Kai to sabotage the magical streetlights and the elven residences." Kai patted Ingxue's shoulder, grinning widely. "With you, our mysterious blacksmith. Aiding us, we shall surely turn their nests into an inferno." That night, the workshop remained aglow with light as everyone checked their equipment, familiarized themselves with the routes, and rehearsed the details of the operation repeatedly. Ingxue, seizing the opportunity to organize tools, committed to memory the action locations, participant numbers, and target tasks across the 6 major city-states. This intelligence would be the report Lien most desired. He observed these young individuals before him, some still bearing youthful innocence. Yet all had cast aside their lives in pursuit of their cause. A sense of reflection arose within him. Under oppression, even the faintest spark could coalesce into a raging inferno. The next morning, Sulanding was shrouded in an unusual calm. The atmosphere of the Star Festival ought to be solemn and devout. On previous years, people would don their finest attire to pray in churches, welcoming the blessings of the elves. Yet today, the streets were nearly deserted. Those who did venture out moved hastily, their expressions carrying a blend of secret anticipation and unease. The soldiers of the city-state's guard patrolled as usual, yet they sensed something amiss, casting wary glances around them. At noon, as the sun reached its zenith, its rays bathed the white stone buildings, reflecting blinding light. Suddenly, a sharp shattering sound shattered the silence. Kai, leading the action team members, had struck the largest elven magical streetlight at the city center with a hammer. The silver-blue flames extinguished instantly, and the streetlight collapsed with a thunderous crash. This sound served as a signal. Immediately, commotion erupted throughout the corners of Sulanding. The action team members split into small squads, wielding tools as they frantically destroyed roadside magical streetlights and rune inscriptions. The liaison group youths plastered flyers in markets and squares, shouting slogans of human resistance against elven oppression. Some incited citizens joined in, armed perhaps only with stones and wooden sticks, hurling them at buildings marked with elven insignia. Ingxue followed Kai's squad directly to the residence of the elven envoy in Solending. It was a finely crafted courtyard made of white stone, adorned with laurel trees favored by elves, with 2 low-tier elven guards at the entrance. Kai signaled for everyone to disperse. Mate and another member maneuvered from the side to draw the guards' attention, while Ingxue and Kai seized the opportunity to launch their attack. Ingxue's short sword, imbued with the sharpness of magical ore, precisely pierced the chest of one elven guard. He had already discerned that despite the elves' strong defenses, their chest was a vulnerable point. The elven guard fell to the ground before he could react, his body dissipating into a wisp of silver smoke. Kai swung his hammer at the other guard, who raised his staff, conjuring a pale blue magical shield. With a resounding clang, the hammer struck the shield, causing ripples to form, yet it did not shatter. Use the wet cloth, Ingxue urged sharply. Kai immediately understood, retrieving a hammer wrapped in a damp cloth from his waist and striking the shield once more. Elven magic was vulnerable to water, and the damp cloth would diminish its potency. Indeed, this time, the shield shattered instantaneously. The elven guardian gasped as Kai struck him on the head with a hammer, resulting in his immediate demise. The crowd surged into the courtyard, dousing the buildings and the laurel trees with pre-prepared kerosene. Kai ignited a torch and hurled it forward. The flames spread rapidly, engulfing the wooden structure of the house, while thick smoke billowed skyward. Retreat. Ingke signaled the others to withdraw, for their mission was to cause destruction, not to linger in combat. Meanwhile, the other 5 city-states of Otterich were embroiled in similar chaos. In the Valerian city-state, miners from the Mine Soul Society, wielding pickaxes and hammers, launched an assault on the elven-controlled or depot. The guards of the warehouse were already weak, and they were quickly overwhelmed by the furious miners. The miners transported magical ores out of the warehouse, hiding some while destroying others on the spot. They also stormed into the elven enchantment workshop, incinerating all tools and materials within, cursing the elves for monopolizing magic and condemning them to perpetual poverty. In Kael'dan, the Cultivators' Alliance led over 200 farmers, armed with farming tools, to assault the Lord's manor. The guards of the manor fought valiantly, but were outnumbered. The farmers stormed inside, plundering the Lord's possessions and forcing him to sign a contract to cease tribute payments to the elves. Although this contract held no validity in the eyes of the elves, it symbolized resistance for the farmers. In Iceland, the youth from the liaison group spread rumors in the harbor and square, claiming that the elves would sacrifice humans on the day of the Star Festival to enhance their own power. The populace, already discontent with the elves, was incited and rushed to the docks, intercepting merchant ships bound for the Moonshadow City and even clashing with the city-state guards. The actions in Miriel and Corellia were equally intense, with magical facilities being destroyed, elven residences torched, and rumors rampant, instilling widespread panic. The 6 city-states erupted like 6 ignited volcanoes, chaos spreading like a plague. After withdrawing from the elven envoy's residence, Ingke did not leave immediately but ascended to a high vantage point to observe the situation in Solandon. He saw the streets in disarray, fragments of magical street lamps scattered everywhere, and buildings adorned with elven runes reduced to ruins. The populace either cheered or panicked, while the city-state guards attempted to suppress the chaos, but were exhausted from the overwhelming disorder. He understood that while the destruction caused by this operation was significant, it was insufficient to shake the elves' dominion. The core strength of the elves resided in Moonshadow City, where powerful high elves and formidable magical defenses existed, and the forces of these human organizations could not reach them. Yet, he was acutely aware that Luo Yin sought not a successful rebellion, but rather a fracture within Otterich. As anticipated, chaos persisted throughout the night, and the following morning, when the first rays of sunlight illuminated Otterich's land, a transformation quietly unfolded. From the direction of Moonshadow City came an announcement from the High Elven Archpriest, declaring the withdrawal of all elves residing in the 6 city-states, including envoys, mages, and archers. Henceforth, the elves would no longer provide any protection or support to Otterich. The announcement spread across the 6 city-states, initially leaving the populace in shock, soon plunging them into greater panic. They might have resented the elves' oppression, but they had long grown accustomed to their protection. The elves' magic shielded them from the onslaught of monsters, and their craftsmanship rendered life more convenient. The The presence of elves symbolized the strength of Azeroth. Now, with the elves' sudden withdrawal, it felt as though a great edifice had lost its pillars, and the people were uncertain of what the future would hold. Inkay, concealed near the marketplace of Solandin, overheard the discussions among the populace. Some proclaimed that the elves had been driven away, that they had won. But many others expressed their concerns. What would happen without elven magic if monsters attacked? The irrigation systems in the fields had failed. Would there be a decrease in food production? The city-state guards' weapons lacked elven enchantments, significantly diminishing their combat effectiveness. Panic spread swiftly. But more severe than the populace's fear were the concerns of the lords of the 6 city-states. Upon receiving news of the elves' withdrawal, the Lord of Iceland collapsed in his chair. He knew well that Iceland's status as the core of the alliance relied entirely on the elves' protection and support. Now, with the elves' departure and the loss of magical assistance and maritime trade endorsement, Iceland's standing would plummet. He immediately summoned his subordinates to discuss countermeasures, only to find them exchanging bewildered glances, utterly at a loss. After years of adhering to elven directives, they were now devoid of a guiding force and did not know how to proceed. The Lord of Valerian struggled between anger and anxiety. With the elves' withdrawal, the ore depot had been looted and the enchantment workshop destroyed, severely crippling Valorian's weapon manufacturing industry. He contemplated deploying troops to suppress the Mind Soul Society, but feared igniting a greater rebellion. He considered seeking aid from other city-states, only to discover they too were engulfed in chaos. The Lord of Kael'dan was equally fraught. Although the farmers had temporarily dispersed, the contract to cease tribute payments to the elves was akin to a hot potato. The elves had left, but the Azeroth alliance remained. If other city-states used this as an excuse to attack Kael'dan, he would be powerless to resist. His greatest concern was that the impact of the drought had yet to subside. Without elven assistance, this year's harvest would likely be even worse. The lords of the 6 city-states, already at odds over resource allocation and power struggles, found their hidden conflicts erupting with the elves' departure, losing their common protector and restrainer. The Lord of Iceland sought to maintain the alliance's unity by calling other lords to convene a council in Iceland, but was met with rejection from the lords of Valerian and Kael'dan. Valerian resented Iceland's long-standing monopoly on maritime trade, while Kael'dan bore a grudge against Iceland for refusing aid during the drought. The lords of Miriel and Corellia adopted a wait-and-see attitude, neither responding to Iceland's call nor allying with other city-states, merely wishing to preserve their own territories. Friction began to surface between the city-states. In an effort to maintain trade, Iceland attempted to raise tariffs on Valerian ironware, while Valerian outright closed the ore export channels, causing Iceland's weapon manufacturing to come to a standstill. Farmers from Kael'dan, facing food shortages, began to flood into Corellia to seize grain, igniting conflict between the 2 city-states. Meanwhile, Miriel seized the opportunity to bolster port defenses, monopolizing certain maritime routes, creating a standoff with Iceland. The once tightly knit alliance of city-states rapidly disintegrated into unprecedented chaos following the elves' withdrawal. Within the abandoned workshop of Solandin, members of the Dawn Society gathered, but the atmosphere was devoid of the joy one might expect after a successful operation, instead tinged with confusion. They had successfully incited chaos and driven away the elves, yet the current situation was entirely different from their expectations. The elves really have left, Ayla murmured, uncertainty lacing her tone. Did we win? Kai scratched his head, puzzled. We should have won, right? But why is everyone panicking? Leo remained silent, gazing out at the chaotic streets, observing the anxious faces of the populace, for the first time feeling a twinge of confusion. He had originally believed that driving away the elves would allow humanity to take charge of their own destiny, yet now that the elves were gone, what had emerged was not freedom and tranquility, but chaos and crisis. Inkay regarded them, understanding their plight. These young individuals had only seen the elves' oppression, failing to recognize that the elves' existence was also a cornerstone of stability for Azeroth. They ignited the flames of rebellion, but were unable to control the aftermath, which was precisely what Luoyin desired. We have not lost, Inkay spoke slowly. The elves' departure proves they can no longer dominate humanity. This is the first step of our resistance. As for the chaos, it is merely temporary. As long as humanity unites, we can establish our own order. His words acted as a tonic, rekindling the group's confidence. Leo nodded. Inkay is right. The chaos is temporary. We must seize this opportunity to unite more people and build a force belonging to humanity, no longer at the mercy of foreign races. Inkay refrained from further speech. Fully aware that his mission had reached completion, he had gathered the most critical intelligence. The anti-elf organization led by Azeroth had attained a considerable scale, capable of inciting widespread chaos. The elves, having lost all trust in humanity due to their resistance, withdrew all their powers. The city-state alliance, stripped of the elves' protection, fell into disarray due to internal discord. This intelligence was sufficient for Luo Yin to devise a lethal strategy. That night, Inke donned his nocturnal attire once more and silently departed from the city-state of Sualanden. He did not disturb the members of the Dawn Society, merely leaving a note on the table of the secret chamber, inscribed with the words, "The spark has ignited. A conflagration is imminent. Hold steadfast to your original intent, and dawn shall surely arrive." He retraced his steps westward, traversing the tumultuous borders of the city-states, crossing the juncture of cobblestone paths and dirt roads, gradually distancing himself from the strife of Azeroth. Behind him, the 6 city-states remained shrouded in chaos, their lords engaged in individual battles, and the populace consumed by anxiety. Once a land of elven bounty, it had now transformed into a desolate ruin rife with discord. Ingchue's heart was unperturbed, filled only with the certainty of his task's fulfillment. He knew that when he presented this intelligence to Luo Yin, the clarion call for the eastern expedition of the Xiaobang alliance would soon resound. Azeroth, once a flourishing city-state alliance, was destined to meet its demise amidst internal chaos and the external iron hooves of fate. The night wind swept across the wasteland, carrying the distinctive scent of gravel from the Xiaobang alliance. Ingchue's figure melded into the darkness as he sped toward Yongning City, his footsteps bearing not only intelligence but also the weight of an impending storm of war set to engulf the land. Chapter 18. The Night Falcon's scheme fails before the morning mist had fully dissipated. A steady figure emerged upon the pathways of the Iron Spine Mountains. Yi Sun, burdened with a heavy blacksmith's toolbox, moved at a measured pace through the swirling clouds, the sounds of clashing anvil and hammer within the box now betraying a sense of agitation. He had just departed from Yongning City, harboring a meticulously crafted plan, nurtured over nearly 3 months, to exploit the sacred ceremony of Karimu to ignite the latent conflicts within all city-states of Zyweir, allowing grievances that had accumulated over centuries to erupt in chaos. Not long ago, he had received fragmented reports from Inke indicating that progress in Azeroth was favorable. The anti-elf Dawn Society had gained momentum, poised to stir the winds on the day of the Star Festival. This comparison fueled a determination within Yi Sun to carve out a significant role in Zyweir, not to disappoint the trust placed in him by His Majesty Luo Yin. However, he had not anticipated that the land of Zyweir, fractured by mountains and rivers, had not only divided the territories of the city-states, but also fractured the hearts of its people. Those seemingly accessible fissures were, in truth, deep-seated suspicions and selfishness. As he endeavored to connect these cracks into a detonating fuse for subversion, he discovered each step felt akin to treading on quicksand. The harder he pushed, the deeper he sank. Yi Sun's initial plan involved conveying a clandestine report from the Haesong Fortress to Lord Karimu of the Giant Stone City. He understood well that Karimu was suspicious and domineering. Should he learn that Locke was covertly colluding with the city-states to conspire, he would undoubtedly act preemptively, shattering the fragile equilibrium between them. To lend authenticity to the intelligence, Yi Sun discreetly retrieved a fragment of the alliance contract, which he had stealthily copied during a clandestine meeting at Haesong Fortress. It bore the hasty signatures of Locke and the Lord of Qinyan Zhai, with remnants of wine stains, sufficient to deceive the unsuspecting. He chose a night cloaked in darkness, using the pretext of delivering repaired weapons to the Giant Stone City's guard, to infiltrate the vicinity of the Lord's Manor, following a route he had previously scouted to avoid patrolling guards. He concealed the report beneath the eaves of a tavern frequented by Karimu's confidants, leaving behind a small stone engraved with the symbol of the war god Mars, a code only understood by those within the Giant Stone City. He anticipated that within 3 days, Karimu would make a move, either bolstering defenses or purging potential dissenters. Either action would escalate tensions and lay the groundwork for the upcoming sacred ceremony. Yet, 3 days passed, and the Giant Stone City remained eerily tranquil. The marketplace buzzed with activity, the guards' drills proceeded as usual, and even the lights in the Lord's Manor showed no signs of increased vigilance. Doubts began to creep into Yi Sun's mind. He disguised himself once more as a tavern patron, infiltrating the establishment only to discover that the report had vanished. Leaving the stone behind, carelessly kicked to the corner, he seized the tavern owner by the arm, subtly probing for information, and learned that indeed, someone from the Lord's Manor had come to collect an item a few days prior, but thereafter, there had been no further developments. Rumors circulated that Lord Karimu was preoccupied with discussions about the ceremonial details with the High Priest Augustine, leaving no time for other matters. No time for other matters? Yi Sun scoffed internally. He knew Karimu's character all too well. This ambitious man would never turn a blind eye to conspiracies. The only possibility was that Karimu did not fully trust the report, or perhaps he had his own schemes, intending to use it to his advantage. Striking decisively during the sacred ceremony. This thought instilled within Yi Sun a mix of unease and a sense of opportunity. If Karimu truly intended to act during the ceremony, the ensuing chaos would align perfectly with his original intentions. Thus, Yi Sun initiated his second plan, to contact Locke of Haesung Fortress, feigning allegiance, informing him that Karimu might have detected the existence of the alliance, inciting him to launch an offensive early or prepare defenses for the ceremony. Seeking a decisive confrontation with Karimu, he selected a stormy night, utilizing the cover of thunder to infiltrate the Lord's manor at Haesung Fortress. Locke sat in his study, drinking, his coarse features appearing even more menacing in the candlelight. Lord Locke, I come bearing urgent news in the dead of night. Yi Sun removed his hat, revealing a face weathered by travel. I am a craftsman from the iron smithy of Bailang City. While delivering weapons to Giant Stone City, I inadvertently overheard discussions among Karimu's subordinates about capturing all the lords participating in the alliance during the sacred ceremony. Locke's hand holding the wine cup suddenly halted, a glimmer of wariness flashing in his eyes. Who are you? Why do you tell me this? I simply cannot abide Karimu's tyranny, Yi Sun replied calmly, presenting his well-prepared narrative. Although Bailang City is vassal to Giant Stone City, we craftsmen have long been exploited by Karimu, our weapons primarily used to oppress the weak. If the Lord could overthrow Karimu, peace would return to Zyweir, and we, the common folk, could also live more comfortably. Moreover, I possess knowledge of some of Karimu's deployments that may aid the Lord. Locke scrutinized Yi Sun for a long time, noting his composed demeanor and recalling his own clandestine communications with the Alliance. His doubts gradually dissipated. Yet he remained skeptical, snorting derisively. Karimu wants to act against me? He should consider that my subordinates are not to be trifled with. Nevertheless, I appreciate your warning. I shall be prepared for the sacred ceremony. Yi Sun felt a surge of delight, believing Locke had been swayed. As he rose to take his leave, he added, Lord, Karimu's strength is formidable. It would be difficult for Haesung Fortress alone to contend with him. It would be wise to swiftly contact the lords of Shigu Fortress and Qingyanjai, ensuring they are prepared in advance. Should any turmoil arise during the ceremony, they can support one another. That is not for you to instruct. Locke waved his hand impatiently. You may leave now. If what you say is true, there will be ample rewards afterward. As Yi Sun exited the study, he had already begun to formulate his plans. While Locke was indeed suspicious, he was also greedy and combative, likely to strengthen defenses or even strike first during the ceremony. If Karimu had indeed laid an ambush, a collision between the two would result in complete chaos. He merely needed to observe from the sidelines, subtly stirring the pot at the opportune moment to achieve his ends. However, the subsequent developments once again exceeded his expectations. Yi Sun lay in wait near Haesung Fortress, observing for several days. Discovering that Locke had indeed dispatched someone to contact Shigu Fortress and Qingyanjai, but the responses received were exceedingly lukewarm. Lord Grey of Shigu Fortress remained as timid and fearful as ever, merely stating that he would defer to Lord Locke's arrangements, yet he hesitated to mobilize forces. The Lord of Qingyanjai was even more forthright, declaring that the sacred ceremony was too crowded and chaotic for any action, ultimately retracting his commitment to the alliance. Yi Xuan, filled with urgency, personally disguised himself as a messenger of Luo Ku and ventured to Shigu Fort to urge Lord Grey. However, upon meeting Grey, the diminutive lord merely rubbed his hands anxiously, his gaze evasive. My lord, it's not that I am unwilling to send troops. It's simply that Shigu Fort's forces are too weak. If we were to engage in battle with Jushur City, I fear we may not even secure our own safety. Lord Luo Ku possesses formidable strength and may well succeed without our assistance. Lord Grey, you understand the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold, do you not? Yi Xuan attempted to persuade him. If Karim truly eliminates Luo Ku during the grand ceremony, the next victim of oppression will be Shigu Fort. At that point, with the passage from Haesong Fort under the control of Jushur City, your herbs and grains will no longer be able to escape the valley, and the people of Shigu Fort will starve in greater numbers. Grey's countenance paled instantly, yet he continued to shake his head. I will consider it further. Observing his cowardly demeanor, Yi Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. He knew that Grey had long been dulled by years of oppression, merely seeking to survive, devoid of any courage to resist. The Lord of Qingyanjai had evidently recognized the might of Jushur City. Fearing the flames would consume him, which led him to retreat at a critical moment. The so-called anti-Jew City alliance had, from the very beginning, been akin to a castle built on sand, seemingly solid, yet utterly fragile. What surprised Yishuan even more was Luo Ku's reaction upon learning of Qin Yinzhai's withdrawal from the alliance. Rather than expressing fury, he too began to falter. Perhaps Qin Yinzhai's betrayal had made him realize the alliance was already weak, or perhaps he had always harbored a deep-seated fear of Karim. His previous bravado merely a facade. Yishuan, through his informants lurking in Haesong Fort, learned that Luo Ku had secretly sent tributes to Karim, subtly expressing his willingness to submit, hoping to gain Karim's forgiveness during the sacrificial ceremony. A group of useless fools. Yishuan couldn't help but mutter under his breath in the forest. His meticulously crafted two-step plan had fallen apart. First, Karim held his ground, and second, the betrayal and cowardice within the alliance had rendered his efforts completely futile. The city-states of Shiwei resembled a collection of spineless creatures, focused solely on immediate gains. And when faced with a genuine threat, they would scatter like frightened animals, even betraying one another. Yet, Yishuan did not abandon hope entirely. He understood that the sacrificial ceremony would serve as a gathering point for all the core figures of Shiwei, even if his previous plans had collapsed. As long as he could incite chaos during the ceremony and stir up old grievances between the city-states, he could still achieve his objectives. Thus, he began to diligently prepare his third plan, to create an unexpected incident at the sacrificial ceremony, framing it on a specific city-state to incite public outrage. His chosen target was Lord Arnold of Hongshe Town. The long-standing animosity between Hongshe Town and Haesong Fort over the water source of Hongshe Creek made it a prime candidate for blame, as it was situated between Jusher City and Haesong Fort, swaying in its allegiances. Yishuan's plan was to create chaos during the most sacred part of the sacrificial ceremony, dedicating offerings to the god of war, Mars. By secretly igniting specially designed fireworks and simultaneously releasing pre-prepared arrows bearing the insignia of Hongshe Town, aimed at the vicinity of the sacrificial altar, framing Arnold as the perpetrator, leading the other city-states to believe that Hongshe Town intended to assassinate Karim or the high priest during the ceremony. To execute this plan, Yishuan infiltrated Jusher City in advance, hiding the fireworks and arrows in an abandoned loft near the sacrificial altar. He meticulously observed the ceremony's proceedings, familiarizing himself with the guard rotation schedules and routes, even learning a few phrases of Hongshe Town's dialect to spread rumors amidst the chaos. Deepening the suspicions against Hongshe Town, the sacrificial ceremony commenced as scheduled. On this day, Jusher City was adorned with colorful decorations, yet remained heavily guarded. Soldiers wielding weapons were stationed at the city gates, along the streets, and surrounding the sacrificial altar. Lords and priests from over 20 city-states of Shiwei arrived in their finest attire. Luo Ku indeed appeared, trailing behind other lords with a flattering demeanor, devoid of his former arrogance. Lord Arnold bore a serious expression, frequently whispering to his advisors, while Lord Grey of Shigu Fort shrank at the back of the crowd, striving to minimize his presence. Lord Karim, clad in gem-encrusted armor, stood at the highest point of the sacrificial altar, receiving the homage of the lords. His gaze stern as he surveyed the crowd, as if controlling the life and death of all present. High Priest Augustine, dressed in a white sacrificial robe and holding a staff, stood at the center of the altar, chanting solemnly. The ceremony proceeded smoothly. When it was time to offer sacrifices to Mars, Yishuan knew the moment had arrived. He stealthily entered the abandoned loft and ignited the specially designed fireworks, which would emit a piercing sound and billow thick black smoke, capable of creating chaos. With a loud bang, black smoke erupted from the top of the loft, swiftly enveloping the area surrounding the sacrificial altar. The crowd plunged into panic, screams and cries echoing throughout. The soldiers of the guard immediately drew their weapons, scanning the area for the source of the commotion. Seizing the opportunity, Yishuan released the pre-prepared crossbow arrows, targeting an open space near the altar, shooting several arrows emblazoned with the insignia of Hongshe Town. The arrows struck the ground with a crisp sound, promptly drawing the attention of several soldiers from the guard. "These are arrows from Hongshe Town," one soldier shouted. "The people of Hongshe Town intend to assassinate the Lord and the High Priest." Yishuan, concealed in the loft, felt a surge of satisfaction upon hearing the soldiers' cries. Just as he was preparing to speak and spread rumors in the Hongshe dialect, he suddenly heard another voice rising from the crowd. "Not Hongshe Town. I saw the people of Haesong Fort launching the fireworks. No. Just now I saw the people of Qin Yinzhai lurking near the loft. It's Shigu Fort. The people of Shigu Fort have always harbored discontent towards Jusher City." Yishuan was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that, once chaos erupted, rather than directing their ire at Hongshe town, the city-states would start blaming one another. It seemed that the long-standing grievances among these city-states had led them to distrust one another, and when chaos struck, their first instinct was to cast blame on their rivals. Seizing the chance for revenge. Luo Ku, you traitor! Are you colluding with outsiders to create havoc during the sacrificial ceremony? Lord Arnold was the first to attack, pointing an accusatory finger at Luo Ku. He had been harboring resentment over Luo Ku's seizure of the upper reaches of Hongshe Creek, and this moment provided the perfect opportunity to express it. Luo Ku's complexion changed instantly as he retorted, "Nonsense! It is you, Arnold, who seeks to assassinate Lord Karim during the sacrificial ceremony to seize control of all the water from Hongshe Creek. I believe those arrows were deliberately left by you. You slander me. You are the one with ulterior motives." The two engaged in a heated argument, quickly drawing in the lords of the other city-states. The Lord of Qing Yanzhai accused the people of Luoshe Fort of attempting to seize the mines, while the Lord of Luoshe Fort retaliated, claiming that Qing Yanzhai had long ago allied with Karim, aiming to eliminate him. Lord Gray of Shigu Fort found himself caught in the middle, trembling in fear, yet was suspected of attempting to use the chaos to free himself from the control of Haesong Fort. The scene spiraled out of control, transforming from Yishuan's anticipated focus on Hongshe town into a chaotic exchange of accusations and insults. The soldiers of the guard from each city-state, fueled by heightened emotions, drew their weapons, aiming them at the people of other city-states, the atmosphere tense with the potential for imminent conflict. Yishuan observed this chaotic scene, yet felt no joy. Instead, a profound sense of impotence welled within him. He had aimed to incite a targeted conflict, but the reality before him was merely a senseless internal strife. The lords of these city-states were consumed by their own interests and vendettas, completely lacking a broader perspective. Even if chaos erupted, it would merely lead to individual battles, mutual sabotage, and would not yield a force potent enough to shake the foundations of Shiwei. What deepened his despair was Lord Karim's reaction. In the face of such turmoil, Karim not only remained unflustered but also displayed a barely perceptible smirk. He raised his hand, signaling the guard soldiers to step forward and separate the bickering lords, then announced loudly, "Silence, everyone, in the sacred grounds of the grand sacrificial ceremony. How dare you engage in such frivolity? I shall render my judgment on today's affairs, and should anyone dare to act recklessly again, let it be known that my hand will show no mercy." His voice was imbued with authority, carrying an undeniable force. The tumultuous crowd fell silent in an instant. Although the lords of various city-states harbored discontent, they bowed their heads before the vigilant gaze of the Goliath city guard, refraining from further speech. The high priest Augustine seized the moment to declare this a trial set forth by the god of war for Shiwei, admonishing the city-states to unite in reverence for the divine, lest they face divine retribution. Thus, what could have erupted into chaos was effortlessly quelled by Column Yasin, concealed within the loft, observed as order was restored at the sacrificial altar, witnessing the lords of various city-states suppress their discontent and continue with the sacrificial rites. His heart growing cold, he finally comprehended that the issue plaguing Shiwei was not the depth of the fractures, but rather their triviality and dispersion, rendering them incapable of coalescing into a force that could instigate upheaval. Column's steadfast dominance stemmed from his insight into this truth. These city-states were akin to a disorganized rabble, and despite their chaos, they posed no real threat to him. After the conclusion of the grand ceremony, the lords hastily departed from Goliath City, and the anticipated warfare foretold by Yasuin failed to materialize. Not even a large-scale conflict ensued. Hongshe Town and Haesong Fortress continued their endless dispute over the waters of the Hongshe Stream, while Qingyanzhai and Luoshe Fortress persisted in their underhanded schemes regarding the mines. Shiwei seemed to have merely endured an inconsequential farce, returning once more to a state of stasis. Yasuin's plans had met with utter failure. Concealed in the shadows of Goliath City, he watched as the city-states factions gradually receded, his heart heavy with a sense of defeat. He recalled how Shiwei had thrived in Aedeliki, protected by the elves, yet buoyed by an anti-elf sentiment, sustained by the youth's fervor for freedom. Though this force was feeble, it possessed a clear aim and unwavering resolve. In contrast, Shiwei was rife with unending suspicion, selfishness, and internal strife, lacking unity, faith, and only perpetuating endless battles for self-interest. What he sought to manipulate was not a fragile stone, but rather a heap of sand, already loose and incapable of forming a cohesive force. In the days that followed, Yasuin made one final effort. He reached out once more to Loaka of Haesong Fortress, hoping to persuade him to reconnect with the alliance, only to learn that Loaka had fully pledged allegiance to Column, even offering half of Haesung fortresses or in exchange for Column's goodwill. He approached Anuod of Hongshire town, seeking to incite discord between him and Goliath City, but Anuod simply coldly rebuffed him, stating that Hongshire town sought only to live in peace, unwilling to become embroiled in conflict. He even attempted to incite the lower classes, only to find that the populace of Shiwei had long been dulled by years of warfare and oppression, merely wishing to survive, devoid of the courage to resist. Yesuin realized he had no opportunities left in Shiwei. His meticulously devised plans appeared laughable and powerless in the face of the entrenched divisions and selfishness that had taken root in the land. On a misty morning, Yesuin quietly departed from Goliath City, carrying a nearly empty blacksmith's toolbox. The parchment within still recorded intelligence from the various city-states. Yet those once perceived as potential points of leverage now seemed profoundly ironic. He retraced his steps northward, traversing the Iron Spine Mountains and crossing the streams of the Silver Moon Valley, gradually distancing himself from the strife of Shiwei. The mountain path was rugged, shrouded in morning mist, and Yesuin's silhouette appeared particularly solitary. His steps, no longer steady, bore a hint of weariness and desolation. He understood that upon returning to Yongning City and facing Luoyin, he could only present a report of failure. The spark ignited by Yingqiue and Ayadeliki had spread like wildfire, while he had failed to kindle even a single spark in Shiwei. The winds of Shiwei swept from the valleys, carrying the scent of earth and blood. As if mocking his futile endeavors, Yesuin tightened his grip on the short knife, a gift from the old craftsman of Bailong City, who had advised him to leave Shiwei as soon as possible. In that moment, he truly grasped the meaning of those words. The land is difficult to unite, and the hearts of men are hard to gather. This may well be Shiwei's most fatal vulnerability, yet also its most impenetrable barrier. Ultimately, Yesuin's plans fell victim to the accumulated vices and selfishness that had festered in this land for centuries. Chapter 19. The Orc Rebellion. The fierce winds continued to reign over the northern wastelands, swirling with yellow sand and dried grass, rampaging across the cracked earth like a famished wolf. As a hunched figure emerged from the swirling dust, several vultures perched upon the rocks took flight in fright. Emitting hoarse cries, Songlong had returned. It had been but half a month since he had departed this desolate expanse laden with intelligence. He maintained his guise as a lost half-orc hunter, clad in tattered gray-brown hides, which now bore fresh layers of deliberately applied dirt and dried blood. The savage scar that extended from the corner of his eye to his jaw appeared even more feral amidst the swirling sands. The great bear sinew bow on his back, the beast bone arrows, and the rusted hunting knife at his waist remained unchanged. Only his deep-set eyes, once calm and observant, now gleamed with a predatory sharpness and bloodthirsty fervor. The command of Lien echoed in his ears: incite the half-orcs, provoke war, and watch the tigers fight from the mountain. These simple words had transformed in Songlong's mind into a vision of rivers running red across the wasteland. He grinned, his fingers brushing against the cold blade at his waist, the chill invigorating his excitement. To incite, to frame, to instigate chaos. These were the very arts in which he excelled. Songlong wasted no time. Leveraging the routes he had memorized over the past 3 months and his acute understanding of wind patterns and terrain, he deftly avoided several patrols from the orc tribes, making his way straight toward the Broken Ear tribe. The atmosphere of the wasteland, compared to his departure, felt even more oppressive. After the Bloodfang tribe had vanquished the Iron Hoof tribe, their power had grown, and Glo's brutal rule had become increasingly unrestrained, intensifying the exploitation of the surrounding half-orc tribes. Along the way, Songlong encountered numerous ragged half-orcs, burdened with frail children and dragging their weary bodies across the desert in search of edible roots and wild grasses. Their eyes were filled with numbness and fear, and when they briefly met Songlong's gaze, they hurriedly lowered their heads and quickened their pace to escape. In this land, any unfamiliar figure could herald disaster. As dusk fell on the 3rd day, Songlong finally beheld the camp of the Broken Ear tribe from a distance. Compared to the Grey Claw tribe, the Broken Ear tribe was somewhat larger, with dozens of beast skin tents erected in a sheltered valley. Outside the tents, several young half-orcs patrolled with rudimentary stone spears, their eyes revealing both vigilance and a discernible restlessness. Songlong recognized them as the backbone of the anti-glow resistance. It seemed that the half-orcs' fury had not subsided over the past fortnight, but rather had intensified under the oppression of the Bloodfang tribe. He slowed his pace, deliberately adopting an appearance of exhaustion as he staggered toward the camp. Halt! A young half-orc on patrol immediately raised his stone spear and barked, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Songlong stopped, breathing heavily, and replied in a raspy voice, "I am Songlong. I stayed with your tribe half a month ago. I seek Ruizhao." The young half-orc scrutinized him, recognizing his attire and scars, and his vigilance diminished slightly, though he still did not lower his spear. "Ruizhao is in the tent deliberating. I will inform him. You wait here and do not move." With that, he turned and hurried into the camp. Before long, a tall figure emerged swiftly. It was Ruizhao. He appeared even more composed than Songlong remembered, though the defiance and anger etched on his face were heightened. Upon seeing Songlong, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he approached quickly. "Songlong, what brings you back? Did you not leave the wasteland? A matter of utmost importance requires your attention," Songlong murmured, lowering his voice while gesturing subtly towards the patrolling half-orcs, indicating that this was not a place for conversation. "Might we step aside for a more detailed discussion?" Ruizhao nodded in understanding, issuing a few brief instructions to his companions before leading Songlong deeper into the camp towards a relatively tidy beast-hide tent. Inside, the tent's furnishings were sparse, comprising merely a straw-strewn beast-hide bed and a stone-constructed fire pit, beside which lay several pieces of dried, tough meat. Upon entering, Ruizhao casually lowered the tent flap, shielding them from the harsh winds and prying eyes. "Speak," he urged. "What brings you back so suddenly? Surely it cannot be merely a visit." Songlong wasted no time in beating around the bush. He shed the guise of fatigue, and his gaze sharpened. "I have returned to assist you, to aid all oppressed half-orcs, in overthrowing the dominion of the orcs." Ruizhao's entire being tensed, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Who are you truly? How dare you utter such words?" Despite his clandestine efforts to rally the youth of various tribes for rebellion, this matter was shrouded in secrecy, and any misstep could lead to catastrophic repercussions. The half-orc hunter before him, identifying himself as Songlong, had suddenly made such bold declarations, compelling Ruizhao to remain vigilant. Songlong smiled, revealing a hint of ferocity. "My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that I can provide you with all the curved blades, spears, and bows you require for your uprising. As long as you ignite the flames of war, these weapons will flow to you unceasingly." Weapons? Ruizhao's breath quickened at the prospect. He understood full well that the half-orcs had long suffered under the oppression of the orcs, not merely due to the disparity in individual strength, but significantly because of their lack of weaponry. While the orc tribes, despite their low production capacity, could acquire metal weapons through raiding human caravans or warring amongst themselves, the half-orcs were relegated to crude stone spears and wooden bows, utterly defenseless against the metal axes and stone tools wielded by the orcs. The acquisition of substantial weaponry would undoubtedly bolster their chances of rebellion. Yet, Ruizhao did not allow himself to be swayed by the sudden allure of this offer. He fixed his gaze intently on Songlong. "There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. What is it that you seek in return for your assistance?" "Quite simply," Songlong replied with a tone both calm and chillingly resolute, "I seek vengeance. However, my solitary strength is insufficient. I must rely on the collective power of us all." Ruizhao furrowed his brow, his mind swirling with uncertainty. "Vengeance? Do you hold a grudge against the pure-blooded orcs? You have never mentioned this before. What is the situation?" "I prefer not to dwell on the past." Songlong stood, moving towards the entrance of the tent, lifting the flaps slightly to gaze towards the distant Xia tribe. "All you need to know is that our goals align. We must ensure that those high and mighty pure-blood orcs pay a price." He paused, turning back to Ruizhao with a piercing gaze. "And you have no choice in this matter. How long do you think you can keep your plans for rebellion under wraps?" Gallo has already sensed the stirrings among the half-orcs. He is scheming something that could spell doom for all half-orcs. Ruizhao's heart raced, and he pressed urgently. "What is he planning?" Songlong spoke slowly. "When I departed from the borders of the Xiabanglian, I intercepted a secret correspondence among the orcs. Gallo intends to summon all orc tribes before winter, capturing every last half-orc on the plains and reducing them to slavery, condemned to toil for them eternally. Young men will be forced to serve as fodder in their wars, while women and children will either become their playthings or be reserved as food supplies. The fate that befell your father will be the future of all half-orcs." These words were, of course, a fabrication spun at Lian's behest, yet Songlong conveyed them with such vivid emotion, his eyes brimming with compassion and rage, as if he had witnessed that correspondence firsthand. Ruizhao's body tensed instantaneously, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the pressure, as an inferno of fury ignited within him. The image of his father, slain by the orcs as mere cannon fodder, flashed through his mind, and Songlong's words sent chills coursing through him. If the half-orcs were indeed reduced to slavery, their prospects for liberation would vanish, leaving them to languish in humiliation and death for all eternity. They cannot do this. Ruizhua growled, his voice trembling with rage. We half-orcs are not mere sheep to be slaughtered. Sheep? Songlong scoffed disdainfully. In the eyes of the orcs, you are even less than sheep. Sheep can provide wool and meat. You are regarded as worthless hybrids, tools to be slaughtered and manipulated at will. His words pierced Ruizhua's heart like a dagger. The very individuals you have contacted, those young souls harboring anger within. Will they stand idly by and watch their kin be enslaved? Will they permit their children to be toyed with by orcs? Ruizhua's breath quickened, the flames of fury threatening to engulf him. He lifted his gaze sharply towards Songlong. Is what you say true? Can you truly provide us with weapons? Absolutely, Songlong affirmed, nodding as he produced a small beast-hide pouch from his cloak and tossed it to Ruizhua. Inside are 10 finely crafted curved blades, razor-sharp and capable of cleaving through Orcish armor. Take them and test their quality. I will ensure that additional weapons are delivered in batches to your designated location. But you must act swiftly. Ruizhua caught the pouch and opened it to reveal 10 gleaming curved blades, their hilts wrapped in non-slip beast hide. The edges sharp enough to reflect one's image. Compared to the crude stone spears and wooden weapons they wielded, these were an entirely different caliber. He grasped one of the blades and with a deft swing, split a thick piece of wood in two, a spark of fervor igniting in his eyes. Excellent! Ruizhua exclaimed, rising with determination etched upon his face as he looked at Songlong. I believe in you. I will immediately contact the members of the Huizhua and Hepai tribes and instigate the rebellion. Merely having resolve is insufficient, Songlong cautioned. The orc tribes possess formidable strength. Relying solely on your few tribes will make it challenging to overthrow them. To compel all half-orcs to join the fight without hesitation, you will need a catalyst, a reason that ignites their hatred for the orcs. Ruizhua's brow furrowed in contemplation. A catalyst? What do you propose? Songlong's eyes glinted with a hint of malice. The orcs have long regarded half-orcs as worthless slaves, correct? Then let us provide them with the pretext for slaughtering their slaves. Select a few nimble individuals to stealthily infiltrate the periphery of the Shuya tribe's encampment, eliminating a handful of isolated orcs, and then slay a few half-orc slaves as well. Remember, disguise the killings to appear as if the orcs are mercilessly slaughtering their slaves, making the corpses appear horrifying. Spread the word, ensuring that all half-orcs learn that the orcs have begun to cleanse their ranks of useless slaves ahead of schedule. Fear, combined with fury, will unleash an unprecedented force within them. Ruizhua's heart jolted. He had never contemplated such a strategy, yet he had to concede that while Songlong's proposal was ruthless, it was undeniably effective. The half-orc tribes had long harbored resentment towards the orcs, and should such an atrocity occur, it would undoubtedly ignite the fury of all half-orcs. At that point, there would be no need for extensive mobilization. They would rally to the cause instinctively. I understand. Ruizhua inhaled deeply, a glint of resoluteness flashing in his eyes. I will make arrangements. Excellent. Songlong nodded in satisfaction. I will support you from the shadows. I will inform you of the weapon delivery point through the markings you leave outside the Duaner tribe. Remember, your actions must be swift and discreet. Deliver a lethal blow before the orcs can react. With that, Songlong turned and slipped out of the tent, merging into the enveloping darkness of the night. Ruizhua watched his retreating figure before casting his gaze to the blade in his hand, slowly unclenching his fist, leaving behind only the unwavering fire of determination. He knew that from this moment forth, the tranquility of the plains would be irrevocably shattered, and a war engulfing all tribes was on the verge of unfolding. In the days that followed, Songlong moved like a phantom across the plains, traversing between various half-orc and orc tribes. He first sought out the representatives arranged by Ruizhua and delivered the initial batch of weaponry: 50 curved sabers, 30 long spears, 20 bows, and 100 arrows, placing them into their hands. These weapons were standard issue for the Xiabanglian border troops. While they were not of the highest caliber, they certainly held an advantage over the arms wielded by the orcs. The half-orc youths, upon receiving the weapons, were ablaze with excitement and anticipation, eager to wield them and exact vengeance upon the orcs who had oppressed them for so long. Subsequently, Songlong began to orchestrate a facade of slaughter. He chose a peripheral camp of the Shuya tribe, where only a handful of orcs were stationed to guard over 20 or so captured half-orc slaves, forcing them to craft stone tools and mend animal hides. Under the cover of night, Songlong concealed himself behind a pile of rocks near the camp, meticulously observing the guard patterns. Although the orcs were fierce, their vigilance was lacking, particularly during the deep hours of the night, when most would succumb to slumber. leaving only 1 or 2 sentinels to patrol. At midnight, as the winds howled ferociously, drowning out all other sounds, Songlong signaled to several half-orcs who had long been lying in wait nearby, indicating that it was time to act. These half-orcs had been carefully selected by Ruizhao for their agility and the deep-seated vendettas they harbored against the orcs, whose actions had either led to the death of their families or their abduction into slavery, leaving their fates uncertain. According to Songlong's plan, 2 half-orcs stealthily circumnavigated to the rear of the camp, using specially crafted wooden plugs to block the ventilation openings of several orc tents, and ignited a small amount of sleep-inducing smoke outside the tents. This smoke, brought from the Xiabanglian, was not lethal but sufficient to lull the orcs into a deep slumber. Moments later, silence enveloped the camp. Then, several half-orcs, armed with curved sabers, swiftly charged into the camp, efficiently dispatching 2 patrolling orcs, and in accordance with Songlong's orders, brutally killed a few of the half-orc slaves, deliberately mangling their bodies. Some had their ears severed, others had limbs broken, and many bore a myriad of knife wounds, all staged to resemble the aftermath of a brutal slaughter. Finally, Songlong took matters into his own hands, inscribing a few crooked Orcish characters with the blood of the fallen on a rock. Lowly half-breeds are not worth mourning. Having completed these grim tasks, they swiftly evacuated the camp, vanishing into the vastness of the night. The following morning, when the bulk of the Shuya tribe discovered the grisly scene at the peripheral camp, the entire tribe was engulfed in fury and chaos. Grollo, upon witnessing the horrors within the camp and the inscription upon the rock, was immediately thrown into a fit of rage. Though he was brutal, he would never permit such acts to unfold within his domain, nor would he allow anyone to exploit his name to commit atrocities against slaves. He promptly ordered a thorough investigation, determined to uncover the culprits. However, Songlong had already taken precautions. No evidence pointing to the half-orcs remained at the scene, and instead, several deliberately fabricated clues pointed towards another minor orc tribe, the Swiga tribe. The Swiga tribe held long-standing grievances with the Shuya tribe, often clashing over hunting grounds. Grollo, inherently suspicious and now blinded by rage, quickly directed his accusatory gaze towards the Swiga tribe. Meanwhile, news of the orcs' massacre of slaves spread like wildfire among the half-orc tribes. Songlong's agents embellished the grim tidings, relaying exaggerated accounts of the scene to various half-orc tribes. Some claimed the orcs had deemed the slaves insufficiently productive and thus slaughtered them at will. Others asserted the orcs were purging slaves in preparation for winter, seeking to reduce food consumption. Still others warned that the next to be slaughtered would be the weaker tribes, such as Huizhao and Duani. When the news reached the Huizhao tribe, old Hui cradled the child who had once been injured by an orc, tears streaming down his face. The half-orcs in the tribe, whether elderly or young, were filled with terror and rage. They recalled the kin who had perished from starvation the previous winter, the humiliation of being beaten and insulted by the orcs, and those who had been taken away never to return. Fear surged like a tidal wave, but more prominently, the suppressed fury that had long simmered finally found an outlet. They could no longer endure. A young half-orc sprang to his feet, tightly gripping a stone spear. Rather than waiting to be slaughtered, he would rather fight back. Yes, fight back. An increasing number of half-orcs echoed his sentiment, their gazes shifting from timidity to resolve, from numbness to fervor. Ruizhao seized this opportunity, swiftly contacting the leaders of several half-orc tribes, including Huizhao, Haipi, and Duani, showcasing the weaponry provided by Songlong and divulging the orcs' sinister plot to reduce all half-orcs to slavery. The leaders of the various tribes could no longer tolerate the orcs' oppression. Now, faced with the threat of slaughter and emboldened by the hope of rebellion, inspired by the gleaming sabers and spears, they hesitated no longer. On a moonlit night, the leaders of the half-orc tribes convened in the valley of the Duani tribe for a secret assembly. By the crackling bonfire, Ruizhao stood at the forefront, his gaze resolute. Looking upon the assembled crowd, brothers, sisters, the orcs' oppression has reached its zenith. They seize our provisions, beat our kin, abduct our loved ones, and now they aim to reduce us all to slaves, slaughtering us at will. We can endure no longer. From this day forth, all half-orc tribes shall unite to resist the orcs, avenge our fallen kin, and fight for the survival of our children. Revolt! Revolt! The half-orcs rose in unison, raising their weapons high, unleashing a thunderous roar. Their cries echoed throughout the valley, piercing the howling winds, resonating across the desolate plains. In that moment, the fury within every half-orc burst forth, coalescing into a force potent enough to shake the very earth. Songlong, hidden on a distant hillside, listened to the roars emanating from the valley. a bloodthirsty smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He knew that his initial plan had succeeded. 3 days later, the War of Rebellion officially commenced. Rui Zhao led the united half-orc army, totaling over 2,000 strong, launching a surprise attack at dawn on a medium-sized camp of the Shuya tribe, which housed over 300 orc warriors tasked with guarding a pasture and a wealth of supplies. The half-orc army divided into 3 factions, one led by Rui Zhao, armed with curved sabers and spears, charging from the front. Another led by the young chief of the Huizhao tribe, wielding bows and arrows, lying in ambush on the slopes flanking the camp for ranged attacks, and the last circled around to the rear of the camp to cut off the orcs' retreat. In the stillness of dawn, the plains lay silent, save for the whisper of the wind through the dry grass. As the first rays of sunlight pierced the horizon, Rui Zhao issued the command to attack. Arrows rained down upon the camp, startling the slumbering orcs, many of whom had not even the time to arm themselves before being struck, collapsing into pools of blood. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The orcs' cries echoed within the camp, yet amidst the chaos, they could not mount an effective defense. Rui Zhao led the half-orc warriors, charging into the camp like a tiger descending from the mountains, wielding their curved sabers to cleave open orcish chests one after another. The half-orc warriors were fueled by a pent-up rage, roaring and bellowing as they unleashed their hatred upon the orcs. Once, they had been like ants before the orcs, helpless to resist, but now, armed with sharp weapons and driven by the conviction of vengeance, they unleashed an unprecedented ferocity in battle. One half-orc warrior, spotting the orc who had once beaten his father, was overcome with a frenzied zeal, charging forward with a single strike that felled the orc to the ground. The northern plains erupted into a chaotic era of warfare, with various tribes either joining the fight voluntarily or being compelled to do so. Some half-orc tribes, unable to withstand the war, began migrating westward into the lands of the Holy Light Alliance, raiding the kingdoms of the Kingdom of Rohan and the Kingdom of Gangduo, ultimately settling near Asinga. Thus, Sanlong's scheme reached fruition. Chapter 20 The Lone Wolf's scheme. The wind of the grasslands eternally carries the scent of verdant grass and dust. As the hunched figure, leading a gaunt chestnut stallion, reappeared on the horizon, several circling steppe eagles were startled by the sound of hooves, tracing languid arcs in the sky. The lone wolf had returned, a mere 10 days since he had brought a wealth of barbarian intelligence back to the Xiaobonglian. His guise remained that of Ivanko, the destitute horse trainer from the borders of Xiaobonglian. His faded coarse tunic was smeared with fresh grass clippings and oil, while the deliberately applied dark marks on his face obscured his sharp features. Only his eyes, partially concealed by drooping eyelids, occasionally flashed with a glimmer akin to that of a prairie coyote. Within his weathered backpack, alongside scant provisions and salt, lay several pivotal items: a wolf-headed bronze emblem of the Jinjiang tribe, a unique iron arrowhead from the Heike tribe, and several sheets of parchment tanned from animal hides. These were the incendiary devices prepared for him by Luo Yan. His mission was to incite conflict between the Jinjiang and Heike tribes, igniting a civil strife across the grasslands. The command of Luo Yan was imprinted in the heart of the lone wolf like a brand. He was acutely aware of the laws governing the steppe. Under the survival logic of the strong devouring the weak, any spark of suspicion and animosity could, under the impetus of self-interest, ignite into a conflagration. His role was to become the most lethal spark. The lone wolf did not return directly to the Jinjiang tribe. Instead, he took a detour to an unclaimed buffer zone in the central grasslands. This was a border area where the Jinjiang, Heike, and Enan tribes grazed their livestock. A place teeming with cattle and sheep but sparsely patrolled, making it ideal for stirring trouble. He tethered his old horse and set up a temporary camp on a wind-sheltered hillside, commencing the first phase of his plan as night fell. He retrieved the wolf-headed bronze emblem of the Jinjiang tribe, a trophy taken from a slain Jinjiang cavalryman during his previous infiltration. The emblem, intricately carved, represented a hallmark adornment of the Jinjiang warriors. Next, he produced a sharpened stone knife and stealthily approached the nearby pastures of the Heike tribe. The herders of the Heike tribe typically gathered their cattle and sheep at lush water and grass areas, leaving only a couple of elders to keep watch. Utilizing the cover of night and the sounds of the wind, the lone wolf evaded the sentinel's gaze and infiltrated the flock. He eschewed the mature rams, opting instead for 3 newborn lambs. Their demise would incite greater rage in the herders and align more closely with the image of reckless marauders. With swift precision, he slit the throats of the lambs, their blood gushing forth, staining the grass beneath him. Subsequently, he pressed the wolf-headed bronze emblem into the soil beside the carcasses and deliberately left several hoofprints characteristic of the Jinjiang cavalry, created using the hooves of his old horse, wrapped in prepared animal skin molds mimicking the Jinzhong warhorses. Having accomplished this, the lone wolf did not linger. He swiftly retreated to his temporary camp. He even refrained from cleaning the blood from his person, intentionally allowing some to stain his old horse, for if discovered by a patrol, this appearance of having just escaped from a raid would quell any suspicions. The following morning, the herders of the Heike tribe discovered the brutally slain lambs, along with the wolf-headed bronze emblem and the hoofprints in the earth. The news spread like wildfire to the Heike tribe's encampment. The leader responsible for this pasture was none other than Boris, the nephew of Khan Sviatoslav. Boris, known for his volatile temperament, harbored a long-standing resentment towards the Jinzhong tribe for occupying the most fertile grazing lands. Upon witnessing the cruel slaughter of his lambs, coupled with such a provocative mark left behind, he erupted in fury. The Jinzhong rabble dares to wreak havoc on our territory. Boris kicked over a barrel of mare's milk, the liquid mingling with the dirt as it flowed. Do they think that after defeating Igor, they can truly claim supremacy over the steppe? I will have Sviatoslav lead an army to flatten their encampment. The surrounding Heike herders were equally incensed, brandishing their stone axes and curved knives, clamoring for vengeance for the lambs. The news soon reached the core encampment of the Heike tribe, and upon hearing it, Sviatoslav's scarred face twisted with rage. He caressed the curved knife at his waist, a remnant from his battles with the steppe bears. His gaze dark. Vladimir has barely settled into his khanate, yet dares to act with such arrogance. Do they truly believe that the Heike tribe is so easily bullied? His son, Andrei, quickly intervened. Father, there may be more to this matter. The Jinzhong tribe has just undergone a change in leadership. Their internal stability is likely tenuous, and it would be illogical for them to provoke us recklessly. More to this matter? Sviatoslav scoffed, tossing the wolf-headed bronze emblem to the ground. The emblem, the hoofprints, and the eyewitness accounts of those dressed in Jinzhong tribe garb provide irrefutable evidence. What more is there to consider? They seek to test our limits. A glimmer of greed and ferocity flickered in his eyes. Very well. This opportunity shall serve to remind them that the iron weapons of the steppe ultimately lie in the hands of the Heike tribe. Despite his fury, Sviatoslav did not immediately mobilize his forces. Though the Heike tribe excelled in iron production, their cavalry was slightly inferior to that of the Jinzhong tribe. He required time to gather his troops and assess the attitudes of other tribes. Concealed on a distant hillside, the lone wolf learned of Sviatoslav's reaction through a destitute herder of the Heike tribe whom he had bribed, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He understood that the first seed of suspicion had been sown, and now he needed a more potent flame to incinerate this suspicion into hatred. The lone wolf dismantled his temporary camp and set forth with his old horse toward the direction of the Enan tribe. The Enan tribe, a mid-sized tribe on the steppe, possessed strength between that of the Jinzhong and Heike tribes, existing in a precarious position between the two larger tribes, swaying to whichever side offered more benefits. The forged letters mentioned in Luo Yan's plan were aimed at exploiting the Enan tribe's position to thoroughly enrage the Heike tribe. Upon entering the territory of the Enan tribe, the lone wolf continued to present himself as a horse trainer seeking an audience with the tribal leader. The Khan of the Enan tribe, Kulik, was a man who would forsake loyalty for profit. The lone wolf employed his previous tactics, presenting a small portion of salt and a small iron knife brought from the Xiaobang Lian. On the steppe, iron was far more precious than salt. Kulik was indeed pleased, not only providing shelter for the lone wolf, but also granting him freedom of movement within the encampment. Seizing this opportunity, the lone wolf sought out the camp's elder priest, responsible for tanning animal hides and writing letters. The elder priest, advanced in years and with failing eyesight, was also quite fond of alcohol. Over time, the lone wolf discreetly supplied him with mare's milk wine, and they soon grew familiar. The lone wolf took the chance to inquire about the writing systems of the steppe tribes. The barbarian tribes lacked a unified script, employing simple symbols and drawings to record events, occasionally borrowing a few characters from Luohan and Gangduo. After mastering the commonly used symbols of the Jinzhong tribe, the lone wolf began to forge the crucial letter. Using animal hide paper as his medium, he composed a message in the voice of Vladimir, expressing a desire for an alliance with the Enan tribe. The Jinzhong tribe wishes to maintain a lasting friendship with the Enan tribe, sharing the steppe. We shall soon gather our forces to launch a surprise attack on the Heike tribe, seizing their pastures and iron furnaces. Upon success, 1/3 of the western grazing lands of the Heike tribe shall belong to the Enan tribe, with iron shared. Signed, Vladimir. To lend authenticity to the letter, the lone wolf imitated the handwriting of the late Khan Vasily, having observed Vladimir's signature during his previous infiltration. He then used charred wood to stamp a replica of the Xinjiang tribe's seal at the bottom of the letter. Finally, he intentionally affixed an iron arrowhead taken from a Heike cavalryman to one corner of the letter, adhering to the custom of alliance on the step, symbolizing unity against a common enemy. With the letter forged, the lone wolf sought an opportunity to deliver it to the Heike tribe. He learned that the Enan tribe planned to send a trading caravan to the Heike tribe to exchange for iron tools. Stealthily, he concealed the forged letter within the goods of the caravan leader, nestled deep within a sack of wool prepared for trade. With everything in place, the lone wolf excused himself to search for better wild horses and departed from the Enan tribe. He did not return to the Xinjiang tribe, but instead directly concealed himself near the encampment of the Heike tribe, awaiting the effects of the letter. As expected, upon the arrival of the Enan tribe's caravan at the Heike tribe, the forged letter was discovered by the soldiers of the Heike tribe during the exchange of goods. The soldiers, not daring to neglect their duty, promptly presented the letter to Svyatoslav. Svyatoslav unrolled the parchment, and upon reading its contents and seeing the forged signature of Vladimir, along with the iron arrowhead symbolizing an alliance, his rage surged uncontrollably. He had already harbored resentment towards the Xinjiang tribe due to the slaughter of lambs, and now, witnessing their audacious plan to ally with the Enan tribe to annihilate him and divide his territory, he could no longer suppress his fury. "Vladimir, you treacherous scoundrel!" Svyatoslav hurled the parchment to the ground and crushed it underfoot. The blood feud from a century ago had yet to be settled. And now you seek to conspire with outsiders to destroy my tribe. Today, the Heike tribe and the Xinjiang tribe shall fight to the death. Andrei, too, was incensed by the letter. He stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "Father, at this juncture, we can no longer endure. The Xinjiang tribe harbors wolfish ambitions. We must strike first while they are still unprepared and launch a surprise attack." The surrounding leaders of the Heike tribe echoed his sentiments, having long been unable to tolerate the Xinjiang tribe's tyranny. With this undeniable evidence in hand, the flames of vengeance ignited in everyone's hearts. Svyatoslav immediately commanded the assembly of all tribal cavalry, planning a surprise assault on the western encampment of the Xinjiang tribe in 3 days. The lone wolf, observing the gathering smoke signals from the Heike tribe's encampment in the distance, knew that his plan had succeeded halfway. Yet he did not cease his efforts to escalate the conflict to an irreconcilable level. He needed to stoke the flames further by spreading rumors about the impending surprise attack by the Xinjiang tribe on the Heike tribe. Disguising himself as a traveling merchant wandering between various tribes, he carried a small supply of salt and sewing goods, weaving through the nearby smaller tribes. He intentionally spread the word among the Baiyang and Huilang tribes, which had previously clashed with the Xinjiang tribe. "Have you heard? Khan Vladimir of the Xinjiang tribe has gathered over 1,000 cavalry and is preparing to launch an assault on the Heike tribe in 3 days. It is said that they have also threatened to annihilate the Heike tribe, and then it will be our turn. Is that true? Has the Xinjiang tribe grown so powerful?" Mikhail, the leader of the Baiyang tribe, who had been humiliated by Vladimir during the last raid on Qingshir village, felt a sense of alarm upon hearing this news. "Absolutely. I saw it with my own eyes outside the Xinjiang encampment," the lone wolf said, lowering his voice and feigning mystery. "They are crafting a large number of curved swords and arrowheads, and have borrowed many warhorses from the Enan tribe. You must be cautious. If the Heike tribe is destroyed, we will be next." The lone wolf repeated similar statements in various smaller tribes. These smaller tribes were already filled with fear towards the Xinjiang tribe's dominance and dissatisfaction over the inequitable distribution of spoils from raids. And the rumors quickly spread across the grasslands. Some tribes began to fortify their encampments, while others sent messengers to the Heike tribe to convey warnings, hoping to unite against the Xinjiang tribe. Meanwhile, the Xinjiang tribe remained oblivious to these developments. Vladimir, having just solidified his khanate, was immersed in ambitions of becoming the overlord of the steppes. He ordered the tribe to graze extensively, stockpiling resources in preparation for another large-scale southern raid in the autumn. He regarded the movements of the Heike tribe as mere discontent over the slaughter of lambs, paying them little mind. In his eyes, the Heike tribe was merely a weak entity reliant on ironworking, not daring to confront the Xinjiang tribe directly. The lone wolf quietly returned to the Xinjiang tribe's encampment. Resuming his role as a horse trainer beside Vladimir, he needed to observe the situation closely, ensuring that the war would erupt as he envisioned and could not be easily quelled. 3 days later, at dawn, a thin layer of morning mist enveloped the grasslands. 800 cavalrymen of the Heike tribe, led by Svyatoslav and Andrei, pounced upon the western encampment of the Xinjiang tribe like ravenous wolves. At this time, The western encampment of the Jinjiang tribe was guarded by only a little over 200 cavalry. As most warriors had gone to graze or prepare supplies for the southern raid, the cavalry of the Haiki tribe surged into the encampment like a tidal wave, wielding curved swords and unleashing arrows. The soldiers of the Jinjiang tribe were caught completely off guard, awakened from their slumber amidst screams and the whinnying of war horses that echoed across the grasslands. The warriors of the Haiki tribe, fueled by long-simmering hatred, wildly slaughtered every member of the Jinjiang tribe they encountered, setting their felt tents ablaze and seizing their cattle, sheep, and supplies. Enemy attack. It's the Haiki tribe. The commander of the Jinjiang tribe shouted, attempting to organize a defense. However, amidst the chaos, an effective resistance could not be formed. Soon, the western encampment was captured by the Haiki tribe, with nearly all 200 Jinjiang soldiers perishing, leaving only a few fortunate enough to escape towards the core encampment of the Jinjiang tribe to report the news. Svyatoslav stood before the smoldering remains of the Jinjiang yurt, raising his blood-stained curved sword and letting out a long howl towards the sky. Vladimir, this is just the beginning. I shall make you pay the most excruciating price for your ambitions. When the news reached the core encampment of the Jinjiang tribe, Vladimir was in the midst of discussing plans for the southern raid with the tribal leaders. Upon hearing that the western encampment had been captured and all soldiers slain, his face turned ashen, and he slammed his hand on the table, causing the bowl of fermented mare's milk to crash to the ground. Svyatoslav, you have the audacity. Vladimir's eyes burned with murderous intent. You dare to ambush my encampment and massacre my kin. I will uproot your Haiki tribe, and all of you shall pay for the lives of the fallen. The surrounding leaders of the Jinjiang tribe roared in anger, urging Vladimir to retaliate. Without hesitation, Vladimir ordered the assembly of all tribal forces, totaling 1,200 cavalrymen, to split into two groups, one led by him directly to storm the core encampment of the Haiki tribe, while the other led by his brother, Semyon, to intercept the retreating Haiki tribe, preventing their escape. Thus, a great battle sweeping across the steppes began. The lone wolf followed Vladimir's contingent into battle, riding an ordinary warhorse and blending in among the cavalry. He observed the war ignited by his machinations with a calm detachment, devoid of any emotional turmoil. Only a cool assessment of the situation. The cavalry of the Jinjiang tribe proved to be elite, their warhorses magnificent, and their warriors valiant in combat. Although the Haiki tribe had the advantage of surprise, they soon found themselves at a disadvantage under the furious counterattack from the Jinjiang tribe. Svyatoslav did not anticipate that Vladimir could gather forces so swiftly and with such formidable combat prowess, and he was forced to contract his defensive line, retreating to the core encampment of the Haiki tribe. The core encampment of the Haiki tribe was situated in a hilly area, easily defendable and surrounded by numerous iron traps and arrow towers. This was the Haiki tribe's advantage. They excelled in ironworking, far surpassing the Jinjiang tribe in defensive fortifications. Vladimir led his cavalry in repeated charges, only to be repelled by the Haiki tribe's archers and traps, suffering heavy casualties. Father, this cannot continue. The numbers of the Jinjiang tribe are overwhelming, and we will eventually be breached, Andrei anxiously remarked, observing the continuous fall of Haiki warriors. Svyatoslav's expression grew grave. He knew Andrei spoke the truth. Although the Haiki tribe's iron weapons were sharp, the disparity in numbers was too great, and prolonged attrition would inevitably lead to defeat. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and declared, send someone to the surrounding smaller tribes for assistance. Inform them that the Jinjiang tribe's ambitions are insatiable. If they destroy us, they will be next. If they send troops to aid us, we are willing to share half of our iron goods after the battle. Immediately, a messenger from the Haiki tribe set off to seek aid from the Bayang and Huilang tribes. The small tribes had long been unsettled by the rumors spread by the lone wolf. Now, witnessing the imposing strength of the Jinjiang tribe and tempted by the interests of the Haiki tribe, they unanimously agreed to deploy troops. Soon, 50 cavalry from the Bayang tribe, 30 from the Huilang tribe, and over 100 warriors from several other minor tribes arrived at the camp of the Haiki tribe, joining the ranks against the Jinjiang tribe. The situation shifted dramatically. With the support of the smaller tribes, the Haiki tribe bolstered its forces, solidifying its defenses. Meanwhile, the Jinjiang tribe, having failed to achieve a breakthrough after prolonged assaults, saw its morale decline. Furthermore, as Xiamiao's eastern army became entangled with a detachment from the Haiki tribe, they could not provide timely reinforcement, leaving Vladimir in a precarious predicament. Those damned little tribes! How dare they betray me? Vladimir seethed as he gazed upon the familiar banners of the smaller tribes on the battlefield. He had not anticipated that these tribes, usually submissive to him, would dare to unite with the Heike tribe against him. The lone wolf, observing this scene on the battlefield, could not suppress a subtle smile. He recognized that the Grassland alliance had been irrevocably fractured. The animosity between the Xinjiang and Heike tribes, coupled with the involvement of the smaller tribes, rendered this war unlikely to conclude easily. His next move would be to sever the external supply lines to the Grassland tribes, exhausting their strength in the conflict. In accordance with Luo Yan's plan, the border forces of the Xibanglian had already commenced actions to blockade all trade routes along the western frontier, prohibiting any ironware or food supplies from entering the grasslands. The production capacity of the grassland tribes was already meager. They could neither cultivate food independently nor forge sufficient quality ironware. They primarily relied on hunting and clandestine trade with the Xibanglian for sustenance, while ironware was mainly sourced from the Heike tribe's smelting operations and external imports. Now, with external supplies severed, food and ironware shortages rapidly emerged across the grasslands. After a month of warfare, the tranquility of the grasslands had vanished. The surroundings of the camps belonging to the Xinjiang and Heike tribes were littered with the corpses of fallen soldiers and the remains of battle-worn steeds, the stench of decay permeating the air and attracting numerous vultures and prairie wolves. Both sides were utterly exhausted, their food supplies depleted. The warriors could only rely on hunting the beasts of the prairie to stave off hunger, while many wounded soldiers, lacking medicine, succumbed to their suffering. The iron reserves of the Heike tribe were also nearing exhaustion. Andre gazed anxiously at the dwindling arrows and curved blades, expressing his concerns to Saiwiacho. "Father, our iron supplies are running low. At this rate, we will be unable to withstand the onslaught of the Xinjiang tribe." Saiwiacho sighed, his eyes filled with despair. "I know. But there is no turning back now. The Xibanglian has sealed the borders, and we cannot procure any supplies. We can only fight to the death." The situation for the Xinjiang tribe was even graver. Their pastures were severely damaged by the war, with numerous cattle and sheep perishing due to neglect, leading to a near collapse of the tribe's economy. The lone wolf had nearly completed his mission. All that remained was to find an agent to unify the chaotic western grasslands and subsequently join the Xibanglian. Chapter 21. The joining of forces in the central hall of the Xibanglian. A grand tapestry depicting the sun, moon, and stars hung from the dome, while the bronze pillars, adorned with dragon and tiger motifs, cast mottled shadows in the candlelight. Luo Yan, clad in a dark robe embroidered with dragon patterns, sat regally upon the gilded throne at the center of the hall, his gaze piercing as it swept over the three figures standing below, Yingxue, Songlong, and Galang. They had just returned from their respective covert missions, still bearing the dust of the wilderness and the harshness of the prairie, yet armed with information and achievements potent enough to shake the foundations of power. "You three have fulfilled your duties admirably." Luo Yan's voice resonated steadily in the spacious hall. Yingxue had successfully incited discord between humans and elves in Aedeliki. Songlong had infiltrated the northern wilderness, uncovering the weaknesses of the beastmen and half-beastmen, while also sowing the seeds of internal strife. Galang had roamed the western prairie, instigating conflict among the barbarian tribes, rendering them incapable of advancing southward. Today, the merits you have achieved will be eternally etched in the annals of the Xibanglian. Yingxue stood tall, the sharpness of his gaze concealed behind his mask. Songlong straightened slightly, his scarred cheek appearing even more menacing in the candlelight, a bloodthirsty grin playing at his lips. Galang remained gaunt and cold, his lowered eyelids obscuring the brilliance beneath, as if he could vanish into the shadows at any moment. The three of them bowed in unison. "We serve the Majesty, and it is our duty." Luo Yan nodded slightly, raising his hand to signal them to rise. "Rewards will be given for merit and punishments for transgressions. This is the principle of the Xibanglian. Speak freely of the rewards you desire." Yingxue spoke first, his voice cold. "Your Majesty, what I seek is simply to continue scouting in all directions for the Alliance, clearing away all potential threats." Songlong grinned widely, fervor flashing in his eyes. "I only wish to wield my blade against the enemy, to witness their cries beneath my sword." Galang remained silent, merely shaking his head, evidently harboring no extravagant desires. Luo Yan regarded the three with an approving glint in his eyes. "Excellent. You are indeed the sharp blades of the Xibanglian. Since you have no interest in gold or silver, fine lands, or beautiful homes, I shall bestow upon you a more significant mission, to expand the territory of the Xibanglian, assimilating forces from all corners and forging an everlasting legacy." He paused, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest of the throne, his gaze sweeping across the night sky beyond the hall. As if envisioning the future expanse of the Xiabanglian, the beastmen and half-beastmen of the northern wilderness, the barbaric tribes of the western prairie. The city lords of Aedeliki in the east, many of whom harbor goodwill towards the Xiabanglian, or are discontent with their current circumstances and yearn to align themselves with the powerful. You three shall set forth immediately, each of you to engage with the leaders of these tribes and city lords, elucidating the sincerity and strength of the Xiabanglian, persuading them to join our coalition. At this juncture, Luoyan's tone grew increasingly solemn. I vow that the first leader of any faction to proactively join the Xiabanglian shall be granted the title of Duke. Standing alongside me, as a co-ruler of the Xiabanglian, with hereditary rights, retaining control over their original territories and enjoying autonomy in governance. The alliance shall not interfere in their internal affairs, except during wartime when they must heed the call of the alliance. The air in the hall instantly thickened, and Ningxue and the others could not help but feel a tremor in their hearts. The title of Duke is the ruler beneath the Emperor of the Xiabanglian. Luoyan's move undoubtedly demonstrated the utmost sincerity, enough to sway the powers of the realm. Subsequent vassals shall be granted titles based on their scale of influence, territorial expanse, and population: Marquis, Count, Viscount, and Baron. Luoyan continued, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. These titles are all hereditary, endowed with their respective territories and governance rights. Subject to the dukes, and to me, required to pay a small tribute to the alliance and to dispatch troops for joint operations during wartime. However, there is one condition: all vassals must abide by the laws of the Xiabanglian. He rose and approached the enormous map at the center of the hall, tracing his finger across the regions of the northern wilderness, western prairie, and southern city-states. Songlong, you are familiar with the northern wilderness, so you shall be responsible for engaging with the half-beastmen tribes and some weaker beastmen tribes there. The half-beastmen leaders, such as Rui Zhao, have long harbored grievances against the pure-blooded beastmen and have witnessed the strength of the Xiabanglian. You may promise them that upon joining the alliance, we will assist them in completely liberating themselves from the oppression of the pure-blooded beastmen, even providing them with weapons and military support to unify the half-beastmen tribes. Galong, you shall travel to the western prairie. The small tribes oppressed by the Jinjiang tribe, such as the Baiyang and Huilong tribes, as well as the remnants of the Yingyu tribe that suffered defeat in the barbarian civil war, are all your targets. They have long harbored resentment towards the Jinjiang and Heike tribes. You can inform them that by joining the Xiabanglian, they will not only gain protection from the bullying of other tribes, but will also receive food and ironware from the alliance, improving the lives of their people. Ningxue, your task is the most complex. Although the High Elves have withdrawn all elves from Yueying City, the city lords possess varying degrees of greed for comfort, fear of turmoil, and ambition. You must employ your wisdom to discern the hearts of those lords who genuinely yearn for the alliance and are willing to submit. Grant them titles and protection. For those who waver, enlighten them on the stakes and demonstrate the military might of the alliance. And for the obstinate ones who conspire with the elves, you may execute them without prior notice to serve as a cautionary example. The three responded in unison, we shall obey. Luoyan nodded in satisfaction, his gaze turning cold as it fell upon the locations of the cities of Shiwei'er on the map. As for the cities of Shiwei'er, his voice carried a note of disdain. The lords of those city-states, short-sighted and self-serving, engage in petty rivalries for personal gain. Yet they regard the alliance as nothing more than a rising barbarian entity. Their so-called goodwill towards the alliance is but a tactic born of fear of our strength, seeking to temporarily evade our wrath. Such forces need not be coaxed with words. He waved his hand decisively, his tone resolute. Once you three have subdued the northern, western, and eastern factions, consolidating the military strength of all sides, and securing the rear of the alliance, I shall dispatch a great army to launch a military conquest against the cities of Shiwei'er. At that time, we shall flatten those self-righteous city-states and incorporate their territories into the realm of the Xiaobang alliance. All who resist shall be mercilessly slain. Those willing to surrender shall have all their powers stripped away and be relegated to commoners, governed by officials dispatched by the alliance. This proclamation, imbued with lethal intent, seemed to lower the temperature in the grand hall. The three, well aware of Luoyan's character, knew that once he had made up his mind, he would not hesitate in the least. The fate of the cities of Shiwei'er had, at that moment, already been sealed. Your Majesty is wise. The three again bowed in respect. Luoyan waved his hand. Very well, you are to prepare immediately. We depart in 3 days. Remember, this act of appeasement is not one of mere concession. For those who refuse to heed benevolence and instead invite punishment, You may exercise ruthless measures at your discretion without seeking my approval for every matter. What I desire is results, and to ensure that the various factions submit in the shortest possible time, paving the way for the expansion of the Xiaobong Alliance. We understand. The three turned and exited the Grand Hall, their figures quickly vanishing into the night. Luo Yin stood alone before the map, his fingers gliding slowly over the territory of the cities of Shiwei, his eyes gleaming with ambition and resolve. He understood that this would be a long and arduous journey. To appease the factions and conquer the cities of Shiwei, with each step fraught with variables and dangers. Yet he was confident that, with the formidable power of the Xiaobong Alliance and the blades of Inkei, Songlong, and Gulong at his disposal, he would ultimately achieve his goal of establishing a vast and powerful great alliance. 3 days later, Inkei, Songlong, and Gulong embarked on their respective journeys to the eastern city-states, northern wastelands, and western grasslands. Songlong continued to disguise himself as a half-orc hunter, carrying Luo Yan's token, an iron medallion engraved with the dragon emblem of the Xiaobong Alliance. As he re-entered the northern wasteland, the wasteland was no longer the tranquil place it once was. The half-orc coalition led by Rui Zhua, aided by the weapons and strategies left by Songlong, had launched multiple assaults on the Bloodfang tribe. Though they had not completely vanquished the Bloodfang tribe, they had left Galo in a state of chaos, and the conflicts between the orc tribes and half-orc tribes had become overt, with the flames of war spreading to every corner of the wasteland. Songlong did not head directly to the Duaner tribe to seek Rui Zhua. Instead, he first visited the Hui Zhua tribe. The old chief, Lao Hui, still guarded the humble encampment, and life remained difficult for the tribe. However, compared to their previous numbness, the half-orcs now bore a glimmer of hope. Rui Zhua's leadership in the rebellion had shown them the possibility of liberation from oppression. Songlong revealed his true identity and the Xiaobong Alliance's intention of appeasement to Lao Hui. When the old man saw the iron medallion and heard Songlong's promise of a duke title and protection from the alliance, tears welled in the eyes of this weathered elder. He trembled as he grasped Songlong's hand, saying, "Lord Songlong, no, esteemed messenger of the Xiaobong Alliance, we half-orcs have suffered enough under orc oppression. If the Xiaobong Alliance can truly accept us and help us escape our suffering, our Hui Zhua tribe is willing to be the first to submit." Songlong shook his head, his tone calm. "Old Chief Hui, the first to submit shall be granted the title of Duke, possessing the power to command a territory. Your tribe's strength is still weak. This position is more suited for Rui Zhua. He leads the half-orc resistance against the orcs, holds the highest prestige, and is most capable of commanding all half-orc tribes. You need only persuade Rui Zhua to lead all half-orc tribes to join the Xiaobong Alliance. In the future, your Hui Zhua tribe, although not granted a duke title, will still receive a noble title, and your kin will no longer suffer from hunger and cold." Old Hui nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes, what the messenger says is true. That child Rui Zhua is brave and wise. He is the hope of our half-orcs. I will take you to find him at once, and I will certainly persuade him." Under Lao Hui's guidance, Songlong quickly located Rui Zhua's coalition camp. At this time, Rui Zhua had shed his former naivety, clad in the leather armor seized from the orcs, with a curved sword provided by the Xiaobong Alliance at his waist. His eyes were resolute as he directed half-orc warriors in training. Upon seeing Songlong, a flicker of surprise crossed Rui Zhua's face, and he quickly approached. "Songlong, what brings you back? Do you have new strategies?" Songlong wasted no words, directly producing the iron medallion to reveal his identity and purpose. "I am not merely a half-orc hunter, but the assassin Songlong under the command of Emperor Luo Yin of the Xiaobong Alliance. I have come to represent the Xiaobong Alliance to offer you an alliance. His Majesty Emperor Luo Yin promises that the first leader to lead their faction into the Xiaobong Alliance shall be granted the title of Duke, standing alongside the Emperor, retaining control over their original territory and enjoying the right of self-governance. Subsequent half-orc tribes that submit will be granted noble titles according to their strength. The Xiaobong Alliance will provide you with weapons and food support to help you utterly defeat the orc tribes and unify the northern wasteland." Rui Zhua trembled, staring incredulously at the iron medallion in Songlong's hand, then looked back at Songlong's serious expression. He had never imagined that he could stand alongside a powerful alliance's emperor as a duke. Beside him, Lao Hui hastily urged, "Rui Zhua, this is an excellent opportunity for us half-orcs. With the support of the Xiaobong Alliance, we need not fear the orcs anymore, and our kin can live well." Rui Zhua fell silent for a moment, his eyes flashing with struggle and hesitation. He had always dreamed of leading the half-orcs to escape oppression and establish a homeland of their own. Yet he feared that joining the Xiaobong Alliance would mean losing their autonomy and becoming vassals once more. Songlong saw through his thoughts and spoke in a calm tone. You need not worry. The Xiaobong Alliance only requires you to abide by the laws. Cooperate in battle during wartime, while all other matters will be at your discretion. Moreover, with your current strength, it is no simple task to completely defeat the orc tribes. Once the orc tribes recover and unite against you, your resistance will ultimately fail. Joining the Xiaobong Alliance will not only provide you with continuous support, but also offer the protection of the Alliance. This is your only way out. Rui Zhua took a deep breath, the hesitation in his eyes gradually dissipating, replaced by a resolute determination. He understood that Songlong was right. Relying solely on the strength of the half-orcs to confront the powerful orc tribes was exceedingly difficult. The offer of the Xiaobong Alliance was undoubtedly the best opportunity. He knelt on one knee, taking the iron medallion in both hands, and declared loudly, Rui Zhua is willing to lead all half-orc tribes to submit to the Xiaobong Alliance and obey the orders of His Majesty Luo Yan. We beseech His Majesty to fulfill his promise and help us defeat the orcs, restoring peace to the northern wasteland. Songlong helped Rui Zhua to his feet, a smile gracing his lips. Congratulations, Duke Rui Zhua. I will immediately send word to His Majesty Luo Yan, and soon the support from the Xiaobong Alliance will arrive. The news quickly spread throughout all the half-orc tribes. Upon learning that Rui Zhua had been granted the title of Duke and that the Xiaobong Alliance would provide support, all the half-orcs rejoiced. The previously wavering half-orc tribes expressed their willingness to join the Xiaobong Alliance and accept the titles conferred by the Alliance. The initial phase of appeasing the northern wasteland had achieved a resounding success. Afterward, Rui Zhua led the half-orc coalition. With the support of the Xiaobong Lian's equipment and aided by a contingent of rocket cavalry, to successfully defeat the orc tribal alliance. Some orc tribes yielded, while others faced annihilation or retreated further north. Following the unification of the northern wasteland, Rui Zhua established the Duchy of Zheluomenai, formally assuming the title of Duke of Zheluomenai. The Duaner tribe was subsequently renamed the Zhelu clan, and all northern half-orcs and orcs came under his command. The leaders of various tribes were granted titles of nobility based on their strength, ranging from Marquis to Viscount and Heir Apparent. Simultaneously, the lone wolf on the western plains was methodically advancing his pacification plan. At this time, the conflict between the Jinjiang tribe and the Haiki tribe had reached a fever pitch, with both sides utterly exhausted and suffering from severe shortages of food and iron. After the Xiaobong Lian sealed the borders, conditions on the plains deteriorated even further, plunging many tribes into hunger. The lone wolf first approached Mikhail, the leader of the Baiyang tribe. Due to grievances over an unequal distribution of spoils from previous raids, Mikhail harbored resentment towards the Jinjiang tribe. Witnessing the Jinjiang tribe mired in warfare while his own tribe faced starvation, despair filled his heart. When the lone wolf revealed his identity and the Xiaobong Lian's intentions of reconciliation, Mikhail, upon hearing that joining the alliance would ensure food and iron aid and the possibility of being elevated to a duke, readily agreed to submit. As long as it allows my people to survive and no longer suffer under the oppression of the Jinjiang tribe, I, Mikhail, am willing to heed the call of the Xiaobong Lian. Subsequently, the lone wolf also sought out the remnants of the Huilang tribe and the Yingyu tribe. The Huilang tribe was already weak and had suffered significant losses in the civil war, leaving them powerless to contend with other tribes. The Yingyu tribe had nearly been annihilated by the Haiki tribe, and the surviving members were left to wander the plains. Faced with the Xiaobong Lian's offer of protection, they all chose to submit. The lone wolf convened the leaders of these tribes, presenting them with the Xiaobong Lian's decree of nobility. Mikhail was granted the title of Duke. The leader of the Huilang tribe was made a Marquis, and the remnants of the Yingyu tribe's leader received the title of Viscount. The leaders expressed their profound gratitude and willingness to follow the lone wolf's lead in assisting the alliance to pacify the plains. Utilizing the forces of these tribes, the lone wolf formed a coalition army and launched a surprise attack on the warring Jinjiang and Haiki tribes. By this point, both the Jinjiang and Haiki tribes were on the brink of collapse, and they were utterly incapable of resisting the well-equipped and high-spirited coalition army. Vladimir was slain amidst the chaos, and Svyatoslav, facing defeat, took his own life. The once mighty Jinjiang and Haiki tribes were thus obliterated. The lone wolf ordered the incorporation of the remnants of both tribes, executing those who refused to submit. The western plains soon fell under the control of the Xiaobong Lian, after which Mikhail established the Duchy of Kurd, formally assuming the title of Duke of Kurd, with all western barbarians coming under his command. The pacification efforts in the eastern city-states were comparatively arduous. The lords of the various city-states were still loyal to the elves, and the anti-elf organizations held no real power. primarily due to the elves' significant assistance to the Aldrich people over the past centuries. After some contemplation, Inkay decided to approach the Dawn Society directly, as they would likely be more amenable to persuasion. If the anti-elf organization could agree to join the Xiaobang Lian, it would be far more effective to assist them in seizing control of the city-states than to attempt to convince the existing lords to surrender. Chapter 22. The alliance of three cities. The night was as dark as ink, enveloping the city-state of Solending in central Aldrich. Inkay's silhouette flitted like a bat through the night, landing silently on the rooftop of an abandoned textile workshop in the south of the city. Unlike his previous foray, this time he returned not only with the Xiaobang Lian's secret orders and tokens, but also with a unification blueprint capable of altering Aldrich's fate. 3 months prior, he had witnessed the youth and fervor of the Dawn Society. Now, his task was to channel this spark of rebellion into a conflagration that would engulf the Xiaobang Lian. Gently lifting a broken tile from the rooftop, familiar voices of conversation drifted up from below. Inside the workshop, the flickering red light illuminated Leo, who was deep in thought over a map of Aldrich, while Kai, Ella, Matt, and others sat nearby, their faces still worn from their previous endeavors. Yet their eyes betrayed an unwavering resolve. Following the chaos of the Star Festival that swept through the 6 city-states, the Dawn Society's reputation soared, attracting many discontented youths, swelling its ranks from 30 to nearly 100. However, this growth brought with it heavier pressures, as the elves had completely withdrawn, and the city-state lords began to tighten their grip on the anti-elf organizations, forcing the Dawn Society's activities underground. Inkay leaped down from the rooftop, landing with barely a whisper. Matt, stationed at the door, immediately raised his wooden stick in vigilance, but relaxed upon recognizing Inkay, lowering his voice to ask, "Inkay, how have you returned? We thought you had encountered trouble after you left that note and suddenly vanished." Inkay nodded and followed Matt into the secret chamber. Upon seeing him, Leo's eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly approached. "Where have you been? The situation outside is tense. The lords of Isling and Valorian have ordered the arrest of all members of the anti-elf organization. 2 of our contact points have already been destroyed." "I returned to the Xiaobang Lian," Inkay replied, removing his hood to reveal an ordinary yet composed face, his tone steady yet imbued with undeniable authority. "The Xiaobang Lian?" The others in the room were taken aback. They had heard of this human alliance in the Western Wasteland, known for its fierce spirit and formidable military prowess. Yet they were entirely unaware of its internal workings. Ella tightened her grip on her dagger, her eyes filled with suspicion. "Aren't you just a wandering blacksmith? How could you have any connection to the Xiaobang Lian?" Inkay met their gazes without flinching, slowly stating, "I am not merely a wandering blacksmith. Nor do I go by Inkay. That is merely my alias. My true identity is a spy under Emperor Luo Yin of the Xiaobang Lian, tasked with infiltrating Aldrich to investigate the strengths and weaknesses of various factions." He produced a dark iron token engraved with the Xiaobang Lian's dragon emblem and placed it on the table. "This is the Xiaobang Lian's token, sufficient to prove my identity." The dark iron token glimmered coldly under the red glow, the dragon emblem intricately carved, exuding an air of authority. Leo picked up the token, tracing its patterns with his fingertips, his expression a mixture of emotions. "So you have been using us all along, gathering our intelligence to relay to the Xiaobang Lian?" His tone carried a hint of disappointment and anger. They had regarded Inkay as a comrade, trusted and relied upon him, only to discover that he had ulterior motives. "I did not exploit you," Inkay replied earnestly. "Initially, I did come to gather intelligence, but during my time with you, I witnessed your struggles and resistance. And I saw the determination you possessed to fight for human freedom. Your courage commands my genuine respect." He paused before continuing. "The Xiaobang Lian is unlike Aldrich. There is no rule by alien races. Humans govern themselves, honoring the strong and respecting every soul that fights for freedom. I have returned on the orders of His Majesty Luo Yin to extend an invitation, hoping that the Dawn Society can lead Aldrich's anti-elf organization to join the Xiaobang Lian." "Join the Xiaobang Lian?" Kai scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. "We barely managed to drive the elves away. We have no desire to invite another pack of hungry wolves. Who knows if the Xiaobang Lian is like the elves, merely seeking to swallow Aldrich and treat us as vassals." Kai's words echoed the sentiments of the group. Ella nodded, her voice trembling slightly. "Indeed, while the elves oppress us, at least they provide magical protection against monster invasions. The Xiaobang Lian is far away in the Western Wasteland, and we know nothing about them. If we join and they not only fail to assist us, but instead enslave us, then our previous resistance would be in vain." Matt chimed in. "The lords are already cracking down on us. We can hardly protect ourselves, let alone deal with a foreign alliance." In the event that we unwittingly invite the wolf into our midst, allowing the Xiabanglian to seize control of Auto Liqui, we would become the architects of humanity's downfall. The atmosphere in the chamber turned gravely tense, with concern etched on the faces of all present. Their reluctance to collaborate with the outside world stemmed not from unwillingness, but rather from the oppressive experiences that had taught them to remain vigilant against elven treachery and the exploitation by their lords, instilling in them a profound distrust of any external forces. Leo remained silent, placing the Xiantai Lingpai back on the table, and spoke slowly. "Inke, I appreciate your goodwill, yet we cannot acquiesce. The mission of the Breaking Dawn Society is to establish an order that belongs to the humans of Auto Liqui, rather than to become subservient to any mighty power, repeating the cycle of enslavement." Inke had anticipated such a response and was undeterred. He surveyed the assembly, his tone calm, yet persuasive. "I understand your concerns. Were I in your position, having endured the oppression and betrayal of the elves, I too would remain wary of any external forces. However, the Xiabanglian and the elves, along with those self-serving lords, are fundamentally different." He rose and approached the map, tracing the 6 major city-states of Auto Liqui with his fingertip. "Do you truly believe that the Breaking Dawn Society alone possesses the strength to govern Auto Liqui? Though the elves have withdrawn, the lords still command the city-state guards, equipped with superior weaponry and ample resources. They currently suppress you because you threaten their rule. Once they quell their internal chaos, the first to be eliminated will be your organization, which stands against the elves. Moreover, Auto Liqui lies on the eastern plains, rich in resources yet devoid of natural defenses. The Orc tribes to the north and the Xiwir city-state to the south covet this land. When the elves were present, they were deterred. Now that the elves have departed, Auto Liqui resembles an unprotected delicacy, ripe for the taking by other factions. At that juncture, what you face may not be the gentle oppression of the elves, but the brutal pillaging of the orcs and the merciless rule of the Xiwir city-state, forces far more ruthless than the elves. Ingchue's words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flicker of hope within the group. They had contemplated these issues, but their fervor for rebellion and yearning for freedom had temporarily obscured their judgment. Kai clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "What then? We will fight them to the bitter end. If we could drive the elves away, we are not afraid to confront the lords and the foreign tribes. Courage is commendable, yet victory cannot be attained solely through valor." Inke shook his head, stating, "Though your numbers have grown, your weapons remain rudimentary, your training is lacking, and you lack unified command and sufficient logistical support. In the face of the well-equipped city-state guards and the ferocious orc cavalry, your resistance would only lead to futile sacrifices, akin to what transpired with Tame. Are you willing to see more of your comrades perish in vain?" The mention of Tame cast a pall over the atmosphere in the chamber. The youth, slain by the elves while sabotaging a magical street lamp, remained a lasting sorrow in their hearts. Ayla's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she murmured, "We do not wish for anyone to sacrifice themselves, but we also do not desire to be subjugated by others. Joining the Xiabanglian is not subjugation, but rather an alliance." Inke spoke earnestly. "His Majesty Luo Yin promises that should you join the Xiabanglian, the Breaking Dawn Society will become the legitimate ruling power in the Auto Liqui region, and the Xiabanglian shall not interfere in your internal affairs. You may retain your organization, self-govern your territories, and merely heed the Confederation's call in times of war, uniting against external threats." He paused, then continued, "Furthermore, the Xiabanglian will provide you with weaponry, provisions, and training support. The Confederation's artisans can forge fine iron tools for you, and their soldiers can train your warriors, teaching you how to form armies and engage in combat. With the Xiabanglian's backing, you will not only easily defeat those lords who oppress you and seize control of the city-state's power, but also fend off external incursions, thereby realizing true autonomy and freedom for the humans of Auto Liqui." A flicker of uncertainty passed through Leo's eyes. He recognized that Inke spoke the truth. For the Breaking Dawn Society to survive and achieve its goals, relying solely on their own strength would prove exceedingly arduous. Yet he remained hesitant. "Why would the Xiabanglian aid us? There is no such thing as a free lunch. They must have ulterior motives. The Xiabanglian's motive is to unify the realms and establish a powerful human confederation, freeing humanity from the oppression of foreign races and preventing internal strife from leading to self-destruction." Inke replied candidly, "Auto Liqui is a strategic stronghold in the east. The Xiabanglian requires its resources and manpower, while you need the Xiabanglian's support to seize power. Our relationship is one of mutual benefit rather than one-sided exploitation." He retrieved a scroll from his satchel, offering it to Leo, This is a covenant personally penned by His Majesty Luo Yan. It clearly stipulates that upon joining the Xiabanglian, the Breaking Dawn Society will gain autonomy in the Outer Liqui region, with the Xiabanglian providing military and material assistance to help you seize control of the city-states. Once your rule is established, titles such as Marquis and Baron may be conferred based on your strength, inheritable and equal to other powers within the Xiabanglian. Leo accepted the scroll and unfolded it for scrutiny. The robust handwriting and clear terms exuded sincerity. He passed it around for others to examine. And a profound silence enveloped the chamber, broken only by the soft rustle of parchment. After a long pause, Ayla lifted her head, hope glimmering in her eyes. Is everything you said true? The Xiabanglian truly will not interfere in our internal affairs and will assist us in training our army and supplying weapons? Absolutely, Inkay affirmed. I stake my life on it. The Xiabanglian has always honored its word. Once you sign the covenant, all promises will be fulfilled. Kai remained cautious. What if the Xiabanglian reneges on their promises? We would be defenseless against them. You will not be defenseless, Inkay stated firmly. Once you seize control of Outer Liqui, you will possess your own army, territory, and resources. Should the Xiabanglian waver, you can easily unite with other factions in resistance. Moreover, the Xiabanglian's enemies are widespread. They require you as a bulwark in the east and will not easily become your adversaries. Leo contemplated for a considerable time, the ambiguity in his eyes gradually giving way to resolute determination. He addressed the assembly, speaking slowly. Inkay is correct. We can no longer cling to our stubbornness. For the survival of the Breaking Dawn Society and the future of humanity in Outer Liqui, this may be our sole option. Yet Leo Gomat wished to voice more. Leo interrupted him. I understand your concerns, but we have no path of retreat. The Lord's oppression is tightening. And both the Valerian Mind Soul Society and the Keldan Farmers Alliance face the same predicament. If we fight separately, we will inevitably be picked off one by one. Only by allying with the Xiabanglian and leveraging their strength can we seize power and truly achieve our goal of resistance. Kai remained silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Leo Gu's words hold merit. We have already severed ties with the elves and the lords. Why not take a gamble? If the Xiabanglian is indeed as Inkay claims, we stand to gain. If they betray us, we can always confront them again. Ayla and Matt also expressed their agreement. The trepidation within the chamber gradually dissipated, replaced by anticipation and resolve for the future. Leo turned to Inkay and solemnly declared, very well, we, the Breaking Dawn Society, agree to join the Xiabanglian. However, as you mentioned, we currently do not hold power over any city-state and are still being oppressed by the lords. To truly serve the Xiabanglian, we must first capture the ruling authority of the city-states. Chapter 23. The plot to seize power. This is precisely what I intend to undertake next. A smile flickered in Inkxue's eyes as he added, I will reach out to the Valerian Mind Soul Society and the Keldan Farmers Alliance, persuading them to join the Xiabanglian as well. Then we will consolidate the strength of all anti-elf factions, devise a plan, and assist you in seizing control of the city-states. The following day, Inkay set forth to the Valerian city-state, bearing the Xiabanglian's insignia and covenant. Valerian serves as the armament manufacturing hub of Aedeliki, with the members of the Miners' Soul Society primarily comprised of miners and craftsmen. They rose in rebellion against the elves' monopoly on magical ores, and during the actions on the day of the Star Festival, successfully seized the elves' ore warehouse and incinerated the enchanted workshop. Now, they find themselves besieged by the Lord of Valorian's guards, trapped in a dire predicament. Inkay encountered the leader of the Miners' Soul Society, a middle-aged miner named Gelman. Within an abandoned mine, Gelman was tall, with dark skin and hands calloused from labor, his eyes reflecting the unique resilience and vigilance characteristic of miners. Upon Inkay revealing his identity and proposing an alliance with the Xiabanglian, Gelman's reaction mirrored that of Leo and others. Xiabanglian, on what grounds should we trust you? Gelman scoffed. The elves oppress us, and the Lord exploits us. We have endured enough manipulation. Even if we were to ally, we would never seek aid from an unknown force. Inkay did not rush to defend himself, but informed Gelman of the Dawn Society's decision, presenting the Shintai token and the covenant, meticulously detailing the promises and support plans of the Xiabanglian. He emphasized that the Xiabanglian could provide the Miners' Soul Society with ample food, superior iron goods, and well-trained soldiers, all of which were in short supply for the Miners' Soul Society. You currently occupy this abandoned mine, with food sufficient for only half a month. And your weapons consist solely of mining picks and a few short swords crafted from hidden magical ores. Inkay spoke calmly. The Lord of Valerian has assembled 2,000 guards, and within 10 days, They will launch a full-scale assault on your mine. At that point, you will either perish in battle or be captured and executed. Joining the Xiabanglian is your only hope. Gelman fell silent. He recognized the truth in Ingshue's words. Although the Miners' Soul Society had taken over the mine, they were merely trapped beasts fighting for survival. He glanced at the terms of the covenant and recalled the emaciated miners suffering from hunger, ultimately gritting his teeth and saying, "Very well, I accept. But I have one condition. The Xiabanglian must first provide us with food and weapons to help us repel the Lord's guards. Otherwise, all discussions are off." "No problem," Inkay readily agreed. "I will ensure that within 3 days, a secret envoy from the Xiabanglian delivers food and weapons to the mine. Simultaneously, I will coordinate with members of the Dawn Society to incite unrest in Sualandon, diverting the attention of the Lord of Valerian and alleviating your pressure." After persuading the Miners' Soul Society, Inkay hurried to the city-state of Kyardon. Kyardon is the agricultural heartland of Aedeliki, with the members of the Farmers' Alliance primarily consisting of farmers. They rebelled against the drought and the elves' indifference, successfully compelling the Lord to sign a treaty ceasing the tribute to the elves on the day of the Star Festival. However, they faced brutal repression in return, with many farmers arrested and executed, and the remaining members forced to hide in the forests outside the city. The leader of the Farmers' Alliance is a young farmer named Terra, whose father was killed by the Lord's guards during the suppression, leaving him filled with hatred for the Lord. When Inkay found him, Terra was training farmers in the forest, wielding only sharpened farming tools and wooden sticks. Upon revealing his identity and intentions, Terra's reaction was even more intense. "Our rebellion is precisely to escape the control of others. How could we possibly join another alliance? Even if it costs me my life, I will not allow my brothers to be enslaved again." Joining the Xiabanglian is not about subjugation, but about obtaining the means for freedom, Inkay patiently persuaded. "You are currently hiding in the forest, lacking clothing and food, and the Lord's guards could discover you at any moment. The Xiabanglian can provide you with food, weapons, and help you train an army, enabling you to defeat the Lord and reclaim your rightful land. Moreover, the Xiabanglian promises that once you take control of Kyardon, you will have complete autonomy, no longer needing to pay tribute or endure oppression from anyone." He informed Terra of the decisions made by the Dawn Society and the Miners' Soul Society, presenting the covenant. "You are not alone in this fight. The Dawn Society and the Miners' Soul Society will also join the Xiabanglian. Together, we three, bolstered by the support of the Xiabanglian, can surely overthrow the dominion of all lords and allow the people of Aedeliki to truly take charge." Terra looked at the farmers beside him. Their faces gaunt, yet their gazes resolute, and felt a surge of conflicting emotions. He understood that the Farmers' Alliance alone could not contend with the Lord, nor could they avenge their fathers and fallen brothers. Ingshue's words shone like a beacon, illuminating their desperate plight. Ultimately, Terra sighed deeply and nodded. "Very well, I believe you. As long as it secures freedom for my brothers and avenges my father, I, Terra, am willing to lead the Farmers' Alliance in joining the Xiabanglian." In just 10 days, Inkay successfully persuaded the 3 major anti-elf organizations of Aedeliki, the Dawn Society, the Miners' Soul Society, and the Farmers' Alliance, to reach a preliminary agreement to join the Xiabanglian. Subsequently, he convened a tripartite meeting in the abandoned workshop of Sualandon. In the workshop's secluded chamber, Leo, Gelman, Terra, and the core members of the 3 organizations gathered. Inkay stood before the map, his expression grave. "Now, we have formed an alliance and secured the support of the Xiabanglian. Our singular goal moving forward is to seize control of each city-state and establish our own governance before formally joining the Xiabanglian." His finger traced across the map, highlighting Sualandon, Valerian, and Kyardon. "These 3 city-states will serve as our foundation. Sualandon will be managed by the Dawn Society, Valerian by the Miners' Soul Society, and Kyardon by the Farmers' Alliance. The first batch of aid from the Xiabanglian, 500 measures of grain, 200 iron tools, and 50 suits of armor, is already en route to each stronghold. Concurrently, the Xiabanglian has dispatched 10 experienced officers to each of your organizations to assist in training soldiers and formulating battle plans." Leo nodded in agreement. "The Lord's guards in Sualandon number 3,000, yet many soldiers are dissatisfied with the Lord and have even made contact with us privately." He tapped firmly on the location of the garrison on the map. "To appease the aristocrats of Isling. The Lord tripled the soldiers' pay last month, but only distributed 1/10 to the soldiers, pocketing the rest. Many soldiers' families were targeted after the day of the Star Festival, accused of treason, and they have been simmering with anger, merely awaiting a chance to rebel." Kai suddenly slammed his thigh, a fierce glint in his eyes. "I knew those guards were looking at us with ill intent. Last time we were gathering supplies in the black market. A team from the garrison caught us, but the captain only pretended to chase us for 2 streets without taking any real action. Turns out they have long despised that old tyrant. This is our opportunity, Inke interjected, tracing an arc between the garrison and the Lord's mansion on the map. Among the officers sent by the Xiabanglian, 2 are adept at subversion and infiltration. We can use the soldiers we have contacted as our inside informants to create chaos in the garrison at night, while the members of the Dawn Society seize the chance to capture the armory. Among the iron tools sent by the Xiabanglian, 20 specially designed short blades for piercing armor will be more than sufficient against the garrison's leather armor. He paused, scanning the room, when the chaos ensues. Ella will lead a team to free the families of those imprisoned in the Lord's dungeons. They are our most loyal supporters. Matt will coordinate with the civilians in the city-state, who have been burdened with excessive taxes for the past 6 months. And they will surely respond when we raise the banner of rebellion. Leo and Kai will lead the main force, taking advantage of the garrison's distraction to storm the Lord's mansion and capture the Lord alive. Leo's eyes sparkled with approval, but also a hint of concern. However, the garrison's commander is the Lord's nephew, a ruthless and cunning man with 200 elite troops under his command. We may not easily prevail. There is no need for concern, Inke reassured, producing a small copper whistle from his pocket. When the Xiabanglian's envoy delivered the supplies, they also brought 3 vials of sleeping fragrance. When ignited, it will render anyone inhaling it unconscious for half an hour. Our inside informant will discreetly deliver the sleeping fragrance to the commander's tent, and once he is incapacitated, his elite troops will be left leaderless, leading to their inevitable collapse. As the words fell, the previously silent Gurman suddenly spoke. The circumstances surrounding Walyualion differ from those of Solending. The cunning lord has divided his guards into 3 teams, stationed at the mine, the city gate, and the Lord's residence, providing mutual support. Yet, in all his calculations, he failed to foresee that half of the guards at the mine are our old brothers from the mean Hu Sha, who were forcibly conscripted miners, long yearning for rebellion. His rough palm pressed against the map of Walyualion, his finger tracing the location of the mine. The provisions sent by Xiabanglian will precisely alleviate our immediate crisis. I intend to incite a rebellion among the old brothers at the mine, seizing the ample gunpowder left by the elemental spirits, enough to blast open the city gate. Once the gate is breached, the brothers outside can rush in, coordinating with those inside to take the Lord's residence. Inshua nodded, adding, the actions at Solending and Walyualion must occur simultaneously. At that time, I will light signal fires along the official road between the 2 cities to divert the attention of Lord Island, making him mistakenly believe that orcs are invading, thus reluctant to dispatch troops for support. As for Kai Erdang, he shifted his gaze toward Tala, who immediately straightened his back and spoke in a deep voice. The Lord of Kai Erdang is weak and incompetent, relying entirely on his son to manage affairs. However, his son is a gambling addict, owing us farmers of the Gungja Ming a considerable sum of hard-earned money. We can exploit this to set a trap, compelling him to incur a huge debt, and then use the repayment as leverage to force him to open the granary. The commoners are on the brink of starvation. Once the granary is opened, the Lord's prestige will collapse completely. At that point, we can unite with the oppressed tenants to seize the Lord's residence from within. A flame of vengeance flickered in Talia's eyes. He killed my father, and I shall make him pay in blood. Ingchue regarded the 3 with a serious tone. Excellent. All plans are meticulously crafted. However, one point must be remembered. Our goal is to seize power, not to commit indiscriminate slaughter. We shall treat those guards and civilians who are willing to surrender with kindness, whereas the malicious lord and his confidants must face harsh justice. Only in this manner can we win the hearts of the people and solidify our rule. He lifted his hand to glance at the darkening sky outside the window. The night deepening and stars obscured. The supplies from Xiabanglian will not arrive in full until 3 days hence. Our operation is set for midnight 3 days from now. In these 3 days, you must swiftly contact our insiders, organize our ranks, and familiarize yourselves with the tactics imparted by the Xiabanglian officers. Liao stood, his gaze resolute as he surveyed those present. Esteemed colleagues, this is our final battle to overthrow oppression and establish a new order. Success or failure hinges on this moment. May we honor the sacrifices made and remain true to our original intentions. Honor the sacrifices, remain true to our intentions. Kai, Ayla, Mate, Gorman, and others rose, whispering fierce roars, their eyes ablaze with fervor. The crimson glow within the chamber illuminated their faces, as if heralding a conflagration set to engulf Adeliki. Ingchue observed this scene. His heart stirred. 3 months prior, he had witnessed a group of naive yet passionate youths here. Now, They had matured into warriors capable of standing on their own. Perhaps, guiding this spark of rebellion into Xiabanglian is not merely for the unified cause of His Majesty Liu Yin, but also to grant these fighters for freedom a genuine future where they can thrive. He slowly tightened his grip on the black iron medallion in his hand, the dragon patterns swirling in the red light, seemingly gathering strength for the impending storm. Chapter 24. Renaming to Starfire at midnight 3 days later, the night sky over Aedeliki was thoroughly soaked in darkness. Even the stars seemed deliberately concealed. Only within the 3 cities did flickers of starfire quietly ignite, converging into a blaze capable of consuming the old order. Outside the garrison camp of Solending, a shadow flitted like a specter. It was Callan, an undercover veteran embedded within the guards from the Dawn Society. Under the guise of night patrol, he stealthily approached the rear of the armory, retrieving the copper whistle entrusted to him by Yingxue, and gently blew a note. The sound was faint yet precisely reached the ears of the squad lurking in the grass outside the camp. Meanwhile, deep within the garrison, a wisp of pale blue smoke began to rise from the incense burner, the result of sleep-inducing incense mixed with the fragrant spices. In mere moments, silence enveloped the tent. Attack! Kai commanded in a hushed tone, and 20 members of the Dawn Society pounced forth like cheetahs, while Callan had already opened the side door of the armory. Inside the armory, rusted long swords and tattered leather armor lay piled in the corner, while 20 short swords sent by Xiabanglian rested quietly in wooden crates. Glinting with a cold light, the group swiftly distributed the weapons. Kai seized a short sword, testing its edge, his eyes flashing with intensity. Proceed as planned, create chaos, and avoid prolonged combat. No sooner had he spoken than a scream pierced the air. Another insider feigned an attack. In an instant, the alarm rang, shattering the night's stillness, and the startled guards scrambled out of their tents, disheveled. Some cried out that rebels were raiding the camp, while others mistakenly attacked their comrades. The once orderly garrison was plunged into disarray. Taking advantage of the chaos, Callan shouted, "The Lord has withheld our pay and oppressed our families. Now that rebels have come, he hides in the Lord's residence, enjoying himself. Why should we serve such a lord?" His words fell like a spark into a cauldron of oil, igniting the guards' pent-up fury. Some discarded their long rifles, shouting in agreement, "Yes, we are rebelling." More and more guards cast down their weapons, even joining the ranks of the Dawn Society as they surged toward the Lord's residence. Meanwhile, Liao led the main force lying in ambush outside the Lord's residence. Seeing the flames and the uproar rising from the garrison, he raised his hand. Charge! Under the cover of the chaos, they swiftly breached the weak defenses of the Lord's residence. The servants inside had already been terrified into submission, kneeling and begging for mercy. Liao dashed toward the back courtyard where the Lord's bedroom was located, kicking open the door to find the old Lord trembling beneath the bed, who was yanked out by Kai. "You blood-sucking parasite, today is your end," Kai bellowed, pressing the short sword against the Lord's neck. At nearly the same moment, deep within the mind of Warcraft, a dull knocking resonated. Gorman led the brothers of the Ming Husha, quietly gathering outside the guards' barracks under the cover of the mine carts. Inside the barracks, half of the guards were old brothers from the Ming Husha, who had already laid down their weapons, waiting for Gorman's signal. Attack! At Gorman's command, the miners raised their picks and hammers, charging toward the barracks. The guards inside, seeing this, quickly turned against their comrades. Only a few loyal to the Lord attempted to resist, but they were swiftly subdued. "Seize the gunpowder, blast open the city gate," Gorman commanded loudly, and the crowd rushed toward the powder storehouse, which housed a significant amount of gunpowder left by the elemental spirits, sufficient to blow the heavy city gate apart. The lock of the powder storehouse was easily smashed open, and the miners shouldered barrels of gunpowder, racing toward the city gate. The guards stationed at the gate, noticing the flames rising from the mine, prepared to send reinforcements, only to see a group of dust-covered miners charging toward them with barrels in hand. "Lay down your weapons," Gorman shouted. "The Lord has stationed you at the gate without providing enough food. Will you still serve him?" The gate guards exchanged glances, hesitating as the barrels were already placed at the gate. With a tremendous explosion, the heavy gate was blown open, creating a large breach, and the members of the Ming Husha lying in ambush outside surged in, joining forces with those inside to storm toward the Lord's residence. The guards defending the Lord's residence, realizing the situation was lost, hastily laid down their arms in surrender. The cunning Lord of Warcraft was ultimately dragged out from his cellar by the miners, utterly disheveled. Meanwhile, in Kairdang, Tala and the brothers of the Gungjamun lay in ambush near the granary outside the Lord's residence. The Lord's son, having gambled away the family fortune, had already been captured by Tali's men and confined in a dilapidated house. According to the plan, let him call for the granary door to be opened. Tala instructed quietly as two farmers escorted the pale-faced Lord's son toward the granary. The guards at the granary, seeing the Lord's son, dared not be negligent and hurriedly opened the large door. As the door swung open, the farmers lying in ambush on either side rushed in, subduing the guards. Open the granary and distribute the grain to the commoners. Tala shouted loudly, prompting the farmers to seize their tools and break open the grain storage. Golden grains poured forth, exuding an alluring fragrance. The civilians, long tormented by hunger and on the brink of despair, rushed to express their gratitude to Tala and others upon hearing the news. We refuse to acknowledge a lord who hoards grain while watching us starve, someone cried out, and an increasing number of civilians joined the ranks of the Farmers' Alliance, heading toward the Lord's manor. Within the manor, the cowardly lord, witnessing the uprising, was already paralyzed with fear and easily captured by Tala. As midnight approached, the eastern sky began to brighten with the first light of dawn. Above the manors of Solending, Valerian, and Kyrden, red flags symbolizing the victory of rebellion rose high. Inkay stood atop the roof of Solending's manor, observing the flames and cheers emanating from the direction of the three cities, a flicker of gratification passing through his eyes. Leo, Gelman, and Tala arrived successively on the rooftop, accompanied by core members of their respective organizations. Mr. Inkay, we have succeeded, Leo exclaimed, raising his short dagger with barely contained excitement. Inkay nodded, retrieving the dragon-patterned medallion of the Xiabanglian from his bosom and raising it high. Today, you have overthrown the oppressor. Tomorrow, Aeterliki will officially join the Xiabanglian. His Majesty Luo Yin will fulfill his promise, granting you autonomy and a stable life. Long live the Xiabanglian. Long live freedom. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, their voices resonating through the heavens. The morning light pierced through the clouds, illuminating the fallen old order in Aeterliki and heralding the dawn of a new future. The spark ignited by Inkay ultimately blazed into a conflagration across the land of Aeterliki. However, the red flags above the three cities flew for no more than 3 days before a crisis quietly approached. The great nobles of Iceland learned of the change in ownership of Solending, Valerian, and Kyrden, where the old lords had either been captured or fled, and they were instantly enraged. The Lord of Iceland summoned the nobles from the 2 neighboring city-states to form an alliance in the chamber, vowing to eradicate the rebels and restore order to Aeterliki. An army of 8,000 elite soldiers was slowly advancing toward the 3 cities. The news had been relayed in advance by the Xiabanglian spies. At that moment, Leo, Gelman, and Tala were busy consolidating the forces of the 3 cities, dismantling the remnants of the old guard, recruiting willing soldiers and civilians, inventorying grain stores and armories, and reassuring the frightened populace. Inkay slammed the intelligence report onto the council table. The Iceland coalition will reach the borders of Solending within 5 days, led by the Lord's brother, a seasoned warrior known for his ruthless strategies. We must prepare swiftly. Leo furrowed his brow. Our combined forces after the consolidation barely amount to 4,000, most of whom are inexperienced civilians and miners, armed with little more than pickaxes, farming tools, and a scant supply of iron weaponry. How can we withstand 8,000 elite soldiers? Gelman tightened his grip on his pickaxe, unyielding in spirit. If it comes to it, we will fight them head-on. If we could overthrow the Lord, we can defend our land. Direct confrontation is imprudent, Inkay replied, shaking his head. He traced the coalition's likely path on the map with his fingertip. To launch a simultaneous assault on the 3 cities, they must pass through the Hafing Valley, flanked by cliffs on both sides, with only a narrow path in between, creating a natural ambush site. We can deploy our main force in the Hafing Valley to catch them off guard. He turned to Tala. Kyrden is a grain-producing region. The coalition will undoubtedly aim to seize the granaries first to cut off our supply lines. You must lead the Farmers' Alliance to defend the city gates of Kyrden, establishing a defensive line using the low walls surrounding the granary to delay the coalition's advance and buy time for the ambush in Hafing Valley. Tala nodded. Rest assured, I will make them realize that farmers are not to be trifled with. Inkay then addressed Leo and Gelman. Leo will lead the Dawn Society to ambush from the left cliff of Hafing Valley, tasked with rolling down boulders to block the coalition's advance. Gelman will lead the Miners' Guild from the right cliff, using explosives crafted from our mining powder to bombard the coalition's rear, preventing them from regrouping. 50 sets of armor sent by the Xiabanglian would be donned by the main ambushing force, while the remaining ironware would be distributed to the guards of Kyrden. Inkay added, additionally, I have sent a distress signal to the Xiabanglian. though the reinforcements dispatched by His Majesty Luo Yin will take 10 days to arrive. They will disrupt the coalition's supply lines along the way. If we can hold out for 5 days, the coalition's morale will surely collapse. In the ensuing 5 days, the atmosphere in the 3 cities was charged with tension as preparations for battle unfolded. The civilians of Solending spontaneously trekked to Hafeng Valley, hauling boulders to the cliff's edge. The miners of Valerian toiled through the night, packing gunpowder into makeshift explosive packages bound with vines, while the farmers of Kyarden reinforced the city gates, digging trenches behind the low walls in anticipation of the impending conflict. On the 5th morning, as the mists of Hafeng Valley lingered, distant sounds of heavy hooves and footsteps echoed. The banners of the Island coalition flickered ominously in the fog as 8,000 elite soldiers formed an orderly line, slowly entering the valley. The leading lord's brother, clad in gleaming armor and mounted on a magnificent steed, bore an air of disdain to him. Confronting a rabble of mud-stained rebels required little effort. As the vanguard of the coalition reached the midpoint of Hafeng Valley, Inkay raised the red flag in his hand and brought it down with force. Attack! With this command, members of the Dawn Society on the left cliff immediately pushed the boulders, which tumbled down from the heights, crashing into the coalition's ranks, punctuated by screams that echoed through the valley. The vanguard of the coalition was obstructed by the boulders, while the rear forces were struck by the explosives raining down from the right cliff, sending soldiers tumbling in chaos. The thunderous roar of gunpowder, the frenzied whinnies of horses, and the cries of soldiers intertwined, plunging the once orderly coalition into disarray. Kill! Leo drew his dagger and led the members of the Dawn Society down the cliff. Attacking the disorganized coalition, Gelman followed suit with the miners, wielding his pickaxe with vigor, each swing toppling a soldier. The coalition soldiers had never encountered such ferocity, and with the front and rear being assailed, their morale plummeted, leading many to abandon their weapons and flee. Meanwhile, beneath the city gates of Kyarden, a detachment of the coalition was frantically assaulting. Tala, leading the Farmers' Alliance, concealed themselves behind the low walls, retaliating with arrows and stones. A farmer brandished a short dagger sent by the Xiabanglian, accurately piercing the armor of a coalition soldier, shouting, "Defending the city gate is tantamount to safeguarding our livelihood." Inspired by this display, the civilians seized their farming tools and joined the fray. The coalition's detachment, unable to breach the defenses, retreated in panic upon hearing of the main force's catastrophic defeat in Hafeng Valley. The ambush in Hafeng Valley lasted a full day, resulting in the Island coalition suffering over 3,000 casualties and 2,000 captured, with the remaining forces retreating in disarray back to Island. The leading lord's brother was injured in the tumult by a blow from Kai and narrowly escaped capture, fleeing with the remnants of his troops. The military and civilians of the 3 cities erupted in jubilant celebration, piling the captured weapons and armor in the square to commemorate their hard-won victory. Yet, Inkay remained vigilant. Aware that the Island nobles would not relent easily, this war was only just beginning. True to his apprehensions, 10 days later, the Lord of Island allied with 2 more city-states, amassing an army of 10,000, once again marching toward the 3 cities. This time, they had learned their lesson, avoiding Hafeng Valley and dividing into 3 routes to assault Solending, Valerian, and Kyarden. Just as the military and civilians of the 3 cities prepared to resist to the death, black flags rose on the distant horizon. The reinforcements from the Xiabanglian had arrived. The reinforcements brought with them 2,000 cavalry, 3,000 infantry, and a substantial supply of crossbow bolts and artillery. The cavalry of the Xiabanglian charged into the ranks of the coalition like a spear, swiftly creating a breach. The artillery bombarded the coalition's positions, shattering their defenses. Witnessing this, the military and civilians of the 3 cities surged with renewed spirit, rushing out of the gates to fight alongside the reinforcements from the Xiabanglian. The Island coalition, already demoralized by their previous catastrophic defeat, found themselves utterly incapable of withstanding the well-equipped and highly trained reinforcements from the Xiaobang Alliance, quickly crumbling under pressure. Observing the inevitable downfall, the Lord of Isling sought to escape with his family and treasures, only to be captured on the spot by the cavalry of the Xiaobang Alliance. Witnessing this, the nobles of other city-states promptly surrendered, expressing their willingness to accept the rule of the Xiaobang Alliance. In the aftermath of the conflict, the reinforcements remained in Audlik to assist the 6 cities in restoring order and rebuilding their homes. Leo, Gelman, and Terra were officially bestowed the title of Lord by His Majesty Royan, each governing Solending, Valerian, and Kael'dan with significant autonomy. Meanwhile, Isling, Miriel, and Korea came under the dominion of nobles loyal to the Xiaobang Alliance. Initially, Royan had promised to grant the title of Duke to the first to submit. But since Audlic was captured by Leo, Gelman, and Terra, each side held comparable strength. Consequently, Inkay organized a consultation among the three, leading to the establishment of a council where the Duke would be elected by a vote from the trio, limited to their respective family members. Audlic was renamed the Duchy of Xinghe, with the Duke serving a term of 5 years, eligible for re-election but, aside from nominal authority, unable to command other city-states. Following amicable negotiations, Leo was appointed the first Duke of Xinghe. Due to the unique structure of the duchy, to distinguish it from other principalities, the families of Leo, Gelman, and Terra could inherit both the titles of Marquis and Lord, while other nobles of the Duchy of Xinghe were restricted to a single title. Standing before the Lord's manor in Solending, Inkay observed the bustling military and civilians. Gazing at the flags of the Xiaobang Alliance and the red banners billowing over the 6 cities, and felt a great weight lift from his heart. He had fulfilled His Majesty Royan's mission and safeguarded the future of those who fought for freedom. The sunlight bathed the land of Audlic, or rather, the Duchy of Xinghe, as the old oppression was overthrown and a new order began to take shape. This burgeoning flame not only consumed the old shackles, but also illuminated the path ahead for Audlic and the Xiaobang Alliance to march forward together. Chapter 25. The Rise of the Lords. The autumn ambience in Yongning City, infused with the unique chill and fervor of the Northern Realm, enveloped this central stronghold of the Xiaobang Alliance. Upon the city walls, the grand black flag emblazoned with the character for she fluttered alongside the Alliance emblem adorned with swords, shields, wind chimes, beast fangs, eagle feathers, and the flame of stars, resonating in the biting wind. The former served as a spiritual symbol since the inception of Royan's uprising, while the latter embodied the loyalty of the 5 factions, the Eagle's Nest, Wind Chime, Eastern Audlic, Northern Wasteland, and Western Prairie. Outside the city gates, an army of 30,000 stood in formation like a forest, the clanking of iron armor reverberating through the ground, intertwining with the distant echoes of the Iron Spine Mountains. Heralding the prelude to their southern expedition, Royan, clad in custom imperial cotton armor, ascended the platform before the Lord's manor with measured steps. The dragon motifs on his armor shimmered in the morning light, and the gemstones on his sword sheath reflected a cold brilliance, accentuating the weathered and sharp demeanor etched upon his brow. His gaze swept over the 5 armies arrayed below, finally resting upon the 5 distinguished dukes: Duke Leo of Xinghe, Duke Grimclaw of Gelromney, Duke Mikhail of Kurd, Duke Kindle of Eagle's Nest, and Duke Isolde of Windchime. Each was a formidable leader, now united under the banner of the Xiaobang Alliance, ready to embark on the campaign in the southern territories. On the western flank stood the troops of the Eastern Duchy of Xinghe, commanded by Duke Leo. He donned silver and red light armor, his handsome visage and bright eyes reminiscent of a torch, with a long sword inscribed with elven runes at his waist. The soldiers behind him were clad in standard leather armor, wielding finely crafted spears and short crossbows, their ranks arranged with chess-like precision. Of particular note was a squad composed of half-elves, known as the Starfire Squad. Having lived under elven protection and governance for centuries, some half-elves, born from the union of elves and humans, had once been marginalized by both races. Following the elves' withdrawal, they remained and joined the newly formed Duchy of Xinghe. Adorned in light armor embedded with moonstones, they moved with the swiftness of the wind, their bows far surpassing the range of ordinary soldiers, the starfire totems etched upon their arrows glimmering in the sunlight. Your Majesty, the Starfire's 3,000 elite are prepared. The Starfire Squad can scout enemies for miles, and our archers can pierce armor and stone, ready to serve as vanguards for the coalition and clear the path ahead. Leo stepped forward, his voice clear yet imbued with undeniable resolve, as his soldiers raised their weapons in unison, their rallying cry echoing across the land. To the north, the half-orc warriors of the northern wasteland, led by Duke Grimclaw, resembled a moving mountain, cloaked in dense black-brown fur, with muscles knotted like ancient tree roots. He wore heavy armor crafted from the hides of exotic beasts and fine iron, adorned with a necklace of skulls, each representing a vanquished foe. In his grasp, a colossal steel axe cleaved the ground, its broad, heavy blade edged with jagged notches, yet emanating a chilling radiance. 10,000 half-orc warriors stood bare-chested, revealing scarred torsos and arms, wielding an array of weapons including stone axes, iron hammers, and wolf-tooth clubs, with 20 siege hammers and 30 catapults arrayed behind them, their heavy breathing resembling distant thunder. Your Majesty, Grimclaw's voice boomed like the collision of boulders. Half-orc warriors fear not death. The soft-hearted of Cywir cannot withstand our axe's might. 1,000 warriors are sharpened and await your command to shatter the southern cities into ruins. The half-orcs behind him roared like beasts, raising their weapons against their shields. The thunderous clamor causing the ground to tremble. To the west, Duke Mikhail commanded 1,000 iron riders from the western prairie. His figure was striking, clad in black tiger skin armor, embellished with 9 polished wolf teeth, and his face bore the unique red totem of the prairie tribes, extending from forehead to chin, signifying his valor and status. His steed was magnificent, snorting loudly, its hooves restlessly scraping the ground. The barbarian cavalry donned leather armor, each armed with sharp, curved sabers and carrying hard bows and feathered arrows. Their steeds diverse in color, yet all robust, forming a dark torrent, their wild aura nearly igniting the air. Your Majesty. Mikhail dismounted, kneeling on one knee, his voice resonant as thunder. The 1,000 iron riders of the western prairie have feasted for 3 days and nights. Our knights stand ready. Our sabers can sever gold and iron. Our hooves can trample mountains and rivers, willing to forge a path for the coalition, flattening every city of Cywir. Rising, he raised his curved saber, and the 1,000 iron riders echoed his battle cry, their voices soaring to the heavens, stirring clouds of dust. To the south led the army of Duke Kindle from the Eagle's Nest. Though slender, Kindle stood tall, clad in gray-brown light armor, facilitating agility in mountainous terrain. He bore a longbow over his shoulder, with a quiver full of arrows on his back, and 2 short daggers at his waist. The 4,000 mountain troops behind him wore camouflaged leather armor, wielding short swords and hand crossbows, equipped with climbing ropes and grappling hooks, their eyes sharp and their movements agile. Clearly adept in mountain warfare and reconnaissance. Your Majesty. Kindle stepped forward, clasping his hands. The Eagle's Nest mountain troops are familiar with the terrain, skilled in scaling perilous heights and ambushing, capable of revealing the vulnerabilities of Cywir's defenses and disrupting their supply lines, clearing obstacles for the coalition. The soldiers behind him raised their hands in unison, their movements synchronized, exuding a sense of precision. To the east, Duke Isolde led his legion from Windchime. Clad in blue armor trimmed with silver, he wielded a slender saber. The 3,000 soldiers behind him donned leather armor, brandishing long spears. Your Majesty. Isolde's voice was soft yet firm. The Windchime Legion is ready to break through the southern territories for the coalition. His soldiers responded in unison, their voices, though not as thunderous as the other legions, carried a resilient strength. Each army under the command of the 5 dukes possessed unique characteristics, yet all exuded a fierce spirit and unwavering loyalty to the Xiaobang alliance. The elite precision of Ao de Li Qi, the fierce ferocity of the half-beasts, the wild swiftness of the prairie iron cavalry, the agile cunning of the mountain troops, and the steadfast resilience of the Feng Ling infantry have now converged, forming an unstoppable and formidable force capable of flattening all obstacles in the southern territories. Luo Yin raised his hand to silence the crowd, and the platform fell into an immediate hush, leaving only the sound of the cold wind rustling the banners and the heavy breaths of the soldiers. He slowly scanned the 30,000 troops below, his voice low yet imbued with a penetrating strength. Noble lords and valiant soldiers, today we gather in Yongning, not for revelry or the pursuit of power, but for a matter of utmost importance concerning the life and death of the Xiaobang Lian and the welfare of the world, an expedition against the southern city-states of Shiwei. He paused, placing his hand on the map at the center of the platform, his fingertips tracing the contours of the Tiji Mountains and Inyu Valley. The city-states of Shiwei have fragmented the southern territories for a century, comprising over 20 cities of varying sizes, occupying the strategic heights of the Tiji Mountains and the advantageous banks of the Inyu Valley, controlling rivers and coasts, and flourishing with abundant resources. Yet this prosperous land harbors a pack of wolves with insidious ambitions, selfish and self-serving. They have been torn apart by mountains and rivers, entangled in interests, and for hundreds of years, they have engaged in relentless warfare and ceaseless strife. The massive stone city of Kali Mu controls the water sources, ruthlessly exploiting the downstream city-states. Some city-states are brutal and domineering, seizing neighboring resources. The weak but cunning Shigu fortress of Gulei has its own calculations, while the deep-minded Arnold of Redstone Town sways unpredictably. The strong bully the weak, the powerful oppress the feeble, with disputes over water sources, land grabs, and trade monopolies occurring daily. Luo Yin's voice suddenly rose. Although the city-states of Shiwei are embroiled in internal strife, they have reached a consensus in their hostility towards our Xiaobang Lian. They regard our confederation's citizens as mere lambs and our northern lands as prime meat, repeatedly invading our borders, slaughtering our people, and plundering our resources. They believe that with the natural defenses of the TG Mountains and the mutual constraints among the city-states, they can rest easy and continue their tyranny. They think that our Xia Bang Lian is powerless to march south and can only endure their oppression. But they are mistaken. Luo Yin drew the Qi Shao sword, its blade gleaming with a dazzling cold light in the morning sun. Today, the Starfire Duke Leo leads the elite back. Duke Gromny of the Sharp Claws brings the half-beast warriors to our aid. Duke Kurd Mikhail commands the Prairie Iron Cavalry, and Duke Kindle of Eagle's Nest, along with Duke Isolde of Feng Ling, accompany us. Our Xia Bang Lian is well equipped with ample provisions, and our soldiers are ready to give their all. The winds of the northern realm have sounded the horn of expedition. The horses of the prairie are prepared with their iron hooves for the south. The axes of the wilderness are sharpened to strike down foes. The arrows of the mountains are strung to pierce through enemies. The ships of the valleys have raised their sails to brave the waves. We gather here today to inform those ambitious Shi Wei Air denizens who dare to challenge our Xia Bang Lian that they shall face retribution, no matter how distant. Those who invade our northern territories, no matter how powerful, will be eradicated. A thunderous roar erupted from the training ground, with the cries of retribution awaits. An annihilation is certain, soaring into the sky, shaking the nearby banners and seemingly resonating with the distant mountains. Duke Leo raised his elven sword high, proclaiming, "Your Majesty speaks the truth. The city-states of Shi Wei Air are treacherous and cruel, and the soldiers of Starfire are willing to fight for justice, to eliminate evil, and restore peace to the southern territories." Sharp Claw swung his splitting axe, roaring, "Kill! Grind the bones of the Shi Wei Air people to dust. Avenge our fallen Confederation citizens. The half-beast warriors shall never retreat." Mikhail pointed his curved blade southward, declaring, "The children of the prairie fear not war. Let the Shi Wei Air people taste the iron hooves trampling their cities today, seize their riches, and repay their debt of blood." Kindle readied his arrow, poised to strike. The Eagle's Nest Legion shall be the vanguard, probing the enemy's strengths and weaknesses, disrupting their supply lines, ensuring that the city-states of Shi Wei Air cannot support one another. Isolde rang the wind chimes, her voice clear and piercing through the clamor. The infantry stands ready, willing to unite with all forces to conquer the southern territories and protect our confederation. Luo Yin raised his hand to calm the crowd, his gaze still sharp as a blade. "I share your fervor. Now, our confederation has gained strength, and this is the perfect moment for vengeance and to pacify the southern territories." He approached the map, pointing to Linjiang City. Linjiang City is the gateway to the city-states of Shi Wei Air, controlling the upper reaches of the Great River, with walls towering 30 feet high. Easy to defend, yet difficult to assault. However, this is also their Achilles heel. Among the 7 cities, only Linjiang City connects to the north. If we conquer Linjiang, the remaining city-states will be isolated, unable to support one another. Duke Mikhail of Kurd, Luo Yin turned to the leader of the Western Prairie tribes. "I command you to lead the Prairie Iron Cavalry to flank Linjiang City from the south side of Qinglong Gorge, lying in ambush. Qinglong Gorge is the only route for reinforcements from Wanghai City to reach Linjiang, narrow and strategically advantageous, perfect for your cavalry's rapid assault. You must block the reinforcements, ensuring that not a single soldier passes, buying us time to conquer Linjiang City. Your cavalry is the tempest of the prairie, and I want you to reduce the Shi Wei Air reinforcements to ashes in that storm." A glimmer of excitement flashed in Mikhail's eyes as he swiftly dismounted, kneeling on one knee with a fist to his chest. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, the hooves of my Prairie Iron Cavalry can crush any obstacle. Qinglong Gorge will surely become the grave of the Shi Wei Air reinforcements. Should a single soldier escape, I will present my head." With that, he remounted his horse, raising his curved blade, commanding, "Warriors of the prairie, let us depart." The cavalry surged forth like a black tide from the training ground, the sound of hooves shattering the morning mist, stirring up clouds of dust, an imposing spectacle. Duke Gromny of Sharp Claw, Luo Yin, then turned to the half-beast leader. "You shall lead the half-beast warriors as the vanguard to fiercely assault the eastern gate of Linjiang City. Your warriors possess innate strength and excel at siege warfare. I have instructed the craftsmen to forge 10 siege hammers and 20 catapults for you. The eastern gate is the weakest point of Linjiang City's defenses, with relatively low walls and no natural fortifications outside. I want you to charge fiercely and tear apart the enemy's lines at any cost, paving the way for the subsequent army. The war cries of the half-beasts must instill fear in the hearts of the city's defenders." Sharp Claw grinned, revealing his sharp fangs, swinging his massive stone axe to summon a gust of wind. "As you command, Your Majesty. I will cleave the eastern gate of Linjiang City with the half-beast's axes, ensuring our battle flag is the first to fly atop the walls. Within 3 days, the eastern gate shall fall. He turned to his 5,000 warriors, roaring, and they immediately responded with a thunderous roar, raising their weapons and striking their shields. The sound resonating like rolling thunder. Luo Yin continued with the deployment. Duke Leo of Starfire. You shall lead the elite of Starfire to besiege the western gate of Linjiang City. Your soldiers are well-equipped and tactical, especially skilled in archery and the Starflame Squad. You must suppress the defenders on the city walls with ranged fire, coordinating with Sharp Claw's assault team to pin down the western gate's defenders, preventing them from reinforcing the eastern and southern gates. As you command. Leo nodded, determination flashing in his eyes, and turned to his soldiers, ordering them to adjust their ranks. Positioning archers in front and infantry behind, readying for battle. Duke Kindle of Eagle's Nest. Luo Yin's gaze shifted to the leader of the mountain troops. You shall lead the mountain warriors, patrolling the periphery of Linjiang City and the paths near the Tiji Mountains, scouting the movements of the Shiwei air reinforcements, striking at scattered enemy forces, while seeking opportunities to disrupt Linjiang City's supply lines and water sources. Your soldiers excel in mountain combat and operate stealthily, like eagles. They must circle above the enemy, ensuring they do not dare to make a move. Kindle clasped his fists in response. Rest assured, Your Majesty. The Eagle's Nest Legion will not fail in its duty, gathering intelligence on the enemy and harassing their forces, clearing all obstacles for the coalition. Duke Isolde of Fengling. Luo Yin looked towards the naval and infantry commander. You shall lead the Fengling Legion to guard the riverbank crossing and the coalition's rear, constructing defensive fortifications to protect our supplies, ensuring our rear is secure and without worry. I shall obey your command, Your Majesty. Isolde knelt with conviction, her voice resolute. Luo Yin approached the edge of the platform, his gaze sweeping across the 30,000 troops, speaking gravely. This southern campaign is of paramount importance. The city-states of Shiwei Air have dominated the southern territories for a century, their forces numbering no less than 50,000, with fortified cities and ample supplies. We are undoubtedly facing a fierce battle. However, I firmly believe that as long as we unite in purpose and fight valiantly, there exists no city we cannot conquer, nor any enemy we cannot vanquish. His voice suddenly surged with fervor, imbued with an imposing gravitas. I, Luo Yin, hereby pledge. In this campaign, any who valiantly slay foes and achieve merit, regardless of their noble or humble origins, shall be rewarded. Those of great accomplishment shall be ennobled. And those who perish on the battlefield shall receive honorable burials from the Alliance, with provisions for their families, ensuring their children want for nothing and receive the Alliance's benevolence for generations to come. Should anyone show cowardice or flee from battle, they shall face military justice without mercy. The banner of our Xia Bang Lian shall not only be planted atop Linjiang City, but also at Wanghai City, Jushi City, and Hongshu Town. We shall pacify the entire southern frontier and eradicate the influence of the Zaiwei people. Let the citizens of the southern lands enjoy lives of peace and prosperity. Let the world know that the might of our Xia Bang Lian is unstoppable. Warriors, Luo Yin raised the Qishao sword, pointing toward the south, and declared, Today we pledge. Tomorrow we march. Let us drink the victory wine, for we are brothers in life and death. Once the southern frontier is subdued, I shall host a grand banquet in Linjiang City to celebrate with all of you, sharing the wine of triumph and the peace of the realm. The soldiers below raised their goblets, shouting in unison, Life and death together. Pacify the southern frontier. Long live the great sages and teachers. Long live the Xia Bang Lian. The roar echoed loudly, breaking through the clouds, resonating in every corner of Yongning City. Goblets clashed, spirits flowed down throats, the fiery liquid igniting the flames of battle in every heart, their eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. After the oath was concluded, the lords returned to their respective camps to relay Luo Yan's military orders, organizing their troops and preparing for the expedition. Outside Yongning City, 30,000 soldiers began to mobilize in an orderly manner, the camp resounding with thunderous drums and horns, with cries of the soldiers rising and falling like waves. Mikhail's cavalry from the grasslands had already vanished beyond the distant horizon, racing toward Qinglong Gorge. The fierce half-orc warriors bore siege hammers and catapults, marching heavily toward Linjiang City. Leo's elite Odalric troops formed a disciplined square, archers knocking their arrows, ready for combat. Kindle's mountain troops moved with the agility of leopards, disappearing into the dense forests of the Iron Spine Mountains, while Isolde's infantry constructed defensive positions, prepared to guard their supplies. Meanwhile, Luo Yin led a detachment comprising the Imperial Guard, heavy infantry, breakthrough infantry, sharpshooters, rocket cavalry, Guaning cavalry, divine machine battalion, and the red cannon towards Xiwei. Chapter 26. The great army marches south before the morning fog of Qinglong Gorge had fully dissipated. A thunderous sound of hooves shattered the valley's tranquility. The western grassland cavalry led by Duke Mikhail surged like a dark tide along the gorge's pathway, hooves crushing the morning dew, curved blades glinting coldly. Suddenly, a squad of soldiers clad in leather armor and brandishing long spears burst forth from around a bend in the path. They were the vanguard troops dispatched by Xiwei from Wanhai City. "Enemy attack!" cried the vanguard captain, and the soldiers hurriedly formed ranks, their spears aimed at the oncoming cavalry. Mikhail smirked coldly, raising his curved blade high. "Children of the grasslands, let these Xiwei scum taste the might of our cavalry. Charge!" 10,000 cavalry surged forth like wild horses unleashed, showing no signs of slowing down, the sound of hooves causing the path to tremble slightly. Just as the vanguard soldiers aimed to thrust their spears, they were met with the sweeping blades of the cavalry, severing their weapons. Cold steel then sliced through throats. Cries of agony rising in a cacophony. The Xiwei vanguard could not withstand the onslaught of the grassland cavalry. Their ranks disintegrated in an instant, some trampled into the ground, others tumbling off cliffs, leaving only a few to flee in disarray toward Wanhai City. Mikhail reined in his horse, watching the fleeing remnants with disdain. "Signal to continue the ambush. When the main force from Wanhai City arrives, we shall annihilate them all." The cavalry responded in unison, once again disappearing into the dense forests flanking the gorge, leaving behind a scene of carnage and blood, the stench mingling with the morning mist. The clash at Qinglong Gorge sent ripples of chaos through the city-states of Xiwei, akin to stones thrown into a lake, creating tumultuous waves. The first to receive the news was Lord Klin of Wanhai City. The few surviving vanguard soldiers burst into the lord's manor, bloodied and trembling. "My lord, a grave situation. The Xia Bang Lian cavalry ambushed our vanguard in Qinglong Gorge. Our entire army has been annihilated. They are at least 30,000 strong, advancing fiercely, seemingly intent on attacking Linjiang City." Klin sprang from his seat, his wine cup shattering on the floor in a splatter of liquid. A tall man with a rugged visage. His face paled in shock. "Xia Bang Lian? They truly dare to march south. Linjiang City is the gateway to the southern frontier. If it falls, Wanhai City will be exposed to the enemy's advance." He was acutely aware of the Xia Bang Lian's strength, with the eastern Odalric, northern plains, and western grassland factions now all aligned with them. Their might far surpassing that of any single city-state in Xiwei. "Immediately send swift riders to report to Lord Karim of Jushur City, informing him that the Xia Bang Lian army is pressing down, besieging Linjiang City, and request that he urgently summon the lords of the city-states to form a coalition to resist the foreign enemy." Klin commanded decisively, raising his voice while also organizing the troops within the city, reinforcing the walls, and preparing to provide reinforcements to Linjiang City at any moment. The messengers galloped swiftly along the official roads of the Silver Moon Valley, racing eastward toward Jushur City. Meanwhile, news of the ambush in Qinglong Gorge spread like wildfire across the city-states of Xiwei. Within the Lord's Manor of Jushur City, Lord Karim was engaged in discussions with High Priest Augustine regarding the details of a sacrificial ceremony. When the messenger burst into the council chamber bearing the urgent news from Wanhai City, Karim's expression darkened instantly. He unfurled the letter, scanning the words, his fingers whitening from the force of his grip. "Luo Yin, Xia Bang Lian." Karim muttered the names under his breath, a flicker of apprehension and rage flashing in his eyes. He had learned of Luo Yan's consolidation of the northern factions through spies embedded within the Xia Bang Lian. Yet he had not anticipated such a swift advance southward, with Linjiang City as the primary target. "Augustine, what is your perspective?" Karim turned to the high priest clad in white ceremonial robes beside him. Augustine, staff in hand, furrowed his brow, speaking solemnly. "Luo Yin is ambitious. Having secured the northern territories, he is naturally inclined to expand southward. The Xia Bang Lian army advances with ferocity. Wanhai City and Linjiang City alone cannot withstand them. If we do not unite the strength of the city-states, Xiwei will surely be picked off one by one, our century-old legacy obliterated." He paused, adding, "The sacrificial ceremony can be postponed. Our immediate priority is to form a coalition to repel the foreign invaders. The god of war Mars has revealed to me that division leads to demise, while unity fosters survival. This is the time for such wisdom to be heeded." Karim nodded. well aware of the truth in Augustine's words. Although he had always aspired to unify Zyweir and had often exploited the other city-states, any internal discord must be momentarily set aside in the face of this common and formidable adversary. Convey my orders, Karim proclaimed loudly. Dispatch messengers immediately to Haesong Fortress, Hongshe Town, Shigu Fortress, Qingyan Village, Fengyu City, and all other city-states, informing them of the Xia Bang Lian army's advance. Instructing all lords to arrive at Jushi City within 3 days to deliberate on forming a coalition against the enemy. Any who defy this order shall be considered traitors. Once we have repelled the invaders, I shall lead my army against them. The messengers set forth, bearing Karim's commands, racing to every corner of Zyweir. This decree elicited starkly different reactions among the city-states. Within Haesong Fortress, Lord Locke studied the intelligence report in his hands, his face contorted with anger. He had long harbored resentment toward Karim's oppression, even clandestinely reaching out to other city-states to forge an anti-Jushi City alliance. Yet now, with the Xia Bang Lian army approaching, he understood that Haesong Fortress could not stand alone. The Xia Bang Lian scum dares to strike at our doorstep. Locke slammed his fist on the table. Though he despised Karim, if Luo Yin truly captured the southern frontier, none of them would have a favorable fate. The strategist beside him advised, Lord of the Fortress. The assembly summoned by Kali Mu of the city-states presents us with a golden opportunity. We can leverage this moment to secure a greater voice within the coalition, and perhaps even unite with other city-states to counterbalance Kali Mu after the war. A flicker of calculation crossed Locke's eyes as he nodded. You speak truthfully. Relay my command to assemble 10,000 troops. We shall proceed to Jushi. Inform the lords of the smaller city-states that to preserve their lives, they must heed my command. Upon receiving the news, Lord Arnold of Hongshe fell into deep contemplation. His territory lay in the midstream of Inyuhi Valley, a crucial passage between Jushi and the southern city-states. Should the Xia Bang Alliance's forces breach Linjiangcheng, Hongshe would undoubtedly bear the brunt. My lord, we must journey to Jushi, the strategist implored. Kali Mu possesses the strongest power and is the only one capable of unifying the city-states. Furthermore, our long-standing grievances with Haesong Bao imply that should we confront the Xia Bang Alliance alone, Haesong Bao will not come to our aid. With a heavy sigh, Arnold nodded. Very well, I understand the principle of mutual dependence. Prepare 5,000 troops. We shall set forth. Remember, we must maintain neutrality within the coalition and refrain from choosing sides until the situation becomes clearer. When Lord Grey of Shigu Bao received the command, he trembled in fear. His territory was barren, his forces weak, comprised merely of 2,000 aged and infirm soldiers, utterly incapable of contending with the elite of the Xia Bang Alliance. My lord, we should indeed go, his subordinates urged. We cannot defy Kali Mu's orders. And if the Xia Bang Alliance truly advances, Shigu Bao will surely be reduced to ruins. By going to Jushi, we at least stand a chance of aligning with the coalition and seeking a sliver of hope. Pale-faced, Grey shook his head but ultimately had no choice but to decree. Mobilize all capable soldiers. We shall head to Jushi. Inform the troops to remain inconspicuous and avoid becoming embroiled in any disputes. The lords of Qingyanjai, Luo Bao, Fengyu and other city-states made similarly fateful choices. Despite their interwoven grievances and suspicions, they all recognized that in the face of the overwhelming threat posed by the Xia Bang Alliance, resisting alone would be tantamount to striking a stone with an egg. Only through unity could they hope for survival. 3 days later, the square before the lord's residence in Jushi was teeming with armies and lords from various city-states. In the center of the square, Kali Mu, clad in armor studded with jewels and wielding a long sword, stood upon a platform, his gaze sweeping over the gathered lords with an authoritative demeanor. Lords, Kali Mu's voice boomed, resonating throughout the square. The Xia Bang Alliance, led by Luo Yin, harbors insidious ambitions. They have launched a southern campaign, having already ambushed our outpost at Wanghaicheng and are now besieging Linjiangcheng. Should Linjiangcheng fall, every city-state of Shiwei Air shall be next. Luo Yin is ruthless and bloodthirsty, leaving devastation in his wake. His aims extend beyond mere territory. He seeks the utter annihilation of Shiwei Air and the enslavement of our people. The lords below displayed their anger, engaged in fervent discussions, despite their numerous conflicts. At this moment of national peril, their personal animosities and suspicions were temporarily set aside. Lord Kali Mu, tell us what we must do. Locke shouted. I, from Haesong Bao, shall lead 10,000 cavalry as the vanguard of the coalition, fighting to our last breath against the Xia Bang Alliance. I from Hong Shizhen shall also heed your call with 5,000 troops. Arnold echoed. And I from Qinyanzhai? Luo Bao shall give its utmost strength. The lords of the various city-states each declared their intentions, and the atmosphere in the square grew increasingly fervent. Kali Mu nodded in satisfaction, raising his hand for silence. Excellent. Since all lords harbor the will to resist, I hereby announce the formal establishment of the Shi Wei Air Coalition. I shall lead as commander, with High Priest Ao Gu Si Ting as strategist, overseeing the entire operation. A murmur of discontent rippled through the crowd, as some lords wore expressions of dissatisfaction. Locke furrowed his brow, poised to voice his objections, but was halted by Kali Mu's icy gaze. In the face of a formidable enemy, we must have unified command. Kali Mu declared solemnly. I, Zhu Shicheng, possess the strongest forces and ample supplies. Thus, it is most fitting for me to assume the role of commander. Anyone unwilling may depart at their own peril. The lords exchanged glances, ultimately opting for silence. They understood that disputing the commander's position at this critical juncture would only fragment the coalition, giving the Xia Bang alliance an advantage. Kali Mu continued. Now, I shall announce the coalition's structure and deployment. Lord Locke of Heisong Bao, Kali Mu turned to him. I command you to lead 10,000 cavalry to swiftly reinforce Lin Jiangcheng, aiding General Li Wei in repelling the siege forces of the Xia Bang alliance. Your cavalry excels in rapid assaults. You must arrive at Lin Jiangcheng within 3 days to launch a coordinated strike alongside Li Wei, disrupting the enemy's siege plans. Though Locke felt dissatisfaction, he clasped his fists and responded, As you command. Lord Arnold of Hong Shizhen, Kali Mu shifted his focus. I charge you with leading 5,000 troops to guard the crossing in the midstream of Yuhi Valley, intercepting any reinforcements the Xia Bang alliance may attempt to send by water. Your territory lies in the middle reaches, and you are familiar with the terrain. Ensure the crossing is held to maintain the coalition's supply lines. Understood, Arnold replied. To the lords of Qinyanzhai and Luo Bao, Kali Mu continued his orders. You are to lead your respective troops to secure the paths along the Taiji mountain range, preventing the Xia Bang alliance's mountain troops from launching surprise attacks on our rear. The paths are narrow and easily defended. Simply hold your ground, and you shall delay the enemy. Lord Klin of Wang Haicheng, Kali Mu glanced at Klin. I command you to lead 10,000 troops to guard Wang Haicheng as a reserve force for the coalition, ready to reinforce any battlefield at a moment's notice. Additionally, you are tasked with gathering supplies to sustain the coalition's needs. Lord Gray of Shigu Bao was next, as Kali Mu's gaze settled on him. I command you to lead your troops, responsible for the coalition's logistical support, transporting supplies, ammunition, and the wounded without fail. Gray nodded vigorously. As you command. Lord Kali Mu. Lastly, Lord of Feng Yucheng, Kali Mu concluded, I command you to lead the naval forces, stationed along the southern coastline to prevent the Xia Bang alliance from launching a seaborne invasion that could encircle our rear. Your navy excels in maritime operations. You must secure the coastline. Understood, the Lord of Feng Yucheng replied. With the deployment complete, Kali Mu raised his sword high and proclaimed, Lords and warriors, today, we unite as a coalition for the survival of Shi Wei Air, for the peace of our homeland, standing together against the invasion of the Xia Bang alliance. Though we have endured centuries of strife, our bloodlines are intertwined, and we are bound by fate. Now, with the enemy at our gates, we must unite in purpose and fight valiantly. We shall choose to perish on the battlefield rather than bow to Luo Yan. Let us raise our weapons for Shi Wei Air, for the sake of our descendants, and wage a decisive battle against the Xia Bang alliance. To a decisive battle. To a decisive battle. The warriors in the square shouted in unison, their voices deafening, echoing into the heavens. Though the armies of the various city-states were equipped differently, and their formations less orderly than those of the Xia Bang alliance, at this moment, their eyes shone with unwavering determination, and their hearts burned with the fervor to defend their homeland. Amidst the cries, the lords of the city-states led their troops according to Kali Mu's orders, setting forth towards their designated objectives. Locke's cavalry surged like a black tide towards Lin Jiangcheng. Arnold's forces took their positions at the crossing in Yuhi Valley, beginning to construct defensive works. The armies of Qinyanzhai and Luo Bao entered the paths of the Taiji mountain range, preparing for a staunch defense. The troops of Wang Haicheng, under Klin's leadership, commenced gathering supplies to provide logistical support for the coalition. Gray's forces busily transported provisions and ammunition between the various battlefields, while the navy of Feng Yucheng set sail, stationed along the southern coastline, vigilant for any signs of movement from the sea. Gradually, the square of Zhu Shicheng returned to tranquility, leaving only Kali Mu and Ao Gu Si Ting standing upon the platform, gazing in the direction from which the armies of the city-states had departed. High Priest, do you believe we can win this war? Kali Mu's voice carried a trace of unspoken concern. Holding his staff, Ao Gu Si Ting's gaze was profound. The Xia Bang alliance possesses formidable forces, and Luo Yin is both talented and ambitious. This battle will undoubtedly be arduous. However, we of the Xiwei city-states have united, our forces numbering no less than 50,000. And we possess the advantage of terrain. As long as the lords can unite their hearts and minds, casting aside mutual suspicion, we may yet have a chance of victory. He paused and added, I have prayed to the heavens, and the war god Mars will surely bless us in repelling our foes. Karim nodded, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. No matter what, in this war, we can only win. We cannot afford to lose. Should we fail, all that we hold dear will vanish into nothingness. Meanwhile, outside Linjiang City, the forces of the Xiaobang alliance have already encircled the city. The half-orc warriors led by Duke Gromny, with their siege hammers, launched a fierce assault on the eastern gate. The elite troops of Duke Liao, known as the Xingho, arrayed themselves outside the western gate, their archers poised with arrows ready to suppress the defenders atop the walls. The mountain troops of Duke Kindle from Yingqiao have infiltrated the dense forests of the Tiejiao Mountains, beginning their reconnaissance on Linjiang City's defenses. The forces of Duke Isolde, stationed at the rear of the alliance, are guarding the supplies, and Emperor Luo Yin personally leads the Imperial Guard, comprising heavy infantry, siege infantry, sharpshooters, rocket cavalry, Guaning Iron Cavalry, and the Red Cannon, all prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Linjiang City at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, in Qinglong Gorge, Duke Mikhail of the Kurd has his cavalry concealed within the dense woods, awaiting the arrival of reinforcements from Wanhai City. A decisive battle that will determine the fate of Xiwei is about to erupt simultaneously at Linjiang City and Qinglong Gorge. Though the Xiwei coalition was hastily assembled, it ultimately harnessed the strength of the various city-states. Yet, can centuries of grievances and suspicions truly dissipate overnight? How long can this hastily cobbled alliance endure against the elite forces of the Xiaobang alliance? No one knows the answer. Only the blood and steel on the battlefield can render the final judgment. Chapter 27. Iron hooves and broken swords. Within the central tent of the Xiaobang alliance outside Linjiang City, the candlelight illuminated the intricate map of mountains and rivers. Luo Yin, clad in dark dragon-patterned armor, traced the markings indicating Linjiang City and Qinglong Gorge with his fingertips, his deep-set eyes betraying no emotion. The general stood at attention, silent as pines, until the voice of the herald shattered the stillness. Your Majesty, the city-states of Xiwei have gathered the coalition at Giant Stone City, commanded by Karim, with the heavy cavalry of Lok's Haesong Fortress leading the charge, followed closely by Arnold's heavily armored infantry from Hongsher Town, totaling over 50,000 troops, currently advancing towards Linjiang City. Luo Yin nodded slightly, lifting his hand to firmly mark the map, directing the half-orc legion of Ruizhua to launch the main assault on the eastern gate, while Liao's Xingho legion would assist at the western gate, with the remaining legions standing by without taking any rash actions. He ordered Mikhail and Qinglong Gorge to set an ambush, striking directly as the coalition passed, aiming to shatter the enemy ranks. Additionally, he commanded the engineering corps to construct a 15-meter-high artillery platform before the tent to mount the red cannons and divine machines, with heavy infantry and siege infantry guarding the platform, while the rocket cavalry and Guaning Iron Cavalry provided protection. He informed the troops that until the platform was completed, the Yongming Legion would not participate in the siege. At once, the herald set off to convey Luo Yin's military orders. Soon, Ruizhua and Liao began their assault on the city, with the half-orc legion, like a pack of roaring beasts, bare-chested and muscles rippling like steel, repeatedly crashing their siege hammers against the eastern gate. The thunderous sound of the hammer striking the gate was deafening, and although the ironclad wooden gate bore several cracks, it stood resolutely. On the battlements, the commander of Linjiang City, Li Wei, brandished a long sword and commanded loudly, "Prepare the boiling oil. Ready the boulders. We shall not allow the barbarians to approach the gate." Scalding oil cascaded down, and the half-orcs screamed in agony, their skin charred black, yet they continued to charge forward. Meanwhile, Liao's Xingho legion arrayed themselves at the western gate, archers knocking arrows tipped with oil-soaked cloth, igniting them to shoot towards the battlements like shooting stars. The flames ignited the defensive structures, thick smoke billowing, but the soldiers of Xiwei swiftly extinguished it with damp cloths. Without the formidable power of the red cannons, the siege by the Xiaobang alliance became stalemated, failing to budge Linjiang City even a fraction in 3 days. On the morning of the third day, as the morning mist in Qinglong Gorge had yet to dissipate, Mikhail had already led his cavalry, concealed within the dense woods of the mountain walls on either side. The narrow valley road could barely accommodate 3 horses abreast, with steep cliffs on either side, overgrown with vegetation, forming a natural ambush site. The cavalry, their hooves muffled in cloth, breathed low, their eyes fixed intently on the valley entrance. "My lord, they are coming," a loyal guard whispered. Mikhail peered through the mist, spotting a black wolf's head flag fluttering at the valley mouth, as Locke's heavy cavalry surged into the valley like a tide of darkness. These Zywir heavy cavalry, clad in bronze breastplates and wielding broad-bladed spears and round shields, rode armored steeds, their formation as solid as a wall, yet due to the valley's terrain, they had to extend their lines, unable to support one another. Locke, at the forefront, bore a fierce countenance in the morning light, his giant axe glinting ominously, still stained with the remnants of recent conflict. "Accelerate! Linjiang City is in peril," Locke roared, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. Once a pirate in his youth, he had later aligned with Haesong Fortress, becoming a lord through his ruthless nature and exceptional martial skills. His heavy cavalry were renowned for their formidable charge, dubbed the Thunder of Silver Moon Valley, excelling in concentrated assaults. Mikhail's lips curled into a cold smile, waiting for all of Locke's heavy cavalry to enter the valley before raising his hand in signal. Fire! In an instant, arrows descended like rain from the dense woods on both sides of the valley, catching the Zywir heavy cavalry off guard, many falling from their mounts with cries of pain. The screams shattered the valley's tranquility, and Locke bellowed, "We are ambushed! Form the shield wall." Before his words had fully left his mouth, his heavy cavalry swiftly adjusted their formation, aligning their round shields into an impenetrable barrier, akin to the phalanx of Greek heavy infantry, blocking the subsequent rain of arrows. However, Mikhail had anticipated this. Raising his curved blade, he commanded, "Charge!" 10,000 Kurd light cavalry surged down the mountain walls like tigers, their hooves crushing the morning dew, their curved blades glinting with deadly intent as they plunged into the ranks of the Zywir heavy cavalry. Mikhail led the charge, his steed, the Snowy Spirit, deftly evading the incoming spears, and with a sweep of his blade, 3 Zywir cavalry heads flew into the air, blood splattering onto his beast-hide armor, adding to his ferocity. The Kurd light cavalry, raised on horseback since childhood, were masters of equestrian skill and deadly swordplay, excelling in high-speed charges and flanking maneuvers. Much like the leopards of the plains, some cavalrymen leaned low against their mounts, their blades slicing through the legs of enemy horses, causing riders to lose balance and fall. Others wielded spears with both hands, piercing through enemy chests with the momentum of their steeds. Yet more swung meteor hammers, smashing into the tightly packed formations, leaving a scene of carnage that struck fear into the hearts of the Zywir soldiers. Yet Locke's heavy cavalry were no rabble. They resisted fiercely behind their shield wall, spears thrusting through gaps in the shields, causing numerous Kurd cavalry to fall to their pikes. "Mikhail, you coward hiding behind your minions, dare you face me in battle?" Locke roared as he charged from the shield wall, his giant axe slicing through the air with a howling wind toward Mikhail. The force behind the blow was immense, the axe blade cleaving through the air with a sharp sound, as if it sought to split everything in its path in two. Mikhail, not daring to underestimate the attack, sidestepped to evade while his curved blade swept horizontally, the clash between blade and axe creating sparks. The tremendous impact left Mikhail's arm numb, and he thought to himself, "This barbarian possesses incredible strength." The two battled fiercely amidst the chaos for dozens of exchanges, Locke's giant axe delivering fatal strikes, cleaving, chopping, smashing, sweeping, each blow carrying the weight of an avalanche. Mikhail, relying on his extraordinary equestrian skills and agile movement, evaded the attacks while seeking opportunities to counter, targeting the enemy's vital points like a tempest racing across the prairie. The Snowy Spirit and Locke's steed danced around each other, hooves intertwining, dust swirling, their fierce duel drawing the attention of soldiers from both sides. Just as Mikhail found an opening, his curved blade aimed at Locke's throat. A thunderous battle cry echoed from the end of the valley. Arnold, leading the heavily armored infantry of Redstone Town, has arrived with 5,000 soldiers arrayed in a dense formation. Shields stand firm like walls, and spears rise like a forest as they advance steadily. Clutching a long sword and clad in silver armor, Arnold moves with the agility of a cheetah, skillfully utilizing the defensive advantages of the formation to restrain the enemy and await the opportune moment for a precise counterattack. "My Lord Locke, do not panic. I am here to assist you," Arnold calls out, commanding the formation to quicken its pace and hurl their spears, which rain down like a storm upon the Kurdish cavalry. He is acutely aware of the vulnerabilities of light cavalry and promptly orders the formation to expand, effectively sealing off the charge route of the Kurdish horsemen. As the formation advances, spears thrust forth like a thicket, establishing an impenetrable defensive line. Mikhail's heart sinks. He understands well that the Kurdish light cavalry excels in rapid assaults. And once engaged in a positional battle, their mobility advantage evaporates. Send the orders to break through in 3 directions and attack the enemy's supply lines from the rear. He decisively commands. The cavalry swiftly divides into 3 routes. The left flank, led by Centurion Bata, strikes at the left wing of the Shiver infantry. The right flank, commanded by Centurion Monk, maneuvers to the right, while Mikhail himself leads the center, maintaining a frontal engagement to draw the enemy's attention. Bata's left flank cavalry deftly evades the rain of arrows, utilizing their equestrian skills to navigate the narrow official road, quickly reaching the rear flank of the infantry, where curved blades swiftly fell several sentries. However, Arnold had anticipated this move, ordering the left flank soldiers to tighten their defenses, forming a dense array of spears that effectively blocked the left flank cavalry like a hedgehog. Batu, unfortunate enough to be pierced by a spear, falls from his mount, and the left flank's assault stumbles. On the right, Monk encounters even fiercer resistance, as Arnold commands his soldiers to launch javelins, which rain down like meteors, causing many Kurdish cavalrymen to fall from their horses. More critically, the Shiver infantry has set up barricades on either side of the official road, blocking the path with logs and boulders, forcing the cavalry to dismount and clear the obstacles, rendering them vulnerable and exposed to the spears. Seizing the opportunity, Arnold directs the right flank soldiers to counterattack, his longsword cutting down the immobilized cavalry. As their cries echo through the valley, the right flank's offensive falters. In the center, Mikhail leads elite cavalry in repeated charges against the infantry formation. His curved blade has severed numerous spears, and the hooves of his snow-stepping steed have crushed many shields. Yet the disciplined Shiver formation steadfastly fills the gaps left by their fallen comrades. Arnold personally oversees the center, his sword cleaving through several charging cavalrymen, as he commands the formation to continuously shift its configuration, sometimes contracting into an impenetrable defense and at other times expanding to counterattack, with spears thrusting forth with deadly precision, firmly suppressing the Kurdish cavalry's momentum. Kill for Shiver. The soldiers of Shiver shout in unison, their morale soaring. Though they hail from different city-states, the threat of losing their homeland ignites within them an astonishing unity. Locke seizes the moment to regroup the heavy cavalry, attacking the Kurdish horsemen from the rear. As his massive axe swings, dozens of cavalrymen fall into pools of blood. Mikhail and Locke clash once more, the sound of their weapons colliding resounding like thunder. Locke's axe grows increasingly ferocious, each strike carrying the weight of destruction, while Mikhail begins to feel overwhelmed, suffering a gash to his left arm as blood quickly soaks through his beast skin armor. The snow-stepping steed is also wounded by a spear, whinnying as it retreats, its speed visibly diminished. Mikhail, today shall be your end. Locke sneers as his axe descends again, channeling all his strength in a thunderous blow. Mikhail strains to block the attack, his curved blade flying from his grasp as he is thrown from his horse, tumbling aside in a desperate effort to evade the fatal strike. His bodyguards rush to his aid, engaging with the Shiver soldiers to buy Mikhail precious moments to breathe. The battle rages from dawn until afternoon. The morning mist of Qinglong Gorge long dissipated, as sunlight pierces through the crevices of the mountains, illuminating the ground strewn with corpses and blood, emitting a repugnant stench. The Kurdish cavalry suffers increasing losses, their original 10,000 dwindling to less than 7,000. While the main force of the Shiver coalition continues to arrive, with the banners led by Karim visible in the distance. Mikhail gazes at the fallen cavalrymen around him, a flicker of sorrow in his eyes, yet he knows he cannot linger in battle any longer. He picks up a fallen curved blade and shouts, "Retreat! Rally towards the main force at Linjiang City." The Kurdish cavalry, as if granted a reprieve, swiftly turn their mounts to break through. Locke leads the heavy cavalry in relentless pursuit, his axe cleaving downwards as more cavalry perish beneath its swing. Arnold directs the infantry to advance steadily, as arrows and javelins rain down upon the retreating cavalry. Mikhail personally covers the rear, cutting down several pursuing soldiers with his curved blade. His steed, the snow-stepping horse, emits a mournful whinny as it breaks through the final line of interception, with cavalrymen following closely behind. Though some soldiers fall to pursuers, the majority successfully break through, galloping towards Linjiang City. Locke wishes to continue the chase, but is halted by Arnold. Do not pursue a desperate foe. The main force of the coalition must swiftly reinforce Linjiang City. An ambush by the Xiaobang coalition would result in a tremendous loss. Locke's face turns ashen as he pounds his fist against a rock, ultimately ordering the entire army to accelerate their advance. The battlefield of Qinglong Gorge is left strewn with corpses, broken weapons, and dark red blood, exuding a somber atmosphere in the wind. As dusk falls, Mikhail leads the remnants to the main camp of the Xiaobang coalition. He dismounts, disregarding his wounds, and strides toward the central tent. Inside, Luo Yin is conferring with the generals regarding the battle situation. Upon seeing Mikhail, drenched in blood, he does not reprimand him, but instead rises and says, "Mikhail, you have worked hard. Your Majesty, I am incompetent. I failed to break through the coalition and lost 3,000 cavalry. Please punish me." Mikhail kneels, his tone heavy. Luo Yin helps him up and pats his shoulder. Rise. Locke's heavy cavalry strikes with formidable force, and Arnold's formation is tightly defended. You have already inflicted significant damage on their vanguard. The coalition is approaching, and I will grant you your revenge. You shall rest your forces for 3 days before facing the Shiver coalition again. Determination reignites in Mikhail's eyes as he clasps his fists and replies, "Thank you, Your Majesty. In 3 days, I will lead my iron cavalry to avenge today's humiliation." Meanwhile, the Shiver coalition has arrived outside Linjiang City, joining forces with the defending troops. Karim stands atop the city walls, gazing at the distant camp of the Xiaobang coalition, his expression grave, though Leo and the Sharpclaw troops have momentarily paused their assault. Luo Yan's main force has yet to mobilize. We must not underestimate this battle. Locke, clutching his shoulder wound, grits his teeth and declares, "Mikhail's cavalry is indeed ferocious. But when we meet again, I shall cleave him in two with the Dawnbreaker axe." Arnold, remaining composed, adds, "The red cannons of the Xiaobang coalition pose the greatest threat, having previously collapsed the walls of Blackstone City. We must fortify our defenses promptly, while ensuring Gray's logistics unit accelerates the transport of provisions to guarantee ample supplies for the coalition." Karim nods, issuing orders, "Relay my commands." The entire army shall reinforce the defenses overnight. Locke will station the heavy cavalry at the north gate. Arnold will lead the infantry at the west gate, while the remaining forces will guard the other gates, standing ready. As night deepens, the lights within and outside Linjiang City blaze brightly, with the Xiaobang coalition resting and preparing for battle, while the Shiver coalition stands vigilant. The carnage of Qinglong Gorge may have concluded, yet a battle that will determine the fate of the southern territories has only just begun. Mikhail's curved blade has been cleansed of blood, and the red cannons are now aimed at the walls of Linjiang City, while the coalition of Shiver city-states, united as never before in centuries, prepares to face the most brutal test. The night sky over Linjiang City is stained dark red by the afterglow of battle, and the air is thick with the stench of blood and smoke. Chapter 28. Blood-soaked Linjiang. As the morning mist of Linjiang City is tinged with crimson, 3 black dragon flags rise before the central tent of Emperor Luo Yin of the Xiaobang coalition. Clad in cotton armor, he stands atop a platform, his gaze sweeping over the sea of tents below, finally resting on the eastern gate, where the half-orc legion of Sharpclaw emits a thunderous roar, surging towards the city walls like an uncontrollable mudslide. Sharpclaw leads the half-orc legion in a main assault on the eastern gate, while Leo provides cover with the Starfire Legion's archers, determined to breach the city's defenses. The voice of Luo Yin resonated throughout the army via the messenger, as Kindle continued to lead the mountain troops in harassing the logistical support of the Allied forces. Isolde ensured the security of our supply lines, while the Yongning Legion remained in readiness, awaiting imperial orders to act without hesitation. The generals under the tent responded in unison, yet a flicker of doubt lingered in their gazes. The Xiwei Allied forces had reached Linjiang City, where Karim integrated 50,000 Allied troops with the existing garrison, establishing a formidable defense akin to a wall of bronze and iron upon the city walls. To allow the half-orc legion to spearhead the assault at this moment was undoubtedly to send these valiant yet uncoordinated warriors against a bastion of strength. Nevertheless, none dared to question Luo Yan's decision. The emperor's strategy always held profound significance. Firstly, to test the genuine combat prowess of the Xiwei Allied forces through the ferocious onslaught of the half-orcs, and secondly, to reveal the Yongning Legion, our trump card, at a crucial juncture, showcasing the unrivaled core strength of the Xiaobang Federation. The sharp-clawed warrior, with his brownish skin marred by old wounds, wielded the colossal axe, Lai Shan, which glinted ominously in the morning light. "Brothers, Behind the city lies women and treasures. Charge in, burn, kill, and plunder at will. His roar thundered like a storm, and 10,000 half-orc warriors erupted into a deafening battle cry. Bare-chested. Their muscles rippled like forged steel, some hefting dark iron siege hammers, others brandishing spiked ladders, and some wielding stone axes and massive spears. They surged through the muddy ground towards the eastern gate. On the city walls, Karim stood shoulder to shoulder with Arnold, the commander of the Zyweir allies. Clad in jeweled armor and wielding a longsword, gazed gravely at the approaching half-orc legion. Arnold, your heavy infantry from Hongshire town shall hold the city walls and form a phalanx to withstand their assault. Locke, keep your cavalry at the north gate, ensuring the Xiaobong Federation does not encircle us. Understood. Arnold ascended the battlements, where 5,000 heavy infantry from Hongshire town had already formed a dense phalanx. The soldiers donned bronze breastplates, wielding 3-foot shields and 4-foot spears, their shields interlocking to create a seamless iron wall. With spears jutting out like a forest from the shield gaps, their points aimed at the ground below. In the arrow towers atop the walls, Zyweir archers had drawn their bows, arrows tipped with specially concocted poison, waiting for the half-orcs to come within range. The first day's assault commenced at dawn. Ruizhua personally led the vanguard to the base of the city, where 30 colossal half-orcs, each nearly 30 feet tall, hoisted a massive siege hammer and bellowed as they brought the hammer down upon the city gates. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding strikes of the iron hammer against the ironwood gates shook the walls, and the metal-clad gates were instantly riddled with cracks. Splinters of wood mingling with rust flying in all directions. Roll the stones. Pour the boiling oil. Arnold commanded loudly. The prepared stones cascaded down like a torrential downpour, catching the half-orcs unawares. Many were crushed, their bones shattered with cries of agony echoing. Scalding hot oil cascaded down the walls, igniting upon contact with the half-orcs, filling the air with the nauseating stench of burnt flesh. Yet, the half-orc legion's momentum did not waver. Ruizhua swung the Lishan axe, cleaving a rolling stone in two as he roared, "Fear not. What is this pain? Charge forth and slay them." Leo's Starfire Legion had assembled outside the west gate. 2,000 archers, clad in light leather armor, possessed powerful bows and crossbows, arrows tipped with oil-soaked cloth. Fire at the city defenders on the left flank. Suppress the reinforcements on the right, and cover the middle with fire arrows. At Leo's command, a hail of arrows rained down upon the city walls. Many Zyweir soldiers, busy transporting stones and pouring boiling oil, fell to the ground, pierced by arrows, while fire arrows struck the arrow towers flanking the city gate, igniting fierce flames and sending thick smoke billowing, obscuring the defenders' vision. Amidst the chaos, the half-orc warriors swiftly erected ladders. They climbed with agility akin to monkeys, while the Zyweir soldiers on the battlements thrust their spears downwards and hurled stones. One half-orc warrior used his heavy shield to block the onslaught. As he reached the top, he was surrounded by 3 Zyweir soldiers, their spears thrusting in unison, rendering him a mere sieve. Yet, more half-orcs surged up the ladders, engaging the Zyweir defenders in a brutal melee. Upon the battlements, the clash of blades and the splatter of blood filled the air. The half-orcs charged with formidable strength and resilience, a single stone axe capable of cleaving through bronze armor. The Zyweir soldiers, relying on their phalanx advantage, coordinated their strikes with precision, their spears piercing fiercely, while their shields formed an impenetrable barrier. One half-orc shattered a Zyweir soldier's skull with a single blow, only to be pierced by a spear from behind. Another Zyweir soldier, having felled his opponent, was swiftly severed in two by a charging half-orc. Both sides fought with fervor, neither retreating, only an unceasing cycle of slaughter and death. As Ruizhua ascended the battlements, he encountered Arnold, who was directing soldiers to reorganize their defenses. "Zyweir scum, prepare to meet your demise," Ruizhua roared, swinging his axe. Arnold sidestepped, his longsword slicing across Ruizhua's arm, leaving a deep wound. In pain, Ruizhua's assault intensified, his massive axe sweeping and cleaving, forcing Arnold to retreat repeatedly. Just as Ruizhua prepared to deliver a fatal blow, several Zyweir guards leaped forward, using their bodies to shield him from the axe. Arnold seized the opportunity to retreat, regrouping his phalanx to encircle Ruizhua. The battle below was equally fierce. Locke's heavy cavalry from Haesong Fortress intended to maneuver through the north gate, but was ensnared by the Xiaobong Federation's flanking forces. The cavalry clashed, curved blades meeting spears, horses whinnied, and soldiers screamed, as the blood of Silvermoon Valley stained the earth. Locke fought valiantly, akin to the war god Pan's son, slaying numerous Xiaobang Federation soldiers with his axe. However, their numerical superiority kept the Ziwir soldiers firmly engaged, preventing any support for the Eastern Gate. The first day of battle extended into dusk, with the Half-Orc Legion suffering nearly 1,000 casualties, yet failing to breach Linjiang City. Rui Zhua returned to the camp, his body covered in wounds, surveying his exhausted, bloodied warriors, a glimmer of determination flickering in his eyes. Tomorrow, we shall concentrate our forces to assault the weak point on the left side of the city gate. We must break through. At dawn on the second day, Rui Zhua altered his strategy, dividing the remaining 9,000 half-orcs into 3 groups, concentrating their strength to attack the left side of the eastern gate. Here, the walls were relatively low, and there were fewer arrow towers. The Half-Orc Legion pushed 10 siege engines forward, charging towards the walls, their tops covered with thick hides to effectively shield against arrows and rolling stones. Fire! Hurl the javelins. Arnold, having anticipated this, commanded the archers and javelin throwers atop the walls to concentrate their fire on the siege engines. Arrows and javelins rained down upon the hides, though they did not penetrate. They slowed the advance of the siege engines. As the siege engines reached the base of the wall, the half-orc warriors burst forth, erecting ladders while simultaneously striking the walls with hammers. Break through the walls. Rui Zhua personally manned one of the siege engines, the massive ram striking the walls repeatedly, shards of stone flying as cracks began to form. Upon seeing this, the Ziwir soldiers atop the walls began hurling flaming oil barrels, igniting the siege engines in an instant, causing half-orc warriors to leap from the burning vehicles, engulfed by the flames. Enraged, Rui Zhua swung his axe, cleaving through the burning siege engine, leading his soldiers to continue erecting ladders. This time, the half-orcs paid a greater price, yet hundreds finally ascended the battlements. However, the Ziwir allied forces' phalanx was like an impenetrable wall, surrounding the half-orcs who had reached the top, systematically annihilating them. Arnold, wielding his long sword with the agility of the war goddess Ziwir, relentlessly harvested the lives of the half-orcs, each strike finding its mark with deadly precision. Leo's Starfire Legion attempted to cover their advance with fire arrows once more, but they were suppressed by Ziwir archers. The Ziwir archers, positioned on elevated ground, enjoyed superior range and accuracy, resulting in increasing casualties among the Starfire Legion's archers, while the density of their arrow fire diminished. The battle on this day was even more brutal, with the Half-Orc Legion suffering nearly 2,000 casualties. The bodies piled beneath the walls nearly reached the battlements, blood flowing down the walls to form a crimson stream below. The Ziwir allied forces, meanwhile, sustained only 300 casualties, maintaining their position firmly behind the solid walls and their tightly knit phalanx. When Rui Zhua returned to the camp, his eyes were bloodshot, and he gazed at the remaining 7,000 soldiers, his voice hoarse. Tomorrow, we will make our final assault, charging directly towards the Lord's residence. On the third day, Rui Zhua consolidated all his forces to form an assault team, which he personally led towards the eastern gate for a final fierce attack. The half-orc warriors consumed a specially formulated rage potion, their eyes turning crimson, their strength and speed significantly enhanced, charging towards the city walls like madmen. Kill! Rui Zhua took the lead, wielding his massive axe to shatter the boulders rolling towards them, guiding his soldiers to the foot of the city. The siege hammer struck the city gate once more, and this time, a considerable breach appeared. However, Arnold had long since ordered massive stones and wooden beams to block the gap. The half-orc warriors frantically dug at the breach, while the Zivil soldiers continuously hurled boulders, boiling oil, and ignited barrels from the walls above, turning the ground below into a sea of flames. Seeing this, Rui Zhua led thousands of elite half-orcs up the ladders, fighting desperately to reach the city walls. He swung his axe, cleaving through one Zivil soldier after another, charging toward the Lord's residence. Arnold immediately led his personal guards to confront him, and the two engaged in fierce combat once again. Rui Zhua's axe struck with tremendous force, while Arnold's longsword was agile and cunning, making it difficult to determine a victor at that moment. Just then, the heavy cavalry from Haesong Fortress, led by Locke, finally broke free from their entanglement and charged into the city from the northern gate, racing towards the eastern gate for reinforcements. The heavy cavalry descended like ferocious tigers, rampaging through the streets, catching the half-orc legion between a rock and a hard place, causing chaos to ensue. Rui Zhua found himself sandwiched between Arnold and Locke, suffering several new wounds and gradually losing strength. Retreat! Quickly retreat! Rui Zhua, witnessing the soldiers falling around him, finally realized that capturing Linjiang City was impossible and reluctantly ordered a retreat. The Civil Coalition seized the opportunity to pursue, inflicting heavy casualties on the Half-Orc Legion, who discarded their armor and fled back to the camp of the Xiaobong Federation. By the end of the 3-day battle, the Half-Orc Legion had lost more than half of its forces, dwindling from an initial 10,000 to 5,000. In the camp, the cries of the wounded echoed, blood staining the ground, and the air was thick with the scent of carnage. Rue Joie leaned against a war elephant, his body covered in wounds of varying severity, his gaze filled with resentment and fury. Meanwhile, within Linjiang City, the Civil Coalition was tallying their losses, which totaled less than 1,000. Karim stood atop the city walls, looking towards the Xiaobong Federation camp, a hint of satisfaction on his face. Though the Xiaobong Federation is strong, with our fortified city in phalanx, we may not be unable to withstand their assault. Convey my orders, reinforce the walls, replenish supplies, and remain vigilant against another attack from the Xiaobong Federation. Meanwhile, Kindle's disruptions of Zivil's logistics were not going smoothly. He found his forces unable to contend with Zivil's supply convoy and struggled against the troops sent by nearby Zivil city-states in mountainous warfare. Nevertheless, he still managed to create a degree of disruption, at least preventing the neighboring city-states from fully supporting the front lines, while Zivil's logistical support remained robust, thereby reducing the pressure on the Xiaobong Federation's front lines. Luo Yin stood atop a high platform, observing the retreating Half-Orc Legion, his expression devoid of any emotion. He had already learned of the battle situation through scouts. The combat capability of the Civil Coalition was as he had anticipated, relying on their Greek-style phalanx and sturdy city defenses, exhibiting formidable defensive and mobility capabilities, but lacking in siege effectiveness. The ferocious assault of the half-orcs had thoroughly tested the coalition's strategies. Rue Joie, rest your troops. Further supplies will be managed by Yiswode. Luo Yan's voice was steady and powerful. Kindle, continue to disrupt the coalition's logistics and sever their supply lines. The Yongning Legion, prepare for deployment. The commanders of the Yongning Legion under the tent responded in unison. This elite force of the Xiaobong Federation was equipped with the finest armor and weapons, well-trained and formidable, remaining on standby without action until now. Now that the Half-Orc Legion had completed its reconnaissance mission, it was time for the Yongning Legion to take the stage and showcase its true strength. Yiswode's Wind Chime Legion had already begun their busy preparations, with supplies, arrows, and medical aid continuously being delivered to the Half-Orcs camp, while medics hurried to bandage wounds and prepare meals. Meanwhile, Kindle's Eagle Nest Mountain troops were becoming increasingly active in the Iron Spine Mountains, continuously attacking the Civil Coalition supply convoys, making resupply for Linjiang City increasingly difficult. The walls of Linjiang City remained steadfast, and the morale of the Civil Coalition was buoyed by their victories over the past 3 days. Nonetheless, Karim was filled with anxiety. He knew the true fighting strength of the Xiaobong Federation's Yongning Legion had yet to be deployed, and with the supply lines being disrupted, it was only a matter of time before Linjiang City would fall. As night deepened, a brief calm enveloped both inside and outside Linjiang City. Yet beneath this tranquility surged a more tumultuous undercurrent. The Yongning Legion of the Xiaobong Federation was poised for action, while the Civil Coalition reinforced their defenses. And a decisive battle that would determine the fate of the southern frontier was about to unfold upon this blood-soaked land. Linjiang City, drenched in blood, was not only the heartache of the Half-Orc Legion, but also the defensive bastion of the Civil Coalition. And it served as the stage for the ultimate confrontation between the Xiaobong Federation and the Civil Coalition. Chapter 29. Bombarding Linjiang. As the morning mist over Linjiang City had yet to dissipate, the Xiaobong Federation's camp resounded with thunderous calls. After a 3-day rest, although the camp still bore the groans of the wounded, the atmosphere was predominantly charged with the soldiers' eager anticipation. While the Half-Orc Legion and the Xingho Legion had only just begun their recuperation, the newly constructed artillery platform on the eastern side of the camp had already taken shape, its dark cannon barrels resembling the fangs of a colossal beast, aimed directly at Linjiang City. This was the long-awaited Hongi cannon, now being carefully hoisted onto the platform by soldiers, the sound of its barrel scraping against the iron tracks piercing the stillness of the morning sky. Dressed in dragon-patterned cotton armor, Luo Yin stood atop the high platform, flanked by Rue Joie, Leo, Mikhail, Kindle, and Yiswode among other lords. The vantage point was expansive, offering a panoramic view of Linjiang City. Luo Yin had specially arranged cushions and tables, serving tea and snacks, as he intended to enjoy the might of the Hongi cannon alongside the lords. Your Majesty, all 10 Hongi cannons are in position, the platform is stable, and ammunition is sufficient. We are ready to fire at any moment. The commander of the Hongi cannons knelt, reporting loudly. Luo Yin nodded slightly. his gaze sweeping over the lords beside him. Ruejua's wounds had not yet fully healed, his brownish skin taut with scars, his eyes filled with a thirst for destruction. Leo, holding a beautifully crafted longbow, appeared calm but occasionally glanced towards the dark cannon barrels, clearly curious about the weapon rumored to be capable of shattering mountains. Mikhail, stroking the curved dagger at his waist, recalled the disastrous defeat at Qinglong Gorge, his eyes flickering with anticipation. Eager to see if this formidable tool could cleanse the stains of past humiliation, Kindle and Yiswode, with solemn expressions, quietly awaited the moment of cannon fire. Lords, Luo Yin raised his teacup, taking a sip. In the past, we pacified the northern territories and unified the grasslands through blades and bravery. Today, as we march southward, let me show you what true thunderous might is. He raised his hand, signaling, "Convey my command. Hongyi cannons, fire in 3 volleys, targeting the eastern gate and the walls on either side of Linjiang City. By your command, your majesty." The commander of the Hongyi cannons turned and sprinted towards the artillery platform, waving his command flag. "Attention, all cannons. Adjust your aim. Load ammunition. Prepare." Beside the 10 Hongyi cannons, soldiers skillfully loaded the heavy solid cannonballs into the barrels, igniting the fuses with gunpowder. The observers atop the platform continually adjusted the angles of the cannon barrels, using telescopes to lock onto the walls of Linjiang City. Fire. The instant the command flag fell, the 10 Hongyi cannons unleashed a deafening roar simultaneously. Like thunder crashing across the heavens, the flames spewed from the cannon mouths, painting the morning mist crimson. And the tremendous recoil caused the platform to tremble slightly. The 10 solid cannonballs tore through the air, whistling sharply as they sped towards Linjiang City. Boom, boom, boom. The cannonballs struck the city walls in rapid succession, sending shards of stone flying and smoke billowing into the sky. The city walls of Linjiang, constructed of dark, basalt rock, crumbled before the immense power of the Hongyi cannons as if made of paper. The first cannonball struck the left side of the eastern gate, creating a wide breach, and debris mixed with falling defenders tumbled down, their screams drowned out by the cannon fire. The second shell struck the already cracked east gate, shattering the ironclad birchwood gate into splinters. Iron scraps and wood debris flew through the air, while the soldiers stationed behind the gate were propelled by the shockwave, resulting in numerous casualties. Subsequent shells continued to hit their mark, sending debris flying from the battlements, as the once formidable defenses crumbled into ruins. The nobles on the high platform displayed expressions of shock. Ruejua gaped in astonishment, nearly dropping the massive axe in his grasp. Having never imagined a weapon of such power could obliterate a wall several meters thick with a single strike. Leo's eyes glimmered with gravity. He understood the limitations of bows and arrows, and the range and might of the red-clad artillery had far surpassed the realm of cold weapons. Even the magic of the elves rarely matched such ferocity. Mikhail clenched his fists, pondering that had they possessed such a weapon during the Battle of Qinglong Gorge, his cavalry would not have faced such a disastrous defeat. Kindle and Isolde exchanged glances, each recognizing the shock reflected in the other's eyes. Understanding how Gareth had met his downfall, observing the reaction of the noblemen, Luo Yin could not suppress a faint smile. He did not command a cessation of the bombardment. Instead, he called out to the commander of the Divine Machine Camp, "Continue firing. Target the defensive structures within the city, the streets, and the Lord's mansion." He mused to himself that in order to relish the exhilarating experience of using artillery to achieve epic victories in the game, he had deliberately adjusted the weight of the cannonballs to 30, set the attack range to 200, inflicted building damage at 40, and established a kill radius of 20. The shells were designed to bounce upon impact, enabling 4 rebounds of 0-1-0-1-0-1-0-1, 1 cannon per squad of soldiers. He wondered what might be the extent of their power in reality. The commander of the red-clad artillery received the command and ordered the ammunition to be loaded again. The thunderous roar of the red artillery resounded once more, this time the shells extending beyond the city walls and into the heart of the city. The shells struck the streets, creating massive craters, shattering the cobblestones, while buildings on either side collapsed with a resounding crash, smoke billowing across the skies of Linjiang City. One shell struck the roof of the Lord's mansion, sending tiles flying and beams splintering, as the once grand edifice collapsed at one corner. Within Linjiang City, the coalition forces of Shiwei had already descended into chaos. Karim stood atop the remnants of the city tower, watching the incessant rain of shells and the raging fires with a face as pale as parchment. The walls, once a bastion of strength, crumbled under the assault of the red artillery, causing the soldiers' morale to plummet to despairing depths. "Commander, the walls have breached." The firepower of the Xiaobang Union is too fierce. We cannot withstand it. A panting deputy reported, covered in dust and blood. Karim gripped his longsword tightly, a flicker of despair crossing his eyes. He had never encountered such a terrifying weapon. The range of the shells far exceeded that of arrows, and their destructive power was unparalleled. The defensive structures within the city were being relentlessly destroyed, with heavy casualties among the soldiers. If this continued, Linjiang City would inevitably be reduced to rubble. No, we cannot resign ourselves to this fate, Karim exclaimed, lifting his head with a fierce glint in his eyes. Locke, you lead the heavy cavalry from Haesong Fortress to break through the north gate and flank the Xiaobang artillery. Arnold, you lead the heavy infantry from Hongshi town to strike from the south gate and hold back their ranged forces. I will hold the center and provide cover for your attacks. Understood, Locke and Arnold replied in unison, fully aware that this was their sole chance. Should they succeed in destroying the Red artillery, perhaps there remained a glimmer of hope. Locke rallied 10,000 heavy cavalry from Haesong Fortress, swiftly assembling at the north gate. The cavalry donned bronze breastplates, wielding spears and round shields, with their warhorses clad in heavy armor, prepared for the charge. As the gates creaked open, Locke commanded, "Charge! Destroy those artillery pieces." The 1,000-strong cavalry surged forth from the north gate like a torrent of shadows, racing towards the flanks of the Xiaobang artillery. However, they had scarcely covered 200 meters when they encountered the already prepared forces of the Xiaobang Union. Rocket cavalry, advance. Luo Yan had already learned of the movements of the Shiwei coalition through scouts and calmly issued the order. The rocket cavalry, having been poised for action, sprang into motion. Clad in light leather armor, their swift steeds galloped forward, armed with composite bows capable of launching incendiary arrows. Loose, the commander of the rocket cavalry ordered, and a barrage of arrows rained down upon the heavy cavalry like a storm. The arrows, trailing flames, struck the war horses, igniting them in an instant. Panic ensued as the terrified horses reared and bolted, throwing the heavy cavalry into disarray. Furious, Locke swung his massive axe to fell several panicked steeds, shouting, "Steady! Continue the charge." But the chaotic formation proved difficult to regroup. As arrows continued to rain down, soldiers fell, and the cries of wounded horses mingled with the wails of the fallen. Meanwhile, the sharpshooters had taken their positions behind the rocket cavalry, accurately targeting the disordered ranks of the heavy cavalry, with each arrow finding its mark. The long-range rocket projectiles from the Divine Machine Camp joined the fray. Dozens of rockets ignited and soared through the air, howling as they landed amidst the heavy cavalry. The explosions sent shards of stone and flames in every direction, their lethality unparalleled, ripping through the ranks of the heavy cavalry and creating gaping holes in their formation. Locke, leading the remnants of the heavy cavalry, fought valiantly to advance, but was unable to breach the long-range blockade of the Xiaobang forces. The rocket cavalry moved like phantoms across the battlefield, perpetually harassing and attacking, while the sharpshooters' arrows struck true, and the rockets from the Divine Machine Camp unleashed their devastating might. The Haesong Fortress heavy cavalry suffered heavy losses, soon losing more than half of their 10,000 soldiers. "Commander, this cannot continue. The long-range forces of the Xiaobang Union are too formidable. We cannot approach the artillery." A panting guard implored Locke. Locke surveyed the fallen soldiers around him, a flicker of despair in his eyes. He recognized that the plan to assault the artillery had failed. If this continued, it would lead to total annihilation. "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" Locke ordered helplessly, leading the remaining heavy cavalry back toward the north gate in disarray. Meanwhile, to the south gate, Arnold and his 5,000 heavy infantry from Hongshi town faced a similar fate. As they burst forth from the gate, they were met with a fierce barrage from the sharpshooters and the rocket artillery. Although the heavy infantry possessed sturdy defenses, their slow mobility left them vulnerable under the relentless firepower, forced to endure a passive onslaught. Soldiers fell, gaps formed in their formation, and despite Arnold's desperate commands, they could not break through the blockade, ultimately retreating back into the city with their remaining forces. Both assaults ended in devastating defeat, shattering the morale of the Shiwei coalition within Linjiang City. Soldiers, witnessing the relentless rain of shells and the raging infernos, lost all will to resist, discarding their weapons and fleeing in all directions. Karim stood atop the remnants of the city tower, observing the chaos below, his heart heavy with despair. He understood that Linjiang City could no longer be held. The terror of the Red artillery was overwhelming, and the long-range forces of the Xiaobang Union were insurmountable. Continuing to hold out would only result in greater casualties. "Transmit my orders. The entire army must retreat. Break through towards Jushi City," Karim commanded in anguish. He recognized that this was their only option. Preserving their remaining strength was essential to contend with the Xiaobang Union in future battles. The soldiers of the Shiwei coalition felt as though they had been granted a reprieve, rushing towards the south gate to escape. To effectively diminish the Shiwei coalition's remaining forces, Luo Yin ordered the rocket cavalry to pursue. Just then, the retreating coalition forces accelerated their speed, swiftly evading the pursuit of the rocket cavalry. Seeing this, the rocket cavalry could only fire towards the south gate, intercepting all remaining coalition forces yet to exit the city. As the last Shiwei soldier fell, dusk approached. Linjiang City, battered by the bombardment of the Red Artillery, had become unrecognizable. The walls lay in ruins, buildings were ablaze, the streets littered with corpses and debris, while smoke filled the air, mingling with the acrid scent of blood and gunpowder. In this battle, out of 50,000 Shiwei coalition forces, only over 20,000 managed to successfully retreat from Linjiang City. They still had a considerable distance to reach Jushi City and would have to navigate through Kindle's guerrilla forces, making it unlikely that more than 20,000 would arrive at their destination. Luo Yin stood atop the high platform, gazing at the ravaged Linjiang City, a satisfied smile gracing his countenance. He turned to address the assembled dukes, declaring, "Gentlemen, this is the might of the Hongi cannon. With such a formidable weapon, what troubles could we have in the southern territories? What uncertainties could befall the realm?" The dukes bowed deeply, their eyes filled with awe. Ruizhua proclaimed loudly, "Your Majesty is indeed wise. With this divine cannon, we shall undoubtedly sweep through Zivil and unify the southern lands." Leo nodded in agreement, stating, "The power of the Hongi cannon is boundless, capable of altering the course of battle. Under your Majesty's strategic guidance, the Xiaobang Lian shall surely prevail." Kindle marveled, "Your Majesty, this artillery far surpasses that of the dwarves. I have witnessed their mortars and steam cannons, yet none exhibit such might." Luo Yin inclined his head slightly, his gaze once more drawn to Linjiang City. He understood that capturing Linjiang was merely the first step southward. Although the Zivil coalition had retreated, their strength remained, and the ensuing battles would undoubtedly be more arduous. Yet, he held confidence that with the Hongi cannon and the elite forces of the Xiaobang Lian, he could quell the southern territories and realize the grand vision of unifying the world. "Issue my commands," Luo Yin commanded, his voice resonating. "Cease the bombardment, and dispatch soldiers to clear the battlefield. Let the Duke's legions enter the city to take charge of the defenses and reassure the populace. The Isolde's Winchan Legion shall expedite the transport of provisions to ensure the army's supply. The Yongning Legion shall rest in place and march to Jushi City tomorrow to pursue the Zivil coalition. Under your Majesty's orders." The generals responded in unison, turning to fulfill their respective tasks. On the high platform, Luo Yin stood alone for a considerable time. The evening breeze swept past, carrying the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood from Linjiang City. His gaze was profound, as if he could already envision the iron hooves of the Xiaobang Lian traversing the southern lands, heralding the unification of the realm. The thunderous roar of the Hongi cannon served as both the clarion call of a new era and the death knell of an old one. The resistance of the Zivil city-states, in the face of absolute power, was ultimately futile. Chapter 30. Iron chains across the river following the Battle of Linjiang. The combat prowess of the Beastman tribes had significantly improved. These brawny warriors stood bare-chested, their bronze skin adorned with fearsome battle tattoos, wielding gleaming axes and spiked clubs, their eyes ablaze with a thirst for blood. The slaughter beneath Linjiang City had stripped them of their naivete, each movement now imbued with lethal precision. The soldiers of the Xingho Legion replenished their arrows, their sturdy longbows slung across their shoulders, quivers filled with iron-tipped feathered arrows, marching in perfect formation, their breath steady as a mountain. Furthermore, the heavy infantry, the armored cavalry, and the rocket cavalry had all received ample rest, their supplies replenished. The entire army now a torrent of iron, poised to advance southward with indomitable momentum. Your Majesty, scouts have reported that the coalition forces of the Zivil city-states have retreated to the Silver Moon River Basin, constructing 3 defensive lines on the western bank. The messenger knelt, his voice loud and urgent, raising a detailed topographical map above his head, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Luo Yin leaned forward to take the map, his fingers tracing the rough parchment surface. The map depicted mountains, rivers, towns, and fortresses with precise ink lines, clearly marked and accurately scaled. His gaze fell upon the delineated path of the Silver Moon River, his eyes darkening. The Silver Moon River was the lifeblood of the Zivil city-states. Originating from the snowy peaks of the south, meandering northward, its widest expanse exceeding 100 zhang, its narrowest still several tens of zhang, the waters tumultuous, waves crashing like a roaring silver dragon. The western bank was characterized by steep hills, treacherous terrain, and rugged stones, making it easy to defend yet difficult to attack. The eastern bank, however, was an expansive plain, perfectly flat, creating an ideal defensive position. The three defensive lines circled in red on the map guarded the narrowest crossing of the river, the only pass between the hills, and a supply camp 10 miles to the rear, forming a strategic triangle that clearly indicated the meticulous planning of the Civil Coalition. It seemed Karim had not succumbed to despair. A smirk crept across Luo Yan's lips, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Despite the devastating defeat at Linjiang, the Civil city-states had suffered heavy losses, their elite forces reduced by more than half, and the once fractured alliance was on the verge of collapse. Yet Karim, leveraging his influence and acumen, had urgently rallied the remnants, enticing several neutral city-states armies to join forces by offering land concessions and shared resources, swelling the coalition's strength to 120,000, with himself still at the helm. This retreat to the Silver Moon River evidently aimed to utilize the natural fortifications to halt the advance of the Xiaobang Lian and await an opportunity to counterattack. Your Majesty, the waters of the Silver Moon River are swift, with varying depths making it difficult to establish floating bridges. And the steep hills on the western bank present a rugged path, making it challenging to advance our artillery. The might of our Hongi cannon may be rendered ineffective. Duke Leo stepped forward, his expression grave as he examined the hilly terrain on the map. This venerable general, clad in heavy plate armor, bore the family crest that glimmered in the sunlight. Having witnessed the thunderous power of the Hongi cannon during the Battle of Linjiang, where iron projectiles weighing 100 pounds shattered walls and tore through formations, he could not help but feel somewhat apprehensive at the prospect of losing such a decisive weapon. Luo Yan's fingers glided slowly over the river's path on the map, a glint of cunning and sharpness flickering in his eyes. The Civil Coalition believed that by occupying this natural fortress, they could rest easy, unaware that the more formidable the terrain, the more easily it could lead to their downfall. While they perceived the river's turbulence and the hill's steepness, they neglected that a natural fortress can be both defensive and offensive. The key lies in how it is employed. He paused, his voice rising with undeniable authority. Send word down the line. The army shall advance at full speed, and within 3 days, we must reach the eastern bank of the Silver Moon River to establish camp. Along the way, there shall be no plundering of the populace, no burning of homes. We must display the Xiaobang Lian's majesty and benevolence. All who voluntarily surrender shall be treated with kindness. With the military order issued, 20,000 troops surged southward. The dark banners led the way, soldiers marching in unison, causing the earth to tremble slightly underfoot, the clashing of armor, the sound of hooves, and the scraping of weapons blending into a resounding war song. The small towns of the Civil region surrendered one after another, their lords having heard of the devastation in Linjiang City and witnessing the formidable presence of the Xiaobang Lian, lacking the courage to resist. Luo Yan's commitment to treating all surrendering individuals kindly and strictly prohibiting soldiers from disturbing the people not only won the hearts of the populace, but also garnered crucial intelligence regarding the Civil Coalition. According to the locals, Karim had requisitioned all vessels on the western bank to reinforce the defensive lines, from small fishing boats to large cargo ships. None were spared. He had connected several sturdy iron chains across the river, secured with iron links and adorned with sharp spikes, while hundreds of wooden barrels filled with oil hung above. Should enemy forces approach, they could ignite the oil, creating a wall of fire. Additionally, he had excavated numerous trenches and traps on the hills of the western bank, filled with sharpened stakes and iron caltrops, camouflaged with branches and soil to render them nearly invisible. Towering arrow towers dotted the hills, with countless arrow slits facing the river and the eastern bank, where tens of thousands of archers stood guard day and night, their longbows drawn and ready. Furthermore, Karim discreetly communicated with the water fortresses upstream of the Silver Moon River, agreeing that once the Xiaobang Lian attempted to cross, they would open the sluice gates, unleashing water to wash away the floating bridges and sweep the crossing soldiers into the depths. 3 days later, the forces of the Xiaobang Lian arrived at the eastern bank of the Silver Moon River as scheduled. Luo Yan, accompanied by several dukes and corps commanders, ascended a vantage point on a small hill known as Wangjiangtai. Standing atop the hill, the view of the western bank unfolded before them. There, on the hills of the western bank, the flags of the Civil Coalition fluttered in abundance, red, blue, and yellow banners billowing in the wind, symbolizing the might of various city-states. Arrow towers sprouted like mushrooms across the hills, the tallest reaching more than 3 zhang, atop which flew Karim's standard. On the surface of the Inu River, several robust iron chains span the banks, resembling a black serpent coiling above the water. The oil barrels suspended from the chains glimmered under the sunlight, releasing a pungent odor, clearly prepared for imminent combustion. The river was devoid of any vessels. Only the tumultuous currents stirred up waves that crashed against the rocky shores, producing a thunderous roar. "Karim intends to transform the Inu River into our grave," remarked Duke Kendall, gazing solemnly at the western defensive line. This commanding duke, responsible for leading the heavy infantry, possessed a tall stature and a resolute visage. His brow furrowed as he surveyed the formidable fortifications before him. He understood well that attempting to cross such a natural barrier would exact a heavy toll. "A grave? I see it as his resting place," countered Luo Yan, his voice resolute, his eyes devoid of fear, instead brimming with exhilaration and confidence. He turned to the generals at his side and issued orders with clarity and vigor. "First, instruct the engineers to immediately construct a temporary artillery platform on the eastern bank, selecting 3 elevated locations with broad views to deploy all 10 red-coated cannons. The artillery shall be calibrated to target the iron chains and the arrow towers on the western bank, but refrain from full-scale fire. Intermittent feigned attacks will confuse the enemy, leading them to believe we intend to force a crossing. Second, command the Guanning Iron Cavalry and Rocket Cavalry to descend along the eastern bank, seeking shallows with slower currents, remaining concealed and ready to act, ensuring their movements remain undetected. Once the moment is ripe, they shall cross the river and strike at the enemy's rear. Third, direct the Imperial Heavy Infantry and the Breakthrough Heavy Infantry to erect a floating bridge near the crossing point, creating the appearance of an imminent crossing, sending numerous soldiers back and forth to fabricate the illusion of a large-scale river crossing, thus drawing the enemy's main force's attention. Fourth, instruct the half-orc tribe warriors to fell trees and craft numerous rafts, each concealing fire and explosives, to float downstream at night and assault the enemy's iron chain defenses, ensuring the chains are severed to pave the way for our army's crossing." Understood. The generals responded in unison, their voices resonating through the valley. Their eyes were steadfast, harboring no doubts regarding Luo Yan's strategy. The victory at the Battle of the River had already established Luo Yan's absolute authority within the army. Regardless of how dire the situation, as long as he was present, the soldiers possessed unwavering confidence in victory. Once the military orders were issued, the eastern bank became a hive of activity. Engineers wielded shovels and axes, swiftly excavating artillery positions with skillful efficiency. Some cleared the area, others dug foundations, while yet others transported the cannons, soon securing all 10 red-coated cannons firmly on the temporary platforms. The Imperial Heavy Infantry and the Breakthrough Heavy Infantry felled nearby trees, stripping the trunks of their bark, cutting them down, and binding them together with iron chains to construct the floating bridge. Soldiers shouted commands, working in unison as sturdy trunks were pushed into the water, gradually revealing the bridge's outline. The half-orc warriors unleashed their immense strength, wielding massive axes to cleave through trees, dragging them to the riverbank to fashion rafts. Their movements were swift, and soon dozens of rudimentary rafts were constructed, each cleverly concealing fire and explosives, camouflaged with branches and reeds to appear as ordinary rafts. The entire eastern bank was shrouded in dust and commotion, a scene of intense preparation for battle. On the western bank, the Zywir coalition forces were indeed deceived. Karim stood at the command post at the pass, peering through a telescope at the summer soldiers of the Shabang Union diligently constructing the floating bridge, the 10 red-coated cannons now fully deployed and aimed at the western defenses. His expression turning grave, he immediately ordered the coalition's main forces to be repositioned to defend the crossing and the pass, with archers in the arrow tower standing ready, their longbows drawn taut like a full moon, arrowheads aimed at the river's surface. The catapults were also calibrated, with large stones piled nearby, poised to deliver a lethal blow the moment the Shabang soldiers set foot on the floating bridge. Additionally, he dispatched patrols to scour the vicinity of the river, vigilantly guarding against any surprise assaults from the Shabang forces. As night descended, the Inu River transformed into an inky abyss, obscuring all visibility. Only the campfires on the western bank flickered like will-o'-the-wisps in the darkness, illuminating the vigilant faces of Zywir soldiers. The river wind howled, the currents surged violently, and the waves crashed against the rocky banks, producing a cacophony that contributed to the eerie atmosphere of the impending ambush. Luo Yan stood within his temporary command tent on the eastern bank, several tallow candles flickering within, casting a dim light upon his resolute features. He gazed out at the thick night, addressing the Duke of Sharp Claw beside him. "Sharp Claw, Tonight rests upon your half-orcs. Remember, as the rafts drift downstream, maintain utmost silence, utilizing the cover of night and the current to evade enemy patrols. Upon nearing the iron chains, ignite the fire and explosives without hesitation, destroying the chains at all costs to clear a path for our army's crossing. The Duke of Sharp Claw knelt on one knee, his towering frame nearly touching the tent's apex. His voice boomed with the distinctive ruggedness and valor of the half-orcs. Rest assured, Your Majesty, my half-orc warriors fear neither death nor peril. Tonight, we shall shatter those iron chains, clearing the way for our army. With that, he sprang to his feet, gripping his massive axe tightly, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. At the stroke of midnight, the currents of the Inu River surged with increasing ferocity. Dozens of rafts, concealing fire and explosives, were quietly pushed into the river by the half-orc warriors. Each warrior, possessing exceptional swimming skills, submerged beneath the rafts, gripping the edges tightly, skillfully maneuvering the rafts downstream with their remarkable aquatic prowess and familiarity with the currents. The rafts glided through the darkness like phantoms, emitting no sound, the only noise being the gentle lapping of the water against the rafts, soon masked by the howling river wind. Though the Zywir soldiers conducted patrols on the western bank, the thick darkness, combined with the absence of lights on the rafts and their camouflage of branches and reeds, rendered them oblivious to the impending threat. The patrol soldiers, brandishing torches, moved back and forth along the riverbank, illuminating only a small area in front of them, entirely unaware of the rafts on the water. They remained alert, fixated on the eastern bank, anxious to thwart any nighttime crossing by the Xiaobong soldiers, neglecting the turbulent waters beneath their feet. As the rafts neared the iron chains, the half-orc leader Haishi issued the command, and the warriors concealed beneath the rafts swiftly emerged onto the rafts, their movements rapid and silent. They quickly removed the branches and reeds covering the rafts, revealing the concealed fire and explosives. Haishi personally ignited a torch, its flickering light illuminating his fearsome countenance in the darkness. The warriors sprang into action, igniting the fire, securing ropes tied to the explosives onto the iron chains, while others brandished axes, ready to sever the chains connecting the iron cables. "Light it," commanded Haishi, hurling the torch towards the explosive fuse. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening explosions erupted above the Inu River, shattering the night's tranquility. The force of the explosives exceeded all expectations, the sturdy iron chains quaking violently amidst the blasts, the chains themselves being violently torn apart, and the oil barrels suspended from the chains plummeting into the river, igniting into a raging inferno. The flames soared, illuminating the river's surface in a fiery glow, akin to broad daylight. The burning oil spread rapidly across the water, forming a long wall of fire, crackling ominously. Chapter 31. The coalition's defeat. The Zywir coalition was thrown into chaos. Soldiers, roused from their slumber, rushed towards the riverbank in alarm, attempting to extinguish the flames and destroy the approaching rafts. However, the incessant explosions and the burning oil created an insurmountable barrier that drove them back. Some soldiers, unwittingly splashed with burning oil, were engulfed in flames, emitting harrowing screams as they writhed and struggled on the riverbank, ultimately succumbing to the inferno. From the command post, Kareem's complexion turned pale. He had never anticipated that the Xiaobong Union would employ such a method to ambush the iron chain defenses. He hastily ordered the archers to shoot down the half-orc warriors on the river, and the catapults to bombard the rafts, but by then, the river was already engulfed in flames, visibility obscured, rendering the archers unable to aim and the catapults ineffective. Now is the moment. Luo Yin stood atop the artillery platform on the eastern bank, witnessing the glimmer of fire from the severed iron chains. A sharp light flashed in his eyes as he immediately commanded red-cloaked cannons, unleash a full barrage on the western pass. The pontoon forces crossed the river at once. The cavalry of Guanning and the rocket cavalry surged forth from the shallows, aiming directly at the enemy's supply camp. Fire! With a decisive command from the officer in charge of the artillery, 10 red-cloaked cannons roared in unison. The tremendous sound reverberated deafeningly, and the cannonballs, whistling like meteors, tore through the night sky, crashing violently against the arrow tower at the western pass. The already rudimentary structure of the tower collapsed under the onslaught, splintering wood flying in all directions, while the archers hiding within suffered catastrophic casualties, their screams echoing relentlessly. Some towers were directly struck by cannonballs, instantly reduced to ruins. Others trembled precariously, on the verge of collapse. Simultaneously, the pontoon bridge on the eastern bank was completed. The heavily armored infantry, wielding formidable iron shields, formed a dense shield wall akin to a moving fortress of steel, stepping onto the bridge and charging toward the western bank. Their steps were steady, causing the bridge to sway slightly, their gazes resolute and expressions impassive, utterly disregarding the arrows and stones raining down from the western side. The assault infantry followed closely behind, their long-handled sabers glinting with lethal intent, ready to engage in close combat with the enemy. The sharpshooters of the Xingho Legion positioned themselves behind the bridge, drawing bows and loosing arrows at the soldiers of the Hivial Alliance, providing cover for the advancing infantry. The Hivial Coalition's catapults and archers promptly retaliated. Massive stones fell like hail upon the bridge, while arrows descended in a torrential downpour. Yet, the shield wall of the heavy infantry remained unyielding. The boulders struck the shields with resounding thuds, leaving only dents without penetrating them. The arrows either ricocheted off or embedded themselves deep within the shields, failing to harm the soldiers behind. The soldiers of the Xiaobang Alliance advanced steadily across the bridge, their eyes devoid of fear, filled instead with unwavering courage. Just as the battle raged at the crossing, the cavalry of Guanning and the rocket cavalry had descended along the eastern bank for several miles, finding a shallow crossing where the water barely reached the bellies of their horses. This location was well concealed, shrouded in dense reeds on both banks, making it difficult for the enemy to detect. The cavalry cautiously led their steeds into the icy river. Though the water was frigid, they bore no complaints, lowering their bodies to minimize exposure to enemy sight. After crossing the river, they swiftly reformed their ranks, mounted their horses, and galloped toward the supply camp of the Hivial Coalition. The supply camp of the Hivial Alliance was situated on a plain behind the hills, far from the front lines and relatively defenseless. Most of the soldiers in the camp were logistical troops tasked with guarding grain and ammunition, lacking combat effectiveness. When the cavalry of Guanning and the rocket cavalry charged in, the soldiers in the camp could scarcely react before being felled to the ground. The rocket cavalry swiftly ignited their rockets, targeting the tents and grain piles within the camp. The raging fire spread rapidly, igniting the supplies with crackling sounds. Thick smoke billowing skyward, the tents were consumed, their contents reduced to ashes. The soldiers of the Hivial Alliance were thrown into disarray, fleeing in panic. Some cut down by cavalry, others perishing in the flames, and many falling captive. The supply lines of the Hivial Coalition were severed in an instant. As news reached the front lines, the morale of the Hivial soldiers collapsed. Deprived of supplies, holding the defensive line became an unattainable dream. Despair etched on their faces. Their will to resist significantly diminished. The once dense hail of arrows became sparse, the catapults ceased fire, and soldiers began discarding their weapons, fleeing toward the rear. Column stood on the command platform at the pass, observing the advancing soldiers of the Xiaobang Alliance, listening to the explosions and flames emanating from the supply camp behind him. His complexion turned pale as paper, his body trembling slightly. He understood that this ambush had utterly failed. The disastrous defeat at Linjiang City had cost him most of his elite troops. Now, with the Silver Moon River defense line breached and the supply camp ablaze, his 120,000 strong army was on the brink of collapse, unable to mount effective resistance. My lord, the cavalry of the Xiaobang Alliance has circled to our rear. We are surrounded. The anxious deputy exclaimed, his voice filled with despair. Bloodstains marked his armor, bearing the signs of a recent battle. Column gripped his longsword tightly, his knuckles whitening from the strain, a flicker of unwillingness and despair flashing in his eyes. He had fought countless battles throughout his life, never before experiencing such a catastrophic defeat. Yet, he understood that continuing to resist would only lead to the needless sacrifice of more soldiers. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the last of his strength to shout, "Relay my orders. The entire army will break through to the southeast, heading to Jushur City to regroup with the main forces." Upon hearing the command, the soldiers of the Hivial Coalition seized it like a lifeline, discarding their weapons and fleeing toward the southeast. They jostled and pushed one another, their formation in disarray, entirely devoid of the discipline and authority of old. The soldiers of the Xiaobang Alliance pursued relentlessly, their sharpshooters raining arrows from behind, the projectiles streaking across the night sky like falling stars, claiming the lives of fleeing soldiers. The rocket cavalry flanked them, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. The half-orc warriors led the charge, their immense strength swinging their massive axes like a tempest, cutting down the obstructing Hivial soldiers. The cacophony of screams, pleas for mercy, the thunder of hooves, and the clash of weapons intertwined, forming a mournful symphony of death. Duke Gromny, leader of the clawed warriors, charged at the forefront, his axe stained with blood, each swing claiming another life. He beheld the retreating Hivial soldiers, a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes as he roared, akin to a fierce tiger in the mountains. The soldiers of the Xingho Legion formed a precise phalanx, advancing steadily, compressing the escape route of the Hivial coalition. Their arrows were accurate and deadly, without waste. The heavy infantry held the crossing and the pass, systematically slaying any Hivial soldiers attempting to counterattack, solidifying their foothold after crossing the river. The fierce battle continued until dawn, when the first rays of sunlight illuminated the Silver Moon River, signaling the end of the conflict on the western bank. The golden sun dispelled the night, casting light upon a battlefield strewn with corpses and blood. The waters of the Silver Moon River remained turbulent, now tinged with a heavy scent of blood, reflecting a strange crimson hue. Across the hilly terrain of the western bank lay the bodies of Hivial soldiers, some sprawled in trenches, others draped over rocks, some charred beyond recognition, a gruesome sight. Weapons, armor, and banners lay scattered, a scene of utter devastation. Upon counting the toll, the Hivial coalition suffered over 50,000 casualties, with more than 30,000 slain in battle, 20,000 severely wounded, and over 30,000 captured, while the remaining 40,000 scattered in a disorganized retreat. The Xiaobang Alliance, on the other hand, incurred only around 800 casualties, mostly among the warriors of the half-orc tribes, marking a resounding victory. Luo Yin stood upon the former command platform of the Hivial coalition, where Column had once stood. He surveyed the battlefield, littered with corpses, his eyes devoid of compassion, filled instead with cold resolve and determination. War is inherently brutal. To unify the South and put an end to division and turmoil, one must pay the price of blood. He turned to his commanders and commanded, "Relay the order. The army will rest on the western bank for a day, replenishing supplies and ammunition, tending to the wounded, and burying the dead. At dawn tomorrow, we will march to Jushur City to ensure the remnants of the Hivial coalition are entirely eradicated, leaving no future threat." Understood. The commanders responded in unison, their voices resonating in the sky, filled with the elation of victory and unwavering confidence. The three dukes stepped forward, bowing deeply before Luo Yin. Duke Isolde remarked, "Great General, your strategic prowess is unmatched. A mere feint led to the breach of the Hivial coalition's formidable defenses. We are truly in awe. This victory is primarily due to your remarkable leadership." Luo Yin waved his hand dismissively, his countenance devoid of any semblance of pride, as he cast his gaze towards the southeast, where the formidable city of Jushur loomed. A hint of gravity graced his expression. Jushur was the heart of the Shiwei alliance of city-states, fortified with towering walls standing 3 zhang high and 2 zhang thick, rendering it a bastion that was easy to defend yet challenging to assault. Additionally, its military strength was robust and its provisions abundant, with Kali Mu having fled there. A desperate resistance was assured, as he would undoubtedly rally the remaining forces to prepare for a climactic confrontation with us. The impending battle would be a true test of mettle. He was acutely aware that the Shiwei coalition would not concede easily. The conflict at Jushur would inevitably escalate into an even more brutal clash. Within its walls lay not only the remnants of the Shiwei coalition, but also elite troops from various city-states, alongside the loyal death warriors sworn to the Shiwei alliance. Yet, he harbored no fear, for the grand army of the Xiaobang Lian was an unstoppable force. The thunderous roar of the red-clad artillery would serve as the loudest clarion call across the southern lands, and he, Luo Yin, would ultimately reign as the sovereign of this territory, establishing a unified, formidable, and prosperous empire. The waters of the Yinyu River flowed with relentless turbulence, infused with the scent of blood, as if recounting the tale of this fierce struggle. Soldiers of the Xiaobang Lian erected their encampments on the western shore, wisps of smoke rising into the air, intertwining with the battlefield's acrid aroma. Their faces glowed with the joy of victory. Some tended to their weapons, others repaired their armor. Some treated the wounded, while a few gathered to share tales of the combat they had endured. They firmly believed that under Luo Yan's leadership, they would surely breach Jushur and secure ultimate triumph. A greater storm was quietly brewing in the direction of Jushur. The final resistance of the Shiwei alliance was on the verge of unfolding, as the iron hooves of the Xiaobang Lian were set to tread upon the very heart of this southern land. The wheel of history rolled inexorably forward, impervious to any attempts at halting the momentum of unification, and the Battle of Yinyu River would undoubtedly be etched as a glorious chapter in this war of unification, forever immortalized in the annals of history. Chapter 32. The southern frontiers settled. The smoke of the Innu River had yet to dissipate in the wind when the dark flag of the Xia Bang Lian began to flutter atop the hills of the western shore. Luo Yin turned his gaze towards the distant Zhu Shicheng, a magnificent stronghold perched at the confluence of the plains and hills upstream of the Innu River. The very heart of the Shi Wei coalition and the last bastion resisting the iron grip of the Xia Bang Lian in the south. The army is on the march. Destination, Zhu Shicheng. Luo Yin pointed his crimson crystal whip towards the southeast, his voice resounding like thunder, cutting through the clamor of the camp. 20,000 troops of the Xia Bang Lian stirred like a colossal beast awakening, embarking once more on their journey. In the forefront, the hooves of the Guanning cavalry reverberated against the earth, their dark capes billowing in the wind. At the center marched the infantry phalanx of the Xinghua Legion. Soldiers bearing sturdy wooden longbows, quivers brimming, their lines impeccably straight. To their flanks stood the warriors of the half-orc tribes, bare-chested, their battle tattoos glistening in the sunlight. Wielding massive axes and spiked clubs that scraped the ground with a harsh rasp, while the light infantry of the Kindle Legion trailed behind. The Kurdish cavalry of Mi-Hai-Er, adorned with curved sabers, rode noble steeds, their eyes sharp as eagles, ever vigilant of their surroundings, and the Yongning Legion, serving as the reserve force, brought up the rear, their soldiers well-equipped and solemn, poised to provide support to the front lines at any moment. As the Grand Army traversed several small towns of Shi Wei along the way, the lords of these towns, having heard of the devastating defeat at Innu River and witnessing the imposing presence of the Xia Bang Lian, hastily opened their gates in surrender. Luo Yin continued to issue orders to treat the surrendered populace with kindness, strictly forbidding any looting by the soldiers, which not only stabilized the rear but also gleaned valuable intelligence regarding the defensive arrangements of Zhu Shicheng. The walls of Zhu Shicheng towered to a height of 4 zhang, with a thickness exceeding 3 zhang, more than double that of Lin Jiangcheng's walls. Constructed from colossal slabs of blue stone, with iron water poured into the seams, rendering them virtually indestructible, the walls boasted 3 tiers of arrow towers. Their myriad arrow slits resembling a beehive, capable of accommodating thousands of archers simultaneously, a wide moat, 20 zhang across and 3 zhang deep, had been excavated outside the walls, with sharpened stakes concealed beneath the water, and both banks bristling with iron caltrops and traps. There were 4 gates, each fortified with heavy ironclad wooden doors, behind which lay massive counterweights, and dozens of catapults and ballistae were stationed atop the battlements, wielding tremendous power. The garrison within comprised a formidable force of 100,000, including the remnants of the Shi Wei coalition's 40,000 soldiers and over 60,000 elite troops from various city-states, all under the direct command of Kali Mu, who was determined to fight to the death alongside Zhu Shicheng. 3 days later, the army of the Xia Bang Lian arrived at the plain area 10 li outside Zhu Shicheng, where Luo Yin ordered the camp to be established. Tents stretched for miles, wisps of smoke rising, forming a stark contrast against the distant silhouette of Zhu Shicheng. Luo Yin summoned his generals for a council. The war tent was brightly lit, with a terrain map spread across the central table, clearly marking the defensive arrangements of Zhu Shicheng. The city's defenses were formidable, and the garrison was numerous, making a reckless assault unwise. Duke Kindle studied the map, his brow furrowed. Though our forces possessed red-clad artillery, the walls were exceedingly thick, and breaching them would undoubtedly require considerable time. Moreover, the moat's vast expanse hindered the army's approach. Mi-Hai-Er brushed his hand against the curved saber at his waist, a glimmer of battle fervor flashing in his eyes. The Kurdish cavalry would be willing to serve as vanguard, attempting to establish a floating bridge across the moat to distract the enemy's attention. Duke Ruizhua thumped his chest, his voice booming. My half-orc warriors fear not death. Once the artillery breaches a gap, we shall rush in and tear apart the defenses of those Shi Wei scoundrels. Luo Yin nodded, his gaze sweeping across the assembled generals. Your words ring true. Though Zhu Shicheng is fortified, it is not without its vulnerabilities. Kali Mu is cornered, and his soldiers are demoralized. This is our advantage. He traced his finger across the map, outlining the moat and city walls. First, order the engineers to immediately construct artillery platforms on either side of the camp, deploying all 10 red-clad artillery pieces, focusing fire on the east and south gates, ensuring a breach is opened in the shortest time possible. Second, instruct the Kindle Legion to establish a floating bridge towards the east gate, creating an appearance of a strong assault across the moat to draw enemy forces. Third, command Mi-Hai-Er's Kurdish cavalry to maneuver towards the west gate, seeking a narrower section of the moat for a stealthy crossing to disrupt the enemy's rear. Fourth, positioned the sharpshooters of the Xinghua Legion near the artillery platforms to cover the engineers and heavy infantry movements while suppressing the archers atop the walls. 5th, gather the warriors of the half-orc tribes near the south gate, ready to storm in once a breach is created and engage in urban warfare. 6th, the rocket cavalry and Guanning cavalry may act freely to eliminate any fleeing enemies, while the remaining troops stand ready to support, ensuring complete annihilation of the enemy in this battle. Understood. The generals replied in unison, each setting off to fulfill their tasks. Outside the camp, the engineers busily set to work. They felled nearby trees, excavated the foundations for the artillery platforms, and transported the heavy red-clad cannons. 10 red-clad cannons were meticulously arranged, their muzzles aimed at the east and south gates of Zhushechong, their dark bodies emanating a chilling aura. The heavy infantry of the Kindle Legion pushed forward with dozens of siege engines and floating bridge components towards the east gate. The siege engines were constructed from robust timber, encased in iron plating, with protective shields atop to withstand arrows and stones. The floating bridges were fashioned from dozens of logs bound together, equipped with air sacs to allow rapid flotation on the water's surface. Within Zhushechong, Kali Mu personally oversaw the defenses at the east gate. Observing the Xia Bang Lian's bustling preparations outside the walls, his expression hardened like iron. He ordered the majority of his forces to be redeployed to the east and south gates, ensuring that archers, catapults, and ballistae were all in position, while a substantial number of soldiers were stationed along the banks of the moat, braced for the impending assault. Though the Xia Bang Lian's artillery was formidable, the walls of Zhushechong were impregnable. Convey my orders. No one is to retreat an inch. Any who dares to do so shall face immediate execution. Kali Mu's voice echoed throughout the city via the messengers, attempting to bolster the morale of his troops. The following morning, Luo Yin ascended the watchtower beside the artillery platforms, raising his telescope to survey the defenses of Zhushechong. Prepare the cannons. Target the east gate walls. With his command, the officer in charge of the artillery signaled with a red flag. Boom, boom, boom. The 10 red-clad cannons roared simultaneously, the tremendous explosions deafening. As smoke billowed forth, the cannonballs, with a piercing whistle, tore through the sky like shooting stars, crashing violently against the eastern gate's walls. The walls, constructed of blue stones, trembled violently under the impact of the shells, with stones flying and dust billowing. Following the initial volley, several depressions marred the walls, yet no breach was formed. Continue the bombardment, commanded Luo Yin. The red-clad artillery roared once more, and each shell that struck the walls sent large chunks of stone tumbling down, fissures appearing in the iron water seams of the walls, revealing grotesque cracks. The remaining soldiers of the Zywir were either killed or wounded by the residual force of the cannon fire, and many archers were struck down by debris, perishing on the spot. The trebuchets and ballistae attempted to retaliate, but the artillery of the Xia Bang Lian far surpassed their range, rendering them ineffective against the artillery positions. Each shell claimed the lives of dozens of Zywir soldiers. Karim realized that this approach was unsustainable and began to organize a counterattack, preparing to maneuver around to the west gate. Taking advantage of the artillery cover, the Kindle Legion swiftly advanced to the moat's edge. They pushed the components of a floating bridge into the water, rapidly constructing a temporary passage. The infantry, wielding iron shields, formed a dense phalanx and stepped onto the bridge, advancing toward the eastern gate. Loose arrows, hurl stones, commanded the Zywir general atop the walls. Arrows rained down like a torrential storm, and boulders tumbled from the ramparts towards the heavily armored infantry on the bridge. The heavy infantry of the Kindle Legion raised their shields overhead, forming a robust barrier. The arrows struck the shields with a clattering sound, failing to penetrate. The boulders were either blocked by siege engines or fell beside the bridge, sending up great splashes of water. Cover the archers, commanded the general of the Xinghua Legion. Thousands of archers simultaneously knocked their arrows, unleashing a hailstorm of projectiles upon the Zywir archers atop the walls. The archers of the Xinghua Legion, each a master of their craft, struck the arrow slits with precision, causing many Zywir archers to fall. The arrows from the walls thinned significantly. At this moment of fierce combat at the eastern gate, Mikhail's Kurdish cavalry had successfully maneuvered to the western gate. The moat there was relatively narrow, with a gentle current. The Kurdish cavalry stealthily dismounted, leading their steeds to the riverside, and swiftly assembled a floating bridge. They worked with remarkable speed, completing their preparations for crossing. Brothers, charge with me, Mikhail commanded, vaulting onto his steed and leading the Kurdish cavalry across the floating bridge. Just as Karim's forces were gathering at the city gate, preparing to emerge. The Kurdish cavalry launched their assault, catching them off guard. Wielding their curved sabers, the cavalry surged into the streets like tigers unleashed, targeting the enemy's granaries and armories to sever their supply lines. The Zywir soldiers, taken by surprise, could scarcely resist, falling into pools of blood. Meanwhile, the bombardment from the red-clad artillery at the eastern gate continued unabated. After several hours of relentless fire, a breach several yards wide finally appeared in the walls. Stones lay scattered across the ground, with earth and debris piled high on the inner side of the walls. The breach is open. Half-orc warriors, charge, commanded Luo Yan. The Duke of Sharp Claws swung his massive axe, roaring, "Brothers, storm the city and seize the spoils." The warriors of the half-orc tribe surged forward like unbridled wild horses towards the opening. With immense strength and speed, they quickly reached the moat's edge. The heavy infantry of the Kindle Legion parted to allow them passage over the floating bridge, rushing towards the breach. Seeing this, the Zywir soldiers hurled stones and fireballs at the breach in an attempt to halt the half-orc charge. Yet, the half-orc warriors remained undeterred, wielding their massive axes to deflect the projectiles and continued their advance. Many half-orc warriors were struck by stones and severely wounded, yet they pressed on, dragging their injured bodies into the breach. "Kill!" shouted the first half-orc warrior to enter the breach, swinging his axe at a Zywir soldier. The soldier, unable to evade, was cleaved in two, blood splattering the half-orc warrior. Other half-orc warriors followed suit, surging into the city and engaging in brutal close-quarters combat with the Zywir soldiers. Utilizing their extraordinary strength and ferocity, the half-orc warriors rampaged through the streets, forcing the Zywir soldiers to retreat. The soldiers of the Xingho Legion followed closely behind the half-orcs. Entering the city, they formed a disciplined phalanx, advancing through the streets, while sharpshooters on the flanks accurately eliminated any Zywir soldiers attempting to resist. In the midst of the urban warfare, the soldiers of the Xingho Legion capitalized on their formation's advantages, coordinating seamlessly with the half-orc warriors to expand their gains. Karim, upon learning of the breach at the eastern wall and the cavalry assault at the western gate, was filled with alarm. He hastily ordered the troops at the southern gate to reinforce the eastern front while dispatching forces to encircle the Kurdish cavalry at the west gate. However, the Zywir army had descended into chaos, and orders could not be conveyed effectively. As the southern gate's forces began to mobilize, they were met with a fierce bombardment from the Zyabanglian artillery, suffering heavy casualties and unable to provide timely support to the eastern gate. At the western gate, Mikhail's Kurdish cavalry had successfully captured the enemy's granaries and armories. They set the granaries ablaze, flames soaring to the sky and thick smoke billowing forth. The weapons and ammunition within the armory were completely destroyed. News of the devastation spread through the city, shattering the morale of the Zywir soldiers, many of whom began to abandon their weapons and flee in panic. Within the eastern gate, the street fighting raged on. The Kindle Legion also surged into the city, joining forces with the half-orcs and the soldiers of the Xingho Legion to eradicate the remaining Zywir soldiers. The Kindle Legion excelled in close combat, their iron shields and hunting knives proving effective in the urban conflict, dispatching the obstinate Zywir soldiers one by one. The half-orc warriors suffered the heaviest casualties in the fray. Leading the charge, they lacked effective protection, and many were struck by arrows or crushed by falling stones. Some even fell victim to the enemy's spears in the street fighting. The Duke of Sharp Claws personally led the elite troops at the forefront, his arm struck by a cold arrow, blood streaming down. Yet he continued to wield his massive axe, slaying several Zywir officers. "Brothers, hold fast. Victory is within our grasp." His roar spurred the half-orc warriors around him. The soldiers of the Xingho Legion also paid a significant price. In the street fighting, Zywir archers concealed in buildings and lofts relentlessly unleashed arrows. Many sharpshooters fell victim to these ambushes, collapsing to the ground. Nevertheless, the soldiers of the Xingho Legion remained undaunted, covering one another as they systematically eliminated hidden foes, retaliating with their precise arrows. After harassing the enemy's rear, Mikhail's Kurdish cavalry found themselves besieged by remnants of the Zywir forces. Though the cavalry was elite, their numbers were limited, and they struggled to leverage their speed in the close quarters of the city. Many cavalry members were encircled and engaged in fierce combat. Mikhail led by example, wielding his curved sword and dispatching several enemy commanders, but his steed was struck by a spear and fell. He continued the fight on foot, sustaining multiple injuries, his blood staining his battle robe. "Where is Karim?" inquired Luo Yan. "Your Majesty, Karim has retreated with the remaining forces to the palace, intending to make a last stand," reported a messenger. Luo Yan turned his steed towards the palace. The palace, located at the heart of Jushur city, was a formidable fortress. Karim commanded thousands of elite soldiers stationed within, preparing for a final resistance. The forces of the Xiabanglian surrounded the palace. The red-clad artillery was brought forth to the palace gates, bombarding the entrance. Although the palace doors were sturdy, they quickly succumbed to the cannon fire. The half-orc warriors were the first to breach the palace, engaging in the final brutal clash with the defenders. Inside the royal palace, Karimu stood before the grand hall with a long sword in hand. He gazed at the soldiers of the Xiabanglian rushing into the palace, a flicker of despair and unwillingness flashing in his eyes. The valiant warriors of Xiwir had fought bravely for their homeland, perishing on the battlefield. With a fierce cry, Karimu brandished his sword and charged towards the Xiabanglian soldiers. Duke Ruejua met him head-on, the giant axe in his grasp colliding with Karimu's longsword, sending sparks flying. Although Karimu's swordsmanship was exquisite, the strength of Duke Ruejua was even more formidable. After several rounds, Karimu gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Seizing an opening, Duke Ruejua struck Karimu's shoulder with his axe. With a cry of anguish, Karimu's sword slipped from his grasp. "You have lost," Duke Ruejua said coldly. Looking down at the fallen Karimu, struggling to rise, Karimu surveyed the lifeless bodies of the Xiwir soldiers around him, tears streaming down his face. "I cannot accept this. I cannot," he murmured. At that moment, Luo Yin entered the square. Observing the fallen Karimu, he spoke in a calm tone. "Karimu, you were a worthy opponent. But the wheels of history cannot be halted. The division and turmoil among the city-states of Xiwir must come to an end." Karimu lifted his head, glaring at Luo Yin. "Luo Yin, do not revel in your triumph. The people of Xiwir will never submit." In a sudden rage, he pulled a dagger from his bosom, intending to take his own life. "Want to die? It won't be so easy." Duke Ruejua kicked the dagger from Karimu's hand and seized him. Despite Karimu's desperate struggles, they proved futile. He glared at Luo Yin, his eyes filled with hatred. "Luo Yin, even in death, I will not spare you." Luo Yin shook his head and turned to the soldiers at his side, commanding, "Take him away and execute him publicly." With Karimu's beheading, the resistance within the city of Jushur was utterly quelled. This brutal battle had raged from dawn until deep into the night, culminating in a victory for the Xiabanglian. In the aftermath, the Xiwir coalition forces suffered catastrophic losses, with only 1 in 10 surviving, over 80,000 dead and more than 10,000 captured. With only a handful of soldiers managing to escape, but they were utterly disorganized. On the Xiabanglian side, the half-orc tribes suffered over 3,000 casualties. The Xingho Legion over 500, the Kindle Legion 800, and Mikhail's Kurdish cavalry 600, while the Yongming Legion's losses were almost negligible. The fall of Jushur marked the complete annihilation of the Xiwir city-states. Luo Yin stood in the grand hall of the palace, receiving the homage of the generals. "Convey my orders. All lands and populace of Jushur and the Xiwir city-states shall be directly governed by me, establishing the Inu province, with officials appointed by me to oversee its administration. All treasures, food, and armaments within the city and various city-states shall be accounted for and rewarded to the dukes and soldiers based on their military achievements. Long live His Majesty! Long live! Long live!" The generals cheered in unison, their faces glowing with the joy of victory and satisfaction. In this campaign, they had not only achieved great military feats, but also received generous rewards, returning home content. Luo Yin approached the window of the grand hall and pushed it open. Outside, the lights of Jushur twinkled, and the once tumultuous battlefield had gradually settled into tranquility. He gazed upon this conquered land, his eyes shimmering with resolute determination. The unification of the South was merely the first step in his grand vision. In the future, he would lead the Xiabanglian to forge an even more glorious and powerful empire. As night deepened, the clamor of Jushur faded, leaving only the Xiabanglian banner fluttering in the night breeze, heralding the dawn of a new era. Chapter 33: The Feast of Yongning in the Late Spring. The city of Yongning was enveloped in a warm, golden glow, beneath the crimson palace walls of the southern summer palace. The flowing water of the moat carried fallen pink and white petals eastward, washing away the remnants of the months-long campaign against Xiwir. The sweet scent of burning pine and cypress branches rose from the bronze cauldron at the city gates, intertwining with the jubilant cheers from the streets, welcoming the triumphant return of the Xiabanglian army. Behind Luo Yin, 10,000 elite soldiers stood in disciplined formation. Although the bloodstains on their armor had been wiped clean, the lingering scent of smoke and the marks of clashing weapons still told the tale of the brutal campaign that lasted 3 months. As the army entered the city, the streets were thronged with citizens, The elderly held ceramic bowls filled with grains, children waved homemade paper flags, and women tossed prepared garlands to the soldiers. Cheers, cries, and expressions of gratitude mingled together, forming a grand song of triumph. After the entrance ceremony, Luo Yin did not rest immediately. He first convened the generals who remained in charge of the Zywir city-states within the central military tent, personally assigning duties for maintaining order, managing supplies, and comforting the populace. He issued strict orders prohibiting soldiers from disturbing the local people and urged local officials to restore production promptly, gradually implementing the laws and teachings of the Zaibanglian. Once everything was arranged, the night quietly descended, with the lights of Yongning illuminating the palace lanterns, resembling scattered stars, heralding the forthcoming grand celebration. 3 days later, the main hall of the summer palace, Ming Hall, was adorned in resplendent gold and brilliance. Outside, 60 white marble columns were entwined with red silk and golden ribbons, while hanging tapestries embroidered with the Zaibanglian star emblem and the sigils of various duchies shimmered in the breeze, as if narrating the journey of unity against a common foe. Inside, the floor was covered with carpets transported from the Holy Light Alliance, soft and silent underfoot. 9 enormous glass lanterns hung from the beams, illuminating the hall as bright as day. The tables on either side were neatly arranged, filled with bronze dishes, white jade wine cups, and glassware, as the air was infused with the delectable aroma of food and wine, tantalizing the senses. At 1/4 past the hour of you, as the inner servant raised his voice in greeting, the dukes, marquises, and earls of the Zaibanglian entered Mingda Hall, adorned in the luxurious attire of their respective territories. They displayed a range of expressions, from youthful vigor to composed maturity, each face reflecting the radiance of victory tempered with fatigue. Yet their eyes sparkled with hope for the future. Luo Yin, clad in a dark robe adorned with golden dragon patterns and a jade belt, held a dark jade tablet as he sat at the head of the table. He surveyed the assembly with a gentle yet commanding smile. Noble dukes, marquises, and earls, today we gather in the Yongning Summer Palace, firstly to celebrate our great victory over the Zywir city-states, secondly to express gratitude for your blood, sweat, and toil over the past months, and thirdly to discuss the future development of our alliance. This victory cannot be attributed to any one individual, but is a testament to the sacrifices of every soldier and the unity among you all. The territories we hold today are due to your immense contributions. As his words resonated, thunderous applause erupted within the hall, causing the lanterns above to sway gently. Luo Yin raised his hand to signal for everyone to take their seats, then proclaimed loudly, "Let the feast begin." In an instant, maidens dressed in simple long gowns entered in orderly fashion, each carrying a platter of delicacies. The air was filled with the steam of tenderly stewed grassland lamb, the rich broth wafting enticing aromas. On white jade plates lay fresh shellfish and prawns from the shores of Zywir, drizzled with amber sauce, their colors alluring. A whole roasted pig, golden and crispy, was stuffed with spices and dried fruits, the fat sizzling and dripping from the crispy skin, along with fruits from the Xingho Duchy. Hand-pulled meat from the Kurdish grasslands, delicacies from the Eagle's Nest Mountains, and an array of specialties from various territories, all of which dazzled the eyes. The beverage area was equally abundant. The deep-colored wine from the Xingho Duchy offered a rich flavor and lingering taste. The fragrant and sharp mare's milk from the Kurdish grasslands packed a punch, and the wild fruit wine from the Eagle's Nest Mountains was sweet and tangy, with a lower alcohol content, as well as rice and fruit wines brewed by the Alliance, all arranged in various vessels for the guests to enjoy at will. At the leftmost seat, Duke Kindle of the Eagle's Nest was sipping from a bronze cup, engaging in quiet conversation with Duke Isolde of the Wind Chime, both raising their cups in camaraderie. The flavors of the wine reflected the unique characteristics of their territories, symbolizing the deep friendship between the two duchies. Adjacent to them were the seats of the Gromny Duchy. Beside the Grand Duke Gromny, the formidable Huéjua Grom, sits Kulzin Huéjua, the noble of the Huéjua tribe and son of the elder Huéjua, who, feeling his advancing age, has abdicated in favor of his son and retired to Yongning City for a tranquil life. Kulzin, a half-orc, stands slightly shorter than Huéjua, yet possesses a similarly robust physique. His skin is a deep gray, and his hands are covered in thick calluses, with nails sharp as claws. He is clad in simple leather armor that reveals his sturdy arms. At this moment, he is voraciously gnawing on a roasted leg of lamb, grease smudging the corners of his mouth, occasionally raising a wooden bowl to clink with Grok Tiezong, the noble of the Brownhide tribe, as they indulge in hearty drinks together. Grok Tiezong, also a half-orc, bears a brownish complexion and sports a pair of curved horns atop his head, his muscular build even more pronounced than Coulson's. His personality is boisterous and carefree, adorned in leather armor studded with copper nails. He regales the assembly with tales of how he tore apart the armor of the Shivi soldiers with his bare hands and led his warriors to breach the city gates. His booming voice garners enthusiastic cheers from the surrounding Orcish leaders, creating an atmosphere of exuberance. Seated at the outer edge is Moxar Yenhun, the noble of the Yenhun clan. Moxar, an orc with a dark blue-black complexion, has a somewhat heavy build, yet his gaze is steady, revealing an unexpected wisdom that belies his years. His tribe, numbering around 50,000, venerates the spirits of their ancestors and excels in sorcery. Unlike his more boisterous kin, he quietly sips on mare's milk liquor, occasionally observing the dynamics within the hall with a watchful and contemplative demeanor, for he is the sole pure-blood orc tribe in the entire Zybanglion. To the right at the head table is Grand Duke Mikhail Kurd, adorned in a brocade robe embroidered with the emblem of his White Ram tribe. Beside him sits Alexei Volkov, the noble of the Huilang tribe. Alexei is slender, yet possesses sharp eyes and nimble movements, reminiscent of a wolf on the prairie. The three elder nobles of the Ingyu tribe, Grigory Zhukov, Valery Bogodyrev, and Stepan Kozak, occupy the outermost seats. All three, having crossed the threshold of 50, bear faces etched with wrinkles, their eyes reflecting the passage of time. Clad in leather cloaks adorned with eagle feather motifs, they huddle together, engaging in quiet conversation. The Ingyu tribe, also numbering around 50,000, lives a nomadic life, skilled in horseback archery and reconnaissance. Following their recent victory, the herds of the prairie can finally thrive in peace. Grigory Zhukov sighs with a hint of relief, expressing hope that warfare may be momentarily absent, allowing them to enjoy a stable existence. Valery Bogodyrev nods in agreement, attributing their success to the wise leadership of Lord Luoyin and the collaborative efforts of the principalities. He emphasizes the need to develop their tribes, ensuring their people are well-fed and clothed. Stepan Kozak raises his wooden bowl, proposing a toast to their peaceful future. The trio gently clinks their bowls and drinks deeply, their eyes shimmering with aspirations for what lies ahead. Closest to the throne is the seat of the Xingho Grand Duchy. Grand Duke Leo Erwin is accompanied by the Lord of Kyrden City, Talali Selen, and the Lord of Valerian City, German Marion, who shares jovial banter with those around him, recounting amusing tales from Valerian City that elicit hearty laughter from the assembly. Lord Novsilvana of Island City, one of the most powerful nobles under the jurisdiction of the Xingho Grand Duchy, holds a population of approximately 200,000, with fortified cities and ample provisions. He currently holds a cup of wine, lost in solemn contemplation. Lords Jermis Celine and Dudlon Zephyros of Coriolis City and Myral City, respectively, sit at the outer edge. Jermis, around 30, possesses a tall and handsome stature, with a glimmer of sharpness in his eyes, while Dudlon, aged 35, carries a gentle demeanor and a cultured gaze. Both possessing populations of about 100,000, they quietly discuss post-war trade plans with fervor. Lord Dudlon notes that the ports of Shivi will soon reopen, enabling Coriolis City to engage in trade, fostering mutual benefit. Jermis sees the opportunity for economic growth and smoother material circulation within the alliance. Dudlon smiles slightly, agreeing that the fleet of Myral City can handle transportation, and they can jointly establish a maritime trade route to contribute to the prosperity of the alliance. As the banquet progresses, Lord Luoyin raises his jade wine goblet and stands. The hall falls silent, all eyes fixated upon him. Esteemed guests, Luoyin's voice, though soft, resonates with a profound intensity. The campaign against Shivi has spanned several months, with numerous battles claiming over 10,000 lives of our brave soldiers, leading to today's victory. This cup, I raise in honor of those valiant warriors. He solemnly spills the wine upon the ground, his expression grave. The assembly rises in unison, mimicking Luoyin's gesture, pouring out their wine as a tribute to the fallen. The hall is enveloped in silence, broken only by the soft whimper of the wind through the window, echoing the horrors of war and the solemnity of sacrifice. After a moment, Luoyin lifts his cup again, his voice rising with fervor. This second cup is dedicated to all of you. It is your leadership and the bloodshed of your soldiers, who fearlessly battled formidable foes, that has brought glory and expansion to our alliance. From the valiant warriors of the Eagle's Nest who halted reinforcements, to the soldiers of the Wind Bell who safeguarded logistics. The Orc legions of Grand Duke Gromny who breached the gates, the cavalry of Grand Duke Kurd who charged valiantly, the archers of the Xingho Grand Duchy who struck true, and the unwavering support of all nobles present. This victory belongs to you all. The Xiabanglian shall not forget your contributions, and post-war, we shall reward your merits. Reduce taxes across the territories and allocate resources to foster development, ensuring your lands flourish and your people prosper. May we serve the alliance to the death. May we follow Lord Luoyin into battle. The crowd erupts in a thunderous chorus, filled with admiration and loyalty towards Luoyin. They raise their goblets, drinking deeply, the warmth of the liquor igniting their spirits and fueling their ambitions. Observing the vigor of the assembly, Luoyin nods in satisfaction and continues. Though the cities of Shivi have been conquered, the road ahead for governance is arduous. Each principality must collaborate to soothe the local populace, restore order, and disseminate the culture and systems of the alliance, allowing the citizens of Shivi to genuinely integrate into the family of the Xiabanglian. Furthermore, we must enhance internal communication and cooperation within the alliance, fostering mutual growth. I am confident that with your efforts, the Xiabanglian will usher in an even more glorious tomorrow. We shall heed Lord Luoyin's teachings. The assembly responds in unison, their expressions resolute. As the evening unfolds, the atmosphere of the banquet grows increasingly vibrant. The leaders rise to toast Luoyin, recounting moments from the battles. The lords of each principality clink their cups, sharing governance experiences and discussing post-war collaborations. Kindle of the Eagle's Nest approaches Luoyin with a bronze goblet, exclaiming, Lord Luoyin, though our warriors in Eagle's Nest suffered losses, they also achieved great victories. I am willing to lead the Eagle's Nest army and civilians to continue following you, expanding our territory and contributing to the prosperity of the alliance. Luoyin raises his hand to clink cups with him, smiling as he replies, The valorous Kindle, the development of the alliance is inseparable from your support. Following the war, I will order a 3-year tax exemption for Eagle's Nest and allocate a supply of food and medicine to assist in your recovery. Hearing this, Kindle is overjoyed and bows deeply in gratitude. Thank you, Lord Luoyin. The people of Eagle's Nest shall be eternally grateful and pledge unwavering loyalty to the alliance. Isolde of the Wind Bell then approaches Luoyin respectfully, stating, Lord Luoyin, the soldiers of Windbell Fort have completed their rest and are ready to be deployed at the alliance's command. I am willing to join hands with other duchies to collectively safeguard the territory of the Confederation, ensuring that no foreign foes set foot in our Xiabanglian even for a moment. Luoyin nodded and remarked, Duke Isolde possesses profound wisdom. The renown of the Fengling infantry has long echoed throughout the Confederation. After the war, I shall allocate a batch of fine iron and leather to support Fengling Fortress, enhancing the equipment of our infantry and elevating your combat capabilities. Simultaneously, I hope you will engage in more exchanges and training with the armies of other duchies to collectively elevate the overall strength of the Confederation's forces. Duke Isolde bowed respectfully and affirmed, I shall faithfully adhere to your command, my lord. Duke Ruizhao Grom strode confidently to stand before Luoyin, his imposing figure nearly overshadowing half of the main seat. In a deep, resonant voice, he proclaimed, My lord, the half-orc warriors fear not the call to battle. So long as you issue the order, the valiant warriors of the Gromny Duchy are ever ready to march forth and secure more land for the Confederation. Luoyin regarded this robust beastman duke with an approving gaze, stating, Duke Ruizhao, your valor and loyalty are evident to me and to all within the Confederation. The combat prowess of the Half-Orc Legion is formidable and constitutes a significant strength for us. After the war, I shall order the opening of trade routes in the south, allowing you to exchange pelts and ores for food, cloth, and weaponry, thereby improving the livelihood of your tribesmen. Additionally, I will construct relay stations in the northern wilderness to strengthen our connections with various tribes. Upon hearing this, Ruizhao's dark visage broke into a grin, revealing sharp fangs. Thank you, my lord. We half-orcs shall remain eternally loyal to the Confederation and to you. Saying this, he raised a wooden bowl and drained the mare's milk liquor within. Mikhail cooled accompanied Alexei Volkov and 3 elders from the Ingyu tribe to stand before Luoyin. Mikhail inclined his body and said, My lord, the cavalry of the Cooled Prairie is willing to serve as a bulwark for the Confederation, safeguarding the tranquility of the western borders. After the war, we will fortify the defenses of the prairie, train more cavalry, and also develop animal husbandry and agriculture to ensure the prairie flourishes. Luoyin nodded and replied, Duke Mikhail, the western prairie is a vital shield for the Confederation. Your responsibilities are considerable. After the war, I shall allocate a batch of superior horses and farming tools to assist you in developing animal husbandry and agriculture. I also hope you will strengthen communication with other duchies to promote the integration of the prairie with the interior. Thank you, my lord. Mikhail and the others chorused in gratitude, subsequently toasting with Luo Yin and drinking heartily. Duke Liao Erwin, accompanied by several nobles from the Xingho Duchy, approached Luo Yin and spoke gently. "My lord, the Xingho Duchy is willing to contribute further to the development of the Confederation. We shall dispatch craftsmen, educators, and physicians to the cities of Shiwei, aiding in the restoration of production, the dissemination of culture, and the healing of the sick." Luo Yin smiled and responded, "Duke Liao, the Xingho Duchy is the economic pillar of the Confederation. Your support is crucial for our development. After the war, I shall decree the establishment of a dedicated trading port in the Xingho Duchy, reducing certain tariffs to promote trade growth. I also hope you will continue to leverage your advantages, leading other duchies towards shared prosperity. I shall comply with your command." Liao and his companions bowed in response. The banquet continued into the late hours of the night, with laughter and merriment reverberating throughout the Ming hall. As the wine flowed and dishes were savored, a rosy hue adorned the faces of the attendees, and conversations flourished. They recounted tales from the battles, shared amusing anecdotes from their territories, and envisioned future developments, creating an atmosphere both vibrant and harmonious. As the night deepened, Luo Yin gazed upon the joyful assembly with a heart full of contentment. He understood that this feast was not merely a celebration of victory, but also a reinforcement of the Confederation's cohesion. The bonds of friendship among the duchies and tribes were further deepened during this gathering, which was vital for the Confederation's future growth. Finally, at the third watch of the night, the banquet approached its conclusion. Luo Yin rose once more and declared, "Esteemed guests, the celebration banquet concludes here today. Tomorrow, I shall convene a meeting in the assembly hall to discuss various matters regarding the post-war situation. Tonight, may you all rest well and rejuvenate your spirits." The attendees rose to take their leave, bowing to Luo Yin before sequentially exiting the Ming hall. Their faces bore the marks of inebriation, yet their hearts were filled with unwavering resolve. Upon exiting the summer palace, the streets of Yongning City remained brightly lit, with the common folk still rejoicing in victory. The dukes, nobles, and elders boarded their respective carriages, making their way to the relay stations, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the future. 3 days later, the assembly meeting concluded, and arrangements for the post-war matters were in place. The dukes, nobles, and elders bid farewell to Luo Yin, departing with the Confederation's rewards and directives as they embarked on their journeys back to their respective territories. Their carriages traversed the streets of Yongning City, leaving behind the gradually receding summer palace and leading toward the roads that would take them home. They understood that in the days to come, they would shoulder even greater responsibilities, collaborating with Luo Yin to construct a more prosperous and powerful Xiaobonglian. In the rosy glow of Yongning City, Luo Yin stood atop the castle tower of the summer palace, watching the departing figures. His gaze was profound, directed toward the distant lands. The conquest of the cities of Shiwei was merely a milestone in the development of the Xiaobonglian. In the future, even broader horizons awaited their exploration. He believed that with the united efforts of all duchies and tribes, the Xiaobonglian would rise like the sun at dawn, radiating an even more dazzling brilliance. Chapter 34. Shiwei Province. The warmth of the banquet had yet to dissipate when Luo Yan's desk was already strewn with maps and documents pertaining to Shiwei Province. In the flickering candlelight, the architect of the Xiaobonglian surveyed the scattered city-states and villages across the map with the keen gaze of a hawk, his fingers tracing the jagged borders of the territories. Shiwei Province, covering an expanse of approximately 600,000 square kilometers, had endured centuries of strife and division, resulting in a fragmented landscape where city-states operated independently and towns were devoid of overarching governance. 23 city-states resembled sovereign kingdoms, 78 towns engaged in their own conflicts, and 346 villages existed as a disjointed mosaic. With a total population of 3,580,000 citizens suffering under the burdens of inconsistent governance and resource depletion in such a fractured state, Luo Yin understood that to genuinely incorporate this land into his governance system and to achieve stable administration and a secure livelihood for the populace, the first step was to dismantle the deeply entrenched barriers of division and to thoroughly restructure the existing administrative regions. He convened the most esteemed cartographers, bureaucrats, and military leaders in Haishi City for a closed-door meeting that spanned 3 days. The fertile plains of the Inyu River, the formidable majesty of the Tiji mountain range, and the bountiful resources of the southern hills were meticulously considered by Luo Yin. He recognized that regional delineations could not rely solely on geographical boundaries. They must also account for population distribution, economic foundations, and cultural affinities. After countless simulations and debates, a comprehensive plan for the consolidation of cities and towns finally emerged. Luo Yin divided Shiwei province into 3 counties, naming them Yinyu County, Taiji County, and Xian County. Yinyu County, situated in the eastern part of Shiwei province, encompassed the entire Yinyu River Plain, which was the most fertile agricultural zone and the most densely populated area in the province. The county seat was established in the former Giant Stone City, which Luo Yin renamed Yinyu City, symbolizing governance as clear and just as the silver moon. Yinyu County governed 4 districts: Yushi, Xingqiao, Yuntian, and Fenghe, each further divided into 4 townships, totaling 16 townships, which encompassed 108 villages, thereby precisely covering all agricultural settlements and artisan workshops within the plain. Taiji County was located in the western part of Shiwei province, with the Tiji mountain range spanning its entirety. The steep mountains were rich in minerals, making it a crucial source of military strength and resources. The county seat, originally known as White Wolf City, was renamed Sparta City by Luo Yin, drawing inspiration from the resilient and disciplined spirit of Sparta, with hopes that it would become a formidable military stronghold guarding the west. Taiji County comprised 3 districts: Taifeng, Shixia, and Lingu, divided into 14 townships, governing 94 villages that included mining settlements within the mountains, as well as agricultural villages nestled in the mountain basins. Xinjiuan is situated in the southern part of Zaiwei province, characterized by rolling hills and convenient maritime access on 3 sides, serving as a commercial hub that connects Zaiwei province with external regions. The county seat, Fenghu City, is predominantly inhabited by citizens engaged in commerce and handicrafts. Luo Yin renamed it Athens City, symbolizing the ideals of civilization, inclusivity, and prosperity in governance. Xinjiuan governs 4 counties: Shangtu, Yiyuan, Xiutian, and Xipan, which are further divided into 15 townships and encompass 109 villages, perfectly integrating the southern trade towns with agricultural communities. With the plan established, Luo Yin was acutely aware that the path to implementation would be fraught with challenges. Despite the execution of many lords from various city-states in Zaiwei, some remained in power due to their timely surrender. Those accustomed to regional autonomy, such as city lords and stronghold leaders, would not easily relinquish their authority. To ensure the smooth execution of the consolidation plan, Luo Yin first focused on talent acquisition. He ordered a rigorous assessment of adult students who had studied for over 6 months at the Haishi City Academy, evaluating their capabilities in governance, legal knowledge, and public administration. After meticulous screening, over 1,200 individuals demonstrating basic governance skills and commendable character emerged, forming the core of Zaiwei province's administrative talent pool as grassroots officials. Simultaneously, Luo Yin selected the most outstanding officials from Haishi City to appoint as provincial and county leaders. The provincial leader was named Samuel Walker, a former minister of administration of Haishi City, known for his exceptional organizational skills and integrity, earning Luo Yin's trust. The county leader of Yinwei was designated as Elliot White, skilled in agricultural management and public welfare, who had previously spearheaded significant agricultural reforms around Haishi City. The county leader of Tiejia was named Gabriel Black, hailing from a military family with expertise in mountain warfare and border defense, a rare talent embodying both martial and scholarly prowess. The county leader of Xinjiuan was appointed Isabella Green, proficient in commercial operations and diplomatic affairs, who had successfully developed multiple external trade channels for Haishi City. The selection process for county leaders was equally stringent, with Luo Yin choosing from the talent pool and grassroots officials of Haishi City, ultimately determining 11 county leaders: Alfred Jean of Yueshi County, Benjamin Yin of Xingqiao County, Charles Tong of Yintian County, David Tai of Fenghe County, Edward Shan of Taifeng County, Frank Yin of Shixia County, George Lin of Lingu County, Henry Shang of Shangtu County, Aaron E. of Yuan County, Jack Nong of Qiutian County, and Lily Shui of Xipan County. These leaders either possessed rich grassroots governance experience or specialized knowledge, each a capable individual in their own right. Once the personnel were in place, Luo Yin immediately mobilized military forces to provide robust support for the implementation of the consolidation plan. He personally led 2 battalions of heavy infantry, 2 battalions of assault infantry, the Guanning Iron Cavalry, and 10,000 elite troops summoned from Haishi City, marching grandly towards Zaiwei province. Upon arrival, Luo Yin refrained from immediate military action, first dispatching envoys to various city-states and strongholds to convey his consolidation decree, elucidating the benefits of regional integration, hoping to achieve unification without bloodshed. However, events did not unfold as Luo Yin had envisioned. the lords of the 5 surrendered city-states rejected his decree. Among them were the lord of Haidi City near the western Tiejia Mountains, the lord of Qiyin City in the southern hills, the lord of Hanshuang City in the eastern plains, and the lords of Leitang City and Song City in the central region. These lords, confident in their formidable strength and fortified positions, boldly declared their refusal to recognize Lu Yin's rule, even gathering armies to confront his forces. Among them, the lord of Haidi City was particularly arrogant. Haidi City, perched in a treacherous valley within the Tiejia Mountains, was fortified with walls made of black stone, soaring to great heights, making it easy to defend yet difficult to attack. Lord Morton Black, a long-established noble with a family lineage of 300 years in Haidi City, commanded 5,000 private soldiers, many of whom were skilled mountain warriors equipped with iron armor. Morton Black believed that although Lu Yin's army was elite, their unfamiliarity with the terrain of the Tiejia Mountains would lead to their downfall if he simply held his ground. Upon learning of Morton Black's provocation, Luo Yin was incensed. He immediately ordered Gabriel Black, the county leader of Tiejia, to lead a squad of heavy infantry, a squad of assault infantry, the Guanning Iron Cavalry, and 3,000 soldiers to subdue Haidi City. Gabriel Black, aware of the city's defensive advantages, refrained from ordering an immediate assault, instead first dispatching scouts into the valley to investigate Haidi City's defensive weaknesses and supply routes. After 3 days of reconnaissance, the scouts reported that Haidi City's water source was a stream deep within the valley, and its supplies relied on a concealed mountain path. Gabriel Black promptly devised a battle plan. First, to send the Guanning Iron Cavalry on a night raid along the mountain path to sever Haidi City's supply line. Second, to have the assault infantry build a dam upstream on the stream to cut off the city's water supply. Finally, the heavy infantry and 3,000 soldiers would form an encirclement at the city's base, forcing Morton Black to surrender. As night fell, the Guanning Iron Cavalry stealthily infiltrated the mountain path, which was narrow and steep, allowing only one person and horse to pass at a time, flanked by steep cliffs. However, the riders, with their superb horsemanship, swiftly advanced in the darkness. The soldiers guarding the supply line were caught off guard and were swiftly overwhelmed by the Guanning Iron Cavalry, leading to the immediate severance of the supply line. Simultaneously, the assault infantry rapidly constructed a dam upstream, obstructing the torrential stream and quickly causing a water shortage for Haidi City. The following morning, Gabriel Black ordered the army to array before Haidi City. The heavy infantry formed a tightly packed phalanx, their spears resembling a forest and shields forming a wall. 2,000 soldiers stood ready with siege hammers and ladders for an assault. Another 1,000 soldiers were stationed on the flanks to prevent any breakout by Haidi City's defenders. Morton Black, observing the vast army outside and the dried-up moat, turned pale. He attempted to send envoys to negotiate with Gabriel Black, seeking a respite, but was firmly rebuffed. Morton Black, you openly defy the royal decree and rebel. Surrender is your only option, or the city will fall and you will perish. Gabriel Black's voice echoed throughout the city via the herald. Morton Black, realizing the dire situation, remained resolute and ordered his soldiers to hold the walls, attempting to resist to the end. Witnessing this, Gabriel Black commanded the assault to commence. Soldiers pushed the siege hammers against the city gates with tremendous force, the resounding impacts shaking the very walls, causing stones to rain down from above. The heavy infantry then utilized ladders to bravely scale the walls, engaging in fierce combat with Haidi City's defenders. The Guanning Iron Cavalry remained vigilant for any breach in the walls, ready to charge in at the first opportunity. Although the soldiers of Haidi City fought valiantly, they ultimately could not withstand Lu Yin's elite forces. The spears of the heavy infantry easily pierced their armor, and the axes wielded by the soldiers of Haidi City splattered blood, claiming lives. Morton Black witnessed his soldiers fall one by one, the breach in the walls widening, and his last glimmer of hope extinguished. With a deep sigh, he ordered the gates to be opened and surrendered to Gabriel Black. After capturing Haidi City, Gabriel Black escorted Morton Black and his core followers before Luo Yin. Luo Yin, furious at Morton Black's act of rebellion, chose not to execute him immediately to placate other potential dissenters, instead imprisoning him in the dungeons of Inuit City, stripping him of all power and lands. The fall of Haidi City dealt a heavy blow to other rebels. The lords of Leitang City and Song City, witnessing the elite nature of Luo Yin's forces, recognized their inability to contend and willingly surrendered, accepting the consolidation decree. However, the lords of Qiyin City and Hanshuang City remained obstinate, continuing their feudal resistance. Qiyin is situated in a basin within the southern hills, renowned for its abundant iron ore and sulfur deposits. Lord Lei Ming de Hua Yin has utilized these resources to forge a well-equipped army of 4,000 private soldiers, among whom are 200 proficient musketeers, their firearms acquired from the dwarves. Lei Ming de Hua Yin believes that his musketeers can strike from a distance, making it exceedingly difficult for Luo Yan's forces to approach the city walls, no matter how elite they may be. In response, Luo Yin commands the new county magistrate, Isha Bei La Golin, to lead a contingent of heavily armored infantry and a squad of breach troops, accompanied by 3,000 soldiers from Heishecheng, to subdue Qi Yincheng. Isha Bei La Golin, an astute female commander, is acutely aware of the potency of musketeers and refrains from ordering a direct assault. Instead, she dispatches envoys to the villages surrounding Qi Yincheng, propagating Luo Yan's consolidation edict and promising improved living conditions and reduced taxes following the integration. The villagers, weary of Lei Ming de Hua Yan's oppressive rule, expressed their willingness to support Luo Yan's army. With their assistance, Isha Bei La Golin learns of the limited stockpile of firearms and ammunition in Qi Yincheng and the insufficient training of the musketeers, who can only fire from fixed positions and cannot contend with agile cavalry. Consequently, she devises a strategy to lure the enemy out of the city for a decisive split and annihilation. She orders the cavalry of Heishecheng to divide into 2 squads and stage feigned attacks from the east and west sides of Qi Yincheng, creating the illusion of an impending siege. Indeed, Lei Ming de Hua Yin falls for the ruse. He commands the city gates to be opened and sends 200 musketeers and 1,000 infantry to confront the advancing forces. Observing this, the cavalry of Guanning feigns a retreat, drawing Qi Yincheng's troops into the open fields outside the city. At this opportune moment, the ambushing heavily armored infantry and breach troops spring forth from their concealment, completely surrounding the forces of Qi Yincheng. The musketeers attempt to fire, but the speed of the Heishecheng cavalry is overwhelming, swiftly closing the distance and cutting down the musketeers with their sabers. The infantry, witnessing this, scatter in panic, but are effectively blocked by the steadfast formations of the heavily armored infantry, leaving them with no avenue of escape. After an hour of fierce combat, the troops that had emerged from Qi Yincheng are completely annihilated, with none surviving. Standing atop the city walls, Lei Ming de Hua Yin is struck with terror at the devastation outside. Realizing the futility of resistance, he orders the gates to be opened and surrenders to Isha Bei La Golin. She escorts Lei Ming de Hua Yin and his faction before Luo Yin, who, recognizing that he is not the mastermind behind the conflict and acknowledging the significance of Qi Yincheng's resources for the development of Shiwei'er province, exiles him to the northern frontier, assigning him to a lifetime of guarding the border. Upon discovering 2 dwarven mortars in the storeroom, Luo Yin inquires with Lei Ming de Hua Yin and learns that these were recently purchased from the dwarves for the purpose of opposing him. However, the speed of Luo Yan's forces had rendered them useless before they could be equipped. The last remaining resistor is Lord Wei Ku Duo Bing Shuang of Hanshuangcheng, located in the northern region of the Silver Moon River Plain. Though the land is barren, Wei Ku Duo Bing Shuang has amassed 3,000 private soldiers through his brutal governance, including some fierce barbarian warriors. Despite the failures of other resistors, Wei Ku Duo Bing Shuang exhibits no fear. Rather, he becomes increasingly frenzied, ordering the massacre of all citizens opposing him in a bid to intimidate Luo Yan's army. Upon learning of Wei Ku Duo Bing Shuang's atrocities, Luo Yan is filled with righteous fury and personally leads the remaining troops to Hanshuangcheng. Accompanying him is the magistrate of Silver Moon, Ai Lu Te Hua Ite, who advises him that while the soldiers of Hanshuangcheng are fierce, they lack formal training, and that Wei Ku Duo Bing Shuang is despised by the populace. He suggests that merely by displaying their might and employing psychological tactics, they could achieve victory without battle. Taking Ai Lu Te Hua Ite's counsel, Luo Yin's forces arrive at the gates of Hanshuangcheng but do not immediately assault the city. Instead, they establish a formation at the gates to demonstrate their overwhelming military strength. Concurrently, Ai Lu Te Hua Ite sends envoys into the city to communicate Luo Yan's benevolence and consolidation orders, promising that if the soldiers lay down their arms, they will face no repercussions and will receive land and food. The soldiers within the city, already exasperated by Wei Ku Duo Bing Shuang's tyranny, waver upon hearing Luo Yan's promises. That night, several soldiers initiate a mutiny, slaying Wei Ku Duo Bing Shuang and opening the gates to surrender to Luo Yan's army. Upon entering the city, Luo Yan is deeply saddened by the devastation he encounters. He orders proper care for the surviving citizens, distributing food and medicines, while also severely punishing the soldiers who participated in the massacre. Thus, All factions resisting Luo Yan's consolidation edict are thoroughly suppressed. Throughout this suppression, Luo Yan's army, equipped with superior arms, disciplined conduct, and exceptional tactics, achieved a resounding victory, eliminating over 10,000 insurgents, capturing 5 lords, and ensuring that all other complicit officials and soldiers receive their due punishment. This decisive action not only guarantees the smooth implementation of the consolidation plan, but also showcases Luo Yan's iron-fisted resolve and determination to the populace of Shiwei province, laying a solid foundation for subsequent governance. Following the suppression, Luo Yan promptly instructs all levels of magistrates to proceed to their respective jurisdictions to implement the consolidation scheme. Provincial Magistrate Samuel Walker establishes his base in Silver Moon City to coordinate provincial affairs, while County Magistrates Ai Lu Te Hua Ite, Jiabu Li Er Bai Ko, and Isha Bei La Golin are dispatched to Silver Moon County, Taiji County, and the new county, respectively, to oversee local matters. County magistrates delve into the various counties and townships to organize the villagers in household registration, land measurement, and the establishment of new administrative systems. Throughout this process, Luo Yan's army maintains a high-pressure presence, garrisoned in vital towns and transport routes, ready to respond to any unforeseen developments. Simultaneously, Luo Yan decrees the reduction of taxes for the populace of Shiwei province for 1 year, distributing seeds and agricultural tools to encourage land reclamation and production. For those nobles and officials willing to cooperate with the consolidation efforts, Luo Yan preserves portions of their properties and status, allowing them to continue contributing to the development of Shiwei province. After a year of relentless effort, the consolidation of Shiwei province is finally complete. The previously fragmented city-states and villages have been integrated into 3 counties, 11 districts, 45 townships, and 310 villages, with a clear and defined administrative framework that facilitates the smooth transmission of orders to the grassroots. Silver Moon City, Sparta City, and Athens City have rapidly evolved into regional centers, flourishing with commerce and a growing population. The infrastructure in various counties and townships has been continuously improved, with roads, bridges, and waterworks constructed, significantly enhancing the living standards of the populace. Farmers have received more land, agricultural techniques have been disseminated, and food production has seen a remarkable increase. Artisans now enjoy broader markets, with their handicrafts being sold far and wide. Tenant farmers have liberated themselves from the exploitative clutches of landlords, attaining personal freedom and the ability to sustain themselves through their labor, while nobles, despite losing some power, find their wealth and status safeguarded under Luo Yan's governance, which has established social order. At this juncture, Shiwei province has transformed from a region of fragmentation and despair into one of vitality and prosperity. Under Luo Yan's iron-fisted policies and benevolent governance, the land flourishes, fields ripple with golden grains, towns bustle with merchants, villages thrive with contented citizens, and classrooms echo with the sounds of learning. Standing upon the ramparts of Silver Moon City, Luo Yan gazes down upon the rejuvenated land beneath him, filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. Subsequently, he requisitions an additional 10,000 soldiers from He Shicheng to garrison Shiwei province. Upon their arrival, Luo Yan leads his forces back and establishes a system whereby 10,000 soldiers are annually stationed in Shiwei province from He Shicheng. And once Shiwei province is capable of conscription, the soldiers from Shiwei will guard He Shicheng, while those from He Shicheng will protect Shiwei. Chapter 35. Dwarven firearms. The gates of Yongning Cheng slowly creak open in the twilight, the heavy hinges emitting a groaning sound akin to the low murmur of a great beast awakening. Luo Yan sat astride a jet-black, dragon-scaled warhorse, followed closely by his loyal guards. As the hooves struck the cobblestone path, the dust kicked up, danced in the golden hues of the setting sun, infused with the lingering scent of gunpowder from the battlefield of Zyweir, gradually merging with the vibrant yet sturdy cityscape. During this journey to Zyweir, Luo Yan not only quelled local rebellions, but also unexpectedly acquired 2 pieces of artillery, dwarf firearms and a dwarf mortar. Throughout the return journey, his mind was incessantly occupied with pondering the intricacies of these firearms and how they contrasted with the artillery currently available in Yongning City. Upon his return to the Lord's mansion, he spared no moment for rest, striding directly through the corridor of the front courtyard and entering the armory located in the rear. Within the realm of medieval II, Total War, the armory is far from a mere repository of weapons. It stands as a pivotal military edifice along the path of a lord's expansion, intertwining resources, technology, and military might. It serves as a center for armament forging in the age of cold weapons, and as a cradle for the gunpowder revolution. From the stone workshops of Western European castles to the firearms workshops of Middle Eastern city-states, the level, function, and factional characteristics of the armory directly determine whether a militia can evolve into an elite force capable of sweeping across the continent. Upon arriving in the continent of Iria, the armory acquired a new role, allowing for the research and enhancement of biochemical soldiers' abilities and equipment. Luo Yin had previously attempted to bestow the elven magic acquired from the Duchy of Xingho and the holy light spells obtained from Haishi City upon his soldiers. But he had failed. Uncertain whether this exploration of dwarf firearms and artillery would yield success, he entered the armory and moved directly to the stone platform at its center, which had been meticulously cleaned to perfection. Luo Yin unfastened the leather pouch and gently extracted the dwarf firearm, placing it at the center of the stone platform. The firearm's appearance starkly contrasted with those of Yongning City. It was forged entirely from dark, refined iron. Its body adorned with fine anti-slip grooves and engraved with the unique flame runes of the dwarf race, which still seemed to resonate with a faint essence of fire. The barrel was robust and elongated, with a caliber nearly double that of Yongning City's flintlock, its mouth edged with a distinctive serrated pattern that exuded an intimidating presence. The stock was crafted from dense ebony wood, polished to a smooth finish and inlaid with a dark red gem that not only added weight, but also imparted an air of nobility. Beneath the trigger hung a small powder bag, its opening intricately bound with copper wire. Luo Yin extended his fingers and lightly caressed the barrel of the dwarf firearm, feeling the cold, rough texture that bore clear impressions of hammering from the forging process. He slowly raised the firearm, aiming at a distant target. The weight of the weapon surpassed his expectations, being at least twice that of Yongning City's flintlock, making it challenging for an ordinary person to wield for extended periods. However, the design at the juncture of the stock and barrel was remarkably well crafted, effectively distributing the recoil when braced against his shoulder, providing an unexpectedly stable grip. "Bring in samples of the dwarf mortar, flintlock, and the red cannon," Luo Yin commanded in a deep voice. The guards outside responded promptly, soon carrying in a standard Yongning City flintlock, a dwarf mortar, and a red cannon, carefully placing them beside the dwarf firearm. Initially, it was stated that weapons would dissipate once they left the soldiers, yet the armory was an exception, as long as they remained within its confines. These weapons would not vanish. Luo Yin first picked up the familiar flintlock. This flintlock served as the primary equipment for the infantry of the Yongning Legion. Its slender body forged from bright silver iron, devoid of excessive embellishments, emanating simplicity and practicality. The length of its barrel was comparable to that of the dwarf firearm, but its caliber was noticeably smaller. The stock was made from a specially designed lightweight alloy, weighing nearly half that of the dwarf firearm, allowing soldiers to hold and shoot it with one hand. The ignition mechanism was positioned on the left side of the weapon, featuring an improved revolving design that required only a gentle turn of the wheel to create sparks through the friction of flint and steel, igniting the powder with speed and reliability. Having passed countless battlefield tests without ever failing or jamming, Luo Yin placed both firearms side by side on the stone platform, beginning a meticulous comparison. Visually, the dwarf firearm embodied a robust and heavy design, while the Yongning City flintlock leaned towards a lightweight and streamlined aesthetic. In terms of materials, the dwarf firearm utilized natural refined iron and ebony wood, whereas the flintlock employed a special alloy and composite materials provided by the system. Regarding ignition methods, although both operated on flint principles, the flint of the dwarf firearm was encased within the mechanism, safeguarded by a metal shell, while the flint of the flintlock was exposed, allowing for easier replacement. To assess their performance, Luo Yin instructed that a wooden target be set up at the far end of the armory, subsequently loading both firearms with powder and projectiles. He first took the flintlock, aimed at the target, and gently squeezed the trigger. A soft pop resonated as sparks ignited the powder, sending the projectile whistling through the air, striking the target's center with impressive penetration. The entire shooting process was smooth and rapid, with relatively low recoil, permitting soldiers to fire in quick succession. Next, Luo Yin grasped the dwarf firearm, loading it with powder and projectiles in the same manner. Due to the weight of the firearm, he was compelled to utilize a stand for stabilization. The moment he pulled the trigger, a deafening roar echoed through the chamber, far louder than that of the flintlock, as a burst of intense flames erupted from the barrel, sending the projectile soaring towards the target like a shooting star. Once again, the projectile penetrated the wooden target, but the resultant recoil was tremendous, causing the stand to shake slightly. Moreover, the barrel's temperature rose swiftly after firing, necessitating a brief wait before it could be reloaded. resulting in a noticeably slower rate of fire compared to the flintlock. The power was commendable, the range comparable, yet the weight was substantial, the rate of fire sluggish, and the recoil considerable. Luo Yin meticulously recorded the characteristics of the dwarf firearm on paper before shifting his gaze to the red cannon. The red cannon featured a cylindrical barrel, smooth and even, forged from a special high-temperature alloy capable of withstanding intense gunpowder explosions. Its wide mouth, with a caliber roughly the size of a bowl, could fire various munitions including solid shot, canister shot, and incendiary shells. The carriage was constructed from a combination of durable steel and wood, equipped with 4 rollers at the base for ease of movement and adjustment of firing angles. Although substantial in weight, it could be swiftly repositioned with the assistance of 12 soldiers. In contrast, the dwarf mortar possessed a shorter, flared barrel, its mouth diameter exceeding that of the red cannon, connected to an adjustable stand designed to dissipate recoil with a heavy iron plate at its base. The barrel was similarly engraved with the runes of the dwarf race, and the interior of the chamber was smooth and refined, allowing for stable projectile flight. Luo Yin scrutinized the differences between the two artillery pieces. The red cannon's advantages lay in its long range and sustained power, capable of reaching up to 3 miles, easily demolishing enemy walls and fortifications with solid shot, while canister shot was effective for inflicting widespread casualties among enemy infantry on the battlefield. However, its limitations were evident. Its large size hindered mobility, requiring multiple soldiers for setup and loading, with relatively low shooting accuracy, demanding high skill from operators. Conversely, the mortar was entirely different. Its compact barrel was lightweight, merely 1/3 the weight of the red cannon, allowing 2 soldiers to carry and operate it with ease. The flexible stand could swiftly adjust the firing angle for high-trajectory shots, enabling projectiles to arc over walls and hills, striking targets concealed behind cover, a stark contrast to the red cannon's flat trajectory. The mortar utilized high-explosive shells, producing devastating explosions upon impact, with a significant kill radius, ideal for providing fire support in siege or mountainous combat. Yet its range was limited, with a maximum distance of approximately 1 mile, and its barrel offered limited protection, making it vulnerable to counter-battery fire, while its loading speed remained relatively slow. To validate the performance of both artillery pieces, Luo Yin instructed that they be transported to an open area outside Yongning City, aimed at the distant abandoned city wall for a test firing. The system soldiers operating the red artillery fired first, sending solid projectiles whistling toward the hillside. With a thunderous roar, the hillside was blasted open, leaving a massive gap with debris flying everywhere. Meanwhile, the high explosive shells launched by the mortars landed on the open ground behind the hill, the resulting shockwaves snapping nearby trees in half, though their kill radius did not surpass that of the red artillery. Through a series of comparative tests, Luo Yin gained a clear understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of 4 types of weaponry. The flintlock rifles from Yongning City were lightweight and agile, with a rapid firing rate and long range, yet were unsuitable for equipping ordinary soldiers. The dwarven muskets were moderately powerful, had a shorter range, slower firing rate, but higher accuracy, and could be mass-produced for ordinary soldiers. The red artillery possessed long range and formidable destructive power, making it a powerful tool for siege warfare, but could not be equipped to ordinary soldiers. The dwarven mortars had flexible firing angles, a broad kill radius, but shorter range, yet could be manufactured for ordinary soldiers. It was possible to have blacksmiths produce muskets and mortars for the ordinary soldiers, thus enhancing the combat prowess of the troops, Luo Yin murmured, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. However, his expression soon turned grave. He was acutely aware that firearms were not easy to produce. The materials and the artisan skills posed significant challenges. Although Yongning City appeared to boast a plethora of powerful firearms, they were not manufactured by conventional methods, but were creations bestowed by the system. Blacksmiths had no experience crafting firearms. From the very inception of Yongning City, it had been under the aegis of a mysterious system, with the system barracks being the sole source of all weaponry. Whenever a soldier was produced in the barracks, the system would automatically equip them with a complete set of gear, including weapons and armor. These system creations possessed unique attributes. They would not suffer damage from wear, collisions, or rust, always remaining in optimal condition, allowing soldiers to fight without concern for weapon malfunctions. Yet, they also had strict limitations, should they forcibly leave the soldier's control. Whether through theft, being discarded, or lent to others, they would instantly transform into a flash of light, dissipating and returning to their original owner, unable to be wielded by anyone else. Luo Yin's own equipment was no exception. The dragon-patterned cotton armor, long sword, 3-eyed gun, composite bow, arrows, and even the protective jade pendant at his waist were all exclusive creations granted by the system, equally possessing the characteristics of being indestructible and non-transferable. This arrangement had provided immense convenience during the early development of Yongning City, eliminating the need for substantial resources for weapon manufacturing and maintenance, and mitigating the risk of equipment loss, allowing soldiers to fight valiantly on the battlefield without reservations. However, as Yongning City continued to expand and the surrounding situation grew increasingly complex, the limitations of this arrangement began to surface. Over the past year, with the backing of the system and his own extraordinary talent, Luo Yan had successively subdued 7 surrounding factions. These lords had initially governed their territories independently, embroiled in constant disputes with varying degrees of power. After Luo Yan's rise, he had quelled rebellions with a thunderous hand, integrating these disparate forces into the governance structure of the Xia Federation under Yongning City. Now, these lords managed their respective domains, responsible for cultivating wastelands, training private troops, and collecting taxes, providing essential support for the development of the Xia Federation. Yet, in the early stages of this integration, Luo Yan remained vigilant toward these lords. He understood the unpredictability of human nature. These lords were local tyrants and might not genuinely submit. If he were to grant them substantial power too soon, it could sow seeds of discontent, and should they unite in rebellion, the consequences would be dire. Thus, while he permitted them to train private troops, he had never provided them with the standard firearms of Yongning City. The private troops of these lords still wielded their traditional weapons. However, times had changed, and the current situation had undergone a dramatic transformation. After more than a year of adaptation and testing, most of the lords had genuinely submitted to Luo Yan's rule. They had witnessed the formidable strength of Yongning City, felt Luo Yan's exceptional talent and benevolent governance, and, under his leadership, had reaped tangible benefits. Territories expanded, taxes reduced, and the populace lived in peace and prosperity. They now regarded themselves as part of the Xia Federation, willing to contribute their efforts for its safety. More importantly, external threats loomed ominously. The rapid rise of Yongning City had already drawn the attention of the 5 major powers on the continent. These powers included the Orc tribe in the frigid northern lands, renowned for their cavalry and sorcery, the Holy Light Alliance, which controlled the prosperous western plains, the Dwarven Kingdom. Nestled in the southern mountain ranges, skilled in forging and close combat, the Elven Kingdom dominating the vast green forests of the east, and the Shadow Council, operating secretly within the southern deserts. These 5 powers had long legacies and formidable strengths, each controlling extensive territories and vast forces. They regarded the rise of Yongning City with trepidation and hostility, believing its existence disrupted the balance of power on the continent. Recently, reports had emerged of frequent interactions among the 7 kingdoms of the Holy Light Alliance, seemingly conspiring to unite for a Holy Light crusade against Yongning City. Luo Yan understood clearly that, with the current strength of the Yongning Legion, repelling the Holy Light Alliance's crusade would be akin to a drop in the bucket. Although the Yongning Legion was well-equipped and formidable in combat, its numbers were limited, with full strength barely exceeding 3,000. In contrast, any single faction among the 7 kingdoms of the Holy Light Alliance boasted forces exceeding 100,000, should they truly unite. Their numbers would be several hundred times that of the Yongning Legion. More critically, the weapons and equipment of the Yongning Legion could not be shared. Once war broke out, the Lord's private troops would have to rely only on their traditional weaponry to confront the elite forces of the enemy, akin to striking a stone with an egg. This would not only fail to provide support to the Yongning Legion, but could also become a liability, potentially leading to breaches in the defense line, threatening the core areas of Yongning City. Waiting was no longer an option. It was imperative to enhance the Lord's combat capabilities swiftly. Standing before the window of the secret chamber, gazing out at the myriad lights of Yongning City, Luo Yan's gaze grew resolute. He realized that to establish a foothold in the impending great conflict, he must break the limitations imposed by the system's equipment and create a weaponry system that could be freely utilized by the lords. The dwarven musket and the design blueprints for the mortar before him might hold the key to solving this dilemma. The dwarven forging techniques were renowned worldwide. The firearms they produced were powerful and crafted through conventional methods, free from the constraints of system creations. If he could analyze the structure and forging techniques of the dwarven musket, combined with the lightweight and reliability of the Yongning City flintlock, it might be possible to develop a new type of firearm that possessed formidable power while being mass-producible for the private troops of the lords. Similarly, The dwarven mortar's ability for indirect fire, explosive power, and rapid mobility could compensate for the red artillery's lack of maneuverability. If the technologies of both could be fused to create a lightweight, agile, and powerful new artillery piece, it would significantly enhance the overall combat strength of Yongning City. With this thought igniting a fierce ambition within him, Luo Yin immediately summoned the finest craftsmen and technicians of the Xia Federation, presenting them with the models of the dwarven musket and mortar, instructing them to dismantle and study them promptly, analyzing their forging techniques and gunpowder formulas. He also ordered the soldiers to hold their weapons for the craftsmen to observe and study, striving to develop new weaponry in the shortest time possible. The craftsmen, upon seeing the dwarven musket and mortar, exhibited immense interest and enthusiasm. They toiled day and night in the armory, dismantling, measuring, drawing, and experimenting, leaving no detail overlooked. Luo Yin also frequently visited the workshop, collaborating with the craftsmen to discuss research and resolve any challenges encountered. During the research process, the artisans discovered that the barrel of the dwarf musket employed a sophisticated multi-layer forging technique, with spiral rifling inscribed within, which is pivotal to its extended range and remarkable accuracy. Moreover, the gunpowder formula differed from that of Yongning City, incorporating a unique mineral powder that significantly enhanced its explosive power. These revelations illuminated the path for the artisans, offering invaluable insights for the development of a new class of weaponry. Simultaneously, Luo Yin was busy consolidating the power of the lords. He summoned all the lords to the city lord's mansion for a council, candidly disclosing the current situation and the threats they faced, announcing that new firearms and artillery would be equipped for their private troops. Upon hearing this news, the lords were filled with exhilaration. They understood that with these formidable weapons, the combat capabilities of their private armies would experience a qualitative leap, enabling them to better defend their territories and contribute more significantly to Yongning City in future conflicts. They expressed their unwavering loyalty to Luo Yin, pledging to unconditionally comply with any of his commands to jointly repel external foes. Observing the sincere submission of the lords before him, Luo Yan's concerns dissipated entirely. He recognized that his decision was indeed correct. Now, with the entire Yongning City united, combining internal and external forces, and with breakthroughs in the development of new weaponry imminent, they possessed the strength to confront the united assault of the seven kingdoms of the Holy Light Alliance. As night deepened, the lights in the armory remained bright. The silhouettes of the artisans busily traversed in the glow of the fire, the rhythmic clang of hammers intermingled with the explosive sounds of gunpowder experiments, composing a rousing battle anthem. Standing outside the workshop, Luo Yin gazed at the flickering flames, envisioning a scene not far off where the soldiers of the Xiaobong Alliance wielded the new firearms and operated the improved artillery, valiantly slaying enemies on the battlefield. Unstoppable in their advance, he clenched his fists, silently vowing that this time, regardless of how formidable the enemy might be, he would safeguard every inch of the Xiaobong Alliance's territory and protect each citizen within the Federation. He would demonstrate to the five major factions that the Xiaobong Alliance was not a soft target to be easily manipulated. Anyone who dared to infringe upon it would pay a heavy price. Chapter 36. The musket comes to fruition as autumn deepened. The armory of Yongning City was devoid of any desolation, alive instead with the roaring flames and the resounding clang of hammers, weaving a fervent song of innovation. Luo Yin displayed the dwarf musket, mortars, Yongning City's standard flintlock, and the red cannon side by side on the stone platform of the armory, marking the formidable technical gap that the elite craftsmen of the Xiaobong Alliance must conquer. At that moment, the ominous clouds of the Holy Light Alliance's eastern expedition had quietly enveloped the continent, while the covetous gazes of the five major factions pricked at their backs, and the shackles of the system's equipment restrictions further burdened this research endeavor, which bore the weight of the Federation's survival. Over 50 artisans, driven by Luo Yan's exhortations and their own craftsman spirit, embarked on an unceasing journey of challenge within the workshop. At the heart of the workshop, the towering forge stood out prominently, flames dancing as they turned the dark iron to a fiery red, akin to a dormant volcano on the verge of eruption. The leading artisan, Burek Soladin, still donned in his work attire stained with iron filings, bore calloused hands that shone in the firelight. And compared to 3 months prior when he developed the first generation of firearms, the corners of his eyes now reflected a greater resolve and urgency. On the table beside him lay a plethora of densely packed blueprints, including disassembly sketches of the dwarf musket, structural analyses of the flintlock, and comparative annotations of the red cannon and dwarf mortar. each sheet filled with the marks and notes made by the artisan's charcoal pencils. My friends, we are all aware of His Majesty's command. Within 3 months, we must produce firearms capable of being mass-equipped by the various private armies. Burek Sualadin's voice rang out amidst the clamor of the workshop, imbued with undeniable conviction. The craftsmanship of the dwarf firearms is exquisite yet cumbersome. With a slow rate of fire, our flintlock is nimble and flexible, yet we cannot manufacture it. The red cannon possesses immense power, but its lack of mobility prevents distribution to other troops. The mortar excels in its arcing advantage, yet its range remains too short. Our task is not to simply replicate any of these, but to extract their essence and discard the dross, creating a divine weapon that belongs to the Xiaobong Alliance. As his words fell, a chorus of discussions arose within the workshop. Artisan Gruen caressed the model of the dwarf musket barrel in his hands, his brow furrowed. Master Burek, the multi-layer forging technique of this dwarf musket is indeed remarkable. The internal spiral rifling allows the projectiles to fly both far and true. But our blacksmiths have never encountered such technology. Merely forging a competent barrel will likely consume considerable time. Beside him, the elder artisan Blin crouched on the ground, sketching the structure of the mortar's support frame with an iron rod. And this dwarf mortar's support frame, while appearing simple, features a particularly intricate angle adjustment mechanism, and it must withstand the recoil of high explosive shells. The rudimentary supports we previously crafted have been tested several times, either failing to adjust smoothly or collapsing upon firing. Not to mention, remarked Dagna, who was responsible for the gunpowder formula, as he approached with a ceramic jar filled with gunpowder, worry etched across his face. The dwarf's gunpowder incorporates a mineral powder called Huojing Sha, which boasts a 30% greater explosive force than our own. However, this Huojing Sha is only found in the southern Fire Mountain range, and our stock is limited. Moreover, it is particularly laborious to grind. If we attempt to mass-produce using this formula, we will not have enough raw materials. Burek quietly listened to the artisan's concerns without immediately rebutting them. Instead, he turned to the flintlock on the table. You all speak truly. These are indeed challenges, but we also possess advantages. His Majesty has instructed that the 4 types of firearms be left in the workshop for our study. The flintlock's will ignition system is something we can draw inspiration from. Additionally, the high-temperature resistant alloy barrel of the red cannon, while not directly usable, provides a reference for our forging techniques. He stepped to the forge, grasping a piece of glowing iron, gently tapping it with a hammer. If the dwarves can forge multi-layer barrels, so can we. It merely requires additional time, repeated forging, folding, and the removal of impurities. If we lack Huojing Sha, we can reconfigure the ratios of xionghuang, nitrate, and charcoal, which may yield results no less effective than the dwarven gunpowder. If the support frames are unstable, we can combine high-quality iron and hardwood, reinforced with rivets. I do not believe they cannot withstand the recoil. Burek's words acted as a soothing balm, rekindling the spirits of the artisans who had been somewhat disheartened. In the days that followed, the workshop became the artisan's second home, the forge burning through the night, the sounds of hammering, polishing, and discussion resonating day and night. The first step of development was disassembly and measurement. The artisans meticulously disassembled the dwarf musket and mortar, numbering and measuring every component, from the barrel and cannon body down to a single rivet and spring. To accurately replicate every detail, they wrapped parts with fine hemp rope to measure circumferences, and used charcoal to draw proportional diagrams on stone slabs, marking every curve and joint. The young artisan Balgon, responsible for measurement, spent 3 consecutive days and nights drawing to ascertain the spiral angle of the dwarf musket's rifling, repeatedly comparing the rifling traces of different cross-sections, his fingers smudged with charcoal, and his eyes bloodshot. Burek, witnessing this, felt a pang of concern and urged him to take a break, but Balgon shook his head. Master Burek, I am fine. This rifling is crucial. Even a minute discrepancy could significantly affect range and accuracy. I must verify it once more. Although the flintlock could not be disassembled, its exterior ignition system could indeed serve as a reference. The flint of the dwarf musket was embedded within the mechanism, making replacement inconvenient, while the flintlock's flint was exposed with a dedicated slot for secure placement, allowing for quick and stable changes. The artisans promptly decided to integrate the ignition mechanism's principle from the flintlock into the design of the new musket, while preserving the dwarf musket's multi-layer forged barrel and spiral rifling. Barrel forging would prove to be the most arduous task throughout the development process. The artisans first cut the fine iron into suitable lengths, placing them in the forge to heat until glowing red, before employing massive hammers for repeated strikes. Each blow required precise control of force, both to expel impurities from the iron and to ensure the barrel's straightness. To achieve multi-layer forging, they folded the iron material after forging, reheated it, and hammered it repeatedly for dozens of times until the texture of the barrel became tough and uniform. On one occasion, the craftsmen spent a full 5 days forging a multi-layer barrel, only to discover fine cracks inside the barrel upon cooling. This signified that all their previous efforts had gone to waste, and the few artisans responsible for the forging sat despondently on the ground. Unable to utter a word for half a day, Brooke approached them, refraining from casting blame, and instead picked up the cracked barrel. Observing it closely before stating, the cracks resulted from rapid cooling, leading to uneven internal stress within the iron. Next time, after forging, we should not place it directly in cold water for cooling. Instead, let it cool slowly in wood ash to avoid cracking. Following Brooke's advice, the craftsmen resumed their forging. This time, they proceeded with utmost caution, meticulously adhering to each step of the process. When a complete, flawless multi-layer forged barrel emerged, the workshop erupted with long-awaited cheers. The barrel, a deep gray, bore a surface adorned with intricate hammer marks, with clear spiral rifling visible inside. Its texture was smooth and resilient, surpassing even the dwarf musket barrels. Simultaneously, significant breakthroughs were made in the development of gunpowder formulations. Dagna led the team, experimenting with hundreds of formulation ratios, blending fire crystal sand with realgar, saltpeter, and charcoal in various proportions. They mixed only small quantities of gunpowder each time and conducted ignition tests in the open space outside the workshop, recording the explosive power, burn rate, and stability of the gunpowder. On one occasion, an excessive amount of fire crystal sand caused a violent explosion when ignited, and the resulting sparks nearly ignited the thatched roof of the workshop. Fortunately, the craftsmen reacted swiftly, extinguishing the sparks with sand and preventing further damage. Dagna, though shaken, did not waver, but instead adjusted the formula with even greater caution. After more than a month of repeated experiments, they finally determined the optimal formula: 10 fire crystal sand, 60 saltpeter, 15 sulfur, and 15 charcoal. This formulation preserved the explosive power of dwarf gunpowder while reducing reliance on fire crystal sand, ensuring stable combustion and minimizing the risk of accidental explosions. During testing, the ignited gunpowder produced a vigorous flame and strong explosive force, achieving the desired range and penetration of the projectiles. In the development of the new mortar, the craftsmen likewise encountered numerous challenges. The dwarf mortar, characterized by a short, trumpet-shaped barrel, enabled curved firing but had a limited range of only about 1 mile. Conversely, the red-coated cannon, while capable of long-range firing, could only shoot in a straight line, necessitating the destruction of cover to strike targets hidden behind it. The craftsmen sought to combine the advantages of both to develop a mortar with greater range and more flexible firing angles. They first improved the barrel by increasing its length by 1/3 while retaining the trumpet-shaped design, thus extending its range while ensuring a curved trajectory for the projectiles. The barrel material was chosen from a half-elf craftsman, Eldrin, who had fortuitously created a substance with high hardness and excellent toughness capable of withstanding greater explosive pressure. The design of the support structure was refined to perfection. The craftsmen abandoned the previous simple supports, opting for a triangular support structure, using 3 sturdy iron pipes as legs and adding heavy iron plates at the base to disperse recoil. At the connection point between the support and the barrel, an adjustable gear mechanism was installed, allowing easy adjustment of the barrel's firing angle from flat to high elevation, covering a wide range. To test the stability of the support, the craftsmen conducted multiple live-fire tests. They set the mortar on an open area, loaded it with high explosive shells, and adjusted the firing angles. Initially, the support exhibited slight wobbling upon the explosion of the shells, but after repeatedly adjusting the tension of the gears and reinforcing the connection points, the support became extraordinarily stable, showing no signs of wobbling or disassembly even at maximum firing angles. The design of the new musket S stock also emphasized practicality and comfort. Constructed from elven oak sourced from the Starfire Duchy, the stock was ergonomically optimized with a curved design that conformed to the shoulder, effectively dispersing recoil for a more comfortable grip. Additionally, slip-resistant textures were added to the stock, ensuring a firm hold even if a soldier's palms were sweaty on the battlefield. The trigger design ingeniously merged the advantages of dwarf muskets and flintlock firearms. The craftsmen combined the wheel-based ignition mechanism of the flintlock with the lever trigger system of the dwarf musket to create a double-action trigger. Pulling the trigger ignited the gunpowder quickly while leveraging the mechanics to reduce the force required, enabling soldiers to fire continuously with greater ease. After over 2 months of tireless effort, prototypes of the new musket and mortar were finally taking shape. When the first new musket was presented to Brooke by the craftsman, their eyes brimmed with anticipation. The musket, crafted entirely from a dark gray alloy, featured a long and robust body with intricately engraved spiral rifling on its multi-layer forged barrel. The stock was elegantly curved, smooth to the touch, and a small pouch for gunpowder hung beneath the trigger. The overall design was simple yet functional, retaining the power and precision of the dwarf musket while incorporating the lightness and agility of the flintlock. The new mortar appeared even more imposing. With an elongated barrel in the shape of a trumpet, its surface adorned with the totemic patterns of the Xiaobong Alliance, while the triangular support was solid and weighty. Its base covered with slip-resistant textures, creating a visually appealing yet practical form. Next came the most critical performance tests. Luoyin hurried over, joining the craftsman on the open grounds outside Yongning City for the trial firing. The testing site had been meticulously prepared, with wooden targets and simulated walls erected on the distant hillside to assess the range and penetration of the musket, as well as the explosive power and range of the mortar. The new musket was tested first. The craftsman loaded the musket with the improved gunpowder and lead projectiles. An experienced soldier took aim at the wooden target 100 meters away. With a resounding bang, the spark ignited the powder, and the projectile soared forth, striking the center of the target with precision, penetrating the thick wood and leaving a deep crater in the earth behind it. "Excellent," Luoyin exclaimed, unable to contain his delight. He approached, picked up the musket, and weighed it in his hands. It was about half the weight of a dwarf musket, slightly heavier than a flintlock, yet well within the soldier's capacity to handle. He tried pulling the trigger. It was light and nimble, responding swiftly, and the recoil was relatively mild. After several consecutive shots, although the barrel temperature had risen, it was far from the scorching heat of a dwarf musket. "What is the range?" Luoyin inquired. "My lord, the maximum range can reach 150 meters, which is 30 meters further than the dwarf musket and 20 meters closer than the flintlock, yet it maintains high precision, accurately hitting targets within 100 meters. Brooke promptly replied. Next came the testing of the new mortar. The craftsman set it up in the clearing, adjusted the firing angle, and loaded it with high explosive shells. At the command, a soldier ignited the fuse, and the shell whistled through the air toward the simulated wall. With a tremendous explosion, the shell detonated above the wall, sending a massive shockwave that blasted a gaping hole in the structure, scattering debris and snapping nearby trees in half. "What is the range?" Luoyin asked, his gaze fixed intently on the wall's aftermath. "The maximum range can reach 2 miles, which is 1 mile farther than the dwarf mortar. Although it still cannot match the red-coated cannon, it offers flexible firing angles to strike targets behind walls and is conveniently portable, easily handled and operated by just 2 soldiers." Emochin reported. Luoyin nodded in satisfaction, feeling a great weight lift from his heart. The newly developed firearms are lightweight, agile, precise, and possess a moderate range, making them entirely suitable for mass equipping the private soldiers of various dukes. The new mortars boast an even greater range, flexible firing angles, and formidable power, capable of providing effective fire support for these troops. Although the potency of these 2 types of weaponry may not match that of system-equipped arms, and their initial production is limited, they undoubtedly represent a significant enhancement in combat capability for the private soldiers of the dukes. After concluding the tests, Luoyin promptly ordered the craftsman to expedite the creation of detailed production blueprints and commence the mass production of the new firearms and mortars. Simultaneously, he instructed that multiple copies of the blueprints be transcribed and dispatched to the territories of the various dukes under the Xiaobanglian. Upon receiving the blueprints, the dukes were filled with excitement. Previously, their private soldiers had relied solely on traditional cold weapons, often finding themselves at a disadvantage against well-equipped adversaries. Now, with the new weapon blueprints provided by Luoyin, they could finally equip their troops with advanced weaponry, significantly boosting their fighting strength. The dukes expressed their intention to immediately organize local craftsmen to begin production of the new firearms and mortars according to the blueprints, hastily rearming their private soldiers. They pledged their loyalty to Luoyin, expressing their willingness to fight alongside Yongning City against external threats in future conflicts. Luoyin, upon reading the responses from the dukes, felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He was assured that his decision was indeed correct. By sharing the blueprints for the new firearms, he not only broke the limitations of system equipment, but also enhanced the overall combat capability of the Xiaobanglian, winning the loyalty and support of the dukes, thus fostering a united front within the alliance. Meanwhile, the craftsmen in the armory remained undeterred by their initial success. Instead, they became even more industrious. They worked tirelessly day and night to create production blueprints, calibrate manufacturing equipment, and train workers, striving to achieve rapid mass production of the new weaponry. The forge blazed with an intense fire, and the sound of hammers echoed powerfully as the craftsmen, through their ingenuity and sweat, forged a solid foundation for the rise of the Xiabanglian. Standing outside the workshop, Luo Yin gazed at the flickering flames and felt a surge of confidence. He understood that with these new firearms, the support of the dukes, and the formidable combat strength of the Yongning Legion, the Xiabanglian could withstand any formidable enemy. He envisioned a future where the soldiers of the Xiabanglian, armed with the new firearms and operating the new mortars, valiantly charged into battle, unstoppable and triumphant, witnessing the rise of the Xiabanglian as a dominant power on the continent. After 3 months of arduous development and the relentless efforts of over 50 craftsmen, the successful creation of the new firearms and mortars marked not only a significant technological breakthrough for the Xiabanglian, but also a vivid embodiment of the spirit of craftsmanship. Brooke Saladin was bestowed the title of Viscount, while Gruen, Blin, Dagna, Balgon, and Eldrin were granted the title of Baron. Representing the first batch of non-military nobility without land in the Xiabanglian, destined to lead the populace in valuing scientific research. Luo Yin's initiative to share the blueprints and garner support also laid a solid foundation for the stability and development of the Xiabanglian. In the days to come, the Xiabanglian would embrace a new stance, ready to confront external challenges and inscribe its own legendary chapter. Chapter 37. Military Preparations as a Burgeoning Nation. The Xiabanglian's legal framework and regulations are still rather rudimentary, primarily replicating pre-existing laws with some amendments to clauses deemed inappropriate by Luo Yin. With a population of approximately 6.4 million and an area of about 4.6 million square kilometers, it has become a substantial nation. Luo Yin implemented a system of rotating officials and troops between Haishi City and Xiwei Province, such that the officials and soldiers of Haishi City are from Xiwei Province and vice versa. Currently, there are 10,000 troops stationed in Haishi City and 30,000 in Xiwei Province, with the highest military rank being that of a major general. The military rank structure is straightforward, largely mirroring modern military ranks, ranging from the lowest private to the highest grand marshal, encompassing 20 ranks, with corresponding official grades from rankless to the first rank. Among the 10,000 troops in Haishi City, there are 1,000 firearms soldiers, 20 mortars, 1,000 cavalry, and the rest are infantry. In Xiwei Province, among the 30,000 troops, there are 3,000 firearms soldiers, 60 mortars, 4,000 cavalry, 13,000 infantry, and 10,000 naval personnel, with 60 various warships. Despite the differences in territory, population, and ethnic composition among the various duchies of the Xiabanglian, they all promptly responded to the impending threat of the Holy Light Alliance's Eastern campaign and the sincerity of Luo Yan's shared firearms technology. Embarking on a vigorous path of weapon production and troop training, the Eagle's Nest Duchy maintains a long-standing private army of 150,000, with over 70 comprised of mountain dwellers skilled in mining, forging, and mountain warfare. On the day the blueprints were received, Kindle summoned all the blacksmiths and military engineers under his command to establish a temporary workshop in the highest cliff fortress of Eagle's Nest City, a location that not only provides protection from enemy surveillance, but also harnesses the hydropower of the mountains for forging equipment. This blueprint from His Majesty the Emperor is the key to transforming our Eagle's Nest from a mountain fortress into an ironclad stronghold, Kindle proclaimed powerfully, waving the firearm blueprint in the center of the workshop. Within 3 months, I want to see at least 1,000 firearms and 50 mortars roll off the production line. All blacksmiths shall take shifts, and if raw materials are insufficient, we shall mine the iron from Eagle Beak Mountain. If fuel is lacking, we shall fell timber from the mountains. Anyone caught slacking will be punished according to military law, with orders as firm as mountains. The blacksmiths of Eagle's Nest City immediately plunged into action. Within the workshop, numerous massive forging furnaces blazed day and night, casting a crimson glow across half the cliff. The blacksmiths, bare-chested, swung heavy hammers, repeatedly forging the heated fine iron. The lead blacksmith, Gareth Anvil, nearing 50 years of age, hailed from a family of blacksmiths and had crafted siege weaponry for previous dynasties, possessing an extraordinary sensitivity to metal quality. However, even the seasoned Gareth felt the pressure when faced with the intricate structures of firearms. The multi-layered barrels of the new firearms required repeated folding and forging, ensuring the removal of impurities while maintaining a smooth interior, and the engraving of rifling demanded exceptional skill. Even a slight deviation could affect both range and accuracy. On one occasion, Gareth and his apprentices forged 7 barrels in succession, all of which were deemed unusable due to uneven rifling. Amidst the despair of discarded scrap metal, a young apprentice named Samuel Nail was drenched in sweat, contemplating giving up. When Kendall learned of this, he refrained from reprimanding them and personally visited the workshop, placing a reassuring hand on Gareth's shoulder. "Old Gareth, I understand the difficulty, but we of Eagle's Nest have never shied away from challenges. If the craftsmen of Luo City can achieve it, so can we." To overcome the technical hurdles, Kendall specifically invited 2 craftsmen from Yongning City to serve as technical advisors. Under the patient guidance of the Yongning craftsmen, Gareth and his apprentices gradually mastered the techniques of multi-layer forging and rifling engraving. They heated the fine iron until it glowed, first shaping it through forging, then using specially crafted steel rods to rotate within the barrels, intricately carving the rifling. Each barrel underwent dozens of measurements and polishings to ensure precise standards were met. Samuel Nail, with his exceptional focus, quickly became adept at engraving rifling, producing barrels with uniform and fine grooves that significantly enhanced both range and accuracy. The crafting of the stocks utilized the unique black walnut wood from Eagle Beak Mountain, known for its hardness and attractive grain, along with excellent shock absorption properties. The craftsman responsible for stock production, Elias Woodhandle, excelled in designing grips based on ergonomic principles. After cutting, shaping, and polishing the raw wood, he carved an arched groove at the shoulder position of the stock and added anti-slip textures to ensure a more comfortable and secure grip for the soldiers. Although wood processing was relatively straightforward, the high demand compelled Elias and a team of woodworkers to work around the clock to ensure that stock supply would not lag behind. The formulation of gunpowder was entrusted to the apothecary team in Eagle's Nest City, led by the seasoned apothecary Serafina. She meticulously followed the formula outlined in the blueprints, blending the Hojinsha sourced from the south, locally mined niter, sulfur, and charcoal. To ensure the stability and explosive power of the gunpowder, Serafina led her team through numerous experiments, adjusting the proportions of various ingredients. On one occasion, an excess of Hojinsha resulted in a minor explosion when the gunpowder ignited. Fortunately, it was swiftly extinguished, preventing any casualties. Following this incident, Serafina adopted a more cautious approach, adhering strictly to the prescribed proportions for each mixture and even creating precise measuring tools to guarantee absolute accuracy. Concurrently, Kendall initiated the recruitment and training of a specialized firearm unit. From a pool of 150,000 private soldiers, he selected 3,000 robust and agile individuals to form this dedicated force. The training ground was established on an open area outside the Eagle's Nest, where soldiers first learned the fundamental structure and operation of firearms, including how to load gunpowder, aim, and maintain their weapons. Due to the moderate weight and reduced recoil of the new firearms, the soldiers quickly mastered the technique of one-handed shooting. However, operating the mortars proved to be more complex, necessitating the collaboration of 2 soldiers, one responsible for loading the shell and adjusting the angle, and the other for ignition and firing. To enhance their coordination, Kendall organized group training sessions, repeatedly practicing the processes of loading, aiming, and shooting. Throughout the training, various issues arose. Some soldiers, overwhelmed by nerves, forgot to load gunpowder, while others deviated from their targets due to recoil. In response to these challenges, Kendall instituted a strict reward and punishment system. Those who excelled in their training would receive generous bonuses and promotion opportunities, while those who failed to meet standards would undergo additional intensive training, and repeated failures would result in dismissal from the firearm unit. After 3 months of rigorous effort, the Eagle's Nest Principality achieved significant progress in both firearm production and training. The workshop produced 200 new firearms and 60 mortars, with a firearm deployment rate of 8 and a cannon deployment rate of approximately 12. Although there remained a gap between these figures and Luo Yin's expectations, it represented a monumental breakthrough for the Eagle's Nest Principality, which was venturing into firearm production for the first time. Kendall gazed at the neatly arranged weapons and the spirited firearm soldiers, filled with confidence. With these formidable tools, the Eagle's Nest would undoubtedly safeguard the Western Front in future wars. In the Wenchim Principality, upon receiving the firearm blueprints, Isolde immediately recognized this as an exceptional opportunity to enhance the military strength of Wenchim. Unlike the Eagle's Nest, Isolde refrained from rushing into large-scale production and instead convened 20 of the finest artisans to form a dedicated research and development team to delve deeply into the blueprints. While the Emperor's designs were detailed, Wenchim's artisans possessed their own ingenuity, potentially allowing for optimizations that would make the firearms more suitable for their soldiers. Isolde stated at the first meeting of the RD team. The artisans, led by the young prodigy Leon Gear, who possessed an innate sensitivity to precision machinery, worked diligently to dismantle a sample firearm borrowed from Yongning City, measuring and analyzing each component. During the examination of the trigger mechanism, the artisans discovered that although the double-action trigger was quite convenient, it posed challenges for soldiers with smaller hands when pulling the trigger. Thus, Leon boldly innovated by reducing the trigger size by 1/3 and adding a non-slip protrusion, allowing soldiers to operate it with greater ease. In the design of the mortar's support, the artisans drew inspiration from the commonly used structures of fishing boats along the Wenchim River, transforming the original triangular support into a foldable quadrilateral one. This new design not only enhanced stability, but also minimized volume when folded, facilitating transport for the soldiers. Additionally, they affixed leather pads to the base of the support, effectively mitigating the vibrations during mortar firing. Matilda Rivet, the artisan responsible for the support's construction, excelled in the combination of metal and wood and chose durable grapefruit wood paired with fine iron, ensuring the support was both lightweight and robust. These optimized designs received Isolde's high praise, prompting her to order large-scale production based on the revised blueprints. The workshops of the Wenchim Principality were situated along the Wenchim River, abundant in water resources, which facilitated the preparation of gunpowder and the quenching of metals. Blacksmiths utilized the iron ore from the riverbank to forge high-quality barrels and cannon bodies, while carpenters selected locally sourced grapefruit wood to create lightweight and durable stocks and mounts. To enhance production efficiency, Isolde also implemented an assembly line production model, dividing firearm manufacturing into 4 stages: barrel forging, stock making, gunpowder preparation, and parts assembly, with each stage managed by specialized artisans. This model not only accelerated production speed, but also ensured product quality. For instance, those forging barrels could concentrate solely on their craft, mastering their techniques and reducing waste, while those assembling parts could quickly and accurately put everything together. The gunpowder preparation stage was overseen by the seasoned apothecary Isla Flame, who added a small amount of powder from unique aquatic plants found along the Wenchim River to the original formula, ensuring more complete combustion while reducing the risk of moisture exposure. Isla led her team through repeated experiments to guarantee an optimal balance between explosive power and stability. In terms of training the firearm soldiers, Isolde emphasized tailored instruction based on individual capabilities. She categorized the 2,000 selected soldiers from a total of 10,000 private troops into sniper and fire support groups according to their physical attributes and reaction times. The sniper group utilized more precise firearms for long-distance shooting training, targeting enemy leaders and significant objectives, while the fire support group primarily operated mortars, focusing on extensive fire coverage training to effectively suppress enemy infantry and cavalry. During the training process, Isolde frequently visited the training grounds to inspect and engage with the soldiers, gathering insights into their experiences. She noted that some soldiers were easily distracted during shooting, leading to decreased accuracy. Consequently, she arranged for various distractions to be introduced around the training area, such as drumbeats and shouting, allowing soldiers to train in complex environments to enhance their psychological resilience. Furthermore, Isolde placed particular importance on the maintenance and repair training of the firearm soldiers. She tasked the artisans with compiling detailed weapon maintenance manuals, instructing soldiers on how to clean barrels, replace flints, and store gunpowder. Additionally, she selected a portion of the artisans to form a dedicated repair team responsible for promptly addressing damaged firearms during training and combat. After 3 months of diligent effort, the Wenchim Principality produced 800 new firearms and 40 mortars, achieving a firearm deployment rate of 67 and a cannon deployment rate of approximately 13. Although the output was modest, the optimized designs rendered the firearms more suitable for practical combat, significantly enhancing the combat capabilities of the Wenchim firearm troops. Isolde looked upon her well-trained soldiers with pride, knowing that not only could Wenchim's artisans create superior weapons, but they could also cultivate exceptional soldiers. In the future, they would undoubtedly become the most steadfast support for the Xiaobang Alliance. Upon receiving the firearm blueprints, the Gromny Principality's Rizhao immediately ordered the establishment of a large-scale firearm workshop in the core area of the Grom tribe. The orcs and half-orcs of the wasteland possessed immense strength and excelled in forging and combat, yet they lacked experience in crafting precision instruments. In order to overcome these technical challenges, Rui Zhao specifically hired 5 half-elven blacksmiths from the Starfire Principality and 3 human blacksmiths from the Eagle's Nest Principality to form a technical advisory team. The lead half-elven blacksmith, Ilral Starforge, possessed knowledge of ancient elven forging magic, enabling him to control the properties and shapes of metals with precision. The human blacksmiths, led by the experienced Gabriel Hammer, excelled at breaking down complex processes into simple, comprehensible steps. Chapter 38. Completion of the troops simultaneously. Rui Zhao selected 100 robust and highly trainable young orc apprentices from various tribes to learn the art of firearm manufacturing under the guidance of blacksmiths. Although these orc youths possessed limited formal education, their practical skills were exceptional. Under the tutelage of human and elven blacksmiths, they swiftly acquired the fundamental techniques of metal forging. They placed the iron ore extracted from the wasteland into colossal furnaces, employing sheer brute strength to hammer the metal into shape. Thanks to the orcs' astounding strength, the forged barrels were remarkably resilient, far surpassing those produced by other duchies. However, the orc apprentices encountered challenges during the rifling and assembly stages. The precision required for rifling demanded immense patience, a trait that often eluded the impulsive orc youth, leading to uneven engravings. To remedy this issue, Healer Xing utilized elven magic to infuse a gentle glow into the steel rods, allowing the orc apprentices to clearly see the engraving paths. He also instituted a rigorous assessment system, permitting only those who successfully engraved satisfactory rifling to progress to the next stage of learning. In the assembly phase, Gabriel employed a hands-on teaching approach. He first assembled the components himself, allowing the orc apprentices to observe closely before encouraging them to undertake the assembly themselves. For any firearms that failed to meet standards, Gabriel patiently highlighted the issues and assisted in rectification. Through repeated practice, the orc youths gradually mastered the assembly techniques, significantly improving both speed and quality. Among them, the orc youth Bargain Shirchue stood out, exhibiting not only rapid assembly skills, but also an acute ability to identify minute flaws in components. The crafting of stocks and mounts utilized the unique hardwood iron fir found in the wasteland. This timber, known for its durability, could withstand the immense impact of firearm discharges. The orc craftsmen meticulously cut the iron fir logs to appropriate sizes, then used axes and planes to refine them. Although the craftsmanship was somewhat rudimentary, the final products were exceptionally sturdy and long-lasting. The formulation of gunpowder was entrusted to the shaman of the Rock Spirit clan, led by Aixin Yinling, who possessed a remarkable ability to commune with the earth and locate various rare minerals. Following the specifications outlined in the blueprints, they combined fire crystal sand, saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal, adding a unique mineral powder from the wasteland known as Rock Spirit powder. This mineral enhanced the explosive power of the gunpowder, significantly augmenting the potency of the firearms and mortars. In terms of training the firearms troops, Rui Zhao capitalized on the combat advantages of the orc tribes. He selected 5,000 valiant and battle-hardened orc warriors from a pool of 30,000 private soldiers to form a formidable firearms battalion. The training grounds were established on the expansive plains outside Haiyanshi, an ideal location for large-scale military exercises. The orc warriors, naturally adept at combat and possessing exceptional weapon handling skills, quickly learned to wield firearms and mortars, easily carrying the heavy weaponry over long marches due to their tremendous strength. During shooting drills, their keen eyesight and accurate judgment led to continuous improvement in precision. Bargain Shirchue emerged as a sharpshooter within the firearms battalion, capable of hitting moving targets from 200 meters away. Nevertheless, the orc warriors had certain shortcomings. Their impulsive nature often led to a lack of tactical awareness during battles. To address this deficiency, Rui Zhao specifically invited military advisors from Yongning City to impart tactical knowledge to the orc warriors. The advisors devised a tactical framework tailored to the unique characteristics of the orc fighters, focusing on a strategy of initial firearm charges followed by mortar bombardments to cover enemy positions before engaging in close combat. After 3 months of training, the orc warriors not only mastered the use of firearms, but also developed a fundamental understanding of tactics. At this juncture, the Duchy of Zheluomenai also achieved significant milestones in firearm production, yielding 500 new rifles and 70 mortars, with a rifle deployment rate of 75 and a mortar deployment rate of approximately 14. As Rui Zhao surveyed the neatly arranged firearms and the imposing orc firearms battalion, his heart brimmed with ambition. With these weapons, the Duchy of Zheluomenai would undoubtedly rise in the wasteland, becoming one of the mightiest forces within the Xiaobong alliance. The Kurd Duchy boasted a private army of approximately 20,000, with over 80 comprising cavalry renowned for their mobility and striking power. Duke Mikhail Kurd was a lord of considerable strategic insight, fully aware that despite the cavalry's agility, they would often find themselves at a disadvantage against fortified enemy positions and firearms. Upon receiving the firearm blueprints, Mikhail promptly recognized that the advent of firearms would irrevocably transform the combat methods of the steppe cavalry. He first ordered the establishment of a firearms workshop within the Bayang tribe. Mikhail selected skilled barbarian craftsmen from various tribes and even hired 2 dwarven artisans from the Dwarven Kingdom, both adept in firearm production. These dwarven craftsmen, wanderers at heart, considered any place with ale and a forge their home, forming a formidable research and production team. The leading dwarven artisan, Ali Huyen, introduced advanced forging techniques and enhancements to gunpowder formulation. The barbarian craftsmen of the steppe excelled in crafting equestrian gear and cold weapons, possessing considerable experience in metal forging. Yet they lacked knowledge of gunpowder formulations and intricate firearm structures. Ali Huyen's arrival provided vital technical support for firearm production. He not only brought advanced forging techniques, but also optimized the gunpowder formulation by incorporating a unique spice from the Lohan Kingdom known as benzoin. This spice allowed the gunpowder to burn more completely, enhancing the range and power of the firearms. In the forging of barrels, the barbarian craftsmen utilized a unique layering technique native to the steppe. They stacked multiple pieces of fine iron, heating them until glowing red, and then repeatedly hammered them to fuse the metal together. This method produced barrels that were tough and robust, capable of withstanding the impacts of repeated firings. The craftsman responsible for barrel forging, Vasily Tydrin, was the most renowned blacksmith on the steppe, known for his sharp and durable weapons. Transitioning to barrel forging, he quickly mastered the core techniques. The stocks were crafted from the unique poplar wood found on the steppe, known for its hardness and wear resistance, making it well suited for the harsh conditions of the plains. The carpenters cut and polished the poplar wood, adding leather grips to the stocks to enhance comfort and prevent slippage due to perspiration. In training the firearms troops, Mikhail emphasized the integration of firearms with cavalry tactics. He selected 3,000 cavalrymen from his 20,000 strong private army to form a firearms cavalry unit. The training ground was situated on the plains outside Jinyang City, where soldiers learned to load gunpowder and aim while mounted. This posed a significant challenge for the cavalry, as the jolting of the horses could affect shooting accuracy. To overcome this obstacle, Mikhail had a training platform constructed to simulate bumpy conditions, allowing soldiers to practice repeatedly. Additionally, Mikhail established a dedicated mortar unit composed of 1,000 infantry, primarily responsible for providing fire support to the cavalry. Before a cavalry charge, the mortar unit would conduct widespread bombardments of enemy positions. Throughout training, the mortar unit and cavalry conducted numerous coordinated exercises, gradually developing a seamless partnership. After 3 months of diligent effort, the Kurd Duchy produced 1,000 new rifles and 50 mortars, achieving a rifle deployment rate of 6 and a mortar deployment rate of approximately 125. Although production was limited, the introduction of firearms significantly enhanced the combat capabilities of the Kurd Duchy's cavalry. Mikhail, observing the well-trained firearms cavalry and mortar unit, felt a surge of confidence. Armed with these weapons, our steppe iron cavalry would become an unstoppable force, safeguarding the western front of the Xiaobong alliance. The Starfire Grand Duchy boasts a private army of approximately 20,000 troops, with infantry comprising 60% of this force, excelling in both positional warfare and coordinated combat. Duke Leo Erwin is acutely aware that, as one of the core territories of the Summer Confederation, the Starfire Grand Duchy must lead in the research and production of firearms. Upon receiving the blueprints, Leo immediately summoned all his finest artisans, establishing a firearms research and production center in the workshop of Solandin City. Equipped with state-of-the-art forging equipment and ample raw material reserves, the lead artisan, the venerable mechanic Gerald, is a renowned expert in precision instruments across the continent. Having designed weaponry for various nations before relocating to Solandin City to uncover the secrets of elven longevity, Gerald and his team conducted a thorough study of the blueprints. Discovering that the designs for the new firearms and mortars were already highly sophisticated, yet still had room for refinement. In the ignition mechanism of the firearms, Gerald's team ingeniously combined the flintlock revolver's ignition system with the lever trigger mechanism of dwarven rifles, creating a dual-action trigger that not only enhanced ignition speed but also reduced misfire rates. For For the mortar shells, they increased the charge weight and optimized the fuse structure, resulting in greater explosive power and more precise detonation timing. To boost production efficiency, Leo ordered the integration of artisan resources from the 6 major cities, summoning blacksmiths from Azeroth City, carpenters from Valorian City, alchemists from Kael'dan City, mechanics from Muriel City, and miners from Corellia City to Solandon City, thus forming a complete production chain. Miners were tasked with extracting iron, ore, and fire crystal sand, alchemists with concocting gunpowder, blacksmiths with forging barrels and cannon bodies, carpenters with crafting stocks and gun carriages, and mechanics with assembling and fine-tuning components. This resource consolidation significantly enhanced production efficiency while ensuring product quality. For instance, the blacksmiths of Azeroth City are adept at forging high-strength metal, producing barrels that far exceed the durability of those from other regions. Likewise, the carpenters of Valorian City excel in crafting lightweight and durable wooden components, resulting in stocks that are both light and effective at shock absorption. In terms of training the firearm troops, Leo places great emphasis on cultivating the soldiers' overall capabilities. He selected 4,000 soldiers from the 20,000 private troops to form a firearms brigade, which was subdivided into the Rifle Battalion, Mortar Battalion, and Mixed Battalion. The Rifle Battalion primarily focuses on long-range precision shooting, the Mortar Battalion on wide-area fire coverage, and the Mixed Battalion combines the strengths of both rifles and mortars, adapting to various battlefield environments. During the training process, Leo invited military advisors from Yongning City to collaborate with Gerald's team in formulating the training regimen. Soldiers were instructed not only in the use of firearms, but also in tactical knowledge and weapon maintenance techniques. The Gerald team even authored the Firearms Operation and Maintenance Manual, which meticulously details the structure of firearms, operational procedures, troubleshooting common faults, and maintenance methods. After 3 months of diligent effort, the Starfire Grand Duchy produced a total of 600 new rifles and 80 mortars, achieving an armament rate of 8 for rifles and approximately 133 for artillery. While the output did not yet meet expectations, the quality of the Starfire Grand Duchy's firearms and the training level of its soldiers rank among the top in the 6 Grand Duchies. Leo gazed upon the neatly arranged firearms and well-trained soldiers. Filled with a sense of satisfaction, the Starfire Grand Duchy is destined to become the core base for firearms research and production within the Summer Confederation, contributing significantly to the safety of the Alliance. Despite the limitations in production capacity preventing large-scale armament across the various Grand Duchies of the Summer Confederation, this technological revolution that transcends race and territory has undoubtedly injected new vitality into the Alliance's military strength. By sharing technology and consolidating resources, the Grand Duchies not only enhance their military prowess, but also strengthen the cohesion of the Confederation. As the ominous clouds of the Holy Light Alliance's Eastern expedition loom ever closer, these newly emerged firearms and well-trained soldiers will serve as a formidable barrier to safeguard the territories of the Summer Confederation, crafting an iron-blooded legend that belongs to the Alliance. Chapter 39. Shun Yan's Westward Journey. After a year of military preparation, the valiant warriors of the Summer Confederation stand ready, their armored might sufficient to crush any barriers daring to obstruct their path. However, Luo Yin understands while that victory in war does not merely hinge on the sheer accumulation of forces, but rather on a profound understanding of one's adversaries. The Holy Light Alliance, a loose coalition of 7 kingdoms alongside numerous city-states and territories, may appear discordant. Yet it possesses an astonishing capacity for resistance in the face of external threats, rallying formidable expeditionary forces under the call of the Holy Light, as evidenced by the several long-distance campaigns against the Shadow Council. A year prior, Luo Yin learned from merchants traversing to the Summer Confederation that the 5 major powers harbored hostility toward the nascent alliance, with the Holy Light Alliance preparing to launch an Eastern campaign aimed at dismantling it. To gather intelligence about the Holy Light Alliance, Luo Yin turned to his most capable diplomat, Shun Yin. On the night he received the Emperor's command, Shun Yin donned a faded rough-spun outfit, a rusted iron sword hanging at his waist, and a simple knapsack slung over his back, presenting the image of a wandering rogue. Before his departure, Luo Yin summoned him to the Imperial Study for a private audience, imparting a single directive: observe their demeanor, discern their essence, and probe their strengths and weaknesses, before gesturing for him to embark on his journey westward from Yongning City, passing through Eagle's Nest City, and crossing the border defenses of the Kurd Grand Duchy. Shun Yin entered the territory of the Holy Light Alliance. His first destination was the Kingdom of Rohan, bordering the Kurd Grand Duchy. The land of Rohan is an expansive grassland, caressed by sunlight. As far as the eye can see, verdant grasses blanket the earth, stretching toward the horizon as if a soft green carpet has been laid upon the land. The wind stirs the grass, creating waves that blend the rich aroma of mare's milk with the gamey scent of mutton and beef, a quintessential essence of the nomadic people. The ancestors of this land were once wandering tribes of the northern plains, who, over 200 years ago, heeding the call of the Holy Light doctrine, settled in this fertile land abundant with water and grass, establishing the kingdom of Rohan. The capital, Adoras, is not a citadel of grand architecture as seen in the capital of the Summer Confederation, but rather a collection of thousands of quaint wooden longhouses. Their roofs, thickly thatched with straw, smoke curling from chimneys and wafting across the grasslands, creating a tranquil and harmonious scene. The Rohirrim are naturally attuned to horses, their children growing up to the sound of hoofbeats, able to ride ponies across the plains by the age of 3. The horses here are among the finest in the world, robust and possessing remarkable endurance, galloping with such grace that they seem to dance upon the wind. The cavalry of Rohan, in particular, exemplifies this bond between man and horse to its fullest extent. In the marketplace of Adoras, Sun Yin witnessed firsthand the splendor of the Rohirrim cavalry. It was a unit engaged in routine training, the knights clad in lightweight leather armor, adorned with silver holy light insignias, their sides sheathed with sharp curved blades and holding long spears. Mounted on tall warhorses, they formed precise ranks across the grassland, at times charging forward at breakneck speed, at others making sudden turns or leaning low to strike, their movements fluid and harmonious, embodying raw power and beauty. The sunlight glinted off their armor, creating a dazzling spectacle that resembled a moving sea of silver from a distance. The Rohirrim's character mirrors the winds of the grasslands, refreshing and direct. They are warm and hospitable, always offering the finest mare's milk and succulent roasted lamb to distant guests, gathering around the bonfire to sing stirring pastoral songs. Sun Yan's disguise as a wandering rogue allowed him to seamlessly integrate into their way of life. In taverns, he listened as the herdsmen recounted the history of Rohan, tales of tribal migrations, resistance against external foes, and their conversion to the holy light, transforming into vivid and legendary narratives through their lips. He learned that the king of the kingdom of Rohan is not a hereditary ruler, but rather chosen by the elders of the tribes, requiring a warrior who embodies courage, wisdom, and compassion. The current king, Eamond, is a hero renowned for his battlefield exploits. He possessed a tall stature, a resolute countenance, and eyes as sharp as a hawk's. The curved dagger at his waist bore the marks of numerous battles. Under the leadership of Ealmuir, the cavalry of Lohan became the most formidable mobile force within the alliance of the Holy Light, capable of traversing hundreds of miles in a brief span, striking the enemy with unexpected ferocity. The customs and culture of Lohan exude a profound piety towards the Holy Light. Scattered across the grasslands every few dozen miles, one would find a humble altar dedicated to the Holy Light, constructed from stone and adorned with fresh grass and mare's milk. Offerings made by the nomads in reverence. Each dawn and dusk, the herders would gather at the altar, hands clasped in prayer, beseeching the Holy Light for favorable weather, prosperous livestock, and the safety of their kin. This piety is not mere blind worship. It has become interwoven into the very essence of the Lohan people, an integral part of their existence. After spending over 10 days in Lohan, Sun Yin meticulously organized the information he had gathered and mounted a small horse purchased from a herder, setting off southward towards the neighboring kingdom of Gangdwa within the alliance of the Holy Light. If Lohan is likened to the blazing sun upon the grasslands, then Gangdwa is akin to an ancient temple beneath the setting sun, its former splendor diminished, yet still exuding an undeniable majesty. Gangdwa lies to the south of Lohan, nestled among rolling hills. Though its land is not as fertile as that of Lohan, it is fortified by natural geographical advantages, surrounded by mountains that render it easy to defend, yet difficult to assault. The capital, Minicidalis, is a colossal fortress built against the mountains. Its walls composed of thick blue stones, soaring to great heights, adorned with arrow towers and watchtowers, resembling a slumbering behemoth guarding the heart of the kingdom. The history of Gangdwa is far more ancient than that of Lohan, once the most powerful nation within the alliance of the Holy Light. It was unified 5 centuries ago by a hero named Alagong, who established a vast and prosperous empire. During that era, Gangdwa boasted a mighty army and a flourishing culture, with Minicidalis becoming the epicenter of politics and culture across the western continent. However, with great heights come inevitable declines, following Alagong's demise. The empire succumbed to internal strife and fragmentation, leading to the independence of various kingdoms and a significant reduction in Gangdua's territory, which now comprises less than 1/10 of its former expanse. Upon entering Minas Ithilien, Xinyan was enveloped by an atmosphere starkly different from that of Luohan. Gone were the open expanses of the grasslands, replaced instead by a profound sense of history and oppression. The buildings lining the streets are predominantly ancient stone structures, their walls etched with the scars of time, some roofs having collapsed, leaving only crumbling pillars standing, as if narrating tales of past glories. The military of Gangdua retains the formations and equipment reminiscent of the imperial era. Its heavy infantry and cavalry are among the most impactful forces within the alliance. Xinyan observed the heavy infantry training in the castle's drill grounds, clad in cumbersome plate armor, coated with dark rust-proof paint. Their chests emblazoned with grand emblems of the holy light, they wielded long spears and formidable shields. As they marched in unison, the clash of shields resonated with a deep thud, their spears standing tall like a forest of steel, invoking a sense of dread. The heavy cavalry of Gangdua resembled moving fortresses. Mounted on massive war horses, each steed was encased in thick armor, exposing only their eyes and limbs. The knights wielded colossal war hammers and long swords, charging forth with the weight of a mountain, rendering any defense before them as fragile as paper. From an elder soldier, Xinyan learned that Gangdua's heavy cavalry once triumphed against an invasion of northern beast tribes, defeating 100,000 foes with merely 3,000 troops, a battle that stands as one of the most glorious chapters in Gangdua's history. The character of the Gangdua people is as resilient and reserved as their land. Unlike the warm hospitality of the Luohan, they maintain a certain distance from strangers. Yet within them lies an unyielding spirit. The people still yearn for the bygone glory of the empire, longing for a reunification of the alliance of the Holy Light. King Denaisu, an aged sovereign, donned a splendid royal robe as he sat upon the throne of Minas Ithilien, his gaze reflecting nostalgia for the past and apprehension for the future. He is acutely aware of Gangdua's current plight, yet strives to uphold the dignity and strength of the kingdom. In Gangdua, the religious atmosphere is notably pronounced. At the center of Minas Ithilien stands a grand cathedral dedicated to the Holy Light, its spire reaching into the heavens. Its walls adorned with stained glass windows through which sunlight filters, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the ground. Each morning and evening, the melodious toll of bells can be heard resonating throughout the cathedral, where devotees clad in white robes enter with solemnity to pray and worship. The doctrine of the Holy Light finds its most perfect expression here, serving as the cornerstone of the Gangdua people's spirit. After several days in Gangdua, Xinyan sensed the lingering power and struggles of this ancient kingdom. He understood that while Gangdua had waned, it remained an indispensable force within the alliance of the Holy Light. With his belongings in order, Xinyan continued westward towards the central heart of the alliance, the kingdom of Azeroth. Azeroth is situated to the west of Luohan and northwest of Gangdua, serving as the geographical nucleus of the alliance of the Holy Light. Its lands are flat and fertile, crisscrossed by rivers that nourish vast fields and orchards, marking it as one of the primary grain-producing regions of the alliance. The capital, Satansomo, is a bustling commercial hub. The city is orderly in layout, with wide, even streets lined with 2- or 3-story stone houses topped with red-tiled roofs, their windows embellished with exquisite carvings. The marketplace bustles with activity as merchants from various kingdoms trade a plethora of goods: Luohan's mare's milk, Gangdua's armor, Kelami's furs, and Habusakizi's crafts, echoing with calls and haggling, pulsating with life and vigor. The military of Azeroth is renowned for its heavy spearmen, recognized as the most formidable defensive force within the alliance. Clad in thick plate armor, they wield spears measuring 15 feet in length, each tip affixed with a sharp steel point capable of piercing through enemy armor with ease. On the battlefield, Azeroth's heavy spearmen typically form dense formations, akin to an impenetrable wall, effectively thwarting enemy advances and buying time for their own forces. Xinyan personally witnessed the training of the heavy spearmen in Satansoma's drill grounds. Hundreds of spearmen stood in a neat formation, advancing with synchronized steps, their spearheads glistening ominously in the sunlight. During training, they would shift formations, charge forth, and execute defensive drills with precision and strength. The commander, wielding a long sword, issued commands with authority, filling the drill grounds with an atmosphere of solemnity and tension. The king of Azeroth, Walian, is a young and charismatic ruler. Tall and handsome, his eyes radiate confidence and decisiveness. Walian recognizes the significance of Azeroth as the central hub of the alliance, and thus vigorously promotes agriculture and commerce while bolstering military capabilities, transforming Azeroth into one of the most balanced kingdoms within the alliance. Under his leadership, Azeroth has maintained amicable relations with its neighboring kingdoms, becoming a mediator and lubricant within the alliance. The customs and culture of Azeroth blend the characteristics of surrounding kingdoms. The people here embody the forthrightness of Luan, the resilience of Gongdwa, and the shrewdness of Habusakizi. They are warm and hospitable, adept in trade, with taverns and tea-houses scattered throughout the city, serving as popular venues for leisure and entertainment. In one such tavern in Satansuomu, Xinyan encountered a merchant from Habusakizi, who shared further insights into the neighboring kingdoms surrounding Azeroth. The religious beliefs in Azeroth also center around the holy light, though the devotees here are notably more pragmatic. They believe that the power of the holy light is not only manifested on a spiritual level, but should also be reflected in everyday life. Therefore, the Holy Light Cathedral in Azeroth serves not only as a venue for religious activities, but also as a charitable institution, regularly distributing food and clothing to the impoverished, aiding them through their hardships. This pragmatic faith has allowed the doctrines of the Holy Light to be widely disseminated and embraced here. After spending over 10 days in Azeroth, Xunyan gained a comprehensive understanding of this central hub kingdom. Next, he planned to travel to the neighboring countries of Azeroth, exploring their secrets one by one. To the northwest and southwest of Azeroth lies a vast expanse of free city-states, which, aligned with the Holy Light Alliance, refer to themselves as the Iliad Free Folk. They are descendants of the Steel Bell Empire's royal lineage and, believing themselves to be of noble blood, refuse to submit to the rule of Azeroth, Kelima, Habuskizi, and Bretonite. However, they also do not recognize the current royal family of the Steel Bell Kingdom, asserting that it has lost the glory of the empire. These free city-states are primarily guarded by rangers, possessing considerable martial prowess, and due to their strategic location between the major kingdoms, they have been largely left unmonitored by the latter. Chapter 40. Observations of the Holy Light. To the north of Azeroth lies the Kingdom of Kelima. The land here is cold and barren, with most areas covered by dense forests and towering mountains, leaving only a few plains suitable for cultivation. This harsh natural environment has forged the Kelima people's resilient character and remarkable combat abilities. The capital, Iron Furnace Castle, is a fortress built deep within the mountains. Its walls, constructed from black iron ore, rise to great heights, adorned with massive cannons and arrow towers, rendering its defenses exceptionally formidable. Inside Iron Furnace Castle lies a vast underground city, complete with blacksmith shops, armories, granaries, barracks, and various other facilities, resembling a gigantic labyrinth. The military of the Kingdom of Kelima is renowned for its fierce berserkers. These warriors, unafraid of death, don lightweight leather armor and wield enormous battle axes and two-handed swords, exhibiting unmatched ferocity in battle, akin to tigers descending from the mountains. Before combat, the berserkers consume a specially crafted strong liquor that temporarily dulls their pain, allowing them to unleash combat capabilities far beyond the ordinary, albeit plunging them into a frenzied state where they indiscriminately attack everything in sight. During his time in Iron Furnace Castle, Xunyan witnessed the berserker troops training in the drill grounds. Hundreds of berserkers, bare-chested, displayed their muscular physiques and fearsome tattoos, wielding their massive battle axes and emitting earth-shattering war cries. They relentlessly hacked at wooden stakes and dummies, splitting the wood in half with each strike, and the raw, untamed power left Xunyan both awestruck and apprehensive. King Garrosh of Kelima is a towering, fierce warrior bearing a long scar on his face, a remnant of a battle against northern barbarians. Known for his volatile temperament and valor, Garrosh believes that only through warfare can the Kingdom of Kelima attain greater strength. Under his leadership, Kelima's berserker troops have become the most fearsome force within the Holy Light Alliance, having repeatedly repelled invasions from northern barbarians and safeguarded the northern borders of the alliance. The customs and culture of Kelima are imbued with a primal and wild essence. The inhabitants rely on hunting and gathering for sustenance, excelling in the crafting of various weapons and tools. In the blacksmith shops of Iron Furnace Castle, artisans forge sharp weapons and sturdy armor, the rhythmic clang of metal resonating throughout the fortress. The people of Kelima enjoy strong liquor and roasted meats. Their diet, though simple and rugged, is rich in vigor. In terms of religious beliefs, the Kelima people also revere the Holy Light, yet their approach to faith is more primal. They perceive the power of the Holy Light as residing within all aspects of nature, Mountains harbor mountain gods, forests shelter forest spirits, and rivers possess river deities. Consequently, the Kelima conduct regular sacrificial ceremonies to pray to the natural spirits, seeking blessings for successful hunts and the prosperity of their tribes. This primitive faith complements their fierce disposition. Having spent several days in Kelima, Shunyan deeply felt the wildness and strength of this northern kingdom. He understood that the berserkers of Kelima serve as a sharp blade within the Holy Light Alliance, capable of playing a decisive role in critical moments. After packing his belongings, Shunyan set off southward towards another neighboring country of Aesawaikson, the Kingdom of Habaskizi. The Kingdom of Habaskizi, situated to the south of Aesawaikson and west of Steel Bell, is one of the most distinctive kingdoms within the Holy Light Alliance. The land here is fertile, with a temperate climate and a network of rivers, serving as the commercial and diplomatic hub of the Holy Light Alliance. The capital, Storm City, is a vast urban expanse. Its walls are constructed from white marble, soaring to great heights and adorned with the grand emblem of the Holy Light, while the city gates are flanked by two imposing stone lions, exuding majesty and solemnity. Within Storm City, the layout is orderly, with broad and level streets flanked by magnificent palaces and opulent residences, alongside numerous shops owned by merchants of various races. Habaskizi is renowned for its diplomatic prowess, with Queen Anastasia being an exceptionally wise and charismatic figure, dressed in resplendent royal garments. Her beauty is complemented by a gaze filled with wisdom and gentleness. Aware that mere military might cannot ensure long-term stability in these turbulent times, she vigorously promotes diplomacy, establishing favorable relations with neighboring kingdoms. Through her efforts, the Kingdom of Habaskizi has become the diplomatic nexus of the Holy Light Alliance, hosting countless important diplomatic negotiations and alliance meetings. The army of Habaskizi is diverse, representing the most multifaceted forces within the Holy Light Alliance. It comprises not only human soldiers, but also dwarves and blood elves. Dwarven warriors, though shorter in stature, possess immense strength. Clad in heavy armor and wielding massive war hammers and axes, exhibiting remarkable valor in battle. Additionally, they have dwarven gunmen, mortar teams, siege tanks, dwarven helicopters, and griffin riders. Blood elf warriors, tall and handsome, excel in the arts of magic and archery, capable of inflicting significant damage from a distance, primarily serving as priests, sorceresses, spellbreakers, and dragonhawk riders. In the training grounds of Storm City, Shunyan observed the military drills of Habaskizi's forces. Human soldiers stood in neat ranks, practicing with spears and shields. Dwarven warriors wielded their massive hammers, smashing them against nearby rocks, shattering them into fragments. The gunmen's shots were precise and powerful, while the dwarven helicopters, though not flying high, were indeed airborne. The siege tanks were temporarily unobserved, perhaps stored away. Blood elf warriors skillfully shot their arrows at distant targets, each shot finding its mark. Though there was no display of magical units, the soldiers of various races collaborated harmoniously, forming a formidable combat force. The customs and culture of Habaskizi are characterized by diversity and inclusivity. The populace hails from various races, each bringing distinct cultures and traditions, yet they coexist peacefully, sharing their lives. In the markets of Storm City, one can find not only human goods, but also dwarven crafts and blood elf magical artifacts, where diverse cultures intertwine and collide, creating a unique charm. In a tea house in Storm City, Shunyan encountered a blood elf merchant. From him, he learned that the blood elves originally resided in the southern forests, but were compelled to migrate to the Kingdom of Habaskizi due to the encroachment of dark forces. Queen Anastasia welcomed them, granting them equal standing, and thus the blood elves expressed their gratitude towards the Kingdom of Habaskizi by joining the army to serve the realm. The religious beliefs in Habaskizi also predominantly center around the Holy Light, yet the atmosphere surrounding faith here is notably more relaxed. Individuals from different races practice their beliefs in various manners, all of which are met with respect. At the heart of Baofengcheng lies a grand plaza dedicated to the Holy Light, adorned with a towering statue of radiant brilliance, encircled by a profusion of flowers and offerings. Each day, devotees from diverse races assemble within the square to engage in prayers and worship, collectively beseeching the Holy Light to bestow peace and prosperity upon the kingdom. After lingering in Habaskizi for over 10 days, Shunyan acquired a comprehensive understanding of this diplomatic hub. His next destination is the Kingdom of Belidenite, located to the west of Aesawaikson. The Kingdom of Belidenite, serving as the western bastion of the Holy Light Alliance, features expansive and level terrain, interwoven with vast prairies and farmlands, making it one of the Alliance's vital agricultural regions. Its capital, Dalaran, is a city steeped in magical ambience. The architecture predominantly comprises white marble, with rooftops draped in azure tiles and windows embellished with exquisite magical runes. At the city's center stands a monumental magical tower, its pinnacle piercing the clouds, radiating a soft blue luminescence, representing the magical essence of Belidanite. The military of Belidanite is renowned for its heavy cavalry, recognized as the most formidable mechanized force within the Holy Light Alliance. Mounted on colossal steeds clad in heavy armor, which leaves only their eyes and limbs exposed, these knights don splendid plate armor and wield massive swords and warhammers. Their charge resembles a tempest, rendering any defensive line before them utterly impotent. In Dalaran's training grounds, Xinyan witnessed the heavy cavalry in rigorous drills. Hundreds of cavalrymen, astride their war horses, formed precise formations on the prairie, galloping fiercely, executing sudden turns, and charging with impeccable precision and strength. The sunlight glimmered upon their armor, reflecting dazzling rays, creating the illusion of a moving sea of steel from afar. King Khadijah of Belidanite is a powerful sorcerer, clad in a black magical robe, possessing a handsome visage imbued with wisdom and enigma. Not only is Khadijah adept in the arcane arts, but he also exhibits remarkable military acumen. Under his command, the heavy cavalry and magical forces of Belidanite operate in perfect harmony, forming a formidable combat force that has repeatedly repelled incursions from the Southern Dark Forces, safeguarding the western front of the Holy Light Alliance. The cultural essence of Belidanite is infused with magic and romance. The populace predominantly excels in the magical arts, with magical shops dotting the city where artisans craft various magical tools and potions. In the streets of Dalaran, one often encounters sorcerers in flowing robes casting spells, some summoning elements, others healing ailments, and yet others conjuring wondrous spectacles. Within a magical shop in Dalaran, Xinyan befriended a young sorcerer who imparted insights into the millennium-long magical heritage of Belidanite. The magicians here revere nature and balance, believing that the power of magic should serve to protect life rather than destroy it. Consequently, the magical forces of Belidanite primarily fulfill supportive and healing roles on the battlefield, achieving a flawless synergy with the heavy cavalry. The religious beliefs in Belidanite are similarly centered on the Holy Light, yet its adherents perceive a unity between the Holy Light and magic. They hold that the power of the Holy Light is the wellspring of magic, and magic is the manifestation of the Holy Light. At the heart of Dalaran stands a magnificent Holy Light magical cathedral, its walls adorned with colorful magical runes. Sunlight streams through the windows, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the floor. Daily, sorcerers gather within the cathedral for prayers and meditation, drawing upon the strength of the Holy Light to enhance their magical prowess. After several days in Belidanite, Xinyan gained a thorough understanding of this kingdom of heavy cavalry. His final destination lies in the northwestern isolation of the Kingdom of Sas, adrift on the sea. The Kingdom of Sas, situated north of Belidanite, is a remote island realm characterized by its complex topography, featuring towering mountains, dense forests, and expansive beaches. The temperate climate and stunning scenery make it one of the most unique kingdoms within the Holy Light Alliance. The capital, Silamo, is a coastal city where structures are primarily constructed of wood and stone, with thatched and tiled roofs, and windows embellished with exquisite shells. The port of Silamo is bustling with fishing boats and merchant vessels, where fishermen diligently haul in their catch, while merchants unload goods, infusing the harbor with vitality and vigor. The military of Sas is celebrated for its light infantry and Highland spearmen. The light infantry, clad in nimble leather armor and wielding precise bows, can inflict significant damage upon enemies from afar. They excel in warfare within forests and mountainous terrains, utilizing the landscape to launch stealthy strikes against adversaries. The Highland spearmen, donning heavy leather armor and wielding long spears, are adept at defensive combat on highlands and beaches, effectively repelling enemy advances. In Silamo's training grounds, Xinyan observed the light infantry and Highland spearmen in action. The light infantry traversed the forest with the agility of leopards, drawing bows to send arrows accurately toward distant targets. The Highland spearmen stood in disciplined formation on the beach, spears at the ready, embodying a formidable steel wall. Queen Gianna of Sas is a beautiful and courageous figure. Clad in a blue royal robe, she possesses a graceful demeanor, her eyes reflecting steadfastness and wisdom. Recognizing the unique nature of the Kingdom of Sas as an isolated island, she emphasizes the development of the navy and light infantry while strengthening ties with neighboring kingdoms to ensure the realm's safety and prosperity. Under her leadership, SAS Light Infantry and Highland Spearmen have become indispensable forces within the Holy Light Alliance, playing pivotal roles in naval and landing battles. The culture of SAS is imbued with the essence of the ocean and nature. The inhabitants rely on fishing and agriculture, excelling in crafting seafood delicacies and artisanal goods. The markets of Silamo are filled with fresh seafood, exquisite shell crafts, and handwoven garments, offering an array of goods that dazzles the senses. During his stay in a fishing village in Silamo, Xinyan befriended an elderly fisherman. From him, Xinyan learned that the fishermen of SAS have lived by the sea for generations, forming a profound connection with the ocean. Before embarking on fishing expeditions, they gather at the Holy Light altar by the sea to pray for a safe return and bountiful catches. This reverence for the sea and devotion to the Holy Light has become woven into the very fabric of SS identity. The religious beliefs in SAS also center on the Holy Light, yet its followers place greater emphasis on harmonious coexistence with nature. They believe that the power of the Holy Light resides within the ocean, forests, and mountains, leading them to hold regular ceremonies to pray to the natural deities and the Holy Light, seeking favorable weather and national tranquility. After several days in SAS, Xinyan completed his exploration of the 7 kingdoms of the Holy Light Alliance. He meticulously organized the gathered intelligence, encompassing the geographical locations, military strengths, cultural nuances, and religious beliefs of each kingdom, and then embarked on his journey back to Xiabanglian. Chapter 41. The Alliance gathers. The sea breeze of Silamo still carried the salty moisture as Xinyan mounted the chestnut mare he had purchased from a fisherman. Embarking on his return to Xiabanglian, his satchel brimmed with meticulously detailed scrolls of intelligence, chronicling the mountains, rivers, military prowess, cultural essence, and core secrets of the 7 kingdoms of the Holy Light Alliance, an accumulation of efforts spanning months, earned through his journeys under the guise of a ranger. At this moment, he felt a mixture of relief at having fulfilled his mission and apprehension about the uncertainties ahead, hoping to deliver the intelligence to Lian swiftly, thereby enhancing the prospects of Xiabanglian's preparations for war. Departing Silamo, Xinyan traveled eastward along the coastline, traversing the northern plains of Bulidanite. In days gone by, this land was characterized by scattered farmers toiling in the fields and merchant caravans leisurely traversing between city-states, embodying an ambience of tranquility and harmony. However, today, Xinyan keenly sensed an anomaly. The fields flanking the roads were devoid of farmers, and the once bustling post station stood firmly shut, with only a few sparrows pecking at scattered grains beneath the empty eaves. Even more alarming was the faint yet acrid scent of gunpowder wafting through the air, mingling with the fragrance of fresh grass, creating an unsettling atmosphere. He reined in his horse and dismounted, pressing his ear to the ground. In the distance, the unmistakable sound of hooves echoed, not the sporadic clatter of merchant caravans, but a dense and synchronized rumble, akin to distant thunder rolling in from the horizon. Xinyan's gaze sharpened as he swiftly climbed an ancient oak by the roadside, concealing himself among the lush foliage. Before long, a dark wave appeared at the edge of his vision. It was the heavy cavalry of the kingdom of Bulidanite, hundreds of knights mounted on colossal warhorses, their steeds clad in formidable armor, revealing only their fierce, defiant eyes. The knights donned splendid plate armor, adorned with emblems of holy light that reflected dazzling rays under the sun, their long swords and warhammers hanging at their waists, producing a crisp clanging sound as they galloped. They formed a disciplined formation, resembling a moving dragon of steel, advancing eastward with an impressive momentum that caused the earth to tremble beneath their feet. Xinyan's heart raced uncontrollably. He had witnessed this battalion's training in the drill grounds of Dalaran and was acutely aware of their devastating charge. Such a large-scale mobilization was certainly not a routine exercise. He gripped the rusted iron sword at his waist, fixating his gaze on the battalion, attempting to discern their destination from their marching formation. Trailing behind the heavy cavalry was a contingent of infantry and sorcerers. The infantry, clad in heavy leather armor, wielded spears and shields, marching in unison like an impenetrable wall. The sorcerers, draped in various magical robes, held staves in hand, occasionally casting minor spells to dispel the fog along their route. The entire procession stretched for miles, an unending line that exuded an atmosphere of impending doom, making the very air feel as though it had solidified. Where could they be heading? From the looks of it, they were moving eastward. Could it be an offensive against the Free People? Xinyan pondered silently. The eastern lands of the kingdom of Bulidanite bordered the territory of the Iliad Free People, while beyond lay the kingdom of Osawixen. However, following the establishment of the Holy Light Alliance, there had not been large-scale conflicts for over a century, An assault on Osawixen seemed implausible. Thus, it must be an attack on the Free People. Yet, that did not seem necessary. Such a vast army was excessive for the relatively weak military of the Free People. Could it be that the Holy Light Alliance was preparing for a crusade? The thought struck Sun Yan. Just as this notion emerged, he swiftly suppressed it. He dared not speculate recklessly and remained concealed atop the tree, observing the battalion's movements. Once the entirety of Buritonite's forces had passed, he leapt down from the tree, dusted himself off, and quietly followed on his small horse. He did not dare approach too closely, maintaining a safe distance while using his ranger agility and familiarity with the terrain to navigate through the woods and hills. Traveling eastward, Sun Yan passed through the southern border of the kingdom of Osawixen and the northern territories of the Hibiscus kingdom. To his astonishment, he discovered that the armies of both kingdoms were also mobilizing. The heavy spear soldiers of Osawixen formed dense formations, progressing eastward along the river like a moving fortress. The mixed forces of human soldiers, dwarven warriors, and blood elf archers of Hibiscus were accompanied by the crack of dwarven gunfire echoing through the valleys. While the blood elf arrows glimmered ominously in the sunlight, the entire assembly radiating a diverse aura of combat prowess. The more he observed, the heavier Sun Yan's heart felt. Among the 7 great kingdoms, the armies of Buritonite, Osawixen, and Hibiscus had already made their appearance, all marching in the same direction toward the kingdom of Gangdao. This was undoubtedly a preparation for a crusade by the Holy Light Alliance, with their target likely being the Shabong Federation. I must hasten back to inform His Majesty to prepare for the impending confrontation. However, I must first ascertain their gathering point to analyze their attacking trajectory, facilitating His Majesty's strategic deployments. He recalled the insights he had gathered in the city of Minas Tirith within the kingdom of Gangdao. Although that ancient fortress had lost its former splendor, it still served as a militarily strategic hub within the Holy Light Alliance. To the east of Minas Tirith lay the region of Icilion, bordering the Shabong Federation, followed by the Duchy of Kurd in the heart of the Shabong territory. Leading further east to Eagle's Nest City and Yoning City. Could their assembly point be Minas Tirith? A fleeting thought crossed Sun Yan's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. While Minas Tirith was the capital of the kingdom of Gangdao with formidable defenses, it seemed too conspicuous to serve as a gathering point. Suddenly, he recalled another fortress to the east of the kingdom of Gangdao, Minas Izel. This city held a strategically critical position, nestled at the foot of the Shadow Mountain Range, overlooking the Kurd region of the Shabong Federation, serving as an ideal launchpad for an assault. This conjecture sent a chill down Sun Yan's spine. He quickened his pace, following a concealed path, journeying day and night toward the east. The villages along the way were abandoned, leaving behind empty houses and scattered farming tools, occasionally revealing the grim sight of corpses lying by the roadside, their wounds gruesome and indicative of military raids. Sun Yan understood that the forces of the Holy Light Alliance had commenced their actions, their assembly proceeding with great urgency. Days later, Sun Yan finally reached the eastern border of the kingdom of Gangdao. From afar, he glimpsed the outline of Minas Izel. The ancient fortress loomed in the shadow of the Shadow Mountains, its walls weathered and crumbling, with half of its towers collapsed, yet still emanating an aura of eerie foreboding. Surrounding Minas Izel, a vast array of troops had gathered. The plains below were dotted with a multitude of tents, rising like mushrooms after rain, with curling smoke ascending into the sky, forming a gray haze. Sun Yan concealed himself within a hidden hollow of the mountains, meticulously observing the assembly of the allied forces through his telescope. He spotted the cavalry of the kingdom of Lohan, patrolling the grasslands on their towering steeds, the silver emblems of holy light on their armor gleaming in the sunlight. He saw the heavy infantry and cavalry of the kingdom of Gangdao, clad in thick plate armor, engaging in final drills in the training grounds, the deep thuds of clashing shields intertwining with the whistling of brandished spears. He witnessed the berserkers of the kingdom of Clamor, bare-chested by the campfires, drinking spirits and shouting loudly, their tattoos appearing even more fearsome with the rippling of their muscles. He also noticed the light infantry and Highland spear soldiers of the kingdom of Sars, maneuvering through forests and mountains, familiarizing themselves with the terrain, their bows and spears glinting with lethal intent. The forces of Hibiscus kingdom were even more diverse, comprising human infantry and knights, dwarven gunmen, mortar teams, helicopters, siege tanks, griffin riders, blood elf priests, witches, dispellers, and dragonhawk riders, all making their presence known. The armies of the 7 great kingdoms had converged, their sheer magnitude far exceeding Sun Yan's expectations. He roughly estimated that the total strength of the allied forces surpassed 200,000. Among them, The army of the Gangduo Kingdom comprises approximately 50,000 troops, predominantly heavy infantry and cavalry, serving as the core strength of the allied forces. The Lohan Kingdom contributes around 20,000 cavalry, characterized by their exceptional mobility, acting as the vanguard of the coalition. The Osawixin Kingdom's heavy spear soldiers number about 30,000. Distinguished by their remarkable defensive capabilities, tasked with safeguarding the flanks of the alliance. The Habusakisi Kingdom's mixed troops also total around 30,000, boasting a diverse array of units and varied combat prowess. The Kalema Kingdom's berserkers, numbering 30,000, are fearless and ferocious, functioning as the assault force of the coalition. The Britannia Kingdom fields approximately 10,000 heavy cavalry, renowned for their formidable charge, responsible for frontal assaults. The Susi Kingdom provides about 40,000 light infantry, adept in guerrilla warfare and defensive tactics, tasked with rearguard actions and flank protection. In addition to the regular armies of the 7 great kingdoms, Xinyan also observed several rangers from the Iliad free folk, clad in a variety of agile attire and wielding long swords and bows. They maneuver around the periphery of the allied forces, evidently conscripted by the Holy Light Alliance for reconnaissance and guard duties. Although these rangers possess considerable individual combat strength, their numbers are limited to merely a few thousand, rendering them a mere drop in the vast ocean of the coalition. Xinyan further noted that the command structure of the allied forces appears to have been tentatively established within the fortress of Minas Ithil. Elegantly armored generals frequently entered and exited, mounted on warhorses with solemn expressions, clearly convening military meetings to deliberate on the specifics of their offensive against the Xiaobang alliance. At the pinnacle of the fortress, a massive flag of the Holy Light Alliance unfurled in the wind, its emblem resonating in the breeze, as if heralding the imminent approach of a great battle. The scent of gunpowder thickened in the air, and the soldiers of the coalition grew increasingly restless, sharpening their weapons and polishing their armor, their faces reflecting a yearning for war and a longing for victory. Xinyan understood that the assembly of the allied forces had entered its final stage, poised to launch an assault on the Xiaobang alliance at any moment. Daring not to linger further for fear of detection by the coalition's scouts, Xinyan adjusted his satchel, ensuring the integrity of his intelligence scroll, before quietly retracing his steps on his little horse. A sense of urgency filled his heart. Every moment was of paramount importance. He must swiftly convey this information back to the Xiaobang alliance, revealing the true intentions of the Holy Light Alliance and the particulars of the coalition as preparations, enabling the Xiaobang alliance to adequately brace for the impending battle of life and death. As the sun descended, Xinyan's figure vanished into the vast night. Meanwhile, on the plains of Minas Ithil, the bonfires of the allied forces continued to burn, illuminating half the sky. A tempest of war, poised to engulf the entire continent, was silently brewing.